Now, today, we are gonna see, what if abandoned Harry Potter was raised by Hell God Alucard? It's a movie. Also please subscribe. Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. November 1st, 1988. London, under a weeping sky. A cold drizzle cast its silver veil over the London streets. Each raindrop that struck the pavement seemed to carry with it a muffled sob, as if the weather itself mourned some unspoken tragedy. The time was just after midnight, and the lamps along the Sidhu Alks struggled to pierce through the gloom, their pale light stretching thin across the asphalt and brick. The city's heart was still beating, though quietly. An occasional car rolled by, the distant thrum of an engine echoing down alleys. The world was drowsy, yet not asleep, and in this borderland between late night and early dawn, strange things could happen unnoticed. For Harry Potter, life had been an unbroken chain of such strangeness and sorrow since infancy. Now 8 years old, he stood huddled beneath the overhang of an abandoned shop front, drenched to the bone. He wore clothes that were far too large for his fragile frame, cast-off garments that draped over him like a sack and offered no warmth. His thin arms clutched his sides, trying in vain to lock in some semblance of heat. The boy's jet-black hair, wild and unruly, was plastered to his forehead by the rain, revealing a faint lightning bolt scar. Though this mark stood out to some as curious, to Harry it had always been simply a part of him, one that he had learned not to speak about, for fear of the Dursleys' wrath. He was alone now, completely and utterly, having just been thrown onto the streets of London as easily as one might discard old rubbish. The Dursleys, Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, had grown tired of him, had fumed and spat and seethed at his presence in their meticulously normal lives. They'd done this for years, punishing him for his very existence, making him a servant in their house, beating him down both in spirit and body, hoping to crush any spark of individuality or hope he might have held. Until this night, they had at least tolerated his presence, if only so they could keep him under their heel. But something had changed. Perhaps Harry had grown just a fraction too tall, his green eyes shining a bit too defiantly one morning when Uncle Vernon screeched at him to fetch the paper. Or perhaps, in the dark corners of their petty minds, they knew that something about Harry was not natural, and they feared it. It didn't matter. They had piled him into the car on a rainy night, driven deep into the city, and shoved him out into the rain, peeling away without a backward glance. So now Harry stood, shaking, hollow, and soaked. The city's lights blurred in his vision. He was hungry, exhausted, and confused beyond measure. He was supposed to call this place home. This endless landscape of wet pavement, cold wind, and glaring neon signs that buzzed unkindly. A small whimper escaped his chapped lips. He had no one, no family, no friends, not even the faint comfort of a cupboard under the stairs. He was free of the Dursleys. Perhaps, but this was freedom that tasted like despair. Above him, the rain intensified. Harry leaned further back into the recessed doorway of the abandoned shop, its glass long boarded up, and tried to curl himself into a smaller target for the wind's merciless chill. He closed his eyes. He needed to think, needed to do something. He knew nothing of London. He knew only of Privet Drive, of chores and punishments, of whispered curses from his aunt and uncle. He had heard of the greater world but had never seen it with his own eyes like this. He tried to calm himself. If he could just sleep a little, maybe the morning sun would bring some kind of clarity. He could find a policeman, perhaps, or a shelter of some sort. But the rain wouldn't let up, and the coldness in his bones refused to let him drift off. He had to move, had to find somewhere better than this. Harry stepped back out into the rain, blinking water away as best he could, and started walking. He passed closed shops, empty cafes, and silent offices. Each step splashed through shallow puddles. The sound of distant sirens drifted through the gloom, and Harry instinctively shrank back into himself. Fear coiling in his stomach. He learned long ago that when adults raised their voices, trouble followed. He had no reason to expect kindness from strangers. Yet, As he walked, he felt something else. Something beyond the ache of his feet and the sting in his eyes. It was a sensation he could not name, a subtle shift in the air around him. In the darkest corners of these streets, something watched. Something not quite human. It watched from a vantage point that defied logic, lurking in shadows that normal people would pass by without a second glance. It was not the Dursleys, not any ordinary human. It was something far older, far more dangerous, and infinitely more curious. In a quiet street just off the main thoroughfare, Alucard stood beneath a wrought iron lamppost, his tall, imposing form masked by the gloom. He wore his crimson coat and a broad, floppy hat that shielded his eyes from mortal sight. To any passerby, he might seem like a strange drifter or a piece of moving darkness. But no casual passerby walked these streets at this hour, and so he remained unobserved. Alucard had been restless tonight. Servitude to the Hellsing organization was never dull. But even a vampire of his standing grew weary of endless nights without meaningful prey. The boredom was the main reason he had ventured into the city. Sir Integra had allowed him some leash, trusting that he would not stir unnecessary chaos. He often prowled like this, not always to feed, but to remember what it felt like to walk among the mortals who knew nothing of the wars in the shadows. This evening had seemed like any other drizzle-soaked London night, at least until he felt a prickling on the edge of his senses. Magic. Old, innate magic. It flowed through the air, subtle and unrefined. It tasted of something pure, yet bruised and battered. Alucard had known many supernatural creatures in his long existence, vampires, werewolves, ghosts, and ghouls, but wizard kind had always stood apart. They were mortal, but unlike their mundane brethren, they could bend reality to their will, if trained. He rarely encountered them, and typically he cared little for their affairs. Their petty struggles were beneath him. Yet this was different. This power felt nascent and desperate, shining through the darkness like a candle in a storm. He moved silently, drifting along the edge of a building, guided by scent and instinct. The rain did not bother him, nor the cold. He found himself drawn to a small figure trudging through puddles, an underfed, frightened child with startling green eyes. The boy's magic was raw and disorganized, sparking around him like static electricity. Even from a distance, Alucard could sense the suffering etched into the child's bones. His posture, the bruises visible, even in this dim light, the trembling in his limbs, all painted a tragic picture. What is this? Alucard wondered as he stepped lightly onto the deserted street behind the boy. He could sense no guardian lurking nearby, no family member hovering at the margins. The child was alone, discarded. The thought stoked a quiet anger in the vampire's ancient heart. Mortals discarding their offspring. He had seen it before. But it never ceased to disgust him. How fragile these human children were, and how cruel their keepers could be. He advanced, silent as a passing shadow, until he was but a stone's throw from the boy. He watched as the child crumpled against a building's stone wall, fighting for breath, small shoulders hitching. The boy looked up into the sky as if searching for a star or a miracle. There was no star. The clouds had devoured them all. Alucard considered his next move. He could simply turn away, vanish, leave the human whelp to fate. It would make no difference in the greater scheme of things. Children died every day, especially in these uncaring streets. But something stayed his hand. Perhaps it was the unusual magical aura, or a fleeting memory of another time when innocence had been so sorely abused. Or perhaps he was simply bored with apathy. Whatever the cause, Alucard stepped forward, letting his boots click against the pavement. The boy jerked his head around, startled. His green eyes widened with fear. What creature of the night had come to finish him off? Alucard tilted his head slightly and spoke in a voice that rolled like distant thunder. "You'll catch your death out here, child." Harry stammered, pressing himself against the wall. His voice was barely audible. Who are you?" There was no kindness in Alucard's grin. He was not a kind creature, but neither was their immediate threat. "Just a traveler," he said with a mock casual tone. "And who might you be?" Harry did not trust easily, and certainly not a stranger appearing at this hour. He tightened his thin arms around himself. "Harry," he said softly. Alucard nodded, removing his hat and giving a slight bow, as if greeting royalty in a court. "Harry, I see." He replaced the hat on his head. Why are you alone on such a dreadful night? Harry lowered his gaze, droplets of water on his eyelashes. He had no answer that made sense. He barely understood it himself. My family, he said, voice cracking on the word. They left me here. Alucard's lips twisted. Family. Mortals always spoke of family as if it were sacred. But here was proof that it was often just a word. That is unfortunate, the vampire said evenly. He took a step closer, and Harry shrank back, but had nowhere to go. Do not fear. I won't harm you. Pause, then his tone softened fractionally. You're soaked through. You need shelter. Harry sniffed. His throat hurt, his chest ached, and he tasted salt, tears mingling with rain. I don't have anywhere. It would be so easy to take pity on this child, to offer a dry place to rest. Yet Alucard was no angel, no saint. He served the Hellsing organization, which protected England from supernatural threats. This boy was no threat, simply a victim. Why bother? Another question rose, quieter but persistent. Did the boy's aura mean something more? Alucard extended a gloved hand. Come with me. His crimson coat flared slightly in the wind. I can bring you somewhere safe. Somewhere warm and dry. Harry hesitated. The man was strange, a towering form with a predatory grace. But what choice did he have? Alone, he would perish. Please, he whispered. I'm cold. Alucard reached out and, gently for a creature of such power, lifted the boy into his arms. Harry gasped at the sudden movement, but the vampire's grip was firm and surprisingly steady, as if the wind itself cradled him. We shall return home, then, Alucard said, voice distant. My home. Or rather, the estate of my master, where I reside. They stepped into the rain, and Alucard moved swiftly, his stride devouring the distance. Harry clung to him, too exhausted to protest. He had never known anyone who could move so fast, or so silently. Buildings blurred by. The child didn't know where they were headed. But as the minutes passed, he noticed that they were leaving behind the dingier streets. The architecture changed, older, more dignified. The lamps were better maintained, the avenues broader. Alucard's presence warded off whatever ruffians might have lingered at this hour. During this quiet journey, Harry drifted in and out of a half-dream state. The vampire's coat smelled oddly of old leather and faint tobacco smoke. Harry's mind spun with questions he was too weak to voice. His scar throbbed under his soaked fringe, reminding him of something he couldn't quite recall. He should have been afraid of this stranger, but fear took energy, and Harry had none left. His small body went limp with exhaustion. Alucard glanced down at the boy, noticing how he trembled even in his sleep. This would need more than a warm fire. The child needed proper care. Integra would know what to do, he thought. Integra Fairbrook Wingate's Hellsing, Alucard's master, was a formidable woman. She protected England from supernatural forces and commanded respect with ease. She was also proud, stern, and not easily moved by sentiment. But Alucard had seen sparks of compassion in her deep blue eyes. Had witnessed her decisions swayed by a desire to protect the innocent. If anyone in this world could take in a lost and gifted child, it would be her. As he made his way through silent neighborhoods, Alucard recalled stories told in the darker circles he sometimes occupied, stories of a hidden world of magic, of a boy named Harry Potter who had supposedly destroyed a great dark wizard as an infant. He remembered snippets, rumors overheard, between the death rattles of supernatural foes. Some said the boy had vanished into obscurity, some said he was raised in secret by powerful guardians. Alucard had never cared enough to confirm those stories. But the coincidence of the name Harry and the presence of untamed magic was too stark to ignore. Could this be that child? The one who had ended a monstrous wizard named Voldemort? If so, how had he come to this sorry state? A feral grin spread across Alucard's face, though it held no real amusement. Ah, what tangled webs mortals wove. Perhaps this was fate's way of interfering in old games. If this boy truly was the legendary Harry Potter, that would mean there were others with an interest in him. Powerful others. Perhaps even that old fool Dumbledore he had heard rumors about when crossing paths with rare wizards. Alucard's grin widened. If so, Integra would undoubtedly relish thwarting any manipulative schemes laid out by a bearded puppet master. Soon, the towering silhouette of the Hellsing Estate rose before them. It was an old mansion, steeped in history and fortified by more than brick and mortar. Protective wards, some of them centuries old, wreathed the property. A long driveway curved up through manicured lawns and ancient oaks. Electric lamps lit the perimeter, and discreet security measures guarded against intruders, both human and otherwise. Alucard walked up to the main doors, a pair of massive wooden slabs adorned with ironwork, and they opened silently at his approach. Someone always kept watch here, and the staff knew Alucard needed no challenge. Inside, the foyer was warm and quiet. Marble floors reflected the light of chandeliers. A few of Hellsing's loyal staff and mercenaries were on standby, but they knew better than to question their Lord Vampire when he carried a child. They watched curiously but said nothing. Alucard strode through hallways adorned with portraits of long-dead Hellsings. He carried Harry with ease, as if the boy weighed nothing. He came at last to a study lined with shelves of old tomes and leather-bound reports. The door was slightly ajar, warm lamplight spilling into the corridor. Behind a large oak desk, working late into the night as she often did, sat Sir Integra Fairbrook Wingate's Hellsing. She was in her early 20s at this time, yet her bearing was that of someone older, straight-backed, composed. Her long, platinum blonde hair cascading down her shoulders. She wore a tailored suit, and her piercing blue eyes were fixed on some document, detailing recent vampiric sightings in the English countryside. When Alucard stepped into the room, Integra looked up sharply. He never disturbed her work lightly. Then her eyes fell upon the bundle in his arms. Surprise flickered across her face. She stood, setting her papers down. "Alucard," she said, her tone measured, "what is this?" The vampire approached and carefully lowered Harry onto a leather chaise near the hearth. Harry's small form looked even more fragile against the dark leather. "A child," Alucard replied, voice carrying just a hint of wryness. "I found him wandering the streets, abandoned and half dead." Integra frowned, coming around the desk. She knelt by the chaise. Harry stirred, whimpering softly, his eyes fluttering open briefly to see a tall woman with glasses and a concerned expression. "He's soaked through," Integra said softly. She reached out to touch his forehead, noting the feverish warmth, the bruises along his arms and cheekbones. "What happened to him?" Alucard stood behind her, hat in hand. "He claims his family left him, threw him onto the streets." Disgust edged his tone. "He has magic. I felt it. Raw, untamed." Integra's eyes narrowed. The Hellsing family had dealt with many things, but a discarded magical child was new. She leaned in closer, catching a glimpse of the lightning bolt scar. Recognition dawned. She had heard rumors as well. The boy who lived, they called him. A child who had supposedly vanquished a dark sorcerer named Voldemort when he was but a babe. The wizarding world had whispered his name for years. If this was indeed Harry Potter, then something was gravely amiss. The supposed savior of wizard kind, left to rot in an alley. She looked to Alucard, who met her gaze. Neither spoke for a moment, but a silent understanding passed between them. The child would not be sent away or turned over to strangers. They would care for him. To do otherwise would be beneath Hellsing's honor and her own sense of duty. Integra stood and summoned Walter C. Dornez, the family retainer and former Hellsing butler. He arrived swiftly, a dignified gentleman with silver hair and impeccable manners. Upon seeing the child's condition, H.E. immediately set to preparing hot water and medical supplies. Another staff member brought warm blankets. While Walter prepared a suitable guest room, Integra gently ran a hand over Harry's damp hair. She was not a mother. She had never had children, never even considered it, but at this moment, a maternal instinct she did not know she possessed stirred within her. The boy was in need, helpless, and she had the means to help him. She would. "Alucard," Integra said quietly, "stay here. Guard him. I will make arrangements." The vampire bowed his head, "As you wish." Integra left the study, moving swiftly through the halls. She instructed the staff to ready a room near her own suite. She wanted to keep the boy close, at least until they knew what state he was in. She also ordered them to call a trusted physician who occasionally assisted the organization in non-supernatural matters. This physician, though not privy to the full extent of Hellsing's secret war, knew better than to ask unnecessary questions. Once the preparations were made, Integra returned to find Alucard standing watchful as ever, and Harry drifting in and out of a feverish doze. They lifted him gently and carried him to the prepared room, which was warm and softly lit by a bedside lamp. Walter had placed a basin of warm water on a side table and laid out clean pajamas of soft cotton that would be far too large but infinitely better than his ragged, wet clothes. Alucard withdrew to the corner of the room, silent as a statue, while Integra and Walter busied themselves with cleaning Harry's small cuts and bruises. The boy stirred, blinking up at Integra with confusion and trepidation. She spoke softly, "You are safe here, Harry. No one will harm you." He swallowed hard, tears gathering in his eyes. No one had ever spoken to him like that before, at least not since he could remember. "Where am I?" "Home," she said simply, though she knew it was too soon to call it that. "This is the Hellsing Estate. I am Sir Integra. The gentleman over there is Walter, and that," she tilted her head towards the shadowy corner, "is Alucard. You were in a bad way when Alucard found you." Harry sniffed. The warmth of the room felt surreal, as if he had stumbled into a dream. He looked down, embarrassed by his ragged appearance and his bruises. He had been taught he deserved no better. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I didn't mean to cause trouble." Harry's lower lip trembled. He bit it to keep from sobbing. He couldn't understand this kindness, and he was frightened it would vanish if he showed too much emotion. He held it all in, nodding mutely. "Good," Integra said, settling into a chair by the bed. "In a short while, a doctor will come to ensure you are well. After that, you will rest. In the morning, we will talk more." Harry nodded again, exhaustion washing over him. He lay back against the pillows. They were softer than anything he'd ever felt. As he drifted, he could hear Walter humming softly, a soothing, old melody. Alucard remained silent, unreadable, while Integra watched over him like a sentinel. Far away, in a place known as Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, set in the Scottish Highlands, an old man sat in a grand office filled with curious instruments. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore was awake despite the late hour. He had been brooding over matters of great importance. Chief among them, Harry Potter. The boy he had placed with Lily Potter's sister, the boy who was the key to Voldemort's eventual destruction. Dumbledore had carefully constructed a narrative. The boy who lived would be nurtured in obscurity, humbled, so that when the time came, he would sacrifice himself willingly. The greater good, as Gellert had once said. Sacrifice for the greater good. Those words haunted him still, and he clung to them as a mantra justifying his decisions. Dumbledore sighed, sipping tea that had long gone cold. He glanced at a silver contraption meant to track Harry's location and well-being. The instrument gave off nonsensical readings tonight. Probably a fault in the delicate runes. The wards he had set at the Dursleys were not showing the expected patterns. He tapped it with a wand. The needles spun wildly and stilled, pointing nowhere. He frowned. It would require recalibration. Still, he felt no urgency. The Dursleys would never dare to harm Harry fatally. He had spelled them to keep the boy alive for the blood wards. He had also spread rumors, controlled the narrative in the wizarding world. Sirius Black, that troublesome godfather, rotted in Azkaban thanks to well-placed misunderstandings. He needed Harry malleable, unknowing, obedient. The child's suffering was regrettable but necessary. In the end, Harry's death would rid the world of Voldemort's last Horcrux, the shard hidden in that scar. All for the greater good. Comforted by these justifications, Dumbledore turned his attention to other matters, never imagining that his carefully laid plans were already unraveling thousands of miles away. He would not think again of Harry Potter tonight. At the fortress of Nurmengard, Gellert Grindelwald lay awake in his cell. Decades had passed since his defeat at Dumbledore's hands, since he had been locked away in this prison of his own making. Once, he and Albus had shared dreams, visions of a world remade for the greater good, they had said, smiling, believing in their cause. Until betrayal and death shattered everything. Now Gellert stewed in bitterness, wounded by the stunning spell that had come as he slept, robbed of even the dignity of a duel to the finish. He felt the magical currents shift sometimes, faint echoes passing through stone walls. Tonight, he sensed something different, an abrupt disturbance in the carefully wrought tapestry Dumbledore had woven over the years. Grindelwald grinned, toothless and hollow. He had time, endless time, to reflect on all their past sins. Perhaps fate would turn the tables on Dumbledore. Perhaps the old man's pawn, the boy who lived, had slipped free from his control. With nothing else to do, Grindelwald closed his eyes and savored the possibility of Dumbledore's grand design coming undone. Tea was a small comfort in his silent cell. At the Hellsing Estate, dawn approached. Harry had long since fallen asleep, safe and warm for the first time he could remember. Walter had tended his minor injuries. The physician had come and gone, reassuring Integra that with rest and proper nutrition, the boy would recover. Integra stood by the window in Harry's room, looking out over the immaculate lawns now glistening with morning dew. Alucard stood behind her, arms crossed, silent. They were both nocturnal in their own ways, Integra by the demands of her work, Alucard by nature. She contemplated the responsibility that had unexpectedly fallen into her lap. She had made decisions of life and death many times over, had commanded soldiers, and steered the fate of the country against supernatural threats. Yet protecting and raising a child, especially one as vulnerable as Harry, felt like entirely new territory. It stirred something inside her, a fierce, protective instinct. Even a fraction of such loneliness, then she would. The idea of having a child to care for, a ward, someone to guide and nurture, filled her with a quiet resolve. She knew nothing of his magical world yet, nor of the forces that might come looking for him. But that was fine. The Hellsing family had always stood against the darkness, and if protecting Harry meant battling wizards and conspiracies, so be it. Behind her, Alucard finally spoke. Voice low and almost amused, "You are taking the boy's plight personally, Master." Integra turned slightly, looking at Alucard with level eyes. "Would you have me cast him out into the rain again?" she asked softly, a note of challenge in her voice. Alucard chuckled, a deep sound that resonated in his chest. "I would not. I merely find it interesting." Integra folded her arms. "We know who he is. Or at least who he might be. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. The wizarding world's hero. Yet they left him in the care of people who threw him away." "Why?" Alucard shrugged, his grin feral in the half-light. "Mortals and their schemes. Perhaps someone of influence wanted him weak and desperate." A spark of anger flared in Integra's eyes. She detested manipulation of children. "They will not have him," she said firmly. "I will protect him." A pause, and a faint, wry smile touched her lips. "I suppose I'll have to deal with the wizarding world in time, but first, tea. He boy must heal and learn to trust again." Walter entered quietly, bringing a tray with tea and toast for Integra. She thanked him and sipped her tea, contemplating the future. The Hellsing organization had resources. They had knowledge, albeit mostly about vampires, ghouls, and other dark creatures. But they could learn about wizard kind if needed. One step at a time. In his sleep, Harry murmured softly, turning onto his side. The blankets rose and fell with his slow, even breaths. His hair still partially obscured the scar that was so famous in another world he'd never truly known. For now, he was just a child, safe at last. Hours later, as the morning sun climbed higher, Harry awoke to find a plate of warm porridge and toast at his bedside. The smell of real food made his stomach clench. He ate slowly at first, expecting a hand to strike him, a voice to shout at him to hurry. None came. Instead, Walter encouraged him with a gentle smile. "Slowly, Master Harry. There is more if you wish." Master Harry. Harry blinked at the unfamiliar address. He had always been boy, or freak. Now he was Master Harry. The staff treated him with kindness and respect. It was bewildering, but also warm. Like slipping into a safe harbor after a lifetime at sea. After breakfast, Integra came in, pulling a chair beside his bed. She asked him simple questions about how he felt and if he needed anything. Harry tried to answer politely. He was still shy, still half convinced this was a trick. But nothing in Integra's voice hinted at cruelty. "Harry," she said at last, "I know this may be difficult, but I need to understand what happened to you. You said your family abandoned you. Can you tell me more?" Harry looked down at his hands. They were small and bony. He picked at a loose thread in the blanket. They never liked me," he began haltingly, voice barely above a whisper. "My aunt and uncle, the Dursleys. They said I was a burden. They made me sleep in a cupboard and do chores. If I did anything wrong, they'd hit me. Integra clenched her jaw, working to keep her anger off her face. Go on, she said gently. Harry's voice wavered. They told me my parents died in a car crash. They never spoke kind words about them. One night, they just put me in the car and left me on a street in London. They said good riddance. Integra bowed her head, anger simmering behind her eyes. She knew the name Potter. Knew from stories that Harry's parents, Lily and James Potter, were murdered by Voldemort, not killed in an accident. The Dursleys had lied to the boy all his life, isolated him, and now discarded him. Unforgivable. She placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. You will never go back to them. That I promise you. Harry blinked, tears threatening again. He nodded, too overwhelmed to speak. There is something else you should know, Harry, Integra continued softly. You are not just an ordinary boy. You have magic. He looked up sharply, frightened. I'm a freak. No, Integra said firmly, cutting him off. Never use that word to describe yourself. Magic is a gift, a talent. You are not a freak. You are special, and that frightens some people. But here, we will not punish you for what you are. Quote. Harry flushed slightly and nodded. It was a lot to take in, but in some corner of his mind, a weight lifted. He had always felt different, had always done odd things that couldn't be explained. Now someone said it wasn't his fault, it wasn't something monstrous, it was just magic. He wasn't sure what that entailed, but maybe here he could learn without being hurt. Integra rose and straightened her suit jacket. I will leave you to rest more. Walter will bring you anything you need. Later, we will speak again, and I'll tell you more about us, the Hellsing organization, and about your heritage. As she turned to leave, Harry called out softly, thank you. Integra looked over her shoulder, offering the boy a gentle smile that made her stern features almost maternal. You are welcome, Harry. That afternoon, Alucard lurked in the hallways, drifting in and out of shadows. He watched from doorways, his red eyes narrowing as he observed the child who had so quickly become the heart of this unexpected scenario. Harry was walking with Walter along a corridor, taking slow steps as he gained strength. The butler pointed out various paintings and suits of armor, telling small stories to amuse the boy. Harry listened, wide-eyed, as if he had stepped into a fairy tale. Alucard smirked. He had not expected to be playing nursemaid to a wizard child. Still, there was a certain dark pleasure in knowing that this child's fate had slipped from the grasp of Dumbledore, whoever he truly was. The wizard's manipulations would undoubtedly be laid bare eventually. Let the old puppet master stew in confusion. The vampire had no loyalty to wizards, but Harry's innocence intrigued him. He would watch over this boy, not out of kindness, but because it amused him to see how events would unfold. And because Integra had commanded it, of course. Later, as the evening sun sank low, Integra received a private missive from one of her contacts who moved in the fringes of the wizarding underworld. The note confirmed what she suspected. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was supposed to be safe and hidden with family. That Dumbledore was orchestrating matters behind the scenes. Integra's lips curled into a tight smile. This Dumbledore would find he did not control all the pieces. If he came for Harry, he would face the full fury of Hellsing. For now, she would not inform the boy of his extraordinary reputation. He needed stability and care more than legends and burdens. In time, she would tell him the truth. That he was famous, that his parents were heroes. And that he had an enemy and a destiny. But only after he was strong enough to bear it, and only when Integra was certain no harm would come to him. Night fell over London again, quieter than before. The rain had stopped, leaving the air cool and fresh. A crescent moon rose, silver and sharp. In the Hellsing Estate, a small figure lay in a warm bed, dreaming. Harry's dreams were full of strange images. He saw a flash of green light, heard a high, cold laugh, and felt a burning on his forehead. He tossed and turned, caught in half-remembered terrors. But then, as if guided by a gentle hand, his dreams shifted. He imagined a tall, fair-haired woman watching over him, a patient old man with a kind smile offering him tea, and a crimson-eyed figure standing guard in the darkness, forbidding harm to come near. He slept through the night, unafraid. Below stairs, Integra and Alucard discussed what to do next. They would learn more of the wizarding world's ways. They would gather information. Hellsing might need to expand its purview. Battling supernatural threats sometimes meant understanding new enemies. If Dumbledore or others came seeking Harry, Integra would meet them with diplomacy or steel as needed. For now, though, the house was quiet, and Harry was safe. Outside, the city carried on. The world kept spinning, oblivious to the fate-altering encounter that had taken place in the rain-drenched streets. Destiny had diverted its course. A fragile life had been saved. The broken bird that had fallen from its cruel nest had been taken in by the crimson shadows of Hellsing, to be nurtured and protected. Within this sanctuary, Harry Potter's story would be written anew, one not dictated by manipulative old men, but forged by his own choices and the kindness of those who had taken him in. It would be a different kind of saga, one that would shake the foundations of the wizarding world and beyond. And so the first chapter closed, leaving a quiet promise in the night air, that this abused, neglected child would find strength, family, and truth in the most unexpected of places. End of Chapter 1. Notes. My Patreon will guarantee 2 weeks of access before I post it here. https:// Neon Shadows of Fate. Crossover between FNAF and Harry Potter. Chapter 3 will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Beyond the Boundaries of Time. Crossover between Fallout and Harry Potter. Chapter 3. Snowfall in the City of Dreams will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Crossover between Friday the 13th and Harry Potter. Chapter 3. Restoration's Promise will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Crossover between Hellsing and Harry Potter. Chapter 3. A Day of Knights and Queens will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Harry and the Wolf. Fanfic you are familiar with. Chapter 5. Howl of Power in a Snow. W-Bound World will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Fanfic you are familiar with. Chapter 5. Quiet Rebellion and Deeper Bonds will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Chapter 2. Cracks in the Grandmaster's Board. I don't own Harry Potter or Hellsing. November 1, 1988, late morning. A soft wind rustled the leaves around the massive castle perched in the Scottish Highlands. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry stood silent and majestic under a gauzy veil of thinning clouds. The great lake shimmered in the weak sunlight, and the forbidden forest pressed close, as if listening. Ents inside followed their routines, attending classes, whispering in hallways, and gossiping over breakfast in the great hall, blissfully unaware of the shift in their headmaster's mood. High in the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore stood rigid, his knuckles whitening on the desk's edge. His instruments, silver gizmos and delicate orreries, had ceased their reassuring whir and tinkling. Instead, they ticked erratically or lay still entirely, no longer broadcasting the subtle magical signatures he had come to rely upon. The wards he had placed around the Dursley residence at number 4, Privet Drive were gone. Not weakened, not unstable, gone, just as if Harry Potter, the boy he had so carefully placed there to ripen under neglect and obedience, had vanished. The protective spells keyed T.O. Harry's blood relation had collapsed like a house of cards. How? Dumbledore whispered to himself, his voice trembling with anger he fought to mask. This was not supposed to happen. The Dursleys were charmed to keep Harry alive, to never push him too far, just enough to break his will but not his life. He had spent years ensuring their compliance through subtle threats and confundus charms, through misdirection and the carefully fostered assumption that they had no safe way to rid themselves of the boy. And yet, something had gone wrong. Dumbledore's blue eyes, so often twinkling with false grandfatherly warmth, narrowed behind his half-moon spectacles. He straightened, his many-ringed hand brushing over the instruments that had failed him. He had to know what happened. The wards usually told him if Harry died, but he did not feel the telltale wrench that would have accompanied the destruction of that Horcrux fragment. Instead, he felt nothing. Harry was simply not there. With a swirl of rich robes, Dumbledore crossed the room, reached for his traveling cloak, and stepped into the flow. A flash of green fire later, he emerged at Hogsmeade's outskirts and apparated directly to the vicinity of Privet Drive. The wards he had once woven here were in tatters, the quiet suburban air holding no trace of Potter's magical signature. Moving invisibly, he was skilled at that. Dumbledore slipped toward the Dursley home and let himself in through the unlocked kitchen door. His face was thunderous, though he kept his voice calm at first. He did not bother with niceties, these muggles were beneath him. But they knew something, and he intended to extract it. Inside number 4, Privet Drive, Vernon and Petunia Dursley were recovering from the previous night's excitement. They had disposed of their long-held burden. That boy, under the cover of rain and darkness. It had been easier than they'd dreamed. Just shove him out of the car and drive away. No more freakishness, no more tears from neighbors suspecting something off about their perfect life. Let the brat perish on the streets where he belonged. Petunia was cleaning, humming to herself, relieved of a decade's worth of unwanted obligations. Vernon read the newspaper, content and satisfied. Dudley played with his toys, unaware of the recent upheaval. Without warning, they heard a click of the back door. Suddenly, at the threshold of their spotless kitchen, stood that old man, tall and robed in garish purple, beard sweeping to his waist, spectacles perched on a crooked nose. He radiated an aura of menace that Petunia and Vernon had rarely glimpsed during his previous, cordial visits. Gone was the gentle twinkle, here was a storm contained in human form. Dumbledore raised his wand slightly, wandlessly sealing he doors and windows to avoid interruptions. He was past the point of polite facades. He wanted answers. "Where is Harry Potter?" he demanded, voice low. Vernon turned from his paper, startled. Petunia's face paled, but then a strange defiance lit in her eyes. She remembered all too well how this old man had abandoned that wretched baby on their doorstep, how he had forced them to raise him. Now he dared to return, demanding answers as if they were his servants. The fear that once controlled them had dried up and blown away. They had rid themselves of the freak, and whatever consequences came, perhaps they would face them with perverse satisfaction. "Harry," Petunia spat, affecting an air of innocence. "He's not here," Vernon snorted, folding the paper. "Got rid of the boy," he said bluntly. "Last night. Dumped him in London. He's probably dead by now." He chuckled, a mean, hollow sound. Dumbledore's eyes widened, shock and fury warring within them. What? He had expected them to have lost Harry by accident, or for some unexpected force to have taken him. But they had done this deliberately. These foolish muggles had undone years of careful planning. The indignation that swelled within him was palpable. "You dare!" Petunia barked a shrill laugh that cut him off. "Don't you dare speak to us, you vile old man. You left that boy with us without permission, forced us to care for him. We never wanted him. Now we don't have him. Go and find your little burden yourself." Dumbledore's wand twitched, and for a moment, he considered a painful hex. He seethed with fury, but kept his composure, just barely. Hurting them might draw undue attention from the Muggle authorities, which would complicate matters further. He clenched his jaw. "You ignorant fools," he hissed. "You have ruined everything." At this, Vernon rose from his chair, his walrus-like face twisting with contempt. "Get out," he shouted, jabbing a finger toward the door. "We're done with your freakishness. No more of it, do you hear?" For a moment, Dumbledore's mask slipped, revealing raw hatred. He wanted to obliterate these muggles, to break them like dolls. But he refrained. He needed secrecy, control. He needed no muggle investigations. Besides, they had given him his information. Harry was alive when they abandoned him. No death throes had echoed back through the wards. So Harry might still be out there. Dumbledore reappeared in his office at Hogwarts, staggering slightly as his anger overwhelmed him. He paced the length of the room, his long robe swirling about his ankles. How dare they thwart him? How dare they ruin his carefully laid plans to shape the Potter boy into a pawn? He had intended Harry to suffer but never escape his grasp. He must correct this error. Eyes darting to his magical instruments, he began to murmur incantations, attempting to scry Harry's location. He placed a drop of blood, kept in a crystal phial secretly obtained from Lily Potter's belongings, onto a silver disc etched with runes. He muttered words of power. The disc should have vibrated to show Harry's general location, but it lay silent. Dumbledore's fury rose. Was Harry dead after all? Had he starved or frozen overnight? If he were dead, the Horcrux within him would have perished as well, and Dumbledore would have felt some resonance, something. No, he reasoned, Harry must be hidden, shielded by some power he had not accounted for. The notion that a mere child could vanish beyond his grasp made him tremble with rage. He paused, breathing deeply, reasserting control. He was Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of his age. He had stolen the Elder Wand from Gellert as he slept, crushing the dreams they once shared. He had orchestrated the deaths and imprisonments of those who stood in his way. He had twisted prophecy and rumor to ensure his ascendancy to the de facto throne of Wizarding Britain. He would not let a child undo him. To the greater good, he whispered mockingly. The phrase had once been Gellert's. Now it was his shield, his justification for every crime, every lie. Without the boy under his thumb, his grand design to eliminate Voldemort's final anchor would be in jeopardy. And he needed Harry back under his control before the child learned the truth about anything, about magic, about his parents, about his role. Harry's power, if trained otherwise, could become unpredictable. If Harry found allies, Dumbledore smirked. Allies? Who would help a starved, bruised child in the streets of London? Wizards would not. Muggles were too blind and weak. No one in the Ical world dared oppose him openly. Ministry officials cowered under his reputation, and the Wizengamot sang to his tune. Sirius Black languished in Azkaban. Framed, Remus Lupin lived in poverty and suspicion. The Longbottoms were broken in mind and body. All threats neutralized. His chessboard was secure, every piece controlled. It was unthinkable that some force, especially from the Muggle world, could intervene. He felt calmer now, certain that whoever had the boy, if anyone had found him, would be of no consequence. He would uncover their identity, frighten them or obliterate them, and retrieve his peace. Harry must never gain confidence, never know what truly happened, never grow strong enough to deny him. Dumbledore considered calling some of his allies. Several members of the Order of the Phoenix still danced to his tune. Though they believed him benevolent, but caution stayed his hand. He didn't want anyone to know Harry was missing. It would raise awkward questions. Instead, he would move quietly. He had long-range tracking spells at his disposal. He could send out discreet probes. And if he had to, he would roam Muggle London himself, disguised and determined. He stepped to the window, looking out over the Hogwarts grounds, plotting. He did not see the shadow that passed by outside, clinging to the stone facade. Alucard, vampire servant of the Hellsing organization, floated just beyond the headmaster's window, adhering to the castle's outer walls as if gravity did not apply. He was invisible to the wizard's senses, shielded by ancient vampire magic and his own cunning. His crimson coat was subdued, folded into the gloom. He observed Dumbledore's fury with a feral grin. How Alucard had found his way here was a matter of careful stealth. After hearing rumors from Integra's contacts, he suspected that Dumbledore would react to the ward's failure. Alucard had chosen to follow this lead, using his own abilities to track the strange signature of Ward's breaking, an ART he had developed over centuries of stalking prey through supernatural defenses. He had arrived in time to witness Dumbledore's return and subsequent tirade. The headmaster's words were muffled by glass, but Alucard was no ordinary eavesdropper. His enhanced hearing caught every syllable. He listened as the old wizard revealed his contempt, his schemes, and his vile manipulations. The vampire's grin widened when he heard how Dumbledore boasted internally of his epic duel with Grindelwald, which clearly never took place as claimed. Alucard chuckled quietly. This man was a fraud, a coward, a spider spinning webs of deceit. So the wizard had stolen a wand from a sleeping lover, trapped him under a Fidelius charm, falsified a prophecy, orchestrated deaths, condemned Sirius Black, and broken the Longbottoms. All for the greater good. Alucard's crimson eyes narrowed. He recognized monsters well enough, and Dumbledore was certainly one, just one wearing a kindly old man's face. He also understood something else. Dumbledore had no idea who had Harry now. The vampire had expected that. Wizards were arrogant and insular, rarely bothering to learn about Muggle organizations like Hellsing. Dumbledore believed that Muggles posed no threat, that he alone was the apex predator in this world. Alucard found that assumption amusing. He himself was no wizard, yet he would tear Dumbledore apart if Integra commanded it. Magic or not, the old man was made of flesh and blood, and nothing could stop Alucard if he truly wished to kill. The only reason he held back now was strategy. Harry was safe at the Hellsing Estate, and Integra needed information before making any moves. Alucard listened further as Dumbledore muttered about sending out silent scouts, about controlling information. He could feel the man's anger simmering. The vampire took careful note of every name Dumbledore dropped. Longbottom, Black, Pettigrew, Potter. He smirked at the irony of Dumbledore's ignorance. He had read these powerful wizarding families to pawns, thinking himself unassailable. Yet he was blind to the simplest truth. Harry Potter had escaped him. A vision floated through Alucard's mind, Integra holding Harry's hand, guiding the boy through the Hellsing Estate, offering him a future free from cruelty. He had never seen Integra show such gentle protectiveness, but it pleased him. She had always wished to nurture something beyond the battlefield. Harry could be that someone. The boy had power, but also kindness and innocence. Raised under Hellsing's aegis, he would become strong and righteous. A guardian rather than a sacrificial lamb. Alucard chuckled softly, his voice lost in the wind. If only Dumbledore could see how his grand design unraveled. The vampire wanted to reveal himself now. To show the old man that he was out of his depth, to witness the panic in those ancient blue eyes. But not yet. Integra would want a full report, and stealth would give them the advantage. Dumbledore. He was more dangerous than any average wizard. He possessed cunning, resources, and allies. Underestimating him would be foolish. Better to remain unseen and collect more intelligence. He settled against the stone, waiting for more revelations. Dumbledore paced his office, trying various spells and failing at every turn to locate Harry. He attempted a complex ritual using a handkerchief once placed in Harry's crib as an infant, a memento he had stolen from Godric's Hollow after the Potter's murder. Normally, such a personal item would give at least a hint of the child's whereabouts. The ritual fizzled, leaving only a faint smoke curl and no answers. This makes no sense, Dumbledore hissed. No sense at all. He considered the possibility of Harry being taken in by wizards. Impossible, unless someone powerful had intervened, someone who could hide from his scrying. The thought of another powerful wizard interfering enraged him. He had neutralized such threats. Ministry officials were under his thumb. The Death Eaters scattered or imprisoned, and any independent players like the Flamels were isolated. Who dared interfere? He paused. Could it be Severus Snape? Snape was his creature, indebted and cowed. But he had once loved Lily. No, he dismissed the idea. Snape lacked the backbone to openly defy him. McGonagall or Flitwick, loyal minions, too meek to dare such a bold move. Possibly a foreign wizard. That seemed far-fetched. It must be something else. What about a Muggle orphanage or some Muggle with unusual abilities? Dumbledore sneered. Muggles could not hide from wizard tracking. Their wards and magics were too rudimentary, if they existed at all. Still, something was shielding Harry. He felt it like a dull ache in his chest. Some presence, old and unknown. Perhaps he would instruct his order members to quietly search. They would not question him if he claimed it was just a routine check for something. He smirked. Yes, he could say that the wards required a renewal, and he needed confirmation that the boy was fine. Nobody would suspect. He also had a few dark artifacts locked away, tools that could, if properly handled, track souls or magical signatures. They were dangerous and tainted. The kind of relics he pretended to abhor. But necessity dictated usage. After all, the greater good justified any sin, did it not? Before he could continue this line of thought, a tapping came at the window. An owl, one of the school's birds, waiting with a letter. Dumbledore sighed and stood, moving to let the creature in. Outside, Alucard pressed himself flat against the stone as Dumbledore opened the window. The vampire grinned, flashing fangs. Too close for comfort, but Alucard was no fledgling. The breeze did not betray him. Dumbledore took the letter from the owl, scanned it quickly. It was from a ministry official, asking about the upcoming Wizengamot session. Nothing of consequence. He tossed it aside, feeling distracted and irritated. He closed the window with a snap. Alucard remained in place, unmoving, blending into the gloom. Meanwhile, in a place sealed away from prying eyes, Gellert Grindelwald lay in his cell in Ermengarde. Half a world away from the current drama. He knew nothing of Harry's disappearance, but he sensed the subtle quake in the magical currents. Something was off in Dumbledore's grand tapestry. Gellert smiled, a hollow, vindictive grin. He understood Dumbledore better than anyone. Any disruption in the old man's plans would infuriate him. Gellert found comfort in that. Let Albus stew in uncertainty. If only Gellert could see who was behind it. But he lay powerless, trapped under Fidelius and wards, robbed of his wand. He closed his eyes, whispering in the darkness, "For the greater good, Albus." "Whose good?" His voice echoed, unheard. Back in Hogwarts, as morning drifted toward afternoon, Alucard decided he had heard enough. Dumbledore's frustration, his arrogance, his plans to send out secret feelers, all was clear. The old wizard was determined to reclaim Harry, would stop at nothing to reassert control. But he was blind to Helsing's existence. Good. Surprise would be their weapon. Alucard released his hold on the wall and drifted away, moving with supernatural grace along the castle's outer ledge. He stepped into a shadow and vanished, reappearing miles away in the English countryside as if by some predatory magic of his own. The journey back to London and then to the Hellsing Estate was swift and silent. At the Hellsing Manor, early afternoon light slanted through tall windows. Integra Fairbrook Wingate's Hellsing sat in her office, reviewing some documents related to recent supernatural sightings. Although her primary concerns were usually vampires, ghouls, and other creatures of the night. Today her mind kept drifting to Harry Potter. The boy rested in a sunny room upstairs, recovering from his ordeal. According to Walter, Harry had eaten more breakfast, timidly asked for a book to read, and marveled at the estate's quiet grandeur. The child was still frightened, still unsure of his new guardians, but at least he seemed calmer. Integra closed a file and removed her glasses, rubbing the bridge of her nose. A child in her care. It felt strange, but not unwelcome. She had long believed she would never have children of her own, never nurture a young life. Duty and biology had conspired against that dream. Now fate had delivered a broken child to her doorstep. She would do right by him. A gentle knock on the door drew her attention. Walter stepped inside, bowing slightly. "Sir Integra, Alucard has returned. He wishes to speak with you. Privately." She nodded. "Show him in." Walter stepped aside, and Alucard emerged from the shadows near a bookcase, his boots making no sound on the polished floor. He removed his wide-brimmed hat and bowed theatrically. "My master," he intoned. Integra gave him a sharp look. "Well, have you learned something?" Alucard's grin faded into something more thoughtful. He described, in detail, Dumbledore's fury, his trip to the Dursley home, and the subsequent tirade in the Hogwarts office. He recounted Dumbledore's words, his admissions of orchestrating Harry's suffering, lying about Sirius Black, and leaving the Longbottoms in torment. He painted a vivid portrait of a twisted puppet master who believed himself invincible. Integra listened in silence, her expression growing stonier with each revelation. When Alucard described Dumbledore's disregard for Muggles and his bragging about how he had stolen the Elder Wand from a sleeping lover, Integra's jaw tightened. She despised manipulators, especially those who harmed children. The idea that this wizard saw himself as king, shaping destinies, turned her stomach. When Alucard finished, Integra let out a slow breath. She looked out the window at the neatly trimmed hedges and the autumn trees swaying in the breeze. "This is worse than I suspected," she said quietly. "We knew Harry's abandonment was no accident. But the scale of this man's interference. She shook her head. Alucard stepped closer, an unusual seriousness in his eyes. The old wizard is dangerous. Not because he's powerful, though he is, but because he believes he is the sole authority on what is right. He will not hesitate to kill Harry if that fits his grand design. Integra closed her eyes briefly. Over my dead body, she said. Voice quiet yet firm as steel. If he wants a piece on his chessboard, he will find the board shattered. The vampire chuckled low in his throat. I thought you'd say that. Integra turned back to face him. Arms crossed. We must protect Harry and gather more information. If this Dumbledore controls Wizarding Britain, then our intervention may have larger consequences. We must prepare. Walter re-entered. Yes, Sir Integra. Have our intelligence gather any and all information about the wizarding community in Britain. We know little of them. It's time we learned. Discreet inquiries, Walter. I want to know their institutions, their leaders, their major players. Walter inclined his head. Of course, sir. He left quietly, already composing lists of reliable contacts. Integra tapped a finger against her desk. Alucard, if Dumbledore tries to find Harry by conventional magical means, he will fail. The estate's wards will confuse him, and we can enhance them if needed. But what if he comes in person? Alucard bared his teeth in a humorless smile. Then he will meet me. Integra allowed a small smile. She had no doubt that the ancient vampire could give Dumbledore a nasty surprise. He underestimates muggles, she said thoughtfully, and he knows nothing of Hellsing. Let's keep it that way. We must maintain the element of surprise. We will not initiate contact. Let him flail in ignorance. She took a seat and gestured for Alucard to continue. What else did you learn of his resources? The vampire related how Dumbledore considered sending out quiet agents, likely his Order of the Phoenix, a group Integra now understood to be an unofficial paramilitary he controlled. Dumbledore would likely try to spin a narrative that Harry was safe to prevent suspicion. He might try scrying again, or use forbidden artifacts to track Harry down. Alucard noted the mention of rare magical objects, concluding that the wizard would do anything to reclaim his pawn. Integra frowned. We may need magical countermeasures. We have wards, but if he tries dark methods, we must be prepared. Alucard, I trust you can find someone in the wizarding underworld to advise us on how to mask Harry from these forms of detection. Alucard inclined his head. I can. There are always creatures, half-breeds, and outcasts who know the back alleys of that world. Some owe me favors. I'll have to be careful. Of course, if the name Hellsing spreads too widely, it may alert Dumbledore. She nodded. Do it quietly. Meanwhile, I will arrange for Harry to have what he needs. Education, medical care, perhaps even a tutor to guide him through basic magical theory. The more self-sufficient he is, the less vulnerable. The idea of teaching Harry magic under their roof intrigued her. This was new territory, but if Dumbledore wanted Harry ignorant, that was reason enough to do the opposite. Give the boy knowledge, confidence, and the power to choose his own path. And if that path led him to stand against Dumbledore one day, so be it. Alucard's grin returned. This will be interesting, Master. I have never considered guiding a young wizard out of the grasp of a tyrant. It might be fun. The vampire bowed. I will. Upstairs, unaware of the machinations below, Harry sat in bed reading a picture book Walter had given him. It was a simple Muggle children's book with bright illustrations of animals going on adventures. Harry traced the drawings with a finger, smiling shyly at the antics of a cartoon fox. He had never had a proper childhood toy or story. Now he savored this small comfort. He glanced around the room. It was large and comfortable, with heavy curtains, a warm quilt, and a bedside lamp. Outside the window, he could see gardens and the faint outlines of distant buildings. He had never looked upon such elegance from within. The Dursleys kept him locked in a cupboard or stuck with chores, never giving him a moment to enjoy something beautiful. A soft knock at the door startled him. He looked up to see Walter, kindly and reserved as always, carrying a tray with tea and some biscuits. A little snack, Master Harry. I thought you might like something sweet. Harry's cheeks warmed. Thank you, he said, voice quiet. He accepted a biscuit, nibbling carefully. It was delicious, buttery and flaky. Walter observed the boy a moment. How are you feeling, Master Harry? he asked gently. Harry considered the question. Physically, he felt better. Warm, full, and safe. Emotionally, he was confused, scared of the future, unsure why these strangers were kind to him. But he felt a seed of hope sprout in his heart. Better, he admitted softly. Walter nodded approvingly. That's good to hear. Miss Integra will want to speak with you later. She wants to ensure you are comfortable. And perhaps discuss a bit about your special abilities. Harry swallowed. My magic. Walter smiled kindly. Yes, Master Harry, your magic. It is nothing to fear. You are among people who will help you understand it. He still felt apprehension, but also relief. Oh, okay. Walter straightened and left Harry to his reading, promising to return for dinner. The boy watched the butler go. A strange warmth in his chest. He could not recall anyone ever treating him with genuine concern. It was frightening and wonderful at the same time. Harry returned to his book, pushing away the nightmares of the past. He knew nothing of Dumbledore's scheming or the forces aligning outside this sanctuary. He only knew he was safe for the moment. In the late afternoon, Dumbledore stood before the pensieve in his office. Gazing into swirling memories, he had reviewed scenes of Lily and James Potter, of Sirius and Peter, of Frank and Alice Longbottom. He saw himself encouraging Eily and James to choose Peter as their secret keeper, subtly hinting Sirius was too obvious a choice. He recalled how he ensured Neville Longbottom ended up with Augusta, a strict and unloving guardian, guaranteeing Neville's meekness. All these manipulations had served him well. But now, a crucial piece was missing from his board: Harry Potter. Rage coiled in his belly once more. He had to regain control. If Harry grew confident, if he learned he was famous, if he discovered that Dumbledore had lied and manipulated. The thought of a free, informed Harry Potter was unacceptable. Harry must be docile, ignorant, and self-sacrificing. Dumbledore refused to let a tool become a threat. He locked the pensieve away and moved to a hidden cupboard. There, he kept dark detectors and cursed objects he had confiscated over the years. He retrieved a small obsidian mirror that shimmered with unholy light. A stolen artifact from a Bulgarian necromancer, it could sometimes glimpse souls at great distances. It required a sacrifice of blood and pain to function properly, but Dumbledore had never balked at unpleasant tasks in pursuit of his goals. The greater good demanded it. Carefully, he pricked his finger and let 3 drops of blood fall onto the mirror's surface. He muttered forbidden words, ignoring the way the air grew cold. The mirror's surface shimmered, showing blurred shapes, rooftops, cityscapes, a hidden estate. It refused to focus. Dumbledore hissed in frustration. Some power shielded Harry, blocking even this dark instrument. He slammed the mirror face down, dispelling its magic. Whatever shielded Harry must be formidable. Yet he would find a way. He always did. Evening approached. The sun dipped low, painting the horizon in bands of gold and crimson. At the Hellsing Estate, Alucard emerged from Integra's office after finalizing plans. He would make quiet inquiries into Wizarding Society's underbelly, knock on a few metaphorical doors in the night, extort information where needed. He was ancient and resourceful, and no petty wizard would best him in cunning. He paused by Harry's door, listening to the boy's soft breathing and the rustle of pages. Good. The child was relaxing. Alucard's protective instinct surprised him. He had never considered himself nurturing, but something about Harry's plight touched an old chord in his undead heart. He remembered times past, human children lost in wars, innocents sacrificed by tyrants. Perhaps protecting this boy was a way to spite all those who took advantage of the weak. Perhaps it was simply pleasing Integra. He chuckled quietly, imagining Integra mothering Harry, teaching him to shoot, to stand tall, to question authority. The formidable leader of Hellsing fussing over a child's bruises, ensuring he ate enough. The image warmed his cold heart. Then he thought of Dumbledore's arrogance, his dismissal of muggles, his blasphemous attempts to set himself as king. Wizards always underestimated the world beyond their own. Hellsing would show them otherwise. The moment Dumbledore tried to claw his way here, he would face something older and deadlier than he could imagine. Alucard vanished into the evening to begin his reconnaissance. He would return before dawn with answers. In the meantime, Harry would rest and grow stronger, sheltered by Hellsing's embrace. At Hogwarts, as darkness fell, Dumbledore stood at his tower window. staring into the starlit sky. He had sent out magical probes disguised as harmless charms drifting through London's skyline, searching for even a hint of Harry's magical signature. He would re-establish control, one way or another. He always did. Soon, he murmured, voice hollow. I will find you, Harry. And then we will set things right. He considered the Elder Wand resting unseen in his staff drawer. With it, he believed himself unconquerable. He had bested Gellert Grindelwald, through betrayal and guile, but bested nonetheless. He had manipulated the British wizarding world into his pocket. He had shaped destinies. A single 8-year-old boy would not be his undoing. Outside, the night answered him with silence. Alucard was gone, Integra slept beneath wards, and Harry rested safely, dreaming no doubt of a better life. The wheels of fate turned quietly, and for once, Dumbledore did not control their motion. He thought he was the Grand Master of the board. Cracks had formed in his perfect game. Pieces moved independently, forging alliances he could not predict. In the distant shadows, worlds would soon collide. Until then, Harry would remain out of Dumbledore's reach, nurtured by hands that would never let him fall again. The old wizard had made a grave error in underestimating the Muggle world's quiet guardians. He had overlooked the existence of an organization that dealt in a realm he rarely dared to tread, one that could shield Harry from all his cunning. For now, Dumbledore schemed in darkness, Alucard gathered intelligence, and Integra repaired her household to raise a broken boy into a formidable young man. The clash that would one day come was still distant, but inevitable. Fate had changed its course, and there would be no going back. End of Chapter 2. My Patreon. https://schedule of the 1st of September 2025. Neon Shadows of Fate. Crossover between FNAF and Harry Potter. Chapter 3 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5 and Reader Plus support will cost you $10. The Boundaries of Time. Crossover between Fallout and Harry Potter. Chapter 3 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 CE. NTRAL European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5 and Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Crossover between Friday the 13th and Harry Potter. Chapter 3 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5 and Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Crossover between Hellsing and Harry Potter. Chapter 3 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5 and Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry and the Wolf, fanfic you are familiar with. Chapter 5 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5 and Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science, fanfic you are familiar with. Chapter 5 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5 and Reader Plus support will cost you $10. A Single Step into Shadows. One Shot will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 10 o'clock Central European Time and will be free on Patreon. It is now available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Here will be available between 1500 to 1600 Central European Time. Reader Plus will cost you $5 and Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Reader Plus support only fanfictions are listed here. QBE Sun Reborn. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available on Patreon for users with Ray Der Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction. Rescued by Tales. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction. Rescued by Lamia. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction. Shinigami's Vacation. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction. Raised by Mew Reborn. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction. Fragile Hope. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction. Symphony of Machines. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction. Difference between Reader Plus and Reader Plus support. https:// Chapter 3. A Day of Knights and Queens. I Don't Own Harry Potter or Hellsing. November 2, 1988. Morning until evening. A hint of pale light seeped through the tall windows of the Hellsing Estate's guest room, illuminating subtle patterns on the wallpaper and revealing floating motes of dust dancing in the slanted rays. Beyond the thick curtains, the sky was a watery blend of lavender and pink, the sun having just crested the horizon. It was November 2, 1988, and this dawn was gentler than the one before. Gone were the howling winds and ceaseless downpour. Today arrived clear, cool, and calm. Harry Potter stirred beneath a tangle of soft blankets. These blankets were unlike anything he had known before, thick, warm, and smelling faintly of lavender. He blinked, confusion momentarily crossing his features as he recalled the events of the previous day. No dusty cupboard, no stone-cold floor. Instead, a luxurious bed in a spacious room. His small body sank into the cushions, and he sighed, brushing away the last vestiges of sleep. A question rose in his mind. Was he still safe? He rolled onto his side, gazing at the door apprehensively, half expecting Uncle Vernon's roar or Aunt Petunia's cold face. Instead, he heard distant footsteps along the hall, calm and measured. The hush of the morning gave everything a sense of peace. After another moment, Harry gently pushed the blankets off, intending to sit up. But just as he did, the door opened quietly. He froze, heart thudding. Yet rather than danger, he saw Integra Wingate's Hellsing, the imposing woman he had met yesterday. Her ice-blue eyes softened with concern. She wore a neatly tailored navy blue suit with a high collar, her blonde hair falling around her shoulders in a sleek cascade. Her presence filled the doorway even though she stood quite still, as if she held all the authority in the world within her regal bearing. Something unexpected happened next. Integra smiled. Harry blinked. He had never seen that expression on her face, though he had only known her a short time. The smile was small, but it lit her eyes with gentle warmth. She crossed the threshold with measured steps, her well-polished shoes making hardly a sound on the carpet. Stopping at the foot of the bed, she placed a small tray on the nearby bedside table. The tray contained a porcelain teacup filled with some steaming drink, a few biscuits, and a folded napkin. "Good morning, Harry," Integra said quietly, her voice low and smooth. "I trust you slept well." Words caught in Harry's throat. He nodded, clutching the edge of the broadsheets that covered him. He felt both comforted and shy. No adult had ever greeted him so kindly in the morning. Yesterday had been overwhelming. New people, new surroundings, a flurry of revelations about magic, the Hellsing organization, and hints of danger from the wizard who had abandoned him to the Dursleys. Now, confronted by Integra's calm presence, Harry found himself torn between gratitude and uncertainty. Was this kindness truly genuine? Integra's smile softened further. She moved closer, then stopped, carefully respecting his space. "I see you're still a bit nervous," she said gently. "I don't blame you. This must all feel very new." She reached out, then paused. She wanted to rest her hand on his shoulder, but she sensed how skittish he was. Instead, she simply kept her hands folded at her waist and offered comfort through her words. "You're safe, Harry. This estate is protected by wards even wizards have trouble penetrating. No one can hurt you here." He swallowed, nodding again, still clinging to the sheets. Then, in a move that surprised even himself, he mumbled, "Thank you, ma'am." A soft laugh escaped Integra. "Ma'am," she repeated, amused. "That's very polite, but actually, people here address me as Sir Integra." Harry's eyebrows knit in confusion. "Yes, sir. But you're a lady." His innocent observation made Integra laugh again, a gentle sound that was rare from her. She set her posture a bit straighter and explained, "I am a lady indeed, but I hold a knighthood from Her Majesty the Queen. It is customary in this role for me to be addressed as Sir Integra." Harry was momentarily speechless. He had only the vaguest notion of what knights were. Men in armor, from stories or maybe a cartoon he glimpsed through a crack in the cupboard door. The idea of a woman knight baffled him, yet it also captivated him. He clutched the sheets more tightly in childish wonder. You mean you're a knight like in stories? With a sword and everything?" Integra's lips twitched, her blue eyes gleaming. "Precisely. Though I don't often roam about in full armor these days," she remarked dryly. Then she reached into her suit jacket and pulled out a small object, a silver cross pinned to a velvet cloth. "The medal of her station. This is part of the insignia I carry. It might not be a sword, but it's just as meaningful." Harry stared, wide-eyed, enthralled. A real knight. Aunt Petunia had once ranted that only men who sold drills or men who worked at respectable, normal jobs were worth anything. She'd never mentioned knights, especially not women knights. The idea that a man could wield authority in any form was beyond anything Harry had experienced. Uncle Vernon always barked orders, and Aunt Petunia quietly obeyed. He formed a mental image of the tall, regal Integra in shining armor, sword at her side, fighting monsters. His face brightened with wonder. A moment later, he realized he was staring, and his cheeks flamed in embarrassment. He ducked behind the blankets again, half hiding. Integra giggled, a soft, melodic sound that was as surprising to her as it was to Harry. She hardly recognized the warmth flowing through her. She had never been maternal, or so she had believed. Yet here she was, giggling like a doting guardian, pleased by the boy's fascination. "Harry, I brought you some cocoa," she said, gesturing to the teacup. "Walter made it this morning. And it should still be nice and warm. Would you like some?" Curiosity won out over shyness, and Harry peeked from the sheets. "Cocoa? I've never really had it before." That admission made Integra's heart clench. The Dursleys had truly denied Harry simple pleasures. "Go on," she encouraged, stepping aside so Harry could reach for the cup. He emerged cautiously, small hands clutching the warm cup. He took a tentative sip. Sweet, creamy chocolate flooded his mouth, chasing away morning chill. An involuntary smile lit up his face, dispelling the weight of old fears for a moment. Integra watched, satisfied, then pulled a chair closer to the bed. "Today," she began, "I'd like to spend some time with you, if you feel up to it." Harry's eyes flicked to her. "I want to show you around the estate, explain what we do here, and maybe answer some questions you might have. Would you like that?" He nodded vigorously, then realized he was being too enthusiastic and shrank back. Integra's expression remained warm. "Don't be afraid, Harry. You can speak your mind here. No one will punish you for curiosity." A burst of relief and hope lit Harry's face, and he asked softly, You promise?" Integra's voice dropped to a near whisper. "I promise." Morning lesson. Hellsing and its night. After finishing the cocoa and munching a biscuit, Harry found himself carefully picking out clothes from a small wardrobe Walter had stocked for him. Simple trousers, a warm jumper, socks, and a pair of polished shoes that actually fit. The mere existence of clothes that fit him felt miraculous. He moved slowly, each muscle still remembering bruises from days past, but the pain was mild now. Integra waited outside, giving him privacy to dress. When he emerged, she allowed herself a small smile at his neatly combed hair. Walter's doing. No doubt, and shy stance. They walked together through wide corridors with high ceilings, tall windows letting in the soft autumn light. The estate was grand, with dark wood paneling, ornate sconces, and paintings of Hellsing ancestors. Harry's eyes kept darting around. A small swirl of intimidation hovered in his chest. This place was so big and refined, like a palace. But Integra's steady stride at his side quelled that fear. She matched her pace to his smaller steps, occasionally pointing out an interesting artifact on a table or a portrait on the wall. Finally, they entered a spacious library with tall shelves brimming with old tomes and records. The faint smell of aged paper and leather binding filled the air, mingling with a hint of pipe tobacco. An odd phantom of the late Arthur Hellsing, Integra's father. Sunlight streamed in through the tall, stained glass windows that displayed heraldic designs of lions and crosses. Integra guided Harry to a comfortable leather armchair. She took a seat opposite him, crossing her legs in a poised manner. "This is one of my favorite rooms," she said by way of introduction. "It's where I studied many long nights to learn about my family's legacy. And it is from here that I can share some of it with you." Harry glanced at the bookcases in awe. "Your family's legacy," he repeated, voice hushed. He vaguely remembered she had mentioned something called the Hellsing organization. "Yes," Integra nodded. Her voice grew steadier, more formal, as though slipping into a well-practiced explanation. "The Hellsing organization is an institution that has existed for centuries, dedicated to defending the United Kingdom against supernatural threats, particularly vampires, ghouls, and other dark creatures." She paused, weighing how much to reveal. Harry was 8, but he was no ordinary child. He had witnessed cruelty and had a magic swirling within him. He deserved the truth, at least in simpler terms. "My ancestors fought vampires and other monstrosities for a very long time. Over the generations, we refined our methods and cultivated alliances. Now, under my leadership, Hellsing is officially sanctioned by the crown and answers directly to Her Majesty the Queen. We protect this country and its people from things most would rather believe don't exist." Harry stared, letting that sink in. Vampires. Monsters. He'd always been told that magic was freakish, that such things were nonsense. Yet here was this woman, calmly speaking of a world he had never known. Despite the strangeness, her voice carried an unshakable conviction. "So you fight vampires?" he asked, picturing snarling creatures in old horror films he'd glimpsed in passing. Integra offered a thin smile. "We do. And sometimes we employ one." His eyes widened. He recalled Alucard from last night. Tall, terrifying, clad in red, with eyes that seemed to glow. The memory made him shrink deeper into the armchair. A real vampire." She nodded. "Alucard is the most powerful vampire we know of, centuries old. He is bound by a contract to the Hellsing family, serving us. He protects this country in his own way. He found you, remember?" Harry did remember. He recalled those gloved hands picking him up out of the rain, carrying him swiftly through the streets. In that moment, he had been too cold and weak to truly process fear. Now, the memory of that unnerving grin sent a shiver down his spine. But then again, Alucard had rescued him. The contradictory emotions tangled up inside him. Harry hesitated, then ventured softly, "He was scary." Integra inclined her head. "Yes, Alucard can be frightening. But he won't harm you. Under Hellsing's command, he has strict orders to protect you. He's, let's say, complicated. I wouldn't expect you to be comfortable around him immediately. Over time, you may see other sides of him." Silence settled for a moment. Harry let out a small breath. This was more information than he had ever expected to learn in his life. About an organization that hunted monsters, about a knightly woman with authority, about a vampire ally. Yet, amid all this strangeness, he felt a sense of relief. Integra was telling him the truth. No one had ever bothered to tell him truths before. That's amazing," he whispered. You're like a hero. A flicker of emotion crossed Integra's features, a mix of pride and humility. She cleared her throat. We do our duty, Harry. We aren't always heroes in the storybook sense. Sometimes what we do is grim. But it's necessary. We fight so others don't have to. Harry absorbed that quietly. In his limited worldview, anyone who rescued people from vampires and monsters seemed heroic indeed. I never knew, he began, but words failed him. He just looked around the library, letting the significance of it all sink in. After a moment, Integra stood. There's more to show you. You mentioned a few questions about my title, about the Queen. Let's walk. I'll explain. Strolling the hallways. Sir Integra, Knight of the Realm. They left the library, moving into a wide corridor lined with suits of armor and portraits of grim-faced men and women, Hellsing ancestors. Though Harry did not know their names yet, light from tall windows fell across the checkered floor. Harry walked close to Integra's side, dwarfed by her height. You asked why I'm called, Sir, when I'm a woman. Integra began, her voice echoing slightly in the hallway. I told you it's because I was knighted. But, perhaps you also wonder how that came about. Harry nodded eagerly, green eyes bright with curiosity. I don't really understand. I thought only men could be knights, like King Arthur's knights, you know. He flushed, feeling silly for referencing something from a battered book he once glimpsed at primary school. Integra smiled. It's an old tradition that typically referred to men, yes. But times change. When the Queen knights someone, they can be addressed as Sir, regardless of gender. Under certain circumstances, especially in a hereditary knighthood. My father was Sir Arthur Hellsing, and I inherited his title and responsibilities. Upon reaching adulthood, I was recognized officially as the head of the Hellsing organization, thus retaining the Sir. Harry let out a small, eyebrows raised in awe. So, the Queen, she's the one in charge of the whole country. In a manner of speaking, Integra replied carefully, thinking of how best to describe monarchy to a child. The Queen is the constitutional monarch. She's a symbol of the nation's unity and tradition. The government runs through elected officials, the Prime Minister, and Parliament, but the monarchy still holds a ceremonial and symbolic place of great importance. My family, the Hellsings, work directly under the Crown's authority in matters of national security, particularly regarding the supernatural. Harry frowned in concentration. So, you answer to the Queen. Is she a nice lady? Integra laughed softly, remembering her few direct encounters with Her Majesty. She is firm, gracious, and sharp as a tack. The Queen has seen much in her life, and she bears her duties with dignity. She entrusts us to protect the realm from threats that ordinary law enforcement can't handle. They passed a tall painting of the late Arthur Hellsing, Integra's father. Depicted in his prime, a proud figure in a suit, sword at his side, a stern set to his jaw. Harry studied the painting, noticing the resemblance in the shape of the eyes and the unwavering posture. That's your dad, yes, Integra said quietly, pausing before the portrait. He was a great leader, and he taught me everything I needed to know to carry on the family legacy. Harry nodded shyly, not wanting to pry into painful memories. They continued down the hall. Childlike wonder, learning about queens and duties. A few minutes later, they found themselves in a smaller sitting room with a large window overlooking the Hellsing Estate gardens. The hedges were meticulously trimmed into geometric shapes, and beyond them, a hedge maze led into a small orchard. Leaves of orange and gold glistened in the sunlight, a gentle breeze tugging them free to flutter across the manicured lawns. Integra drew Harry's attention to a display case. Inside were medals, certificates, and formal documentation of her knighthood and commendations given to the Hellsing family over generations. One sealed letter bore the elegant cursive of a royal signature. Harry stared at it, trying to piece together all this new information. Is the Queen nice to you? Harry asked again, this time with a hint of childlike wonder. He had never imagined what monarchy truly meant until now. The Dursleys had never discussed the royals, except in passing or to sneer at fancy nonsense. Integra thought for a moment. In our professional relationship, yes. The Queen respects the Hellsing organization's work, and we respect her authority. I wouldn't call it a friendship, more a mutual respect, grounded in tradition and necessity. Harry was silent for a beat, eyes on the letter. Then, in a small voice, he asked, Does she know about me? The question caught Integra off guard. She considered her reply carefully. I haven't spoken to her about you personally, Harry. For now, your presence here is, between us, Hellsing staff and a few close confidants. You're safe, and that's what matters. Perhaps one day, if circumstances require it, the Queen will be informed. She placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and this time, Harry didn't flinch away. There is no rush. Let's allow you to settle in first. Harry nodded. The idea of the Queen learning about him felt both thrilling and frightening. He wondered what Aunt Petunia would think if she knew that the freak was living in a manor, under the care of a real knight who answered to the Queen. The thought almost made him giggle. But a pang of sadness followed. His aunt and uncle had thrown him away. That still hurt, though he tried to push the memory aside. I'm glad you took me in, he whispered, voice trembling with the weight of gratitude he struggled to express. It's so different here. Integra knelt slightly to meet his gaze. I know, and I promise you, Harry, you will never go back to that life. A lump formed in his throat. He nodded fervently, not trusting himself to speak. He believed her. Adorable imitation. A tour of the estate. They continued their tour. Integra showed Harry the grand dining room, explaining that formal dinners with dignitaries were sometimes held there. He marveled at the long table polished to a mirror finish, the tall-backed chairs with velvet cushions, and the chandeliers overhead. Having lived under the Dursleys' stairs, Harry felt he had stumbled into a fairy tale castle. As they moved through various corridors, Harry found himself unconsciously mimicking Integra's posture, straight back, lifted chin, purposeful stride. She caught him glancing at her from the corner of his eye, then quickly adjusting his stance to match hers. It was, frankly, adorable. At one point, she led him into a smaller office that served as a strategic planning room. Maps of England and Europe covered the walls, dotted with pins and notes. A large mahogany desk held stacks of intelligence reports, some about suspected vampire activity. Harry stared at these in awe before turning to see Integra standing with her arms folded, an air of command about her. With a smile, he tried to fold his arms exactly the same way and stand the same way, feet apart, shoulders back. Integra observed this with a mix of amusement and tenderness. She walked over and gently adjusted his posture, tapping a finger beneath his chin. There, that's better, she murmured. A knight, even a little one, must stand tall. Harry beamed. He liked the idea of being a knight, or at least imitating one. For a moment, he forgot his past entirely. Here, he was safe, respected, and learning about a broader world that had room for courage and dignity. He felt a flicker of something he had rarely experienced, confidence. Walter soon appeared, bowing slightly to Integra, then giving Harry a kind nod. Sir Integra, Master Harry, he greeted. Lunch will be ready in half an hour, if that suits you. That's perfect, Integra said. She turned to Harry. Let's finish up our little tour and then eat, shall we? Harry nodded enthusiastically. He was discovering a voracious appetite after years of near starvation and tea. He thought of a proper lunch made his stomach rumble. They moved on, passing a grand staircase that curved to the upper levels. Harry caught sight of a corridor he hadn't been down before and wondered what lay there. Part of him wanted to explore every nook and cranny, like a child discovering a new world. But he was also mindful, not wanting to stray without permission. Sir Integra, he asked tentatively, is there a place here I can play? Like, outside? She paused, considering the question. The estate grounds are quite extensive. There's a courtyard with a fountain, a hedge maze, and stables, though we no longer keep many horses. And there's a small orchard beyond the maze. You may explore, but I'd rather you have someone with you, at least until you're more familiar with the layout. It's easy to get lost. Harry's face lit up. I'd like that, he said shyly. His excitement warmed Integra's heart. She gestured for him to follow, and they continued. The estate felt like a labyrinth of hidden treasures. Each corridor lined with small wonders, an antique suit of armor standing guard in a corner, a painting of a famous Hellsing knight from ages past, or a Towering grandfather clock ticking away the centuries. For Harry, it was all new and magical in its own right, even if it wasn't wizard magic as Dumbledore or others would define it. Encounter with the vampire. Harry's shy retreat. Their final stop before lunch was a smaller parlor adjacent to the foyer. Sunlight spilled through tall windows, revealing comfortable armchairs, end tables with crystal lamps, and a selection of books on a low shelf. It felt homey, a place for casual gatherings. Integra led Harry in, planning to show him the portraits on the walls, which included some of her father's closest associates. But just as they entered, Alucard appeared out of the far corner of the room. He seemed to materialize from the shadows, clad in his signature red duster coat, black trousers tucked into heavy black combat boots, and an equally crimson fedora perched atop his head. The lenses of his orange-tinted glasses reflected the daylight like glowing embers, obscuring his eyes. Harry let out a startled skay. Akin instinctively hid behind Integra's leg, clutching at her suit jacket with trembling fingers. Alucard, who had been about to greet them, froze mid-salutation. His lips curved in a slight smile, yet it was gentle. Far from his usual predatory grin. Integra felt Harry's little body press against her, felt the tremors of fear that ran through him. She cast Alucard a warning glare. The vampire, centuries old and used to striking terror into the hearts of foes, found himself at a loss. He had no desire to scare the boy, yet his mere presence did it anyway. Alucard, Integra said in a clipped tone, "Must you appear so suddenly?" She placed a protective hand on Harry's shoulder. "You've frightened the child." The vampire considered making a witty retort, but upon glimpsing Harry's terrified eyes peeking from behind Integra's leg, he realized no humor would be well received. Instead, he inclined his head, stepping back. "My apologies," he said, voice low and resonant. "I did not mean to startle him." Harry's lips quivered, tears threatening at the corners of his eyes. "Be big scary man in red," he whimpered. The trauma of the last few days, plus Alucard's overwhelming aura, made fear blossom inside him. Integra's protective instincts flared. She leveled a severe look at Alucard. In that glare, the centuries-old vampire read the unspoken message, "Leave now." Should he not comply, she would verbally, and perhaps physically, chase him off. Alucard might be a monster to many, but to Integra, he was a servant bound by loyalty and contract. He recognized that maternal fury in her eyes. It was a look that even unflinching men had learned to fear. For a heartbeat, he considered how best to retreat without further upsetting the child. With a faint flourish, he tipped his fedora. Then, in an impressive display of shapeshifting, he morphed into a large bat, wings fluttering. The bat soared toward the window, phasing through the glass as though it wasn't there. He disappeared into the daylight, leaving behind only the barest echo of a chuckle. "Alucard, you're a pain in my ass sometimes," Integra muttered under her breath, ensuring Harry wouldn't hear the crude term. Turning her attention to the trembling boy, she gently stroked his hair. "It's all right, Harry. He's gone." Slowly, Harry emerged from behind her leg, still trembling. Tears welled in his eyes, and he sniffled. He's so big, and his eyes. Integra knelt, drawing him into a loose embrace. She let him rest against her shoulder, feeling his heart hammering in his chest. "I know," she soothed. "I'm sorry he startled you. He didn't mean harm." Alucard can be intense, especially when he forgets how frightening his presence can be. Harry sniffled again, tears trickling down his cheeks. He saved me, though, in London." "Yes, he did," Integra murmured, rubbing slow circles on his back. "He has a strange way of showing concern, but he does care." She paused, letting the boy calm in her arms. "We'll work on him approaching you more gently." A few more seconds passed before Harry's trembling subsided. He wiped his cheeks, seeming slightly embarrassed by his tears. Yet Integra's kind expression did not contain an ounce of censure. She simply ran a thumb across his cheek to catch a stray tear. "That's quite enough excitement for one morning," she said gently. "Shall we go have lunch?" With a watery smile, Harry nodded. Lunch in the dining hall. A moment of comfort. Walter greeted them at the entrance to the dining hall, bowing politely and taking in the tear tracks on Harry's face with discreet understanding. "Master Harry, we have prepared a chicken broth and some sandwiches. I hope you find them to your liking," he said quietly, ushering them to the table. Harry sat next to Integra, feeling safe by her side. The dining hall was less intimidating now that he understood it. He stared at the cutlery and fine china laid out before him. Walter poured a glass of water, then said, "Oh, oot," a bowl of savory-smelling chicken broth. Steam curled invitingly upward, and Harry took a tentative taste, eyes lighting up at the simple yet delicious flavor. Integra had a plate of sandwiches, neatly stacked with cucumber, cheese, and a hint of ham. She motioned for Harry to take one if he wanted. He hesitated, uncertain about the etiquette, but she nodded encouragingly. He accepted the sandwich with a quiet, "Thank you," and took a careful bite. As they ate, Integra steered the conversation away from frightening topics. She asked Harry about his favorite color, whether he liked reading, if he had a favorite story. At each question, Harry's initial reaction was hesitation. He had rarely been asked about his preferences, and it took him a moment to realize he could answer freely. I like green," he said. "Because well, my eyes are green." He flushed. "I don't really have a favorite story. I never got to read many books." Integra made a mental note to address that. "We have a wide variety of books here. I can show you some children's tales. Perhaps you might find a favorite or two." Harry's face brightened. He slurped another spoonful of broth. A comfortable silence settled, punctuated only by the clink of cutlery and the soft rustle of linen napkins. Outside, a gentle wind shifted the autumn leaves. Partway through the meal, Walter returned with a tray of fresh fruit, grapes, sliced apples, and small strawberries. Harry gaped. Dessert? For lunch? He could hardly believe it. Usually, he was lucky if he had a crust of bread during the day at the Dursleys. Now, he had a wholesome lunch and fruit. "Thank you," he murmured again, realizing he might be repeating the phrase over and over. But it was all he could say to express how grateful he felt. Walter dipped his head in a bow. "It's my pleasure, Master Harry. Please let me know if you need anything else." Harry's gaze followed the butler's departure. A thought struck him. Never had he imagined a day wherein an adult would serve him food with genuine courtesy. Aunt Petunia had forced him to cook for everyone else. Now, everything felt upside down, but in a good way. When lunch ended, Integra dabbed her mouth with a napkin and turned to Harry. "I have a few more things to handle in my office this afternoon," she said, "but after that, would you like to see the gardens?" His eyes lit up. "Yes, please," he corrected. Mindful of polite speech, Integra's expression softened. She gestured for him to stand. "Good. In the meantime, Walter can keep you company. Or you can remain in your room to read or rest, whichever you prefer." Harry considered. He still felt a bit nervous exploring on his own. The memory of Alucard popping up unannounced lingered. "See, could I stay in the library?" Integra smiled. "Of course. Walter can show you some suitable books." Harry nodded shyly. She extended her hand in invitation. He took it, letting her lead him out of the dining hall. As they walked, he felt a peculiar warmth. Someone actually cared about his comfort, about helping him find joy in simple things like reading. The morning's fear dissipated, replaced by cautious happiness. Afternoon interlude. Quiet reading and renewed confidence. True to her word, Integra returned to her office. She had paperwork related to Hellsing's ongoing investigations. There was a minor vampire outbreak in the northern countryside, plus a briefing on rumored dark sorcery. But her mind kept drifting to Harry. She found herself picturing the boy's awestruck expression, the way he imitated her posture, the shy gratitude in his green eyes. She had never been maternal. Her father had raised her with discipline and duty at the forefront. Yet something about Harry moved her. Perhaps it was his innocence. P.S. It was the knowledge that someone had to protect him from the cruelty of men like Dumbledore and the Dursleys. Maybe it was simply the paternal legacy of Hellsing. They defend the weak from the strong. Harry, in many ways, was as vulnerable as any victim of a vampire attack, and she would defend him fiercely. Meanwhile, Harry sat cross-legged on a plush rug in the library, leafing through a book of fairy tales Walter had provided. The old butler had discreetly positioned himself at a nearby table, polishing silverware or reading a newspaper, giving Harry space but remaining close enough to help if needed. Harry lost himself in the bright illustrations of knights battling dragons, princesses outsmarting villains, and small heroes undertaking grand quests. Each story stirred a longing in him. He pictured Integra as the knight, Alucard as a mysterious ally, and perhaps himself as a child learning bravery. He wished his parents had lived to read these stories to him, but that sadness led with a curious spark of hope. Maybe he could have a new kind of family here. Every so often, he glanced up to see Walter smiling warmly. The old butler's presence felt reassuring, a quiet guardian. The afternoon drifted by in peaceful study of vibrant pages and gentle daydreams. Motherly consolation. Harry's emotional moment. After a couple of hours, Integra's footsteps echoed in the corridor. She entered the library, scanning the space until she spotted Harry on the rug. A small grin touched her lips at the sight of him hunched over a book, completely absorbed. He noticed her presence and scrambled to his feet, hugging the fairy tale collection protectively. "Sir Integra." "Hi." She inclined her head. "Enjoying the stories?" He nodded enthusiastically. "They're wonderful. Knights, dragons, queens, some are even about girls saving the day." He flushed slightly, remembering how Aunt Petunia always dismissed anything imaginative as nonsense. Integra's gaze flicked to the book's title. "Good. A well-rounded set of tales. I'm glad you're enjoying them." She turned to Walter. "Thank you, Walter." Walter bowed. "My pleasure, Sir Integra." "Harry, would you like to see the gardens now?" At the boy's eager nod, Integra led him outside. The corridor opened into a stone terrace that overlooked the manicured lawns and hedges. Cool afternoon air ruffled Harry's hair as he followed Integra down a short flight of steps onto the main path. Gravel crunched beneath their shoes. They passed flower beds edged by small shrubs, then reached a gently trickling fountain depicting a rearing unicorn. Harry paused to watch the water droplets glimmer in the light. A sense of wonder enveloped him. This was the kind of place he'd never dreamed he'd be allowed to visit. As they wandered deeper into the gardens, Integra pointed out various plants, explaining that some were used for medicinal purposes. "We rarely rely on them now, but it's part of the old traditions," while others were purely ornamental. A cobblestone walkway led them to the hedge maze's entrance, tall evergreen walls looming. Harry peered inside, half curious and half anxious. Integra paused. "It's easy to get turned around in there. Another time, I'll walk you through it carefully. For now, let's just explore the edges." Harry nodded, relieved. He wasn't quite ready to go wandering alone. They skirted the maze, following a smaller path that eventually led to a cluster of orchard trees. Late autumn apples dangled from branches, mostly red, a few golden. Some had fallen to the grass, but the orchard still looked well tended. "Sometimes we harvest these," Integra said. "Walter makes pies and preserves." Harry's mouth watered. "Apple pie?" he asked in a hushed tone, remembering he'd only ever had leftover scraps of Dudley's desserts. Integra smiled. "Yes, perhaps we'll have some tonight, if the apples are still good." "We can ask Walter." They continued strolling. A hush fell over them, broken only by a distant sea. Rose caw and the whisper of wind through branches. Then Harry spoke, voice trembling with pent-up emotion. "Sir Integra, why are you so nice to me?" She stopped. He had halted in the middle of the orchard, tears brimming in his eyes. "Harry," she asked gently. He bit his lip. "No one's ever cared," he managed, tears slipping down his cheeks. "The Dursleys always said I was a freak, that no one would ever want me. Then I come here, and you're so kind. You have this big house, and you're so important, and I..." He let out a sob, hugging himself. "I don't understand." Integra closed the distance and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. He trembled beneath her touch, tears flowing more freely now. Slowly, she pulled him into a loose hug, letting him bury his face against her. She felt his small body shake with the force of his sobs. "Hush," she murmured, stroking his hair. "Don't say that. You're no freak, Harry. You're a child who deserves kindness and care. What happened to you with those relatives was cruel and unjust." He sniffled, pressing his face into her suit jacket. She didn't complain about any tears or runny nose staining the fabric. Instead, she continued rubbing soothing circles on his back, heart twisting with sympathy. "I'm sorry you had to endure that," she whispered. "But you're safe here now. And you deserve every bit of goodness life can offer." The orchard's quiet offered them a cocoon of privacy for this raw, emotional moment. Harry's sobs gradually subsided into soft hiccups. He pulled back slightly, cheeks damp, eyes puffy. Integra Gently wiped away his tears with her gloved hand. I want to stay here, he said, voice quavering. I'll do chores, or anything you want. Just, please don't throw me away. Integra's expression turned fierce in its sincerity. I will never cast you aside, Harry. You don't owe me chores for your place here. You are not a servant or a burden. You are a child who deserves care, education, and a chance at happiness. Harry sniffled, blinking as fresh tears threatened. Thank you, he whispered. She nodded, letting him compose himself. When he was calmer, she guided him gently back toward the path leading out of the orchard. Shall we return inside? It's getting a bit chilly, and we can ask Walter about that apple pie. Harry offered a small, tremulous smile. Yes, please. Evening approaches. Reconvening in the parlor. They made their way back to the estate, passing the fountain and climbing the stone steps to the terrace. Harry's shoulders felt lighter, as though some invisible weight had lifted. He still had many questions about his past and about magic, but for now, he savored the relief of acceptance. Inside, the warmth of the estate enveloped them. Walter met them in the foyer, bowing once again and announcing that he had indeed prepared an apple pie for supper, along with a roast dinner. Harry couldn't contain a grin at the news. Integra gave Walter a grateful nod and told him they would be in the parlor until dinner. In the parlor, the same one where Harry had hidden behind Integra's leg earlier, there was no sign of Alucard. The corners stood empty, no vampire looming ominously. Still, Harry eyed the shadows warily until Integra placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He won't disturb us without warning, she said quietly, not after this morning. Harry nodded, relaxing a fraction. They took seats near the fireplace, which crackled with a small, comforting blaze. Shadows danced across the rug. On a low table rested a teapot, cups, and a dish of small cookies. Once settled, Integra asked, "Is there anything else you'd like to know, Harry? About Hellsing, about me, or about your future here?" He pondered the question, fiddling with a loose thread on his jumper. Countless inquiries warred in his mind, yet one overshadowed all others. My parents, he began hesitantly. Do you know anything about them? Integra exhaled softly. She had expected this. Only a little. I know their names. Lily and James Potter. They were said to be loyal members of the wizarding community. And I know they died trying to protect you from a very dark wizard. The details, however, are shrouded in the manipulations of Albus Dumbledore. I suspect he kept many truths hidden. But we will uncover them, Harry. He swallowed hard, blinking at the mention of their names. Aunt Petunia had never told him anything beyond hateful remarks about his mother's freakishness, and Uncle Vernon never spoke of them at all. Now, hearing that they might have died protecting him felt simultaneously comforting and heartbreaking. They had loved him. I want to know more, he whispered. But I'm scared. Integra leaned forward. I won't lie to you. There may be painful truths. But I believe in confronting the truth rather than living in ignorance. In time, we'll find answers, together. He mustered a tiny smile and nodded. Quiet settled again, punctuated by the crackling fire. Harry found solace in Integra's unwavering gaze, as though her very presence was a shield against the unknown. Apple pie and a small reunion. When dinner time arrived, Walter ushered them into the dining hall once more. The roast and vegetables smelled heavenly, but Harry's mind was preoccupied with anticipation for the promised apple pie. Yet as he ate, savoring every bite, he found that the day's emotional revelations had, in a strange way, fueled his appetite for life. He was hungry not only for food but also for new experiences, for knowledge, and for the warmth of belonging. Partway through dinner, Alucard made a brief appearance at the doorway. This time, Harry didn't squeak or hide. Instead, he eyed the vampire warily. Alucard approached with careful steps, removing his fedora and bowing slightly, a surprising gesture of humility. "Master," he said, directing his words to Integra. "I trust the day has gone well." Harry froze, bracing himself. But there was no sinister grin, no mocking laughter. Alucard's posture was subdued, his expression more respectful than Harry had ever seen it. Integra regarded him coolly. Yes, Alucard, it has. Alucard then turned slightly, letting his gaze flicker to Harry. Young master, he murmured, inclining his head. The corners of his mouth quirked up, as if trying for a small smile that wouldn't scare the child. Harry swallowed, struggling to decide how to respond. Then, remembering Integra's earlier reassurance, he managed a whisper, hello. Alucard's eyes glinted behind the orange glasses, but his presence remained contained, the predator leashed. Without further comment, he backed away from the table and disappeared into the corridor, leaving Harry somewhat relieved that the encounter was brief and without incident. Big scary man in red, Harry murmured under his breath, but not as fearfully as before. Integra heard him and suppressed a smile. Dinner concluded with the promised apple pie. Walt served it with a dollop of whipped cream. The sweet, cinnamon-scented warmth filled Harry with contentment. Each mouthful was a revelation of what life could be like. Comfortable, safe, and satisfying. After dessert, Integra allowed Harry some leisure time, suggesting a game of chess in a smaller sitting room. Harry confessed he didn't know how to play, so Integra patiently taught him the basics, guiding his hand as he moved. Pawns and rooks across the board. The game ended swiftly with Integra's victory, but she commended him for learning quickly. You'll get better with practice, she assured him, smiling when he said he enjoyed the challenge. Bedtime and a final heartfelt exchange. As the hour grew late, Harry's eyelids drooped. He hadn't stayed up this long before without punishment. Usually, the Dursleys forced him to bed early, or else let him collapse from exhaustion after chores. Now, he found the mansion's nighttime hush comforting rather than frightening. Before tucking him in, Integra led him to his room. She stood by the doorway, watching as Walter turned down the bed with fresh linens. Harry hovered near the bedside table, a nervous energy about him. Integra felt that motherly stir once more. She waited until Walter left, then approached Harry. You've had a full day, she said, gentleness layering her voice. From the orchard to the library to meeting Alucard again. Are you feeling all right? He nodded, fidgeting with the edge of his pajamas. It's been amazing, and scary, and good. His voice grew small. I'm worried I'll wake up and it'll be gone. Integra's heart clenched. She placed a hand lightly on his shoulder. It won't be gone, she promised. This is your home now, for as long as you wish it. Tears threatened again, but they were tears of relief. Harry climbed into the bed, pulling the covers up to his chin. Integra adjusted his pillows and smoothed a crease in the blanket. Will you be all right on your own? She asked quietly, mindful of his nightmares. He nodded bravely, then added in a small voice, If I get scared, can I call for you? The request shattered the last remnants of Integra's icy reserve. Always, she whispered, her voice uncommonly soft. I'll be here. She turned off the lamp, leaving only the moonlight slanting through the curtains. For a moment, she hovered, unsure if she should say goodnight in a more affectionate way. She settled for gently brushing the hair off his forehead. Sleep well, Harry. As she moved to leave, Harry's voice rose in the darkness. Good night, Sir Integra, he whispered. A world of gratitude in those 4 words. A faint smile curved her lips. Good night. Epilogue of the day. Quiet reflection. Integra retreated to her own chambers, feeling the weight of the day's events. She unbuttoned her suit jacket, letting the tension slip from her shoulders. Her mind reeled with thoughts of Harry's vulnerability, Alucard's attempts at gentleness, and the storm brewing in tea. He wizarding world with Dumbledore searching. She had to prepare for a future conflict, but for now, she found solace in knowing Harry was safe under her roof. Across the estate, Alucard stood by a tall window in a tower room. Gazing out at the moonlit grounds, he sensed the boy's presence like a faint warmth somewhere below, at rest. A child with such raw magic, once tossed aside, now cherished. Alucard smirked to himself. Interesting. He loved a good game, and this one promised to be memorable. Yet for reasons he barely understood, he also felt a protective tug. He had lived centuries, seen countless children broken by cruelty. Perhaps this time, he could help shape a different outcome. Walter finished his evening rounds, checking the locks, wards, and staff schedules. Then he retired to his quarters, content with the knowledge that Master Harry was comfortable. He had set out a small glass of water by the boy's bedside in case of night tremors. A fatherly concern tugged at his heart. He had served the Hellsing line all his life, but rarely had there been a child in this manner. He found he rather liked it. And Harry, beneath soft blankets, drifted into slumber. His dreams were a confused swirl of knights, queens, monstrous vampires who turned into bats, warm apple pie, and a blonde woman with sharp blue eyes who promised to keep him safe. For once, his dreams were not the marish corridors of Privet Drive or the memory of a cold rain in London. Instead, there was light and hope. Thus ended November 2, 1988, at the Hellsing Estate, a day of lessons, revelations, and forging of a tentative motherly bond that would shape Harry's destiny in ways even he could not fathom. Far from the manipulations of Albus Dumbledore, the boy took his first steps toward a brighter future. Guided by Sir Integra Wingates Hellsing, Knight of the Realm, leader of an ancient organization, and the unexpected guardian who had opened her heart to a child cast aside by all others. My Patreon, https:// Neon Shadows of Fate, Harry Potter FNAF. Chapter 5 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Beyond the Boundaries of Time, Harry Potter Fallout. Chapter 5 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow, Harry Potter Friday the 13th crossover. Chapter 5 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows, Harry Potter Hellsing. Chapter 5 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry and the Wolf, Gamer Harry Potter Chapter 7 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science, Naruto Portal. Chapter 7 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Metamorphosis. The Legacy Within, Harry Potter Ben 10 One-Shot. Reader One-Shot will cost you $3. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. On these fanfics below you will need Reader Plus support which will cost you $10. Rescued by Tales, Harry Potter Sonic. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. QBE Sun Reborn, Harry Potter Naruto. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Rescued by Lamia Harry Potter Monster Masumi, Everyday Life with Monster Girls. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry Potter and Toon Force, Harry Potter Looney Tunes. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Shinigami's Vacation, Bleach Naruto. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn, Harry Potter Alive Potters, Sibling Potter. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine Harry Potter, One Piece. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Raised by Mew Reborn Harry Potter Pokemon. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fragile Hope, Harry Potter Jigsaw. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Symphony of Machines, Harry Potter Phania. Chapter 1 is available for our users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory, Harry Potter Poppy Playtime. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Threads Woven Between Two Souls, Harry Potter Coraline. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Queen of Forbidden Forest, Harry Potter O, Second Year. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Worlds Unbound Magic, Harry Potter O, Multi-Fandom. Crossover, Future O. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Moonlight and Mist, Harry Potter Percy Jackson. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Chapter 4, A Dwindling Spark in the Albanian Woods. Disclaimer: I don't own Harry Potter or Hellsing. In the damp hush of an ancient Albanian forest, a wraith stirred. November's chill slipped through the skeletal branches and matted leaves, and a weak sun sank through a hazy sky. Broken moonlight would arrive later in streaks, revealing the twisted trunks and silent glades where no human foot dared tread. The wraith was little more than a shifting darkness that coiled itself around tree roots and fungi-riddled logs. It took no true shape, only a faint, pulsing outline as though it were made of sickly gray smoke. The denizens of the forest, the foxes, boars, and birds, felt its presence and gave the area a wide berth. A subtle sense of menace clung to every twig, every fallen branch, every mound of decaying leaves. This wraith was all that remained of Lord Voldemort. Once, he had been the most feared Dark Wizard, Road of Britain, a figure who called himself the flight from death. Now, he was stranded in ignominy, reduced to a pitiful scrap of consciousness, drifting like a phantom in a forsaken wilderness. He had first come to Albania years ago, in search of relics and rumors of ancient magic. But after his body was destroyed by a rebounding curse, delivered by an infant no less, he found himself trapped here again. Reliant on small creatures he could possess for fleeting moments of respite from the crippling hunger that gnawed at his disembodied mind. In these last months, the wraith had wandered the thick groves and black water swamps without purpose, feeding on rodents when it had enough strength to overshadow them, or on snakes that slithered in gullies. Through their senses, he glimpsed a world that revolted him in its triviality. He lurked in the hollows of trees, roosted among roots that twisted like bones, all while an unremitting sense of desperation grew. Tonight, though, the wraith felt different. Perhaps it was the crispness of late autumn, or the faint echoes of magical energies drifting across Europe, or some flicker of lucidity that rose unbidden to the surface of what remained of Voldemort's shattered mind. But as the wraith slithered along a rotting trunk, it found itself stilled by a sudden cascade of thoughts, more coherent than any it had known in recent months. A reluctant clarity, as though a door had opened onto a memory long left to gather dust. He had come here, once upon a time, as Tom Marvolo Riddle, long after his schooling at Hogwarts, searching for legends of dark artifacts and hidden magics. Albania had beckoned him with its whispers of lost ruins, rumored enclaves of curses, and illusions of glory. Glory, he thought bitterly. What is glory for a wraith who cannot even form a stable body? Yet that was not the only reason he had traveled to these woods back then. He remembered gleaning secrets of immortality. Horcruxes, the art of soul-splitting, gleaned from that ill-fated text at Hogwarts, the text that wasn't even locked in the restricted section. How many nights had he spent mulling over it, letting curiosity and ambition drive him deeper, never pausing to question how easily it had fallen into his hands. And how often had he afterward boasted of his brilliance, ignoring the cautionary words. Now, drifting in the gloom, he cursed himself. He had not read the entire text. Had he? Not carefully, not when it came to multiple Horcruxes. The first warnings, he remembered now, stated that your mind, your very self, would cleave in half each time you split your soul. 2 Horcruxes meant your soul was in thirds. 3 Horcruxes meant quarters. But he had made 6, at least, he had believed he made 6. That act, repeated again and again, fracturing his essence, was meant to ensure immortality. And yet, he felt a cold stirring in the remnants of his consciousness, an echo of fear. 6 Horcruxes would have left him with 1/7 of a soul. The text, he recalled now, warned that the mind would likewise be reduced. He had dismissed that as nonsense. The very notion that a wizard of his skill could degrade himself was unthinkable, but had he not grown erratic? Had he not launched the final step of his plan, killing a mere baby, before truly verifying the prophecy? Did he not sense that something in him had changed from measured cunning to rash cruelty? He pressed deeper into the soggy loam as if trying to hide from these revelations. The leaves clung to his swirling form, but he could not hide from his own mind. And that mind, though tattered, was at this rare moment painfully lucid. Then came the next horror. He recalled that night, the night at Godric's Hollow, when he attacked the baby and lost his body. For years, he had presumed that his Horcruxes saved him, that his battered soul was anchored by the 6 fragments. Yet just recently, he had begun to suspect something else was amiss. The number 6 weighed heavily on him, but events suggested otherwise. Some persistent tug, an unaccounted tether. Now, in a near frenzy of desperate thought, he recognized the truth. There must be a 7th Horcrux. How? That, he did not know. But he had read once in that same cursed text that an unintended Horcrux could be made if a wizard parted his soul at the moment of a killing with intense hatred or emotional turmoil. And what was I feeling that night? He mused bitterly, recalling a swirl of rage and triumph. Then the sudden, unstoppable backlash from a baby's mother's sacrifice. An accidental Horcrux. If that was so, he had actually made 7, not 6. That meant his soul was fractured into 8 parts total, 7 anchored outside, plus the sliver that inhabited his body. But with his body gone, what portion was left in him now? Did it matter? The logic was brutal. If he'd intended 6, each part was 1/7. With a 7th Horcrux, those fractions recalculated. He might be left with a fraction of a fraction, perhaps 1/8 or less. He found himself mentally rummaging through the arithmetic, half-lucid but shaken to the core. The numbers blurred, but no matter the precise fraction, it implied he was missing an entire piece, and he was a lesser being than even he had guessed. An inadvertent hiss escaped him, traveling like a breeze through the leaves. How ironic. The wizard who prided himself on cunning had become incompetent with basic logic. He sought to cheat death by scattering his soul into shards, only to lose so much of his essence that he could no longer function as the man he once was. He had severed not just his soul, but also his rational mind. Over the years, he had grown reckless, forging Death Eaters out of a half-baked reinterpretation of something once more refined, the Knights of Walpurgis. Knights of Walpurgis. That name stirred memories. He had originally dreamed of an elite circle of witches and wizards dedicated to a vision of separating the magical from the non-magical world entirely. A lofty ambition gleaned from reading centuries-old treatises. The wizarding world, he had concluded, was doomed if it mingled with muggles, especially after witnessing hypocrisy and cruelty in the muggle orphanage that had shaped his early life. If only wizards could stand apart, free from the encroaching ignorance of ordinary folk, perhaps they could thrive. In the beginning, that ideal was not wholly monstrous. He had fantasized about building magical orphanages, a place where magical children from Muggle families would be intercepted at birth, to be raised in wizarding society from the start. While Muggle orphans would be quietly placed with Muggle families who'd lost children. It would be a swap, ensuring every magical child grew up in a magical environment. He used to think of it as a kindness to the wizarding born, so they would never face an upbringing of scorn or ignorance as he had. But that plan, over time, had twisted. As the fractures in his soul grew, so did his cruelty. His contempt, and his thirst for personal power. What had been an idea for carefully regulated separation became a hateful campaign to subjugate Muggles, to kill or terrorize them if they interfered. The Knights of Walpurgis, once imagined as a secret society of intellectuals and visionaries, devolved into the Death Eaters, a cult of fear, marked by the Dark Mark, obsessed with purity of blood. He recognized that the impetus for that mania had come from fragments of his own self-loathing. His father was a Muggle. He had tried to bury that detail behind a facade of pureblood supremacy, draping it in murder and intimidation. And as he split his soul, again and again, the difference between his rational ideals and raw cruelty blurred. He could almost hear the echo of his own voice urging new recruits, "Join the Death Eaters and help me reshape the world." In Albanian gloom, he slithered across a moss-covered boulder. How laughable. Even his name, Voldemort, felt pathetic now. A dramatic moniker gleaned from a letter scramble of Tom Marvolo Riddle, meant to declare flight from death. Indeed, what a bloody idiot prances about proclaiming himself the flight from death. He had believed it was brilliant, but from the vantage of this spectral half-life, it seemed as childish as the scribblings of a teenage pretender. A swirl of moonlight broke through the thinning canopy. He twitched at the brightness. Even in wraith form, the moon stung his half-real senses. He drifted deeper into the forest, seeking the gloom of an old watchtower ruin he had discovered in his wanderings. It was little more than a crumbling ring of stone, half swallowed by vines, but it had served as a place to hide from Albanian peasants who occasionally hunted in the forest. The peasants might not see him, but if he was overshadowing a small creature at the time, he risked being shot or trapped. He needed the tower's shelter. He slipped through a gap in the rubble, settling in the far corner. Near a tangle of roots, the wind stirred the vines overhead, producing a rustling lullaby. And there, in the silence, Tom Riddle's mind, perhaps for the first time in years, tried to approach the problem systematically. He had realized the horrific truth. There were 7 Horcruxes, not 6. He had intended 6. He had never meant to make a 7th. Yet the events in Godric's Hollow had done precisely that, forging a final anchor in a baby's scar. The scar of Harry Potter. He recalled hearing rumors in the swirling darkness after his defeat, rumors that the boy carried a piece of his soul. But in his reckless mania, he had dismissed it as nonsense. Now, rethinking it with a fleeting moment of sanity, he recognized that it was not only possible, but likely. The baby had survived, after all, unaccountably. Could that survival be the direct result of the infant's new status as a Horcrux? And if the child was indeed the vessel of that final fragment, the 7th Horcrux, what did that mean? The fraction of soul left in Voldemort's wraith was now, what fraction, exactly? If each Horcrux was a severed portion, and he had done that 6 times intentionally, plus 1 unintentional, that made 7 shards separated from the main piece. Or was it the other way around, with the main piece counted among the total of 8? The math twisted in his head. The text had explained that for each Horcrux, you truly sunder your soul. If he had started at 1/1, the first Horcrux would leave him with 1/2, the second left him 1/3, the third 1/4, the fourth 1/5, the fifth 1/6, the sixth 1/7. And the 7th would theoretically leave him 1/8. But because the final one was unintended, he had never accounted for it. His memory was patchy about how exactly the fractions stacked. But the gist was unmistakable. At best, he was operating with a minuscule fraction, 1/8, of his original soul. But maybe even that had further subdivided, because the curse rebounded. Perhaps he was really just 1/128th or 1/64th or some fraction so small that the essence of Tom Riddle was almost gone. He let out a spectral sigh, feeling revulsion coil within him. But knowledge was power. He forced himself not to recoil from the truth. "I'm a fool," he whispered, voice rasping with bitterness. "I soared so high in my own mind, and I have done this to myself. I am less than a shadow." Some part of him wanted to rage at Dumbledore, who had apparently allowed an old, highly dangerous text about Horcruxes to remain in the general Hogwarts library. How had such a book ended up so accessible to a curious student? Was it a trap laid out by the headmaster from the start, waiting for an ambitious boy like Tom Riddle to take the bait? He recalled how, in his final year at Hogwarts, he had found that small, battered tome about soul magic tucked among innocuous volumes on advanced transfiguration. Its corner had poked out slightly from the shelf, almost inviting him to notice it. At the time, he'd assumed luck or fate. But now, in the silence of the ruin, he suspected a cunning design. Albus Dumbledore had always had a meddling streak. Could he have planted that text, anticipating that Riddle's curiosity would do the rest? Possibly. Or maybe it was simply a leftover from some earlier headmaster's collection. But either way, Dumbledore had certainly known more than he'd let on. That R.E. collection triggered a new line of thought, the prophecy. He had half forgotten the swirling confusion that preceded his assault on the Potters. He had been told by Severus Snape of a prophecy overheard in the Hog's Head, describing a child who would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. In hindsight, the entire scenario reeked of contrivance. Who in their right mind arranges a monumental prophecy in so shady a venue? Could it have been a cunning trap set by Dumbledore, who knew the Hog's Head was frequented by unsavory watchers? The more he considered it with the remnants of his rational mind, the more he realized he might have been lured. A baby. He had felt so certain that a baby with a certain birth date was the key to his downfall. That was madness. Over those last months, he had grown increasingly unhinged. If he had not been so fractured, so arrogant, would he have paused to question the prophecy's veracity? Very likely. Instead, he made a spectacle of going after an infant, betraying all sense. And in the process, he had undone himself. Memory flickered. The curses placed on the Potter home had collapsed. He advanced upon Lily Potter, ignoring her pleas, ignoring every sign of a trap. And after he struck the baby with the killing curse, the unstoppable rebound nearly obliterated him. And thus, 8 years of spectral half-existence had followed. He slithered a bit closer to the center of the ruin, letting the moonlight glimmer on his faint shape. That question of time, 8 years, gave him a new vantage. Harry Potter must be about 8 now, the same age at which Tom Riddle had first begun to notice his own magical abilities in the Muggle orphanage. A savage irony. Another orphan, but not left to the mercies of a Muggle institution. Or had he been? Perhaps Dumbledore placed him with Muggles. Voldemort had heard that rumor once, but details were scarce. He braced himself. It was time to test the ephemeral tether that connected him to his Horcruxes. Despite the decimation of his body, he still felt, somewhere in the depths of his being, threads that reached out to those soul anchors. He had tried to sense them before, in fleeting moments, but his mind had been too incoherent. Now, with this rare clarity, he attempted to stretch out the intangible cords of his will, searching for the seventh anchor. The one inside Harry Potter. Immediately, pain flared. A shrill, psychic feedback rattled through him, as though he had touched a molten wire. The wraith reeled back, drifting against the cold stones. He almost lost his hold on consciousness. It was as if the boy was guarded by something. Or perhaps the shard of soul inside the child was sealed behind wards or mental blocks. Still, knowledge was everything. He overcame the initial recoil and tried again, this time more gently. Letting the ephemeral tendril of thought probe the link. He felt something stir, a sense of youngness, confusion, and battered vulnerability. Then there was a whimper, a faint echo, a small yelp of pain. For an instant, the wraith heard a child's mind. Not words, but raw feeling, fear, confusion, lonely heartbreak. Something about the boy's emotional landscape was profoundly bruised. Voldemort glimpsed a swirl of images, a dark cupboard, harsh voices, a sting of physical pain. Then, as if behind layers upon layers of magical blockades, he sensed an entire labyrinth of imposed spells. Binding the boy's magic, warping the boy's memories. He gasped. though it came out as a raspy whisper of air. So many blocks, so many tamperings. Obliviations, the residue of memory charms. He sensed not one or two, but dozens, over 100. Then something else that flickered in the gloom of that mental space. A gender block, a forced stunting or distortion of the boy's inherent nature. The intricacy was horrifying. Who would do that? And to a child of 8, no less. A wave of revulsion coursed through Voldemort's withered psyche. Could it be Dumbledore? The old man had had a reputation as a champion of the so-called light. But Voldemort? No, Tom Riddle knew from experience how manipulative Dumbledore could be. Might the man's meddling have escalated to the systematic violation of a child's mind and body, all to ensure an obedient weapon? Voldemort shuddered with mingled anger and a sickening sense of irony. He was intimately familiar with cruelty, but this intrusion, these carefully layered blocks, was cunning in a different way. If the prophecy was indeed false, if the entire scenario was orchestrated by Dumbledore to groom a sacrificial lamb, then APS the headmaster had decided to keep the boy crippled and docile until the time was right for him to face Voldemort again. Another orphan raised in neglect, just like Tom Riddle had been, except shaped into a tool for Dumbledore's ends. If that was so, then, bloody idiot, was too kind a label for Voldemort's blind acceptance of events. He had walked right into the trap. He had ironically aligned himself with Dumbledore's plan by turning the child into a Horcrux, tethering them. All that the old man needed was to orchestrate a final confrontation in which both would die, presumably removing the last vestiges of the Dark Lord's soul. Possibly that confrontation was meant to happen at some perfect moment, maybe once the boy was older, or once the wizarding public was sufficiently manipulated. The wraiths sank lower against the ruined stones, a swirl of emotion. Fragments of Tom Riddle's younger self awakened, recalling lofty dreams that preceded the madness, forging new wizarding orphan AG's to protect magical children from muggle bigotry, preventing others from enduring what he had. Yes, those dreams had become corrupted by hatred and violence, but they had not begun that way. Now he saw how, ironically, Dumbledore had repeated the same cycle, placing a magical child with an unloving muggle family, letting him suffer. What if, the thought flickered in the wraith's mind, what if he, Tom Riddle, was not the only victim of Dumbledore's manipulations? Could it be that so many times, Dumbledore had found orphans, misfits, or neglected children, grooming them to serve some greater plan? The notion made him quake with fury and shame. He had set out to save orphans, once upon a time, to keep them from the fate he'd endured. Yet look what he had become. And here was Harry Potter, presumably living the same nightmare. He tried to push aside emotion. A new survival instinct roiled within. He must do something. The boy was his Horcrux, the last tether, and if Dumbledore controlled the boy, then in a sense, the headmaster controlled a piece of Voldemort's soul. If Dumbledore found a way to kill the Horcrux, the boy, it would further weaken or even destroy Voldemort. The prophecy might be false, but the old man's cunning was real. Could the wraith risk letting that piece of soul remain so vulnerable? Yet in his fleeting clarity, Voldemort realized there was no immediate way to protect that Horcrux. He had no body, no resources, no influence. He was a fugitive from the wizarding world, drifting in Albania. And though he had always believed in subjugating or discarding the weak, that sense of purposeful cruelty was overshadowed by a faint, startling pang, guilt. Or was it simply survival concern? He couldn't separate them, not with so little mind left. He drifted around the tower's interior, ghosting over rubble. The weight of these revelations threatened to crush him. So many illusions had shattered. The Knights of Walpurgis, once a vision of a better wizarding society, twisted into the Death Eaters. A brutal horde. The prophecy, once believed a dire warning from fate, might be a cheap trick. His repeated Horcrux creation was not cunning but suicidal stupidity, leaving him with a fraction of a soul. He pictured the boy again, the small whimper that had reverberated when he probed the anchor. There was terror in that mind. The blocks, the obliviations. Perhaps the child didn't even know who or what he was. Did the boy truly realize that he carried a piece of Voldemort's soul? Likely not. Did he sense the manipulations? Possibly. Maybe those blocks overshadowed any suspicion. Would it help to forcibly link with the boy? Could he overshadow the child, as he overshadowed small animals, to escape this wretched wraith form? The idea flitted across his consciousness. In principle, yes, the Horcrux link might facilitate possession. But if Dumbledore had set wards or mental traps, it might be an even bigger risk. That sudden blast of pain he fell. When first pressing too hard suggested the old wizard's meddling ran deep. Attempting to overshadow the boy might kill them both, or might fling Voldemort into oblivion. The wraith hissed again, a bitter condemnation of fate. He had no easy path. But he was still the Dark Lord, was he not? He had not survived this long. By meekly curling up to die. He must plot, must strategize. The fraction his mind that still functioned began to spin scenarios. One scenario. He could bide his time, gather strength, lure unsuspecting witches or wizards to this forest, and possess them more permanently, building a new body. Then, once restored, he could journey to Britain, find the boy, and remove the Horcrux from him in a more controlled manner. Or perhaps he could find a way to release the child from Dumbledore's clutches. Though that smacked of altruism, which he had never truly practiced. But the child was important to him in a new sense, not just as a Horcrux, but as a reflection of all the manipulations that shaped Tom Riddle's own youth. He slowed his drifting pace, letting the swirl of thoughts continue. Another possibility. If he could remove the Horcrux from the boy's scar, exorcise it somehow. Without harming the vessel, he might restore that piece of soul to himself. Would that unify him? But the texts were vague. Reabsorption of a Horcrux was not a widely documented process. Most dark texts considered Horcrux creation an abomination, let alone the merging back. If it failed, he and the boy might be lost forever. Yet the alternative, leaving that shard of soul in place, would keep him forever tethered to a path that Dumbledore might control. The old wizard wanted a final confrontation, presumably. The entire fiasco might end in a cataclysm for Voldemort. No, if there was a chance to salvage his essence, to become whole again, or at least more than this tattered wraith, he should consider it. Time. He needed time, and ironically, Dumbledore might give him that. The old headmaster might believe the wraith destroyed or too feeble to act. Or he might remain confident in the wards around the boy. The crucial advantage was that Dumbledore likely did not suspect Voldemort's moment of lucidity. The old man might not realize that Voldemort had discovered the seventh Horcrux. The headmaster's arrogance might keep him in the dark. Lightning flickered across the edge of the sky, though no thunder followed. Possibly a storm brewed miles away, or perhaps it was a trick of the night. The wraith's mind churned, forming half-formed plans. He imagined slinking from this ruin, traveling by overshadowing small animals, creeping closer to civilized areas. If he found a wizard foolish enough to walk alone, he might lure them and forcibly take their body. He had done it once before, though the attempt ended in disaster when the body rotted quickly. It was not a stable method. But maybe he could last longer, with caution. Alternatively, was there an old artifact or high-den stash of supplies from his last sojourn in Albania? He recalled stowing something in a crumbling fortress. Salazar's locket had once been hidden here, hadn't it? But the timeline blurred. He had retrieved the locket. He'd also hidden or retrieved Ravenclaw's diadem. The details swam. He half believed the diadem was once secreted in the forest near a remote monastery. Could that help him? Now, possibly not. The Horcrux objects themselves had proven no immediate solution. They were anchors, not bodies. He forced calm, trying to steady the swirl of bitterness. Slowly, he realized that rage would serve no purpose if it was not harnessed into a plan. And as his mind wrestled with 1,000 tangled threads, one stark conclusion crystallized. Dumbledore was the prime mover behind all this. Not just behind Harry Potter's fate, but behind the original impetus for Tom Riddle's quest for immortality. If Dumbledore had indeed planted that vile Horcrux text for him to find, and if the prophecy was a ruse to manipulate him, and if the orphan boy was kept in wretched circumstances to become a docile sacrifice, then Dumbledore had shaped Voldemort's destiny from the earliest steps. That notion was monstrous. The last vestiges of Tom Riddle's pride recoiled. He had always believed himself the master of his own fate, the greatest wizard, and now faced the possibility that he had unwittingly danced to Dumbledore's tune. Over half a century of his life, from the orphanage to Hogwarts, from Knights of Walpurgis to Death Eaters, from illusions of grandeur to monstrous acts, might all have been set in motion by an old man with a manipulative streak. He swore, a hissed oath that mingled with the rustle of dead leaves. I will not remain a puppet. Then, in the gloom, he felt a fleeting wave of memory, the earliest days, where he daydreamed of building new magical orphanages to save children from pain. It was an idealistic notion, but it had once rung with sincerity. Perhaps there was a piece of him, the piece that existed before he made that first Horcrux, that genuinely wanted to protect magical children from Muggle abuse. He thought of Harry, abused by Muggles if the flashes of memoir. Why in the child's mind were any indication, and then magically mutilated by Dumbledore. The stark parallels to his own life hammered at him. Could he find it in himself to do something for the boy, beyond mere self-interest? The question was jarring. Voldemort had believed such sentiments a weakness. Yet now, with so little left of his rational mind, maybe that tiny spark of pity or decency flickered. If he rescued the boy from Dumbledore, he would also be rescuing his own Horcrux from certain destruction. So, perhaps self-preservation and a sliver of conscience converged. At length, the Wraith recognized that he was not ready to decide. He lacked the means to enact any plan. He could not leave Albania in his present form. He needed a better strategy for regaining physical form, or at least forging an alliance with someone who could carry him back to Britain. The immediate objective: gather strength, remain hidden, and watch for an opportunity. Time crept by. The moon rose fully, silvering the canopy overhead. The forest outside the broken tower stood silent, the occasional hoot of an owl or bark of a fox drifting faintly. Voldemort's thoughts slowed to a crawl, and he realized his pectoral shape wavered from the strain of prolonged cognition. It took tremendous effort to remain so focused. He slithered toward the corner of the ruin, letting the stones block the breeze. He would rest here, or the Wraith equivalent of rest, drifting in half-sentience until the next wave of clarity or the next chance for nourishment. Still, scraps of insight lingered, swirling in the battered recesses of his mind. Dumbledore has orchestrated a grand deception, he told himself. He left a Horcrux text out for me to find, or at least never locked it away. He staged a prophecy in the Hog's head. He made me so fixated on a baby that I created a final Horcrux by accident. And now that boy is forcibly stunted and shaped, presumably to be used as a tool. The Wraith exhaled, or did something akin to exhaling. Though it had no real lungs. If I do nothing, I shall remain a drifting ghost, or eventually be destroyed when Dumbledore decides the boy is ready to be sacrificed. No, I must find a path to restore myself and break the old man's hold on that child. And on my soul. He tried to keep that thought alive, but found it slipping as exhaustion overcame him. Lucidity was a double-edged sword. It gave him comprehension, but it sapped what little strength he had. He sank into a half-aware state, a swirl of nightmares and half-formed illusions. His mind conjured images of the old orphanage in London, of Ms. Cole's disapproving face, of the squeals of children who feared him. Then the images shifted to Hogwarts, slender columns, candlelit corridors, and a memory of that battered library book on soul magic. He saw himself as a young man, eyes alight with ambition. Flick. The memory changed again, now a swirl of green light, Lily Potter's screams, and the rumble of collapsing wards. Then he saw the baby. Wide green eyes staring, a lightning bolt of unstoppable magic smashing into him. Then came darkness. He drifted in these illusions for a timeless while, until something tugged at him, an awareness that the forest was stirring. Not morning yet, but the hush had changed. An animal, possibly. He forced himself to rouse. Flickers of clarity returned, though less sharp than before. He sensed no immediate threat. The presence, if it was more than a stray fox or boar, receded. After another long stretch, he let the weariness take him again. He would rest until the next night or the next stroke of fortune led someone foolish into the forest. Then, perhaps, he could overshadow that body for a time. Step by step, he must climb from the abyss. Guilt and regret gnawed at him, but also a new sense of cold determination. If he was indeed so fractured, if his mind was so reduced, he must salvage what he could. A rational plan would be his lifeline. Except that the prophecy was a lie. Except that Dumbledore had outmaneuvered him once, and vow not to let it happen again. But vow also that if he ever returned to power, he would rectify the fiasco of the Death Eaters, the meaningless cruelty, and the pointless pursuit of Muggle slaughter that had overshadowed his original mission. If there was a chance to reassert control, to separate wizard kind from the non-magical world without genocide, to create a place for the orphans so no magical child endured what he had, and what Harry must have, maybe, just maybe, that final flicker of old Tom Riddle's ideals might survive. His rational side reminded him that full redemption was unlikely. He had done horrors, but perhaps a lesser horror might be better than continuing on the downward spiral orchestrated by Dumbledore. At the very least, he would not let the old man's plan succeed at the cost of his own existence. He sank further into a drifting half-sleep, letting these contradictory impulses swirl. Time lost meaning. The moon climbed overhead, then began its descent. The forest rustled with a breeze that carried the scent of damp leaves and distant water. Sometime later, perhaps an hour, perhaps several, he stirred again. Mind flickering into fleeting focus. A sliver of desperation jabbed him. He recalled the final detail gleaned from that fleeting contact with Harry's mind. The boy was not only blocked and obliviated. There was also some bizarre, gender block. The phrase had made no sense at first. But rummaging through the scattered references in the memory, it indicated that Dumbledore had sealed or altered aspects of the boy's physical or magical development, possibly to keep him weaker, or to manipulate him in ways unimaginable. He felt a roiling anger. He had heard rumors, back in his earlier years, that some unscrupulous wizards practiced the dark art of forcibly shifting a child's innate magical expression. Doing so was extremely dangerous, risking madness or physical harm. Dumbledore had always tried to paint Voldemort as the darkest wizard of the era. Yet here, the headmaster might be performing acts equally vile, if not worse. The boy was only 8, for Salazar's sake. In that grim reflection, Voldemort found a reservoir of slow-burning wrath that pushed away exhaustion. He realized that, ironically, he was not the only monster. So many had branded him the root of all evil in the wizarding world. Yet Dumbledore might well surpass him in manipulative cruelty, only wearing the mask of a grandfatherly savior. He tried to keep these revelations at the forefront of his mind. Aware that if he slipped back into the typical, animalistic hunger of the Wraith, he might forget or bury them. He repeated them mentally, as though engraving them. I have 7 Horcruxes, not 6. Harry Potter is the 7th. The prophecy is likely fake. Dumbledore is orchestrating events. I must act in time. Stones glimmered with dew as the forest air cooled further. He drew himself deeper into the corner, letting old vines drape his form. The hush was absolute. In the distance, a wolf howled. The creature squeaked in terror, twitched, and then fell under the Wraith's control. Voldemort felt the rush of new sensations, tiny pulses of a heart, the scurry of paws on stone. The colorless gloom sharpened into the rat's color-limited perspective. The synergy was never perfect. Each overshadowing was an ordeal. But for a moment, he had a body. He flicked the rat's tail experimentally, trying to see if that staved off the mental exhaustion. The difference was marginal, but he could at least scuttle around. Gather mushrooms or small insects to keep the host alive for a bit. Perhaps some scraps of rotting forest fruit. The overshadowed rat had a limited lifespan, but it was better than drifting as a wraith in the open. As he guided the rat in a small circle around the ruin's interior, he tried to recall the details of conjuring a rudimentary wandless spell. If he had had more of his soul, more of his mind, he might have forced raw magic through the host's body. But he was too feeble for that. The best he could do was remain tethered and watchful. Slowly, step by step, the shadowed rat carried the wraith across the ruins, then retreated to a snug corner to hide. Voldemort let the host's instincts take over just enough to gather a scrap of fungus it found edible. He had no illusions that this was a real solution. The body would degrade soon. He could only overshadow it a short while before it collapsed or starved. But at least for the night, he had some measure of shelter against the bitter cold. And so, in that quiet hour, he resolved on a course. Survive, gather strength, seize a better host if possible, then find a way to leave Albania and return to Britain. I must circumvent Dumbledore's watchers, retrieve my stolen birthright, and if possible, free the boy from that old man's meddling if only to preserve my Horcrux. Yes, that was the initial plan. Pragmatic, yet it held an unexpected undercurrent. Because if Tom Riddle's old idealistic flicker still existed anywhere, if some shred of that childhood dream remained, perhaps he would do more for Harry Potter than merely preserve the Horcrux. Perhaps he would, in some twisted sense, fulfill that original notion, saving the magical orphan from the horrors of Muggle cruelty and a manipulative wizard. But that was a distant speculation. Survival came first. The overshadowed rat squeaked, chewing on the fungus, oblivious to the epic conflict stirring in the intangible occupant of its body. As the night wore on, the wraith drifted in and out of awareness. Flashes of monstrous fury, shame, cunning, and regret swirled in a chaotic dance. The clarity might fade soon, replaced by more disjointed illusions. But the seed of a new plan was planted. He would rest, rebuild. He would not remain a puppet. He would not let the old man's plan run unopposed. He was Tom Marvolo Riddle, once Lord Voldemort, and though battered, though sundered into eighths or even smaller fragments, he still existed. If that existence was all he had, then he would cling to it with a savage persistence until he found a way to strike back. Night deepened. A harsh wind whipped through the forest, rattling branches. The overshadowed rat huddled in its corner, shielded by rubble. Now and then, it trembled under the strain of containing the wraith's presence. Hours dragged by. At times, random recollections intruded. The earliest days of the Death Eaters, when they were but a handful of young wizards enthralled by Tom Riddle's charm and speeches about wizarding autonomy. Then the slow morph into a paramilitary cult, sporting skull masks and branding people with the dark mark. The transition had seemed so natural at the time, but in hindsight, it was mania. People had died. That mania had strangled the original concept, until all that was left was fear and violence. He recalled also the moment he had grandly chosen the name, Death Eaters. He had wanted something that struck dread, overshadowing the more refined Knights of Walpurgis. Another sign that madness had taken hold. But in that era, it had felt brilliant, a brand of terror. Even the name, Voldemort, evoked the arrogance of youth, a teenage puzzle to invert the letters of Tom Marvolo Riddle into something theatrical. I am Lord Voldemort. How many times had he hissed that, believing he had transcended the limitations of mortality? Now, he could do nothing but overshadow a forest rat. Eventually, the rat's body twitched with exhaustion and the wraith, feeling the host near collapse, loosened its grip to let the creature slip away. The battered rodent scurried off into the undergrowth, leaving Voldemort's spectral form once more huddled amid the rubble. This time, the wraith slid into a shallow pit in the crumbling tower floor, curling in on itself like a swirl of gray smoke. The final vestiges of that night's clarity began to flicker. But before drifting into a vacant torpor, he repeated a final vow in his mind. I will break free of Dumbledore's chains, one way or another. Harry Potter is the seventh Horcrux, and I will not let that child be a sacrificial lamb for the old man's designs. If I can, I will reclaim what is mine and end Albus Dumbledore's vile manipulations. For now, I wait. But soon, I will act. The vow echoed in the darkness, as though the forest itself carried it along in a hush of wind. Outside, the moon slid behind a cloud, plunging the ruin into deeper shadow. The wraith's shape dimmed, drifting in near sleep, yet still clinging to a kernel of new resolve. Night gave way to dawn. The forest floor brightened into a brown and gold tapestry of fallen leaves. Morning's chill settled like a thin frost over everything. The wraith huddled against the stones, unseeing, half lost in a swirl of half-sentient dreams. By midday, beams of sunlight knifed through cracks in the tower, painting columns of brilliance across the rubble. Small forest creatures dared pass near the ruin again. A solitary crow perched on a jagged stone, cawing in curiosity. But no one disturbed the battered presence that lurked within. So the day drifted on. By the time twilight approached again, that vow remained, a faint spark in the swirl of battered consciousness that was Tom Riddle. He had discovered too many truths. The seventh Horcrux, the false prophecy, the manipulations of Dumbledore, the illusions of grandeur that led him to stupidity. The pain of it might have shattered a lesser mind. Indeed, it threatened to break what little was left of him. But he clung to anger, to cunning, to the possibility of a future. Thus, he waited, afloat in a sea of black regrets. Yet in that gloom, ironically, a flicker of something faintly resembling the boy who had once dreamed of saving magical children from Muggle misery stirred. Perhaps the next time he overshadowed a creature or encountered a lost traveler, he would glean more information. Perhaps he would glean the means to slip back into Britain and continue the fight in a new form. Though he was fragile, though he was hardly more than a tatter of soul, he was not undone. He would gather himself. He would not be a fool again. He would be more cunning, more calculating. If that meant forging unexpected alliances or rethinking his entire approach, so be it. And in that vow, the memory of the yelp from Harry Potter's mind rose again. The child was in pain, blocked, battered. A wave of something akin to pity washed over the wraith. Then pity turned to smoldering fury at the old headmaster. We shall see who is the true manipulator, Dumbledore, he thought, letting the sentiment coil like a serpent in his mind. You have used me as your unwitting pawn for decades. No longer. When midnight arrived, the forest sank once more into near silence. A faint drizzle pelted the leaves, dripping through the tower's ruined roof. In the gloom, the wraith pulsed with a slow, dreadful rhythm. As though practicing a heartbeat it no longer possessed. A plan, half-formed, crystallized. Find a more suitable host, gather knowledge, slip into Britain under the cloak of secrecy. Avoid direct confrontation with Dumbledore until strong enough, and then, rescue or capture Harry Potter, remove the Horcrux from him, and in so doing, thwart Dumbledore's manipulations. Whether that rescue would be a genuine mercy or merely an opportunistic reclamation of his own soul fragment, even he did not fully know. But the end result would be the same. The old man would not have his perfect sacrificial pawn. Not this time. He lingered there, swirling thoughts between the edges of madness and sanity. Hours crept on. He drifted in and out of dark reveries, glimpses of memory that spanned the decades. Then, slowly, dawn approached once more, and he slipped into deeper hibernation. 2 days, 3 days, a week, time blurred. The Albanian forest was patient, and so was the wraith, for the moment. He took more small animals as hosts, each overshadowing sustaining him for only a short while. The plan was far from complete, but a plan it was. And for the first time since his defeat, that plan was rooted not solely in blind hatred and mania, but in a raw, if half-lucid, understanding of how thoroughly he had been used, of how thoroughly he had used others, and of how close he was to final oblivion if he did not adapt. Thus, the final vestiges of Tom Riddle's cunning struggled to remain afloat. He recalled a line from the Horcrux text that had once enthralled him: the soul is the seat of identity. But each tearing diminishes that identity. One who makes multiple Horcruxes courts a splintering of mind, leading to an existence more akin to a monstrous shade than a wizard. That was precisely his fate. He was the monstrous shade in the Albanian woods. But maybe, just maybe, not forever. And so ended that bleak interval in the tower. The year was 1988, the same day that Harry Potter, in a faraway English estate, dozed peacefully after a day of gentle care from Sir Integra Hellsing. While the boy found solace in a new guardian's kindness, the torn fragment of Voldemort's soul in Albania discovered a measure of truth about the labyrinth of lies behind their intertwined destinies. The forest nights melted into quiet days, and the wraith bided its time. Soon enough, someone careless might wander into these woods. Or perhaps the wraith would muster the strength to slither beyond the forest, to a lonely road or an unsuspecting village. The next steps lay in the future, uncertain. But one thing was sure: Voldemort was not quite as blind as he had been. That might prove the downfall of Albus Dumbledore's grand design, and might reshape the entire Wizarding world if the wraith survived long enough to enact its plan. Days and nights continued their cycle, and the spectral shape huddled in the ruin, patient as a spider. In the quiet gloom, he reflected on that last flicker of boyhood innocence, of the promise he once made to himself to spare magical children from the horrors of an unkind world. Even now, that battered ideal clashed with the cruelty etched into the shards of his soul. The result was a tortured internal monologue. But if any fragment of kindness remained, it might anchor him against further descent into madness. He mused that once upon a time, the name, Tom, had conjured images of a bright-eyed orphan who discovered, to his delight, that he was special, that he had a gift. Then came so many betrayals, by the orphanage staff, by society, by Dumbledore's sly condescension, and now, at the tail end of it all, he was but an echo. The echo might yet roar, if given a chance. So he waited, swirling among the fallen stones, listening to the hush of the Albanian forest. The drifting of leaves overhead lulled him into a half-slumber. Another night slipped by, starless and cold. He was lost in illusions, flickers of old dreams and regrets. In those illusions, the memory of Harry's whimper re-emerged, melding with the memory of his own younger self. Two orphans, entangled in a twisted game. He felt a pang of something like sorrow. Then an upwelling of fury that this was how the wizarding world operated, manipulations upon manipulations. He recalled the old condemnation he had leveled at Grindelwald's era of chaos, believing that he, Tom Riddle, would do better. Now he saw that Dumbledore's light had, in many ways, overshadowed Grindelwald's tyranny by cunning alone. But mere anger would not suffice. If he was to confront Dumbledore's empire of lies, he needed a plan, an alliance, or at least a stable body. He considered the possibility of finding a minor wizard in Eastern Europe, overshadowing them, and traveling to Britain. That would risk detection if the overshadowing caused odd behavior, yet it might be his best chance. He could not dare face the old man directly. He must remain hidden, gather intelligence, possibly discover the fate of his existing Horcruxes. One step at a time. Even that question nagged him. Where were his original Horcruxes, the diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, the snake Nagini? Wait, Nagini was not yet a Horcrux at the time of his defeat, he recalled that vaguely. She might have become one later, or had he begun the process? His mind's timeline was garbled. He ring had been stashed in the Gaunt Shack. The diary was entrusted to Lucius Malfoy. The locket. Did he retrieve it and re-hide it? The details were tangled. Possibly Dumbledore had discovered and destroyed some of them. Though that seemed uncertain. The headmaster might keep them in secret. Or they might remain unsuspected. Regardless, the accidental Horcrux in Harry overshadowed them all in importance. Because that anchor was not hidden in an inanimate object, but a living, growing child. An anchor that, ironically, might be the final key to destroying the entire labyrinth if Dumbledore had his way. Or perhaps an anchor that could be reclaimed and reversed. This was more vital than all the others combined. He repeated that logic to himself, letting it shape his new determination. Step 1. Survive. Step 2. Rebuild. Step 3. Secure or free the boy, one way or another. Step 4. Deal with Dumbledore. The old man would pay for his manipulations. That vow burned bright. He took had comfort he could in the methodical approach. The forest was patient. He would be patient, too. He had learned the cost of reckless arrogance. He would not repeat that mistake. No more trying to murder babies without verifying the facts. He let out a faint, bitter laugh that echoed in his own spectral ears. Another dawn. Another quiet day. The world turned outside Albania's forests, oblivious. In a far-off land, the wizarding world might be paying homage to Albus Dumbledore, blissfully ignorant of his manipulations. Further away, in England, an 8-year-old boy was safe behind wards unknown to either Dumbledore or Voldemort. Watched over by a stern and caring knight named Integra Hellsing. Neither side, ironically, comprehended the third force in play. Voldemort, in his swirling thoughts, remained unaware of Hellsing's existence. He believed only that Dumbledore had the child. The revelation that the boy might be beyond the headmaster's immediate control would come as a shock. But for now, ignorance reigned on all sides. Thus, the slow pacing continued. Each passing day offered the wraith a fraction more strength or an opportunity to overshadow a new forest creature. He tread the basic steps to keep from losing that precious clarity. Remember the Horcrux count. Remember the block on Harry's magic. Remember the prophecy is false. Remember Dumbledore's cunning. If he repeated it enough, he hoped to imprint it on his battered mind so that, if mania or blank confusion returned, some part of him would still cling to these truths. In quiet moments, he recalled with faint nostalgia the earlier days at Hogwarts. The library shelves, the Slytherin common room's flickering torches, the sense of belonging, before everything twisted. He remembered the day he discovered he was a Parselmouth, and the thrill that gave him, believing he was special. He remembered the first time Dumbledore gazed at him with that peculiar measuring look, as if seeing an experiment rather than a boy. So many little signs he had missed. They all led him here, to a shattered tower in Albania, with no company but rodents, insects, and the cold hush of the forest. Another wave of rage rose, but he forced it down, turning it into determination. He would not remain forever in squalor. Dumbledore might have manipulated the entire wizarding world, but Tom Riddle had not lost all cunning, not yet. Night fell again, starless. A drizzle began, pattering the leaves. The ruin dripped with water, forming puddles. The wraith drifted to a drier corner, curling beneath a half-collapsed arch. He must endure. This squalor was humiliating, but it served as a reminder of what happened when he acted on fractal illusions. Never again. He drifted, letting half-dreams swirl. Scenes from the Knights of Walpurgis days, before they rebranded as Death Eaters. A handful of bright, skilled witches and wizards who once believed in the idea of preserving wizarding culture from Muggle encroachment. Some parted ways when his methods grew extreme. Others stayed, enthralled by his presence, twisting that original concept into monstrous dogma. "How far we have fallen," he murmured, voice a spectral hush. And then, inevitably, his mind circled back to Harry Potter. That 8-year-old child unknowingly carried the 7th Horcrux. More, the child faced near constant abuse. If Dumbledore was half as manipulative as Voldemort suspected, the boy's suffering was likely part of the plan. Keep him broken, keep him malleable. Same as me, the wraith realized again, recalling his own childhood. History repeats itself. Yet the difference was that, in Tom Riddle's case, Dumbledore had not gone so far as to impose literal blocks on his magic or memory. Perhaps the old man had learned from that earlier experiment. Now, with Harry, he was even more thorough, weaving illusions in the boy's mind. The cruelty was breathtaking. If only Tom had glimpsed that truth earlier, he might not have wasted years turning to tyranny in rage. Or perhaps that was inevitable anyway. He reeled with the immensity of it all. Slowly, the drizzle abated, leaving behind a damp hush. The wraith forced itself to remain calm. The plan: escape Albania, resurrect a stable form, locate the child, undermine Dumbledore, possibly retrieve or destroy the other Horcruxes if time allowed, ensuring the old man could not use them as leverage. That was the shape of the future. As for that fleeting flicker of pity for the child, Tom Riddle was uncertain. But maybe it was enough to keep him from descending fully into the mania that once defined him. He had tried pure cruelty. He had tried dominating the wizarding world. Where had that led? The entire fiasco. Perhaps a new approach was in order. And so, in this remote Albanian forest, overshadowing small creatures night after night, the wraith known as Lord Voldemort settled into a slow, methodical survival. The transitions between day and night became nearly meaningless, a cyclical routine of drifting in gloom and seizing fleeting windows of clarity. But always that new resolution guided him. No more blind subservience to the strings that Dumbledore pulled. If he once declared himself the flight from death, maybe now he would cling to life in the simplest of ways, by biding his time and forging a truly cunning plan. Step by step, no flamboyant pronouncements or public crusades. No flamboyant mask. He had lost the right to arrogance after all his humiliating blunders. Thus, the leaves of late autumn fell in the Albanian woods, forming a thick carpet that muffled all footsteps. Deer picked their way among the glades, crows circled overhead, and the weather grew colder. Voldemort might have spent weeks or months in this twilight existence. He did not measure the passing days precisely, so battered was his mind. But that vow to act remained. Meanwhile, far across land and sea, the rest of the world continued. Hogwarts bustled with unsuspecting students. The Ministry of Magic operated under illusions of normalcy. And in a certain English estate, an orphan boy found kindness and warmth, oblivious to the flicker of a shattered soul that once haunted his nightmares. The lines of fate were drawn, though none involved yet realized how drastically the future had changed. One day, that chance collision would come. For now, Lord Voldemort, battered shadow of Tom Riddle, lingered in the Albanian forest, mothering a single spark of clarity in the darkness. He understood at last that in shattering his soul so many times, he had nearly destroyed himself, turning into something lesser. But lesser or not, he still existed. And that existence, he decided, would not be surrendered easily. So he waited, forming and reforming his designs in the hush of swirling leaves, planning the moment he might slip free of these borders and return to the land that both birthed and betrayed him. His mind turned again to the child, that small figure with a lightning scar and a fraction of Voldemort's own soul lodged in him. The child was more than a Horcrux. He was the one chance to unravel Dumbledore's plot from within, if the illusions could be stripped away. And though the Wraith dared not label it mercy, something akin to hope flickered, that perhaps two orphans might yet stand outside the old wizard's manipulations, forging a new path. But that dream was delicate, overshadowed by the ferocity that drove him all his life. Whether it manifested as compassion or cunning vengeance, the result was the same: the old man would not have the last laugh. Thus ended the long, slow vigil in the Albanian forest. As November crept onward, the Wraith's ephemeral presence slid between battered stones, drifting from one half-collapsed chamber to another. Rats, snakes, occasionally a passing fox, all became fleeting hosts that gave him glimpses of the shifting season. Each time, he repeated the plan. Each time, the memory of Harry's whimper prodded him. Each time, knowledge of Dumbledore's monstrous cunning stoked his determination. If fate gave him a chance to seize a wizard's body, he would do it. If a traveler passing near the forest carried a wand, he might corner them. If a Death Eater from Britain sought him out, he might use them. But he would not act rashly, not until he had a surety of success. Pride demanded vengeance, but caution demanded time. And so, the Wraith lingered, a swirling gloom in the heart of the Albanian woods, forging a renewed sense of purpose. Far away, invisible threads of destiny pulled at him. For the first time in many years, he had recognized that he was not the only monster, that he was, in fact, a pawn in a larger chessboard orchestrated by Albus Dumbledore. That knowledge might shape him in ways unimaginable. Nevertheless, the ambition that once ignited Tom Marvolo Riddle had not vanished, though it had been battered. Now it coexisted with shame, guilt, rage, and a faint echo of compassion. This collision of emotions might break him further or might forge something new in him. Only time would tell. Night fell again, the hush absolute. The Wraith sank into half-awareness, dreaming of grand halls, of scattered shards of soul refused, of a child's tearful eyes free from illusions. The forest breathed around him, unknowing and unconcerned. He had no illusions that redemption was at hand. But perhaps he no longer sought the wholesale destruction of all who opposed him. If he could dismantle Dumbledore's tyranny, if he could reclaim his scattered soul, if he could in some measure right the twisted path his life had taken, that might suffice. Or perhaps, once strong, he would again yield to cruelty. The future was unwritten, and he was a patchwork of regrets. But for now, at least, the Wraith in Albania was not quite the same mindless terror that scuttled about for 8 years. He remembered, he planned, he waited, and that was a new beginning in its own dreadful way. High overhead, a flight of bats crossed the moon. A gentle breeze stirred the treetops. The night held its breath as a monstrous shade hovered in the tower. Slowly, the final traces of that day's lucidity ebbed away, leaving the Wraith to drift in a half-sleep. Holding on to a single vow, he would act in time. He would not remain a pawn. He would not let the boy die for Dumbledore's schemes. One day, Tom Riddle would return, one way or another. And so ended this uneasy chapter of silence in the Albanian forest, while half a continent away, the world turned. And my Patreon, Neon Shadows of Fate, Harry Potter FNAF. Chapter 5 is already available for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Beyond the Boundaries of Time, Harry Potter Fallout. Chapter 5 is already available for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 WI, LLB available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Bound by Shadows and Soar. Ow! Harry Potter, Friday the 13th crossover. Chapter 5 is already available for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for use. RS with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows, Harry Potter, Hellsing. Chapter 5 is already available for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry and the Wolf. Gamer, Harry Potter O. Chapter 7 is already available on my Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 8 will be available on 23.1.20. 25 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science, Naruto Portal. Chapter 7 is already available on my Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 8 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Metamorphosis. The Legacy Within, Harry Potter, Ben 10 one-shot. Already available. Reader one-shot will cost you $3. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. On these fanfics below you will need Reader Plus support which will cost you $10. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter, Sonic the Hedgehog Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. QBE Sun Reborn, Harry Potter, Naruto. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter, Monster Masumi, Everyday Life with Monster Girls. Chapter 1 is available for users with R. Eater Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry Potter and Toon Force, Harry Potter. Looney Tunes. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Shinigami's Vacation, Bleach, Naruto. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Read R Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn, Harry Potter O. Alive Potters, Sibling Potter. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunch. In Harry Potter, One Piece. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter, Pokemon. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fragile Hope, Harry Potter, Jigsaw. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter, Fania. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Read Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory, Harry Potter, Poppy Playtime. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Threads Woven Between Two Souls, Harry Potter, Coraline. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Queen of Forbidden Forest, Harry Potter O, Second Year. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Worlds Unbound Magic, Harry Potter O, Multi-Fandom, Crossover, Future O. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Moonlight and Mist, Harry Potter, Percy Jackson. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Read Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Chapter 5. A Year of Transformations. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Hellsing. The wind that swept across the Hellsing Estate on the morning of July 31, 1989. Carried more than the fragrance of summer lawns and rose gardens. It brought a sense of anticipation that seemed to weave itself into every corridor, every polished banister, and every tapestry-hung wall. While the house staff bustled quietly, Sir Integra Fairbrook Wingate's Hellsing stood in the main dining hall, arms folded, surveying the understated decorations Walter had prepared. Simple yet elegant streamers in rich emerald and gold, a small cluster of celebratory balloons near the long table, and freshly arranged flowers in polished silver vases. It was a scene far removed from the silent gloom that had once filled this place when a young Harry Potter arrived almost 2 years earlier. Now, under these vaulted ceilings, the gentle hush of purposeful activity bespoke one ing, a birthday celebration for the boy who had become the heart of the household. Harry's birthday meant a great deal more than marking a date. Indeed, the day was a symbol of change, warmth, and family. Over the last year, the manor had taken on a subtly more welcoming atmosphere. Gone were the echoes of emptiness that had prevailed when only Integra, Alucard, Walter, and the occasional retinue of Hellsing operatives walked its halls. Now, these halls often echoed with a child's laughter and the shuffle of small feet, hurrying to meet new lessons, while the hush of serious business still reigned. After all, Hellsing was not merely a family home but the stronghold of an organization dedicated to defending Britain from supernatural threats. There was a tempered warmth in every corner. On this early morning, Integra watched Walter fuss with the placement of the final centerpieces. The butler smoothed down the tablecloth, ensuring each floral arrangement was at a precise distance from the next. She allowed herself a small smile. She could not recall the last time she had taken such satisfaction in preparing a personal celebration. Harry, for his part, was upstairs, likely putting finishing touches on the new outfit that Walter had laid out. The boy had grown appreciably in a year, no longer the frail, frightened child who'd shrunk from the slightest attention, but now a bright, inquisitive 9-year-old who carried himself with a confident posture. In the beginning, Integra had never once imagined herself in a maternal role. Yet here she was, standing in a carefully decorated dining hall, making sure her son's birthday was perfect. That word, son, had grown to feel utterly natural when referring to Harry, just as mother had begun rolling off his tongue with increasing ease. She paused, arms still crossed, and allowed a slight warmth to fill her chest. Yes, He was her son in every way that mattered. Footsteps approached behind her. She turned to see Alucard, tall, imposing, draped in his usual crimson coat, leaning in the doorway. The vampire's orange-tinted sunglasses caught the overhead light, making them flare briefly. He looked distinctly out of place amid the festive decorations. Yet his presence was part of the household's equilibrium. He gave the decorations a faint, inspecting glance, then let out a low hum. "So," he said quietly, voice dripping with mild amusement, "the boy becomes 9 today." Walter's pulling out all the stops. Alucard's grin widened. "Yes, something sharp and pointed, which ought to serve him well if he ever needs to defend himself." He adjusted a small box beneath his coat, a slender package with silver filigree. "Though I suspect you'll say it's not appropriate for his age." "The appropriateness can be debated," Integra remarked dryly. "But Harry is hardly an ordinary child." Alucard's grin softened. Over the past year, he had grown accustomed, reluctantly, at first, to the role of father figure. That was a strange notion, for a vampire who had spent centuries relishing violence and solitude. Yet Harry, in his quiet curiosity, had unexpectedly carved out space in Alucard's dead heart. The boy teased him by calling him father, sometimes, which Alucard pretended to find vexing. In truth, he felt a guarded fondness. He only hoped Harry never discovered the depth of that sentiment. With a dismissive shrug, Alucard stepped away from the doorway. "I'll be back when the festivities begin," he said, and then strode off, red coat trailing. Behind him, Walter, fussing with a silver tray, turned to Integra once Alucard was gone. "Shall I fetch Master Harry now?" "Sir Integra," she nodded. "Yes, please. We should not keep the birthday boy waiting any longer." She glanced at her watch. It was nearing midday, the time set for the small celebration. Walter bowed, his usual air of calm precision guiding him up the grand staircase toward Harry's room. Integra took a moment to mentally review the day's plans. The celebration would be intimate, just family. As Harry now understood that word, Integra, Alucard, Walter, and a handful of trusted staff who had grown fond of the boy over the year. The staff had prepared a simple feast. There would be a cake, a few heartfelt gifts, and perhaps a moment to raise glasses in a quiet toast to the future. The future felt bright these days, even if Integra knew danger lurked beyond the manor's wards. In the last year, not a single attempt had been made by Albus Dumbledore or any other wizard to breach Hellsing grounds. The wards erected around the estate, augmented by the mixture of the organization's old arcane knowledge and Alucard's presence, shrouded Harry from magical detection. Integra knew, from occasional intelligence reports in wizarding circles, that Dumbledore was frantic to find the boy. Yet the old headmaster was thwarted at every turn. He doubtless believed Harry remained with uncaring Muggle relatives or had simply disappeared. He could not fathom Hellsing. Nevertheless, Dumbledore's inability to locate Harry did not mean the old man was idle. Integra had caught wind, through carefully placed informants, that the headmaster continued to weave elaborate manipulations. She had told Alucard of rumors that Dumbledore was meddling in Hogwarts's sorting process, apparently determined to push Harry, if ever he arrived, to a certain outcome. Integra found the notion repulsive. In quiet moments, she reminded herself that one day, Harry would need to learn about the wizarding world more thoroughly. But for now, she shielded him from such manipulations, letting him grow confident under her roof. Harry had indeed flourished. Freed from the Dursleys' abuse, he dove into his lessons with a voracious appetite. Integra taught him discipline, strategy, the fundamentals of leadership. Alucard, when in a rare instructive mood, taught him cunning and resilience, slipping in half-teasing, half-serious remarks about confronting foes. Walter supplemented these lessons with everything from table manners to basic cultural references. And then, of course, there was the voice in Harry's head, a presence that had gradually revealed itself to him as a distant mentor. This presence identified itself as Marvolo, in occasional whispers or dreams, providing small tidbits on magical theory, wizarding politics, and esoteric etiquette. Neither Integra nor Alucard knew of this mental teacher, as Harry believed it was merely some innate magical guide, if he considered it at all. Over the last 2 years, Marvolo had never openly lied to Harry. Rather, he offered knowledge in measured doses, shaping Harry's perspective. The boy came to trust him, though he wondered why this intangible mentor remained so secretive. Marvolo's instructions, while somewhat cryptic, emphasized being observant, cultivating dignity, and recognizing the pitfalls of blind trust. Strange lessons, perhaps, but not entirely out of line with what Integra herself taught. In time, though, he day would come when that bond would be tested. For now, Harry simply thought of Marvolo as one more adult presence looking out for him, albeit from within his own mind. Moments after Walter disappeared up the stairs, Harry emerged at the top landing, wearing a neat collared shirt and smart trousers, his unruly black hair somewhat tamed by a comb. He looked down at Integra with a grin that reflected both eagerness and a lingering hint of shyness. The physical changes in him over a year were subtle but telling. A bit more height, slightly broader shoulders, a more assured stance. Though only 9, he carried himself with the quiet confidence of a youth who had found belonging. He hurried down the stairs, nearly tripping on the last step in his enthusiasm, and approached Integra. "Mother," he said, voice lilting with excitement. Walter said everything's ready. She inclined her head. "Yes, my dear, happy birthday." The words were simple, but the warmth behind them was genuine. She gestured toward the dining hall. "Come, we've a small surprise." Harry slipped his hand into hers without hesitation. He had long since stopped fearing that someone would strike him for such closeness. Together, they entered the hall, greeted by the subdued decor. For a moment, the boy froze, breath catching as he took in the table set with polished silver, the elegant arrangement of balloons and flowers, and the small wrapped parcels placed neatly at one end. The staff, 5 or 6 individuals, stood by the walls, bowing or smiling as Harry passed. Alucard, leaning nonchalantly against a side table, offered Harry a small nod. Walter stood near the head of the table, hands folded. Harry blinked, feeling a surge of emotion. It wasn't that the decorations were extravagant, they were relatively modest, especially for a manor of Hellsing's stature, but the significance cut him to the core. He recalled birthdays at the Dursleys, which were either harshly ignored or used as an excuse to punish him. Now, he was the focus of respectful attention. Enveloped in care, he smiled a little too brightly to hide the tears that wanted to form. "Welcome to your 9th birthday celebration," Integra said, guiding him to a chair. "I know it's not a grand ball, but we thought this would suit you better." Harry's voice emerged hushed. "It's perfect. Thank you. Thank you all." He glanced around, cheeks coloring as he nodded to the staff. A soft chuckle rippled through them. The boy sat down, and Integra took a seat beside him. Alucard positioned himself at a slight distance, arms folded behind his back, while Walter moved to begin serving. The meal started with a toast. Non-alcoholic for Harry, of course, but Integra raised a glass of fine wine to her son's health, prompting everyone to do the same with their respective drinks. Harry, holding up his sparkling cider, tried to emulate Integra's poised manner. He still wasn't entirely sure how to handle being the center of attention, but he savored each moment. Walter served a light soup, followed by roasted chicken and vegetables that had been spiced to perfection. The conversation was gentle, built on well wishes and kind teasing from the staff about how quickly Harry was growing. At last, when plates were cleared, Integra gestured to the cluster of wrapped gifts. "Go ahead," she encouraged. "They're for you." Harry rose, crossing to the table, and carefully lifted the first parcel, a rectangular box wrapped in midnight blue paper. A tag read, "From Mother." A swirl of anticipation unfurled in his chest. Over the past year, Integra had already given him so much. But he knew she relished making this day special. He opened the box to find a set of leather-bound books. The spines bore titles about British history, some on general magical theory, and others referencing broader world lore. His gaze moved from the books to Integra's proud smile. "You always wanted to know more about the world," she explained. "I've included a few wizarding references, gleaned from my own research, but nothing that would draw unwelcome attention to us. You can read them at your leisure." Harry brushed a hand across the embossed covers, eyes shining. "Thank you, Mother. I'll read them all." He meant it. Reading had become a cherished pastime, a gateway to understanding new concepts. He set the books aside carefully, then turned to another parcel, slim and wrapped in red paper. The tag read, "From Father." He shot Alucard a playful look. The vampire feigned ignorance, gaze fixed on a point above Harry's shoulder. Harry, suppressing a grin, untied the ribbon and opened the wrapping. Inside lay a dagger, small enough for a child to handle without too much difficulty but clearly of high craftsmanship. The blade gleamed silver, etched with swirling designs reminiscent of arcane symbols. The hilt was black, likely ebony or some other dark wood, accented by a single ruby set at the pommel. Harry's breath caught in his throat. Alucard's gift was undeniably impressive, though it carried a faint aura of danger. He recalled Alucard's many lessons about vigilance. "It's incredible," Harry murmured, lifting the blade carefully. His reflection danced along the polished steel. For a moment, he remembered how the Dursleys would have locked him in the cupboard for daring to touch something so fine. But this was a gift from Alucard. Alucard cleared his throat, half averting his eyes to hide the flicker of fondness. "Ceremonial mostly, but it will serve if you ever need a quick defense. Make sure you practice with it under proper guidance. Don't slash about on your own." Quote. Harry nodded solemnly, returning the dagger to its sheath. "Yes, Father." He risked a glance at Integra, unsure if she approved. She merely gave him a wry shrug, as if to say it was Alucard's prerogative. Lastly, there was a smaller box, unwrapped yet tied with a simple string. The note read, "From Walter." Harry carefully untied the string. Inside was a finely crafted leather journal, the cover embossed with his initials, HP, and the pages blank for him to fill with his thoughts. It was neither flamboyant nor dull, a perfect reflection of Walter's understated style. Harry touched the journal with reverence. "Thank you, Walter," he said softly. "I'll write about everything I learn." Walter bowed his head, a smile tugging at his lips. "I look forward to seeing your progress, Master Harry." He had grown especially fond of the boy over the past year, doting on him with the quiet, paternal care that came so naturally to the old butler. The staff offered their own congratulations, a few stepping forward with small tokens of appreciation, sweets or hand-drawn cards. Harry blushed under the attention, repeated his thanks, and clutched the gifts close as he returned to his seat. Despite the soft hush in the hall, he felt a glow within him that was brighter than any day he remembered. He was wanted, loved, celebrated. When the gifts were set aside, a hush fell. Then a side door opened, admitting another staff member carrying a modest birthday cake topped with 9 candles. The sweet aroma of vanilla icing drifted through the hall. Harry's eyes went wide. "A cake," he whispered, recalling how once he'd only stolen leftover scraps of Dudley's parties. Integra rose, guiding him to stand by the cake. As the staff looked on, she lit the candles one by one. The tiny flames danced merrily. "Make a wish, Harry," she said gently. Harry closed his eyes, concentrating on the swirl of gratitude in his heart. When he exhaled, blowing out the candles, the warmth of the moment seemed to linger in the air. It was more than a birthday, it was a quiet affirmation of family. After the singing of an off-key, "Happy Birthday," which made Alucard roll his eyes in mock displeasure, the cake was cut, and conversation flowed again. Harry perched on the edge of his chair, nibbling his slice thoughtfully. He shot a glance at Alucard, who sipped a glass of red wine. Their eyes met, and despite Alucard's stoic veneer, Harry sensed amusement and contentment from the vampire. A fleeting thought crossed Harry's mind, sparked by the knowledge gleaned from Marvolo's quiet lessons. The voice in his head had been more active lately, hinting at the complexities of wizarding society, the nuances of magical politics, and the importance of forging alliances. Sometimes, the voice felt paternal as well, urging him to read certain tomes, to observe how Integra managed her men, or to watch how Alucard moved in and out of shadows with lethal grace. RRY understood little about why this voice cared so much about his education, but he felt no threat from it. If anything, it felt supportive. He shook off those thoughts for now, focusing on the contentment of this day. If Marvolo had taught him anything, it was to appreciate moments of genuine warmth and remember them as a shield against darkness. So, Harry indulged in laughter, joked with Walter, listened to Integra's gentle teasing about his posture, and relished Alucard's sarcastic commentary. A strange patchwork family, but a family nonetheless. When the celebration wound down, and the staff cleared the dishes. Integra ruffled Harry's hair and told him he could spend the afternoon as he wished, perhaps reading or exploring the estate. I've set aside tomorrow as well, she added. No formal lessons. It's your holiday. Alucard shrugged. Of course. But keep it hidden from the more skittish staff. Not everyone is comfortable seeing a child brandishing a blade. Harry promised to be careful. With that, he gathered his gifts, gave Integra a spontaneous hug, and hurried off. Walter followed to assist in placing the books in Harry's small study corner and to find a safe place for the dagger. In their wake, Alucard and Integra remained by the table, the remnants of the celebration about them. Integra looked at the half-empty wine decanter, then at Alucard. You've grown fond of him, she said softly. The words more statement than question. He snorted, adjusting his gloves. The boy's persistent. Doesn't know when to stop calling me father. But yes, he's more tolerable Han most of the humans have met in my long existence. A wry grin touched his lips. Integra allowed herself a small laugh. He sees you as a father, Alucard. And I think that's exactly what you've become. Alucard rolled his shoulders, feigning disinterest, but did not contradict her. The conversation ended in a comfortable silence as they contemplated the changes Harry had wrought in them all. Meanwhile, far from the warmth of Hellsing Manor, Albus Dumbledore paced the length of his office at Hogwarts. Nearly 2 years had passed since Harry vanished from the Dursleys, yet not a single magical trace had surfaced. Dumbledore's instruments, once used to track the wards, remained inert. He had even created new devices to scry for the boy's location. Each had failed spectacularly. Today, The headmaster busied himself with a new endeavor, tinkering with the sorting hat. The ancient artifact sat on a small stool, silent and tattered, as Dumbledore murmured incantations around it. He aimed to ensure that, if Harry Potter did eventually come to Hogwarts, the hat would direct him to Gryffindor. Dumbledore justified this as part of the prophecy's design. The boy must be shaped to face Voldemort as a courageous sacrifice. Let the boy become as malleable as possible, brimming with heroic selflessness. Dumbledore's lips tightened. He despised how fate had defied his plans. If only Harry had remained under the Dursleys' thumb. The child's spirit would have been appropriately subdued, ensuring he would willingly do what was necessary at the right time. But now, with Harry gone, Dumbledore's carefully orchestrated future hung in jeopardy. He paused, recalling the Potter fortune. By wizarding law, a minor's vaults at Gringotts could only be accessed by a legal guardian or the child himself. Dumbledore had intended to claim guardianship once Harry turned 17, just long enough to manipulate the funds if needed. But that plan assumed Harry would remain ignorant and under his influence. Now, with no sign of Harry, the vault lay untouched, mocking him. He told himself it was for the greater good, rationalizing that if the money were used wisely, the wizarding world would benefit. Leaving the hat aside, Dumbledore moved to his desk, scanning a series of letters from ministry contacts. Each letter indicated no sightings of Harry. He clenched his jaw. The Muggles had not found him either. At least not in any official capacity. The possibility that Harry was truly gone, perhaps dead, nipped at Dumbledore's mind. But he felt in his bones that the boy lived. That Horcrux would not be destroyed so easily. He sighed. Perhaps it was time to attempt more direct approaches, even if that risked alerting others to his desperation. He considered approaching Severus Snape, ordering him to scour certain circles for any rumor of Potter. But that might spark inquiries. He did not want the rest of Wizarding Britain to question his motives, especially not now, when he had fully built his image as a benevolent leader. Perhaps a subtle infiltration of Muggle databases might help. A missing child might appear on some registry. He was confident in his ability to manipulate Muggle systems. Though the effort would be distasteful, Minerva McGonagall's suspicion already pricked at him. The deputy headmistress had, on more than one occasion, questioned why Dumbledore was so consumed with finding the boy. He had brushed off her concerns with paternal half-truths. Yet, he sensed her wariness. She might soon begin investigating on her own. He would have to preempt that. He forcibly calmed himself, breathing in slow and measured pulses. For the greater good, he reminded himself, the words echoing a phrase once whispered by Gellert Grindelwald. The same phrase that had guided him through many moral compromises. The same phrase that increasingly gave him nightmares. But the cause was just, he insisted to himself. If Harry Potter did not face Voldemort, the Dark Wizard Road might yet return to terrorize them all. At that same moment, in a far different corner of Europe, a man that most believed long dead emerged from the shadows. Marvolo, newly anchored to a body that was eerily reminiscent of his old visage as Tom Riddle, dark hair, aristocratic features, tall and lean, stepped from the edge of a forest road in Eastern Europe. For nearly 2 years, he had wandered from the Albanian wilderness, where his wraith-like form had been forced to subsist, on vermin, to the outskirts of civilization. During that time, he had discovered an abandoned corpse, one with just enough residual life for him to bind his soul fragment to it. The process, a twisted version of necromancy, allowed Marvolo to claim a physical presence once more. He stood now at the cusp of crossing a border. The corpse he had inhabited had required careful preservation, sustained by potions he had procured through cunning negotiations with illicit wizarding circles. The metamorphosis was complete. He looked like a man in his early 30s, with sharp features and piercing dark eyes that could shift to crimson when inflamed. His movements had grown fluid, his mind stable. The Horcrux link to Harry Potter had played no small part in that stabilization. Each time he touched that mental connection, so carefully hidden that Dumbledore could not detect it, he gleaned a trickle of Harry's youthful vigor. He also imparted subtle lessons to the boy, shaping him in ways that served both Marvolo's interests and, surprisingly, Harry's best interests. This dual existence, part manipulator, part caretaker, had slowly changed Marvolo. The fraction of Tom Riddle's soul left to him had mingled with the child's innocence. The result was not redemption, precisely, but a new perspective on what truly mattered. Harry, ironically, had become an anchor not just for Marvolo's soul, but for the remnants of a lost idealism. Once upon a time, Tom Riddle had dreamed of using power to spare wizarding child Ren from the indignities he had suffered. Now, seeing Harry free from Dumbledore's manipulative grasp and, apparently, in the care of a formidable muggle, or so he presumed, had sparked a sense of protective pride. If he still sought power, it was now tempered by an unexpected reluctance to ruin the child. Instead, he found himself wanting to preserve that budding strength in Harry. His plans hinged on re-establishing himself in Britain, covertly. He had no intention of launching a mass terror campaign as before. The old approach, rallying Death Eaters, proclaiming the supremacy of pure-blood wizards, now struck him as the product of a half-mad mind. The repeated Horcrux creations had corrupted his sanity. He saw that clearly in hindsight. No, he would not brandish the name, Voldemort, again. Not yet. He needed subtlety. He needed knowledge of how the wizarding world had changed in his absence. Above all, he needed to keep Dumbledore from discovering him too soon. The final impetus for leaving Eastern Europe was a surge of quiet determination. To find Harry, to see the child face to face, to ensure the boy's safety from Dumbledore's schemes, and to learn more about the Muggle guardians who had evidently shielded Harry from detection. Marvolo's curiosity burned. He felt the faint pull of the Horcrux bond guiding him westward. It was not strong enough to provide an exact location, but it pulsed with an undeniable direction. Making his way across borders had been simple enough, blending in with Muggles by altering his clothing and forging minimal identification. He avoided using overt magic in populated areas. The body he possessed was physically sound, thanks to enchantments. Slowly, methodically, he drew closer to London. Even as he traveled, he devoured any magicka texts he could scrounge from the black markets, rebuilding the knowledge he had once possessed as the greatest living legilimens and one of the most formidable wizards in history. Now, nearing August of 1989, he realized the time had come to attempt direct contact with Harry. The boy was strong enough, mentally and emotionally, to handle the truth that Marvolo was more than just a voice. The Rick lay in approaching the child's protectors without inciting immediate violence. He had gleaned rumors of an impenetrable estate, Hellsing Manor, guarded by wards that even advanced wizards would find daunting. That must be where Harry resided, though it baffled him that Muggles might hold such power. Or perhaps they had discovered ancient spells unknown to mainstream wizarding Britain. On August 14, 1989, Marvolo stood before the gates of the Hellsing Estate at dusk. He wore a tailored dark suit and cloak, which lent him a refined, almost aristocratic air. The wards bristled around the manor's perimeter. He could sense them, like invisible walls layered with cunning defenses. He took a slow breath. This was a pivotal moment. If these Hellsings perceived him as a threat, they might unleash defenses that even he, in this resurrected but not yet fully potent form, could not overcome easily. He pressed a hand to a stone pillar near the gate, sending a gentle pulse of magic that announced his presence. In doing so, he tested a fraction of the wards, seeking an opening. The wards responded with a ripple of energy that made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. Clearly, these defenses were sophisticated. Marvolo stilled, adopting a posture of calm submission, and waited. Within the estate, alarms whispered through the wards. Alucard sensed the disturbance first, stirring fro. A quiet vigil in the manor's upper floors. He vanished from the corridor in a swirl of shadow, reappearing in Integra's private study. "We have a visitor," he said, lips curling. "A wizard, by the feel of it. A strong one, too. He's at the gate." Integra glanced up from her desk, eyes sharpening behind her glasses. "Dumbledore?" she asked tersely. Alucard shook his head. "Doesn't feel like that sanctimonious fool. The aura is different, ancient, but balanced. Not entirely malignant. Strange." Integra stood, retrieving her pistol from a drawer as a precaution. "We'll greet him at the gates. I'd rather not invite him in blindly." Quote, "Yes, master." Alucard vanished again, heading toward the estate's main entrance. Harry, tucked away in the library with one of his new books, felt a sudden flutter in his mind. The presence he knew as Marvolo stirred, sending a thrill of awareness. Something about it felt both exhilarating and alarming. He set the book aside, half rising from his seat. Should he call for Integra? He hesitated, uncertain. Then the mental whisper from Marvolo came, reassuring him, "Stay calm, little one. All will be well." The voice sounded nearer than it ever had, laced with emotion. Harry exhaled, confusion swirling. He decided to wait until Integra summoned him. At the manor's gates, Marvolo stood with measured patience. Minutes later, the massive gates parted just enough to allow passage. Out stepped a figure in the moonlight, tall and imposing, clad in a trench coat and wide-brimmed hat. Alucard. He regarded Marvolo with a predatory gleam. Behind him, in the dim lamplight, strode Sir Integra. A stern presence, her gloved hand casually resting on her pistol. Marvolo inclined his head, adopting a polite smile. "Good evening," he said, voice smooth. "I am Marvolo Slytherin. I mean no harm, though I suspect you find that difficult to believe." Alucard's lip curled. "Slytherin, is it?" He took a step closer, letting the faint aura of menace fill the air. "And what brings you to Hellsing Manor at this hour?" Marvolo met Alucard's gaze steadily. "I'm a wandering wizard seeking knowledge and sanctuary. I've heard rumors that this estate houses an extraordinary child." Integra's eyes narrowed. "You mean Harry?" It was not a question, more an accusation that cut through the pretense. "Who sent you? Why are you here?" Marvolo spread his hands, palms outward. "No one sent me. I discovered that certain wards prevent detection of your ward's location, so I followed more esoteric hints to find this place. As for why, let's say I have an interest in the boy's well-being. The wizarding world is not safe, especially with Albus Dumbledore's meddling." Alucard snorted, unimpressed. "Bold claim. Dumbledore is quite revered among wizards, or so we've been told." Marvolo's jaw tightened momentarily. "He's revered, yes, but as many revered men are, he can be cunning and manipulative in ways the unsuspecting do not see. I believe Harry might be in danger if discovered by him. My aim is to offer knowledge, caution, possibly guidance." He paused, letting his gaze flick between Alucard and Integra. "I'm aware you have no reason to trust me, so allow me to prove myself." Integra studied him, steel blue eyes scrutinizing every gesture. She sensed the man's magical aura, layered, ancient, not quite as she had expected of a typical wizard. Something else clung to him, a quiet intensity akin to a regal presence. She could also see the faint lines in his face that spoke of a life Lived in shadows, or perhaps this body's borrowed nature. She said nothing for a long moment. Finally, she glanced at Alucard, who gave a small nod of readiness. Very well, she said to Marvolo. I'll hear you out, but if you try anything, know that Hellsing will react without mercy. She gestured behind her. You may enter, carefully. Marvolo inclined his head again. Your caution is wise. Thank you, Sir Integra. They led him across the gravel drive, beneath watchful eyes of discreetly positioned guards. He did not miss the snipers on the upper windows, nor the subtle movement of shadows that hinted at Alucard's illusions. Upon reaching the main doors, Integra guided him into a large foyer illuminated by antique chandeliers. The door shut behind them with a sense of finality. She faced him. Why do you claim to care about Harry's fate? The blunt question resounded in the hallway. Her tone clipped. Marvolo let out a measured breath. Because I know what it means to be used and betrayed by those who pretend benevolence. I've walked that road. Dumbledore is a cunning puppet master. I suspect you already know some of this, or you wouldn't keep the boy hidden. Integra's gaze flicked to Alucard. The vampire's expression remained unreadable. She turned back. We do suspect Dumbledore's manipulations. But that doesn't explain your motives in coming here. Why do you care? Marvolo hesitated, carefully considering how much truth to reveal. Let's just say I once believed in a different approach to shaping the wizarding world. My mistakes were catastrophic. If I can prevent another child from falling into a similar trap, then perhaps I can right some of those wrongs. His words were not a complete lie, nor were they the entire truth. Alucard narrowed his eyes, as though trying to pierce the veil. You speak like a reformer who's tasted the darkness. Marvolo gave a dry chuckle. An apt way of putting it. He scanned the foyer, feeling the wards thrumming in every stone. I'm impressed by the magical defenses you have, especially or an organization that largely exists outside typical wizarding circles. It's our business to handle matters beyond ordinary human comprehension, Integra responded. Wizards, vampires, lesser creatures, we're prepared for them all. Marvolo inclined his head. Then you'll appreciate my sincerity when I say I am no threat unless provoked. I simply wish to speak with the boy, to ascertain his well-being. Perhaps offer him my insight on wizarding matters. Integra folded her arms, an imposing figure despite her youth. I'm not sure you can see him on your terms. You must earn my trust first. A flicker of triumph in Marvolo's chest. At least he was being given a chance, not summarily turned away. Understood. Let me stay. Question me, investigate my claims. If you find me wanting, send me off, or kill me. If that's your preference. But I hope it won't come to that. Alucard's grin revealed a hint of fang. I'd enjoy the challenge if it did. Marvolo kept his composure, though an instinct. Chill raced up his spine at Alucard's presence. I have no wish to fight. I prefer conversation over conflict these days. Integra gestured for him to follow her deeper into the manor. We'll find you temporary quarters, under watch. You'll have limited freedoms. In time, if you prove genuine, you may speak with Harry. But know this. I protect him as my son. Any move that jeopardizes him will not be forgiven. Marvolo met her stern gaze with a sober nod. I wouldn't expect otherwise, Sir Integra. Yes, sir, the staff replied, stepping forward. Marvolo surrendered his wand, an unfamiliar one he had obtained in Eastern Europe, without protest, letting them see he concealed no dark artifacts on his person. He had already hidden anything incriminating outside the estate. The staff guided him away, leaving Integra and Alucard in tense silence. When they were gone, Alucard exhaled slowly. He's no ordinary wizard, master. Something about him resonates with old power. Not like Dumbledore's brand of cunning, but close. I can't place it. Integra considered his words. We'll keep close watch. For now, he's on our grounds, at our mercy. Let him talk if he wants. We'll judge the rest. She paused, thinking of Harry. I won't let him near Harry without my permission. Alucard dipped his head in assent. Agreed. Then, lips quirking, he added, though I suspect the boy might sense him anyway. The wizard seems connected, somehow. Integra nodded grimly, recalling how Harry's magical senses had been developing over the last year, guided partly by intangible influences. Yes, We shall see what transpires. Upstairs, Harry grew restless. The sense of a new presence in the manor tugged at his awareness, which had sharpened with magical practice. That strange stirring in his mind told him it was something important. He wondered if he should ask Alucard or Integra, but something about Marvolo's mental whisper suggested patience. So he forced himself to remain in the library, flipping aimlessly through one of his new history books, though he barely registered the words on the page. Down in the guest wing, Marvolo was shown to a comfortable yet modest chamber. The staff left, locking the door from the outside in a polite but firm manner. He tested the handle with a wry smile. A captive, yet not quite. The wards here were formidable, but he had not come to fight. He moved to a window that overlooked part of the estate's gardens, the well-trimmed hedges gleaming under moonlight. He closed his eyes, reaching for that mental link with Harry. This time, the connection thrummed strongly. He imagined the child in a library, biting his lip with curiosity. "Stay calm, little one," he sent as a mere murmur in Harry's subconscious. "We'll meet soon enough." Exhaustion crept up on him. Possessing a body in this manner took its toll, and the journey across Europe had been relentless. He decided to rest. Tomorrow, he would engage Integra in conversation, peel back the layers of Helsing's secrets, and ensure that Dumbledore would not find Harry. The boy's new guardians were powerful, protective, and possibly the perfect allies for Marvolo's hidden goals. Time would telephone if that alliance could form without betrayal. Meanwhile, across Hogwarts's silent corridors, Dumbledore lingered in his office late into the night. He had spent hours recasting illusions on the Sorting Hat, then penning letters to old acquaintances. His mind churned on strategies: infiltration of Muggle agencies, forging documents to claim Potter's inheritance by proxy, maybe even trying to scry again with forbidden instruments. He told himself it was all for the best. Yet he could not quell the gnawing doubt in his heart. Something was slipping out of his control, some intangible part of the plan. He sensed that beyond his reach, events were unfolding that he could not predict or manipulate. At Hellsing Manor, Harry would eventually retire for the night. He lay in his comfortable bed, thinking of the future. He pictured one day stepping into the wider wizarding world, secure in his knowledge of who he was. The presence of Marvolo in his mind offered odd reassurance, and his mother's unwavering love acted as a shield against nightmares. If only he knew how soon these loyalties and secrets would collide, forging the path that would reshape not just his life, but the destinies of Dumbledore and Marvolo as well. As for Marvolo, behind the locked door of his guest chamber, he drifted into a dreamless sleep, body still adjusting to the unnatural possession. Tomorrow would be crucial. He would stand before Sir Integra again, perhaps face Alucard's scornful challenges, and hopefully, just maybe, catch a glimpse of the boy. If he played his cards right, he might secure a place long enough to guide Harry away from Dumbledore's clutches. He told himself that was the reason, even as a faint flicker in his chest suggested a deeper sentiment. He was, in some twisted way, proud of the child. One day, the truth of that connection would surface. For now, a precarious balance of deception and genuine care held them all in an intricate web. In the hush that settled over the manor, time seemed poised on a tipping point. Harry's year of transformations reached a peak on his 9th birthday, revealing a child shaped by Helsing's discipline, Alucard's wry affection, and Marvolo's clandestine lessons. Dumbledore's meticulously constructed illusions were fraying, and Marvolo, once Lord Voldemort, stood on the threshold of a potential redemption or deeper manipulation, uncertain which way his impulses would tilt. So the chapter of this strange saga concluded, leaving each key player in place for the greater drama that lay ahead, a clash of destinies in which the lines between friend, foe, and family would blur. And the future of the wizarding world would hinge on secrets yet unveiled. And more on my Patreon. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70+ chapters across the 20 fanfictions. https:// Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic T. He Hedgehog crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force, Harry Potter Looney Tunes C. Crossover up to 5 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation, Naruto Bleach crossover up to 4 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn, Harry Potter Lit RPG up to 5 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine, Harry Potter One Piece crossover up to 5 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn, Harry Potter Pokemon crossover up to 5 chapters available now. Fragile Hop E. Harry Potter Saw series crossover up to 4 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines, Harry Potter Fania crossover up to 4 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected, Savior Harry Potter Danga, Enronpa crossover up to 4 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Abandoned Factory, Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover up to 4 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls, Har. Rai Potter Coraline crossover up to 4 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest, Harry Potter up to 4 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic, Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years so. Instead of 1981 it is in 2001 up to 4 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist, Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover up to 4 chapters available now. The Midnight Train, Harry Potter One Shot. Yo, you can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Chapter 6. Marvolo Explains Everything. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Hellsing. A streak of early morning light slipped through the tall windows of Hellsing Manor, illuminating the polished corridors and stirring faint motes of dust in the stillness. After the tense events of the previous night, a quiet hush now clung to the estate, as though every surface and hallway held its breath, waiting for the day's revelations. In her private study, Sir Integra Fairbrook Wingates Hellsing sat at her desk. Dressed in a crisp suit, her gloved fingers steepled under her chin. She had spent most of the night in thought, replaying her encounter with Marvolo Slytherin, the self-possessed wizard who had arrived unbidden at the manor's gates. The more she considered his words, the more she sensed that he was not a mere traveler seeking sanctuary. There was a presence about him, a reservoir of knowledge and something deeper that resonated like an echo of countless secrets. Now, in the pale light of dawn, Integra intended to claim those secrets for herself and her household. A faint distortion in the corner of the study announced Alucard's arrival. The vampire emerged from a swirl of shadows, the tails of his crimson coat settling around his tall frame. He said nothing at first, simply observing Integra's posture. She lifted her gaze, meeting his orange-tinted glasses with steady eyes, and he inclined his head in quiet acknowledgement. He had already offered his opinions about Marvolo the night before, but in the hush of this morning, he reiterated his suspicion. There was something ancient and knowing lurking behind that wizard's polite facade, and Alucard found himself both intrigued and wary. His exact words, uttered in a low murmur, were, "There's a weight to him, master. Not just magical power, history." Integra did not disagree. She rose from her chair, crossing to a window that overlooked the dew-glistened lawns. Last night's confrontation at the gate played through her mind again. She had seen how Marvolo carried himself, how his dark eyes watched everything, missing no detail. She had caught the mild formalities in his speech, the hints of a once aristocratic bearing woven into each gesture. What unsettled her most was how quickly he had earned that Harry was the heart of this household. He had come seeking the boy. Yet so far, he had shown no overt hostility, even surrendering his wand without a fight. Integra had to decide whether to treat him as a guest or a prisoner. Still, a new day brought resolution. She needed the full truth, no half measures. If Marvolo expected hospitality or even tolerance, he would have to explain himself, completely. She turned from the window, her gaze sweeping over Alucard's tall form. "Walter," she said briskly, knowing the butler was likely already within earshot. The door to her study opened on cue, and Walter stepped inside. "Fetch Mr. Slytherin," Integra instructed. "Bring him here under armed escort, but do not harm him unless he attempts something foolish." Walter nodded respectfully, departing at once. Alucard melted back into the dim corner, satisfied that his master's approach mirrored his own instincts. Caution, readiness, and the expectation of a frank confrontation. The minutes ticked by. Integra resumed her seat, placing her sidearm in easy reach atop the desk. She was never one to rely solely on Alucard's protection if matters came to violence. That said, a part of her strongly doubted Marvolo would provoke such a confrontation. His arrival, and the manner of it, spoke of a man who valued negotiation over an open fight. Perhaps that was a sign of hidden cunning, or perhaps it indicated a genuine desire for peace. Either way, Integra intended to find out. Outside, the day brightened. In a smaller reading room adjacent to the study, Harry Potter sat perched on a cushioned chair, absent-mindedly thumbing through a book on wizarding history that Integra had gifted him on his 9th birthday. He was reading about the founders of Hogwarts, about Salazar Slytherin's rumored legacies. But his mind refused to settle on the words. His thoughts churned with confusion and curiosity about the man who had appeared last night, Marvolo. There was something vaguely familiar about that name, and although Harry couldn't place it precisely, the voice in his mind, the voice he called Marvolo, seemed to respond with a hush of anticipation. Over the last 2 years, that voice had become an occasional mentor, a source of strange knowledge. Now the physical presence of a man sharing the same name felt surreal, as if all the half-formed daydreams and half-whispered lessons were converging at once. A subtle sound made him look up. Walter stood in the doorway, bowing slightly. "Sir Integra wishes you to join her in the study, Master Harry," the butler said softly. His expression was calm, but Harry sensed the current of tension beneath the surface. The boy nodded, setting aside the book and following Walter down the corridor. Each step he took felt heavier, as though he were approaching a crossroads of destiny. They arrived to find Integra seated, Alucard leaning against one of the towering mahogany bookcases, and between them stood Marvolo. The wizard was flanked by 2 armed men from Hellsing's security detail, each holding an automatic rifle at the ready. Harry hesitated in the threshold, meeting Marvolo's gaze. In those dark eyes, he saw something like relief, as though the man had waited for this moment. When Harry sat beside Integra, he felt the comforting presence of her hand settling near his own. Even that small gesture felt protective. Alucard watched the exchange from under the brim of his hat, arms folded, saying nothing. He was content to let Integra take the lead, though he remained poised to strike if necessary. The silence stretched a beat longer. Then Integra's voice, cool and sharp, broke it. "Mr. Slytherin," she said, letting each syllable ring with authority, "I intend to ask questions. You will answer honestly. If you lie, or evade, or try to manipulate us, I will know. You claimed last night that you wished to protect Harry from Dumbledore. Now, I want the entire truth of who you are, why you came, and what you intend. Is that clear?" Marvolo stood perfectly still, hands resting at his sides in a posture of surrender. He inclined his head. "Completely clear, Sir Integra." Integra gestured for the guards to stand back slightly. They obeyed, though they kept their weapons close. She then nodded toward Alucard, who tilted his head in silent acknowledgement, as though to confirm that he was ready. Harry watched them all, heart hammering. A feeling of strange inevitability bloomed inside him, as though everything that followed was predestined. He swallowed, steeling himself for the revelations that he suspected were about to unfold. Marvolo cleared his throat gently. "There is much to tell," he began, voice calm, resonant with a surprising warmth. "And I do not doubt that some of it will be difficult to hear. Still, I give you my word that what I share now is the unvarnished truth. If you find it difficult to believe, you are free to question me. I will not hide any longer." He paused, drawing a breath as though gathering courage. When he spoke again, the measured courtesy had a solemn, almost regal tone. "The name you know me by, Marvolo Slytherin, is a partial truth. My full birth name was Tom Marvolo Riddle. I was born on December 31, 1926, in a Muggle orphanage in London. My mother, a witch descended from Salazar Slytherin's line, died shortly after giving birth. My father was a Muggle, though I loathed that fact for many years. In time, after discovering my magical heritage, I crafted a persona known as Lord Voldemort." He paused. Integra's expression did not flicker, but she nodded for him to continue. Alucard leaned forward slightly, intrigued. Harry's eyes widened. He had heard the name Voldemort before in passing, whispered in fragments of wizarding history that Marvolo's mental voice had shared with him. But it had always been accompanied by dread. Now, to see the man stand before him, calmly speaking of a horrifying title, felt surreal. Marvolo pressed on. To put it plainly, Lord Voldemort was the dark wizard responsible for terrorizing magical Britain from the 1960s through the 1980s. I rose to power fueled by ambition, by a vision of a separate and superior wizarding society, and by a deeply ingrained mistrust of Muggles. In part, that mistrust began during the Blitz in World War II, when I was still a child living in an orphanage. I witnessed the bombs falling over London, saw the devastation wrought by Muggle warfare, and believed that wizards must remain apart, safe from such brutality. Over time, my obsession with power eclipsed whatever good intentions I once had. He looked toward Harry then, searching the boy's expression for a reaction. Harry, feeling a surge of conflicting emotions, only nodded for Marvolo to go on. It was startling to think that he soft-spoken, Marvolo, in his head was the same figure who once terrorized an entire society. Marvolo shifted his stance, inhaling slowly as though steeling himself against old regrets. The name Voldemort was, in many ways, a reflection of my arrogance, a means to distance myself from my Muggle lineage. I claimed the mantle of a Dark Lord, gathered followers known as Death Eaters, and championed pureblood supremacy. Yet at the root, it was about ensuring that I would never be helpless again, as I'd once felt during my childhood. Over time, that motivation twisted into cruelty and tyranny. I was, by all accounts, a tyrant who inflicted unspeakable harm on wizarding families. Many died, including innocents caught in the crossfire. He paused, eyes drifting to the rug beneath his feet. Still, for all my sins, I was not the only manipulator at play. Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, was adept at guiding events from behind the scenes. He had once seen in me a potential weapon against Gellert Grindelwald. Another dark wizard, or so I believe, but I broke free of his oversight and pursued my own path. That set the stage for the tragedy that unfolded. Harry listened, hardly breathing. He could feel Integra's hand tighten on his shoulder, anchoring him. Alucard's stare bored into Marvolo like a hawk analyzing prey. The silence in the study felt almost alive with tension. Marvolo closed his eyes briefly, then lifted them again. Eventually, at Godric's Hollow, I came face to face with a prophecy that claimed a child born at the end of July would have the power to vanquish me. I believed this prophecy implicitly, because Dumbledore all but ensured I would. I learned of it from an informant who overheard its partial recitation, and in my arrogance, I targeted the Potters, Lily and James, who had a baby born on July 31, 1980. I went there, intending to kill the child, thus preventing him from ever rising against me. That child was Harry. His words hung in the air. Harry's breath caught in his throat. He had known, abstractly, that his parents were killed by a dark wizard, that he was somehow involved in a prophecy. But hearing Marvolo confess to it directly was a blow. For a moment, Harry's vision blurred with unshed tears. Still, he forced himself to listen, gripping the armrest with white-knuckled intensity. Marvolo's voice trembled slightly. I killed James first, then confronted Lily, who tried to protect her son. My curse struck her down. In the next instant, I cast the killing curse at Harry, expecting to end his life. But the curse rebounded. I have since come to believe that Dumbledore manipulated events so that Lily's sacrifice would amplify an ancient protective magic. The curse struck me instead, tearing my spirit from my body. Harry survived, marked with that lightning bolt scar, and I was reduced to a wraith. He swallowed, meeting Harry's eyes directly. I do not say this to absolve myself of guilt. I murdered your parents, Harry. That is my crime, and I cannot undo it. I only hope you will understand that I, too, was a pawn, driven by my own hatred, yes, but also by Dumbledore's orchestrations. That prophecy, I now realize, was crafted or staged by him to lure me into attacking your family. The weight of that revelation pressed down on everyone in the room. Integra's composure remained ironclad, though a flicker of pity for both Harry and Marvolo moved across her features. Alucard's expression was inscrutable, but the set of his jaw suggested tension. Harry felt tears slip down his cheeks. He had always wanted to know more about that night, to understand how his parents died, yet hearing the words from the very man who had done it was almost too much to bear. However, he also sensed the raw remorse in Marvolo's voice. It perplexed him. Could the same wizard who once relished terror now stand here speaking with regret? Marvolo cleared his throat, pressing on, voice thick with old anguish. That night caused me to lose everything. My body was destroyed, my followers scattered, and Dumbledore positioned himself as the wise guardian of Wizarding Britain. Meanwhile, Harry was hailed as the boy who lived. But behind the scenes, Dumbledore placed him with neglectful Muggle relatives to ensure the boy remained broken, subservient, ready to die at the appointed time to destroy me fully. Or so the headmaster believed. He looked to Integra, acknowledging her unwavering glare. When I was torn from my body, I clung to existence as a disembodied spirit. It was only later that I discovered horrifying truth. I had created multiple Horcruxes, vile anchors made by splitting my soul through murder. One of those anchors lodged itself in Harry, making him an unintended Horcrux. That link forged a subtle connection between us, allowing me to occasionally speak to him, or sense his presence, even as I drifted in the shadows. Harry felt a chill rush through him, recalling those strange dreams. And the voice in his head that taught him about wizarding lore. All along, it had been the man who killed his parents, the same man who now stood in the flesh. The contradiction was staggering. He looked up at Integra, whose face had grown taut with anger. Not anger directed at Marvolo alone, but at the monstrous manipulations that had shaped Harry's entire life. Marvolo's voice grew quieter. I know this is difficult to hear. Yet it is also crucial you understand that Dumbledore intended for Harry to remain ignorant and pliable. The boy would grow just enough in magical skill to confront me. Our Horcrux bond ensuring that when I was destroyed, Harry would also be a casualty. Dumbledore's final triumph, tying up loose ends so that no evidence of his manipulations remained. Integra exhaled, placing both hands on the desk. You claim Dumbledore wanted Harry dead, just not too soon. Her tone was cold, but beneath it, something like fury simmered. Marvolo nodded. Yes, he orchestrated events so that, at the age of 17, or thereabouts, Harry would willingly face me in some orchestrated duel, believing it his heroic duty to die for the greater good. That death would shatter the Horcrux, ensuring I was gone, and leaving Dumbledore with unimpeachable glory. Meanwhile, he would inherit the Potter fortune, or at least control it by legal guardianship, along with the admiration of the entire wizarding world. Alucard let out a slow hiss. He sees the entire wizarding realm as his personal chessboard, with children as pawns. Marvolo glanced at Alucard, acknowledging the vampire's words. Yes, he's done it before, or so I suspect. He manipulated me in my youth as well. Though I turned against him before he could shape me fully. My regrets lie in not realizing how deeply he meddled from the start. Harry's breath came in shallow gasps. You said I'm a Horcrux. That means, part of your soul is inside me. The boy's voice shook with dread. All this time, that was you talking to me. Marvolo's expression was gentle, tinged with sorrow. Yes, child, the piece of my soul latched onto you that night, forging a tether. When I recovered enough to sense your existence, I began to guide you. Though my reasons were not entirely altruistic at first. I wanted to ensure you lived, that you grew strong enough to survive, because if you died prematurely, that Horcrux would be lost. But then, he broke off, exhaling. But then I saw the cruelty inflicted on you by the Dursleys, recognized the pain of neglect that mirrored my own youth. It awakened something in me, a vestige of compassion I thought long dead. Over these 2 years, as I taught you bits of wizarding lore, I found myself caring about your well-being in a way I never expected. This is part of why I sought you out now. Not merely to ensure my own survival, but because I refused to let you become another pawn in Dumbledore's game. Harry stared at him, tears still hovering in his eyes, unsure whether to feel gratitude, confusion, or anger. A swirl of emotion churned in his stomach. Betrayal at how his life had been manipulated, heartbreak over his parents' deaths, and a reluctant empathy or this man who spoke of regret and shared pain. He felt Integra's touch on his shoulder again, a reassuring pressure. He was not alone now. not powerless as he might have once believed. Marvolo pressed forward, voice gaining a raw edge. There is more. Dumbledore didn't just manipulate your living conditions. He imposed blocks on your magic, your memory, your very identity. I sensed them when I probed our connection. Over 100 obliviations, removing any moment where you showed self-assertion or advanced understanding, ensuring you remained docile. There are loyalty charms meant to bind you emotionally to him and his allies. And, most shockingly, a gender block. You were meant to be a girl, Harry. Dumbledore apparently decided that a female hero would not serve his narrative. He twisted your essence, using glamours and transfiguration to make you male. Those words fell like a hammer blow. Harry trembled, mind reeling. He had never questioned his body or identity, never had reason to suspect such a massive alteration. But hearing it spelled out churned his insides with rage and fear. Why? He croaked, voice cracking. Why would he do that to me? Marvolo's gaze brimmed with pity. Because he is consumed by his greater good. He needed someone pliable, heroic in the public's eye, but also matching the wizarding world's entrenched traditions. He concluded that a boy hero would be more accepted, easier to manipulate, and so he took away your truth, your choice, your identity. Integra made a strangled noise in her throat, rising abruptly from her chair. Her eyes, usually icy calm, now blazed with righteous fury. She pressed one hand against Harry's back as if to steady him, and with the other, she reached across the desk to grip Marvolo's arm. The wizard did not flinch, though the armed guards tensed reflexively. When Integra spoke, her voice was low but seething. He altered a child's very nature to fit his narrative. She turned to Alucard, who gave a curt nod of understanding. Then she pulled Harry closer, wrapping her other arm around the boy. It was a rare gesture for her, a sign of raw emotion that made Alucard's eyes widen fractionally. This is monstrous, she whispered. No child under my roof will be shaped by anyone's manipulative desires. We will undo what has been done, if that is your wish, Harry. And Dumbledore will answer for his crimes. Harry leaned into her side, tears spilling. He had never felt such a maelstrom of emotions, but beneath it all was a gratitude so profound he could scarcely put it into words. Integra's promise sounded absolute, more solid than any vow he had ever heard. He nodded shakily, breathing in her steady presence. Alucard shifted from the bookcase, coming forward so that his imposing figure loomed over Marvolo. The vampire's crimson eyes burned with a lethal intensity that few could endure. If you speak the truth, he said softly, then you have been both monster and victim. You murdered Harry's parents, yet you also suffered under Dumbledore's manipulations. That is complicated. He paused, a slight curve twisting his lips into a dangerous smile. I do not care for complications. But Hellsing is about more than my preferences. We protect innocence from nightmares. This child is one of ours now. If you try to harm him, or lead him astray, we will destroy you. Understood. Marvolo held Alucard's gaze, a flash of ancient power flickering in his own eyes. Yet he did not rise to the provocation. Instead, he inclined his head, acknowledging the terms. I have no intention of harming Harry. I am here to protect him from the same manipulative cycle that once ensnared me. If that means submitting to your scrutiny, so be it. Integra exhaled, releasing Marvolo's arm but keeping a supportive hold on Harry. She asked softly, what do you propose now? We know about the Horcrux, about the blocks on Harry, and about Dumbledore's vile schemes. Where does that leave us? Marvolo straightened, his expression resolute. First, to remove or alter the blocks, we need specialized knowledge. I have studied enough to attempt undoing them, but it will require caution. The gender block alone is a complex web of transformative magic. The memory modifications and loyalty charms will also need delicate unraveling, or risk damaging Harry's mind further. I would prefer to consult with whoever in Hellsing has expertise in advanced arcane matters. Possibly, we can integrate wards to preserve Harry's psyche as we lift the constraints. It will not be quick or painless, but it must be done if he is to live freely. Harry swallowed hard, a surge of hope mingling with fear. Will I have to become a girl? He asked in a trembling voice. The idea frightened him. Despite everything, he had lived 9 years as a boy, and the prospect of changing felt overwhelming. Yet he also sensed that living a lie was equally daunting. Marvolo's tone was gentle. That choice is yours. The magic Dumbledore used forcibly locked you in one form. But we can remove that lock. You may decide to remain as you are, or to embrace the physical truth you were meant to have. We can even proceed gradually if you wish. The key is that it becomes your choice, not someone else's. Harry nodded slowly, heart pounding. Integra caught his eye, offering silent solidarity. It moved him to realize that, for the first time, he had a say in his own life. Even in this labyrinth of revelations, that sense of agency mattered. He brushed away tears, mustering a small nod of determination. Integra resumed her seat behind the desk. Though she kept Harry's hand in hers, she faced Marvolo squarely. We can discuss the specifics of removing these blocks in due time. What about the Horcrux? If part of your soul is lodged within Harry, doesn't that endanger him? Marvolo's expression darkened. In theory, a Horcrux is dangerous. It can exert influence, corrupt the host. However, our connection has been tempered by my regrets and by Harry's innate goodness. It has not festered into a malignant presence, as Horcruxes often do. Still, it must eventually be separated if Harry is to be free of the prophecy's shadow. Doing so, though, is complex and potentially fatal if mishandled. Typically, to destroy a Horcrux, one must use destructive magic that can kill the host if it's a living being. I believe there may be our way, perhaps a ritual to reabsorb that soul fragment into me, or a cleansing that severs it peacefully, but the details are not well documented. Historically, Horcrux creation is considered the blackest of arts. Alucard gave a low chuckle, the sound rumbling in his chest. So you dabble in the blackest arts, yet you now claim to seek redemption of a sort. Marvolo's gaze flicked to the vampire. Redemption might be too strong a word. I seek to ensure that neither Harry nor I remain pawns of a manipulative old man. Whatever else happens, I refuse to follow the path I once took. If that leads to a measure of redemption, so be it. Integra cut in, her voice steely. We don't require contrition from you, only honesty and a commitment not to repeat your past horrors. As long as you stand with us in protecting Harry from Dumbledore's manipulations, you will have our grudging acceptance. That is the extent of our goodwill. Betray that trust, and no amount of regret will save you. Marvolo nodded solemnly, understanding that this was as much acceptance as he could hope for. I agree to those terms. A pause settled. Harry looked at Marvolo with a turbulence of feelings, the sorrow of knowing this man had killed his parents. The unexpected gratitude for how he had protected Harry in small ways over the last 2 years, and an odd empathy for a childhood marred by fear and manipulation. Slowly, Harry stood, walking across the short distance until he stood just a foot away from Marvolo. The guards tensed, but Integra waved them off. Harry's voice quavered. You hurt me more and anyone else ever has by taking my parents. But I also see how Dumbledore hurt both of us. I don't know what to feel. Part of me hates you, part of me wants to thank you for not letting me die, and part of me is just so confused. Marvolo's eyes shone with a mixture of remorse and a trace of fondness. You have every right to feel that way. I will not ask for your forgiveness. Only that you allow me to help you free yourself from the shackles Dumbledore placed upon you. And if, in time, you find it in your heart to see me as more than a monster, that will be your choice alone. For a moment, Harry hesitated, then gave a single, shaky nod. He returned to Integra's side, swallowing tears. Integra brushed a reassuring hand over his hair. She felt an urge to comfort him, to shield him from this entire grim reality. But she knew Harry needed the truth to move forward. Deception had ruled his life for too long. Alucard, stepping forward, broke the heavy silence with a quiet observation. You mentioned the Blitz, he said to Marvolo. You survived that chaos as a child. It shaped you, yes. Marvolo nodded. I was about 14 when the worst of the bombings reached us. Old enough to remember the sirens, the terror, the rubble. Magic had only begun to flourish in me, but I was trapped in a Muggle orphanage. I couldn't protect anyone, not even myself. Those nights in the air raid shelters, they left scars. Alucard's eyes glowed red with a flicker of understanding. War, he said quietly. I have seen more than I care to remember. Men can be beasts, wizard or Muggle. Perhaps we have that in common. Marvolo inclined his head in acknowledgement. It was a small moment of kinship between two beings who had roamed the dark corners of conflict, albeit in different ages. Integra watched with a measured gaze, then stood up fully, drawing the meeting to a more formal close. "All right," she said decisively. "We know enough to act. Marvolo, you will remain within these walls as our guest, under guard, yes. But I will not keep you in a cell. You will assist us in undoing the spells on Harry. You will help us prepare for the inevitable clash with Dumbledore. If you prove yourself, we may consider deeper trust. Are we agreed?" Marvolo bowed slightly. "We are." She turned to the guards. "Escort Mr. Slytherin back to his quarters. He is free to move about certain areas of the manor under supervision. But ensure he is never without watch." Dismissed. They saluted. Marvolo gave Harry one last, lingering look, then allowed himself to be led away. The tension in the room did not abate so much as shift. As though the air itself recognized a fragile truce had been struck. When Marvolo was gone, Integra sank back into her chair with a slow exhale, pressing a palm to her forehead. Harry, trembling, found himself overwhelmed. He rose abruptly, muttering, "I need some air." Integra gave him a nod of permission, and Alucard stepped aside, letting the boys slip out. Walter hovered near the door, ready to follow if needed, but Harry waved him off, insisting he just needed a moment to breathe. The corridor felt too narrow. He made for the manor's side entrance, pushing through into the garden. Overhead, the sun was rising, bathing the hedge maze and manicured lawns in gold. Yet the beauty felt distant. Harry's mind reeled with the truths that had just been laid bare. He wandered aimlessly among the flower beds, eventually stopping before a stone bench near a low fountain. Sitting down, he stared at the rippling water. His parents, murdered by a wizard who now stood a few corridors away, claiming to want to protect him. Dumbledore, the venerable headmaster of Hogwarts, revealed as a master manipulator who had stolen Harry's very identity. A piece of that murderer's soul lodged in Harry's scar. It was too much to process. The sting of betrayal wove itself around his grief. He pressed his palm against his temple, feeling the faint throb of the scar beneath his hair. Minutes passed. Footsteps crunched on gravel behind him, and he glanced over his shoulder. Integra approached, her stride measured, her hair gleaming in the sunlight. She took a seat beside him. They said nothing for a time, letting the fountain's gentle murmur fill the silence. Then Integra spoke, voice subdued yet resolute. "I'm sorry you had to learn everything in one tidal wave," she said, gaze fixed on the water. "I would have spared you the worst details if I could. But ignorance is a shield that can shatter at the worst possible moment. Better you face the truth with eyes open. And with people who care about you to guide you through it." Harry nodded, tears slipping silently down his cheeks. He whispered, "I don't know what to do with it all, Mother. I hate that he killed my parents. I hate that Dumbledore changed me. I'm scared about the Horcrux, about everything." His voice trailed off, trembling. Integra reached around him, pulling him gently against her side. The contact was firm, protective. "You don't have to figure it out all at once," she said, her tone uncharacteristically tender. "We'll take it step by step. As for Marvolo, he may have the knowledge we need to break Dumbledore's spells. And if he truly regrets what he did, then perhaps we can find a way for him to atone. Ultimately, the decisions are yours to make. About your body, your identity, your magic. I will stand by you. So will Alucard. You are not alone." Harry buried his face against her shoulder, letting the tears flow. For all the fear and anger swirling in him, there was also a fierce sense of relief. He belonged here, with Integra and Alucard. That sense of safety did not erase his pain, but it fortified him. He thought of Dumbledore's plan to sacrifice him. It incensed him. He would not meekly walk into any scripted destiny, not now that he had a real family. That knowledge fanned the embers of a new determination in his heart, though the road ahead looked daunting. They remained like that for a while longer, until Harry's tears subsided. Then Integra ruffled his hair gently. "Come," she said, voice firming with authority. "We have work to do. If Marvolo is correct, we'll need to prepare to face the wizarding world on our terms, not Dumbledore's." Harry sniffled, nodding. "Yes, Mother." They rose from the bench, walking back into the manor. As they passed through the corridors, staff bowed in respect. Word had spread quickly that the new guest was no ordinary wizard. Under Integra's direction, the household had begun heightening wards, reinforcing security. Alucard was nowhere to be seen. But that meant little. He tended to appear and vanish at will. Harry felt comforted by the knowledge that the vampire's watchful eyes were never far. In the days that followed, Marvolo kept his promise of cooperation. Under supervision, he pored over ancient tomes in the library and cross-referenced them with knowledge gleaned from his own memory. He shared an initial plan for carefully dissolving the lesser blocks on Harry's magic. The complexities of the gender block would require a separate approach, perhaps a specialized ritual only performed with the synergy of multiple wards. Integra involved her staff who specialized in arcane defenses, forming a discreet circle of knowledge around Harry's plight. Alucard, for his part, occasionally hovered over these sessions with a sardonic smirk, as though intrigued by the wizard's scholarship. During this time, Harry found himself wrestling with waves of emotion. Some nights, he dreamt of his parents' final moments, reliving them with more clarity than ever before. In those dreams, the figure of Marvolo, or Voldemort, loomed, wreathed in greenish light. Yet when Harry awoke, he remembered the remorse in Marvolo's modern expression. How the man now seemed weighed down by the ghosts of his past. On other nights, Harry dreamed of Dumbledore's face, benignly smiling, while behind him a labyrinth of puppet strings ensnared Harry's arms and legs. He would wake, gasping, only to find the steady hush of his room in the manor. Before long, these turbulent dreams fueled his resolve to reclaim his life, to become strong enough that no one could ever manipulate him again. Marvolo, in his allocated quarters, lived under watch but found a strange measure of peace. It was surreal, being in a stately manor under the protection of people he would once have dismissed as mere muggles. Yet these so-called muggles possessed an organization and discipline that rivaled any wizarding group he had encountered. The irony was not lost on him that he, once dedicated to wizard supremacy, now relied on an elite muggle family for sanctuary. Perhaps that was part of his slow penance. When Integra allowed short, RVISED conversations between Harry and Marvolo, the boy's initial wariness gradually gave way to cautious curiosity. He asked direct questions about his parents, about the wizarding world, about how magic functioned. Marvolo answered with candor, never shying from the ugliness of his own role. The honesty, paradoxically, earned him more trust than any soothing half-lies would have. Over time, their dialogues grew more comfortable. Though the shadow of Lily and James's murders still hovered, Harry could not forgive that. Not yet, perhaps never fully, but he found a flicker of compassion for the broken meanwhile. Alucard observed all from the periphery, stifling the occasional urge to tease Marvolo for his contrition. He sensed a profound shift in the manor's dynamic. Harry was no longer just a child in their care. He was a vortex around which ancient secrets and conflicts now revolved. At times, Alucard teased Harry about collecting monstrous guardians, referencing himself and Marvolo. Harry only smiled ruefully, not entirely disagreeing. As the days bled into weeks, the hush of planning deepened. Integra convened private councils with Marvolo, Alucard, and the handful of staff proficient in magical theory. They mapped out steps to begin unraveling the first set of memory modifications on Harry. The boy would be shielded by wards anchored by Alucard's presence, while Marvolo carefully dismantled the magical tampering. The process required patience, as each unraveling risked mental shock. Harry steeled himself for the ordeal, clinging to the knowledge that beyond this pain lay truth and freedom. In the late hours, when the manor's corridors turned silent, Marvolo often found himself reflecting on his childhood during the Blitz. He remembered crouching in bomb shelters as sirens wailed overhead, gazing at the terrified faces of other orphans. Now, decades later, he was helping another orphan, ironically unmaking the cruelty inflicted by a revered wizard. History did know. She repeats so much as echo. A young Tom Riddle had once believed that acquiring power was the only way to never be that helpless again. Now, an older, wiser Tom Riddle, calling himself Marvolo, realized T. had sometimes power needed to be shared to protect what mattered. Perhaps that was the ultimate lesson he had refused to learn all those years ago. When the time came for the first partial unlocking of Harry's memories, The entire household was on edge. Under the watchful eye of Integra, Alucard, and a circle of wards, Marvolo stood before Harry, wand in hand. The boy trembled, not from fear of Marvolo, but from anticipation of what might surface in his mind. Slowly, the wizard chanted a soft litany of unbinding incantations. Ribbons of faint light shimmered around Harry's head. For a moment, his expression contorted in pain. Then came a flood of recollections. Shards of the Dursleys, abuse that had been hidden, moments where he had shown surprising sparks of magic or intelligence, promptly suppressed by a wave of obliviation. Harry gasped, tears streaking his face. Integra knelt beside him, arms wrapped around his trembling form. Marvolo ended the spell, sweat beading his forehead. The wards crackled softly. Alucard, who had been poised to intervene if anything went wrong, relaxed minutely. Walter stood at the edge of the room, hand near a tray of potions, ready to administer them if Harry showed signs of distress. For a long minute, nobody spoke. Then Harry exhaled, burying his face in Integra's shoulder. "I remember," he managed in a shaky voice. "I remember them locking me in the cupboard for days. I remember me trying to stand up for myself once, and then everything going blank. They must have used that memory charm." Integra's hold tightened protectively. She glared over Harry's head at Marvolo. But the glare was not entirely directed at him. "Are you satisfied with the result?" she asked. "Have we removed all that we intended?" Marvolo nodded wearily. "It's a start. Just the first layer. The real test will be unraveling the loyalty charms and the deeper illusions that tie him to Dumbledore's emotional constructs. We should proceed in stages, allowing him to recover between each." Harry breathed raggedly, clinging to Integra's sleeve. He felt a swirl of sorrow at the recalled miseries, but also a wave of relief, as though a part of himself had been returned. Through blurred vision, he saw Alucard's concerned gaze flick to him, then away. The vampire, never one to show overt softness, settled for a curt nod. "He's strong," Alucard murmured. "He'll endure." During the next few days, Harry's nightmares became more vivid, reflecting the newly unveiled memories. But he also found a renewed sense of autonomy, slowly shedding the insidious weed of enchantments that told him he was worthless, or that he owed blind loyalty to figures he hardly knew. At times, he seethed with anger at Dumbledore, and at times, he struggled with a complicated swirl of empathy for Marvolo. The older wizard had once been the ultimate villain in Harry's mind, yet now was painstakingly helping him reclaim his autonomy. In conversations with Integra, Harry voiced his confusion about the gender block. She reassured him that no immediate decision was necessary. "We can remove it fully when you're ready," she told him gently, "and only once we've mitigated any possible harm. This is about giving you the choice." Late one night, unable to sleep, Harry wandered the manor's halls and found Marvolo in the library, perched at a desk with volumes of old magical lore stacked around him. The older wizard looked up, surprise flickering across his features. "Should you be roaming around alone?" he asked quietly, though with no real reproach. Harry approached, pushing aside a knot of anxiety. "I can't sleep. Mind if I sit with you?" Marvolo exhaled softly. "Of course." He gestured to a chair, and Harry took a seat across from him, eyeing the open text that displayed runes describing soul magic. For a moment, neither spoke, letting the silence stretch. Then, Harry asked in a small voice, "Did you ever have anyone who tried to help you, back then? Before you became this?" Marvolo rested his elbows on the desk, fingers steepled. "Not really. Dumbledore might claim he tried, but his help was always manipulative. He taught me enough to pique my ambitions, then withheld real guidance. I was left to fend for myself in a world that mistrusted me, and I mistrusted them. By the time I realized I was a pawn, I was too far into darkness to care." Harry nodded, gaze drifting to the candlelight dancing on the desk. "I don't want to be that. I don't want to become twisted like that. But I also don't want to be used. Is it possible to be strong without being cruel?" Marvolo's eyes flickered with a mournful warmth. "Yes, I believe it is. I just never chose that path, and I paid the price. You have a different chance, thanks to Integra, Alucard, and your own spirit. You can be strong, keep your compassion, and refuse to let others dictate your fate." Harry swallowed, feeling the sting of tears. In that moment, the hatred he might have felt for this man mingled with empathy. Forming a cautious bond, he murmured a quick, "Thank you," and rose to leave. At the door, he paused, looking back. "Good night, Marvolo." The wizard bowed his head in silent acknowledgement, and Harry slipped out. Returning to his room, where, for once, he drifted off to a dreamless sleep. Days turned into a week, and by the end of that period, Marvolo had assisted in dismantling several more minor curses on Harry's mind, leaving the major loyalty charms and the gender block for a more carefully prepared ritual. Each success further cemented a grudging trust between him and the Hellsing household. Integra observed every procedure closely, verifying that no harm came to Harry. Alucard remained as a silent, looming guardian. When, after the third procedure, Harry emerged with more clarity and no sign of mental scarring, Integra commended Marvolo's skill. "You've done well," she told him, though her tone remained measured. "Perhaps you truly have changed." Marvolo's response was a quiet, "I can only atone through actions, not words." In his quarters, he reflected that he had rarely felt satisfaction in helping another, but now it provided a kind of solace he had never expected. Meanwhile, tension simmered on another front. Word reached Integra through her contacts that the wizarding world was restless. Dumbledore had been escalating efforts to locate Harry, probing Muggle agencies, even discreetly searching orphanages and schools. The wards of Hellsing Manor kept Harry concealed, but the headmaster's frustration grew daily. Occasionally, Integra would read a new intelligence report, lips thinning at the old wizard's cunning. She dreaded the day he might discover the truth. Yet she also found herself quietly craving that confrontation, determined to lay bare his misdeeds. One evening, Integra summoned Marvolo to her study again. Harry was present, along with Alucard and a few trusted staff. The tension in the air was still palpable, though not as fraught with suspicion as before. Integra looked up from a parchment and fixed Marvolo with a level stare. "We have intelligence that Dumbledore is intensifying his search," she said. "He might soon attempt more drastic measures, possibly infiltration or direct confrontation. If that happens, I want to be ready. You know how he thinks. Where do you stand?" Marvolo did not hesitate. "I stand with you, in defense of Harry and the truth. Dumbledore has wrought enough harm. If he comes, I will not yield. I have no illusions, though. He wields considerable influence and the Elder Wand, an artifact that grants him powerful advantages. We must prepare carefully." Alucard gave a low chuckle, revealing a glint of fang. "Let him come. The might of Hellsing is not trifling. Vampires, advanced weaponry, wards, and a cunning wizard or two should suffice. We'll greet him with a thorough demonstration of what Muggles, and certain old creatures, can do." Harry, standing near Integra, frowned at the talk of battle. "I don't want a war," he said quietly, "but I'm not going back to him. Ever." Integra turned to him, voice gentle. "We'll do all we can to avoid a full-scale conflict. But Dumbledore's manipulations run deep. If he forces our hand, we will ensure you remain free." "That is my promise." She looked at Marvolo. "And yours?" Marvolo inclined his head. "Yes, that is my promise." In that moment, a fragile alliance solidified. The one-time Dark Lord and the famed Hellsing organization found themselves bound by a mutual desire to thwart a manipulator. It was an alliance that would have seemed impossible a year ago. But each had walked unexpected paths to arrive here. Harry stood at the center, the child once earmarked to be a sacrificial hero, now forging his own destiny with the HELP of guardians he never dreamed existed. When Marvolo returned to his quarters that evening, he paused to glance at his reflection in a mirror. The face that stared back was younger than the soul behind it, sustained by dark magic to mimic the visage he once possessed in his early 30s. He thought of how far he had come from the days of calling himself Lord Voldemort, clad in robes of midnight black, unleashing terror with a flick of his wand. Now, he wore a borrowed shirt and trousers from the Hellsing stores, living among Muggles he had once despised. Yet in the quiet of his borrowed room, he felt a flicker of peace. Strange, how life could twist the grandest illusions into something wholly new. Meanwhile, Harry wandered the manor's corridors before bed, still feeling the remnants of the day's discussion swirling in his mind. He passed a window that looked out over the moonlit gardens. The reflection caught his eye, the reflection of a boy with messy black hair and a lightning scar half concealed by unruly locks. Was that boy truly meant to be a girl? The question roiled in him, but for the moment, he shelved it. There would be time for that reckoning once the rest of Dumbledore's tampering was undone. Revelations had only scratched the surface of what might be required to reclaim his identity and confront the wizarding world's lies. Yet a sense of hope flickered within him now. He was not alone. He had Integra's iron will, Alucard's fierce protection, Walter's gentle support, and even the complicated guidance of Marvolo himself. Together, perhaps they could unravel the labyrinth of spells and illusions, ensuring Harry walked freely in whatever form he chose. With that comforting thought, he climbed under the covers, letting exhaustion pull him into a heavy sleep. In a distant part of the manor, Integra and Alucard conferred quietly about wards, strategies, and possible alliances with certain wizarding dissidents who might join their cause. Marvolo, alone in his room, gazed at a candle's flame, contemplating both redemption and the unstoppable momentum of destiny. And so Chapter 6 closed on a hush of newfound resolve, the lines of loyalty newly forged, secrets laid bare. And the battered hearts of two orphans, Harry and Marvolo, finding a fragile kinship against a common foe. They would move forward, no longer bound by illusions. The face of Thay, our true enemy, loomed in the form of Albus Dumbledore, revered leader of the wizarding world, who believed himself just and righteous. But the Hellsing household knew otherwise, and they stood poised to shatter his carefully curated facade. As the manor's lights dimmed one by one, a sense of focused calm spread through its corridors, heralding a coming storm whose clash would echo far beyond these walls. And more on my Patreon. https:// More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70+ chapters across the 20 fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now, QBE Sun Reborn, Harry Potter, Naruto crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales, Harry Potter, Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia, Harry Potter, Monster Masumi crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force, Harry Potter, Looney Tunes crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation, Naruto, Bleach crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn, Harry Potter, Lit RPG, up to 5 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine, Harry Potter, One Piece crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn, Harry Potter, Pokemon crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Fragile Hope, Harry Potter, Saw series crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines, Harry Potter, Fania, crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected, Savior Harry Potter, Danganronpa crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Abandoned Factory, Harry Potter, Pop, PY Playtime crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls, Harry Potter, Coraline crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest, Harry Potter, up to 5 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic, Modern Harry Potter, events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 5 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist, Harry Potter, Percy Jackson, N crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. The Midnight Train, Harry Potter, One Shot. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Chapter 7. A month of preparation and discovery. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Hellsing. In the waning hours of the night, when the manor corridors lay hushed and bathed in soft lamplight, a new day began. December 7th, 1989 arrived in a quiet shift from darkness to dawn, the transition seamless yet momentous in the mind of every occupant within Hellsing Manor. The aftermath of the prior evening's revelations lingered in the atmosphere like a lingering chord of music, resonating through every chamber and casting subtle echoes of tension, resolve, and anticipation. It was only a few hours earlier that Integra, Alucard, Marvolo, and Harry had left the study, where truths about Horcruxes, manipulations by Albus Dumbledore, and the layers of deception surrounding Harry's identity had been laid bare. The fireplace embers in that room still glowed faintly, gradually surrendering their warmth to the chill of early morning. There, dwindling light and heat served as an apt metaphor for the fragile alliances formed the night before, fragile yet determined. Beneath the quiet hush, one could sense the deep resolve that had taken root among them. Each individual had, in their own way, decided to stand against the manipulative designs of Dumbledore, to shield Harry from a fate of preordained sacrifice, and to grant him the freedom to shape his future. Outside, dawn's pale light touched the snow-flecked lawns. Few steps echoed on the polished floors inside, for most of the household remained in the realm of sleep. Harry Potter, however, was awake. After tossing and turning in his bed, his head crowded with the enormity of what he had learned, he rose well before his usual hour. Clutching the soft robe that Integra had given him for warmth, he moved through the manor's corridors. Each step purposeful yet subdued, he paused near a tall window and peered out over the grounds. The faint glitter of frost caught his eye. Less than 2 years ago, he had lived under a cupboard in the Dursley home, starved for warmth and safety. Now, he stood in a grand estate, sheltered by guardians who actively plotted to protect him from the cunning manipulations of a revered wizard. The transformation of his life felt dizzying. In that moment, as he pressed a hand to the cool windowpane, he resolved that he would not falter. He would meet the challenges ahead with courage, supported by a family that believed in him. Shortly after, Harry slipped into the dining hall, uncertain if breakfast had been set. He found it empty except for one of the staff quietly tending to the sideboard. The staff member blinked at Harry's early arrival but offered a polite smile. Feeling a burst of gratitude for such simple kindness, Harry merely nodded and asked for a cup of warm tea, which was promptly provided. He took his tea into an adjacent reading nook, where the morning light slanted through the tall windows. With each sip, he reflected on what had happened since the moment Marvolo first appeared at the manor gates. The revelations about his parents, about the forcibly altered aspects of his life, and about Dumbledore's manipulative tactics still swirled inside his mind. Yet for all the shock and hurt, he felt a growing conviction that his destiny was finally in his own hands. A short time later, Integra convened a formal meeting in her private study. The order had gone out quietly for Alucard, Walter, and Marvolo to join her, but the summons held an air of urgency. Harry, naturally, was included. By the time they assembled, the sun had fully risen, and Walter had laid out a simple breakfast of tea, toast, and scones on a side table. Integra stood behind her desk, her gloved hands resting on polished wood. Her face carried a composed authority, though a spark of fierce determination shone in her eyes. Alucard slipped in with a whisper of crimson fabric, leaning against the bookshelves in his typical languid pose. Marvolo arrived moments later, escorted by 2 discreetly armed guards. The wizard inclined his head respectfully to Integra before taking a seat near the fireplace. Finally, Harry entered, balancing a plate of half-eaten toast. He looked around, noting the unusual sense of formality in the room. Something about this gathering felt like the beginning of a campaign. Integra's gaze swept over them all. "We have a month ahead of us," she began without preamble, her voice clear. "Perhaps longer, perhaps shorter. No one can say how quickly events will escalate. But we know Dumbledore is resourceful and determined. We must be more so. Our first go, Al, ensure that this estate remains invisible to him. Our second, strengthen Harry, in both mind and magic, so that no further attempt can be made to manipulate or harm him. Our third, identify potent IAL allies who share our goal of curtailing Dumbledore's influence." She paused, letting her words sink in. Marvolo sipped tea thoughtfully. Alucard watched with half-lidded eyes, while Harry shifted forward in his seat. The boy's face displayed anxious eagerness, as though he yearned to do something tangible. Integra's stern expression softened slightly when she glanced at him. She continued, "Walter, I want you to coordinate with Marvolo on additional wards for the manor. We can't rely solely on secrecy. If Dumbledore attempts to force his way in, I want him walking into a fortress, not a mansion." Alucard. She turned to the vampire, who offered a slight bow. "You've lived through centuries of warfare, both mundane and supernatural. I want your insights on how best to counter wizard tactics. We may face infiltration attempts, illusions, are more subtle manipulations. Your experience will help us anticipate these. Also, your creative approach may prove valuable if Dumbledore tries psychological warfare. We have no illusions about the man's capacity to manipulate the minds and emotions of those he encounters. Alucard's grin hinted at a predatory promise. I'll enjoy teaching A.M. Edeling headmaster that not all humans, or creatures, are in awe of him. Then Integra addressed Marvolo directly. As for you, I expect your cooperation in strengthening our wards and misleading any magical trackers. More importantly, you are the only one here who fully understands the intricacies of wizarding society from the inside. Identify individuals or families who might be dissatisfied with Dumbledore's hegemony. But be cautious. One misstep, and we risk revealing Harry's presence. I will not permit that. Marvolo inclined his head in agreement. I have ideas on that front. Certain old families harbor resentment toward Dumbledore's hold over the Wizengamot, the Greengrasses, the Zabinis, perhaps even some who once aligned with me out of fear rather than loyalty. Then there is Severus Snape, a complex figure who loathes Dumbledore, but has remained under his sway for reasons unknown. He might be persuaded, if approached carefully. A flicker of concern crossed Integra's features, but she nodded slowly. Do it discreetly. Use whatever coded methods you must. Harry's Horcrux and identity must remain secret. If word leaks that Harry's alive under the protection of Hellsing Manor, Dumbledore will stop at nothing to reach him. Walter cleared his throat politely. Sir Integra, shall I bring more tea? It was a small gesture, but it reminded them that daily routines must go on, even amid these grave plans. She nodded, and he slipped from the room, returning moments later with a fresh pot and additional cups. Harry had listened to the entire exchange in silence, absorbing every word. Now, he placed his plate aside and mustered the courage to speak. His voice was steady though tinged with earnestness. I want to help, he said, looking at Integra first, then letting his gaze drift to the others. I can't just stand by. If we're building wards, or planning, or contacting people, I want to learn how to do my part. I know I'm only 9, but this is about me, too. Alucard chuckled, a rumbling sound. Eager, are we? He eyed Harry, assessing the boy's posture and the determination etched on his face. Well, child, I've seen grown men half your size in spirit. If Integra allows it, I can instruct you in some skills. Marvolo nodded as well, a faint gleam of pride in his eyes. And I can teach you the basics of magic, the real fundamentals. Dumbledore might prefer you remain ignorant, but knowledge is your best shield. Integra allowed herself a small smile at Harry's resolve. Then it's settled. We'll begin structured lessons, both magical and otherwise. Harry, you'll split your time between training with Alucard for defense and resilience, and lessons with Marvolo for magic and theory. Walter will oversee your schedule and ensure you don't overexert yourself. She turned to the others. Does that suit everyone? They agreed in turn. Thus, the meeting ended on a note of unified purpose. While the circumstances were extraordinary, the sense of conviction suggested that each member of this makeshift alliance believed in their shared cause. The month ahead, from December 7th onward, would be dedicated to fortifying the manor, educating Harry, and methodically extending careful feelers into the wizarding world. The days that followed settled into a rhythm that was both familiar and novel for Harry. On the surface, Hellsing Manor continued its usual routines. Staff attended their duties, the occasional mercenary or retainer came and went, and Integra managed the day-to-day affairs of the organization. However, beneath that veneer of normalcy lay a busy network of preparatory work. Walter, with Marvolo's counsel, crafted new layers of wards around the estate. They worked side by side in a hidden chamber that housed old Hellsing Tom's arcane knowledge, scripts that had often been used for dealing with vampires and other supernatural threats. Now, they turned these resources to repel or mislead wizard intruders. The synergy between Marvolo's wizarding expertise and Hellsing's centuries of anti-occult strategies proved formidable. Symbols and runes were etched into the very foundations of the manor, woven invisibly into the stone so that any attempt to scry for Harry's location would be deflected. In the crisp mornings, Harry rose early and met Alucard in a secluded courtyard at the far side of the estate. There, Under a pale winter sky, the vampire instructed him in a series of physical drills. At first, Harry balked at the unfamiliar exercises. Alucard had him climb rope ladders, sprint around the perimeter, and practice balance on narrow beams. During one particularly challenging session, Alucard set up a labyrinth of shadows in the carriage house, forcing Harry to navigate by sound alone. The boy stumbled often, bruising his elbows and knees. But each time he fell, Alucard's voice floated to him through the dark. "Get up, boy. Fear is a tool, learn to use it." Over time, Harry's endurance, reflexes, and self-assurance grew. He discovered how to steady his breathing in moments of panic, how to place his feet lightly without telegraphing movement. He might not become an elite soldier overnight, but he gained the foundation of resilience that Alucard deemed vital. Following these sessions, Harry would wash up and join Marvolo in a small library annex, where thick rugs and shelves of magical tomes created an atmosphere reminiscent of a wizard's study. The wizard began with fundamentals, the concept of magical intent, the interplay of emotion and will in casting spells, and the underlying principles that shaped wizarding society. Harry learned about the significance of focus, akin to a mental muscle that directed raw magic outward. Marvolo avoided letting him try advanced spells immediately. Instead, he gave Harry wandless exercises, lifting small objects, coaxing candle flames to flicker, sensing the energy in the air. The progress was slow at first, with Harry often straining just to stir a quill on the tabletop. But in time, he managed to make feathers lift, or a candle flame dance in gentle patterns. The triumph in these small accomplishments lit a spark in him. Each lesson ended with Marvolo discussing wizarding culture, from the politics of the ministry to the complexities of old magical families, so that Harry might understand what truly shaped his world. Integra oversaw these lessons occasionally, ensuring that Marvolo's methods remained respectful and that no sinister motives lurked behind his teachings. She found, somewhat to her surprise, that Marvolo took genuine pride in Harry's incremental growth. The regret he bore for his past might have fueled his desire to guide the boy responsibly, mitigating the harm he had once caused. Over the weeks, her guarded trust in him increased, though she never forgot the atrocities he had committed. Alucard, for his part, watched with an odd mixture of amusement and approval as Harry's confidence blossomed. Evening after evening, Marvolo, Walter, and Integra held private discussions about the estate's defenses. They infused fresh illusions into the perimeter, rendering the manor not just hidden but actively repellent to outsiders. Any wizard who tried to step onto the grounds would be subject to illusions that disguised the terrain, illusions so intricate that even a skilled wizard might become lost or circle back in confusion. For extra safety, Alucard devised more mundane but brutal measures: concealed watch posts, motion-sensitive alarms that integrated subtle magical triggers, and exit strategies in case infiltration succeeded. The synergy of ancient magic, modern technology, and centuries-old vampire cunning transformed Hellsing Manor into a fortress no single wizard could breach easily. During this period, Harry also found himself drawn into the discussions about strategy. Whenever he asked to observe the wards or help arrange the library for experiments, Integra allowed it. She wanted him to feel like an active participant rather than a sheltered victim. Some nights, after the household had turned in, she walked with him through the corridors, teaching him about the estate's proud history. With quiet pride, she showed him portraits of long-deceased Hellsings, each in their own era's regalia, each sworn to protect humanity from supernatural threats. It was in these moments that Harry felt a profound belonging. No longer was he merely the boy who lived, but a boy who had found a family and a cause. The sense of victimhood that once haunted him began to dissolve, replaced by the resolve of a budding protector. Amid these busy weeks, December 25th arrived, bringing with it a gentle snowfall. Integra chose to celebrate Christmas in a modest yet meaningful way. The morning dawned white and quiet, the estate's roofs and lawns blanketed in pristine snow. Harry woke to the hush of a holiday that he had never truly experienced as a child under the Dursleys. The staff had adorned the main dining hall with subtle evergreen wreaths and a scattering of festive ribbons. A small tree stood in one corner, draped with twinkling lights. The hush of the halls felt different that day, less about tension and more about warmth. A rare moment of calm in the midst of their preparations. At breakfast, Walter presented Harry with a box wrapped in understated paper. Inside lay a sleek wand holster of fine leather, crafted to hug the forearm snugly. It was embroidered with the Hellsing crest and had subtle magical wards embedded, courtesy of Marvolo's expertise. Harry's eyes glistened as he thanked Walter, recalling how in all his years with the Dursleys, he had never received a single thoughtful gift. Later, Integra handed him a trio of new magical texts, introductory volumes on defensive enchantments, an overview of wizarding law, and a treatise on ritual magic. Alucard's gift took the form of elegant leather gloves, black with faint red stitching along the edges, tough enough to withstand ND rigors of training yet refined in appearance. Last came a wrapped package from Marvolo. Inside was a carved chess set whose pieces were enchanted to shift positions slightly on their own, ready to defend themselves if the board was jostled or if the player attempted to cheat. The wizard explained, with a faint smile, that chess was an excellent way to hone strategic thinking. That evening, the household enjoyed a special dinner, with Alucard even joining them briefly at the table, though he merely sipped wine and observed. The staff served roast and vegetables, and Harry found himself at the center of an uncharacteristically relaxed gathering. There was laughter, quiet conversation, even a few dry jokes from Alucard that broke the tension. For a boy who had known only cruelty on Prevue's Christmases, if the Dursleys bothered to acknowledge him at all, this day felt like a dream. Gifts were secondary, the true present was belonging to a family. In the hush after dinner, while the staff cleared plates, Harry lingered at the table with Marvolo, who, upon seeing the open curiosity in Harry's eyes, chose to speak about Lily and James Potter. He told small anecdotes, Lily's quick wit and love of experimentation, James's penchant for mischief tempered by bravery. The sorrow in Marvolo's voice spoke volumes of his regrets. Harry absorbed every word with a mixture of grief and comfort, cherishing these new insights into the parents he barely remembered. Before bed, Harry sought Integra out, finding her in her study where she stared at the fading fire, lost in thought. She turned at his approach, her stern expression softening. He confessed to her his lingering fear of what waited ahead, of the battles they might face, and the complexities of his magical heritage. Integra reassured him gently but firmly, reminding him that he was no longer an orphan cast into the shadows. Now, he was a son in a family that would stand by him no matter what came. There, on that Christmas night, the hush of the manor felt imbued with hope. In the days following Christmas, as December yielded to the new year, Marvolo discreetly sent out coded messages to a handful of potential allies. He used an alias, names he had adopted in other parts of Wizarding Europe, and cunning magical seals that only certain correspondents would recognize. The responses trickled in at a cautious pace. Some expressed deep wariness and refused further contact, fearful of crossing Dumbledore. Others responded with measured interest, hinting that they might align with any effort to loosen the headmaster's stranglehold on British wizarding politics, though they demanded more proof of trust. From Severus Snape came a single, terse reply on aged parchment: "I will not act rashly." Offer details. It was hardly a pledge of support, yet Marvolo took it as a small sign of possibility. Throughout early January, Harry's training intensified. Wand practice now supplemented his wandless exercises, though Marvolo stressed that official wizarding channels would frown upon an underage wizard practicing spells outside Hogwarts. Harry saw the need for secrecy, and it only deepened his sense that they were forging a quiet rebellion. By day, he perfected basic, defensive spells in the library's hidden corners, learning to cast simple shields or disarming jinxes. By evening, he tackled advanced reading on wizarding customs, discovering that politics in the magical realm could be every bit as treacherous as a battlefield. When he wasn't training with Marvolo, Harry continued his physical regimen with Alucard, pushing himself through obstacle courses in the mansion's lesser-used wings or practicing stealth in the sprawling basement corridors. The vampire's methods were unorthodox, often forcing Harry to confront fear head-on. A flicker of movement in a dimly lit hall, a jarring shift of shadows that tested his composure. Yet with each session, the boy's anxiety lessened, replaced by a tenacious drive to conquer obstacles. Alucard sometimes teased him, remarking that soon Harry might outrun half the mercenaries on site. In these moments, Harry glimpsed a fatherly pride beneath Alucard's predatory smirk. Preparations for a potential confrontation with Dumbledore continued in parallel. The entire household took part in drills orchestrated by Integra. She walked her staff through lockdown procedures, defensive placements, and communication protocols. Alucard contributed insights on how Dumbledore might use illusions or transfigurations to breach the estate. Marvolo, having lived as Voldemort, explained classic wizarding infiltration strategies and how best to counter them. They tested wards by simulating infiltration attempts, instructing a few trusted staff to don wizard-like garb and attempt illusions. The results were promising. The new wards forcefully redirected intruders or trapped them in localized illusions, buying the defenders time to respond. Each success unified them further. Even staff who knew little of wizarding intricacies were proud to support Harry, who had become something of a beloved figure in the household, the bright, determined child who had endured so much. By January 7, 1990, a calm day dawned, marked by gentle snowfall drifting across the manor grounds. The final lines of that month of preparation were drawn, wards firmly in place, training routines well established. Lines of communication opened with potential allies. In the early morning hush, Harry stood near a window in an upper corridor, gazing at the white flakes that fell silently over the hedges below. A sense of peaceful resolve filled him. He recalled how only a month prior he had awakened to the news that he was a Horcrux, that Dumbledore had tampered with his gender and mind, that an infamous dark wizard was both his erstwhile enemy and reluctant mentor. The weight of those revelations had been crushing, but the last weeks had transformed that burden into a mission. He was not powerless. Supported by Integra, Alucard, Walter, and even Marvolo, he now had the means to shape his own destiny. The soft tread of footsteps announced Integra's arrival. She paused beside him, following his gaze out the window. The snow blanketed the grounds, pure and serene. For a moment, they said nothing, simply sharing the stillness. Then Integra laid a hand gently on Harry's shoulder. "It's been quite a month," she said, her voice quiet yet imbued with admiration for how far he had come. "I know it hasn't been easy." Harry turned to her, thinking about the lessons, the revelations, the nights he'd cried himself to sleep remembering the mother and father he lost. Yet also he remembered the warmth of the Christmas celebration, the sense of triumph whenever he managed a new spell or co-MP-leaded one of Alucard's daunting challenges, and the comfort of hearing Integra's unwavering vows of protection. "It's been the hardest month," he admitted, "but also the best. Because I know the truth now. And I'm doing something about it." Integra's gray-blue eyes reflected pride. "You've grown so much, Harry. And this is only the beginning. We still have a long road ahead. Dumbledore is powerful, cunning, and unaccustomed to opposition, but we won't face it unprepared. And you won't face it alone." He nodded, a rush of emotion tightening his throat. Hearing those words, especially the L asked, stirred both gratitude and determination within him. "I promise," he said softly, "no matter what happens, I'll never let him control me again." A hint of a smile touched Integra's lips. "That's the spirit of a true Hellsing," she said, her voice resonating with gentle pride. "Come, Alucard is waiting in the courtyard." Something about a new endurance test. After that, Marvolo mentioned a lesson on casting illusions. "And later, we'll have a briefing about your next steps in preparing for any contact with potential allies." A busy day. Harry glanced out the window one final time, letting the snow's quiet beauty imprint itself on his memory, then turned to follow Integra. As they walked, his mind circled back to that vow. He had repeated it so many times in private moments. Never again would he be shaped into something he was not. Never again would he be used as a lamb for slaughter. The vow felt ever more real. With each day's training and each new sense of belonging at Hellsing Manor, he was forging a future on his own terms. In the courtyard, Alucard stood awaiting them, his crimson coat flaring in a stray breeze. The sky overhead was a pale winter blue, the sun struggling to pierce through the light snowfall. When Harry stepped outside, bracing against the cold, Alucard greeted him with a teasing grin that bared a hint of fang. "Ready to run until your legs give out, boy?" he asked in a playful snarl. Harry, bolstered by the sense of family behind him, nodded with a grin of his own. He was ready for anything. The hush of falling snow, the fortress-like wards of the manor, and the unwavering presence of his guardians all served as a testament that together they stood as a shield against the swirling chaos of the wizarding world. Inside, Marvolo watched from a window. As Harry joined Alucard for their morning training, he allowed himself a moment of reflection. In a month's time, he had seen the boy evolve from anxious child to a steadily maturing young wizard who possessed both curiosity and courage. The memory of Lily's eyes haunted him, seeing them mirrored in Harry's face. And the knowledge that he, Tom Riddle, had once sought the child's demise tore at him daily. Yet each time Harry succeeded in a new spell or overcame a challenge, Marvolo felt the faint stirrings of redemption, if not for the horrors he inflicted, then at least for the cruelty that shaped them both under Dumbledore's manipulations. Even as he stared out into the snowy courtyard, his mind churned with possibilities of what might come next. Letters had gone out to potential allies. The responses were tentative. Would they trust a man with his dark past? Could they be persuaded to stand against Dumbledore? Only time would tell. For now, Marvolo breathed in the hush of morning, reminding himself that this chapter of quiet was precious. The storm, he knew, could break at any moment. When it did, the alliances formed here must be strong enough to weather the tempest. Walter approached him discreetly, requesting his presence in the estate's armory to assist with enchanting certain protective gear for the staff. Marvolo nodded, turning from the window. A month ago, he had been an unwelcome stranger seeking safe harbor. Now, he was quietly integrated into the daily tasks that secured Harry's future. That synergy of Muggle technology, vampiric cunning, and wizarding knowledge might well prove unstoppable if Dumbledore dared to trespass. As he followed Walter down the corridor, Marvolo felt a cautious hope that, perhaps for the first time in decades, he was serving a cause that might genuinely protect the vulnerable rather than exploit them. Thus, the day continued in a purposeful hum of activity, drills in the courtyard, magical lessons in the library, finishing touches on wards in hidden corners of the manor. Everyone played a role, from the housekeeping staff who maintained normalcy to the armed guards who polished their rifles while whispering of potential wizard intruders. Each act was layered with unspoken readiness, for though the manor was peaceful under the gentle snowfall, they all recognized that beyond those gates lay a wizarding world soon to be rocked by revelations. Late in the afternoon, Alucard and Harry returned indoors, the boy's cheeks flushed red from the cold and exertion. They left footprints of melting snow across the marbled floors. Harry hurried to change out of his damp clothes, then joined Marvolo in the library for an extended session on illusions, learning how to create small-scale illusions of shapes or colors that flickered in the air. The exercises taxed his concentration, but he managed to conjure a flickering swirl of light resembling a phantom bird. When it vanished, Marvolo offered a nod of approval. Integra, observing from the doorway, permitted herself a rare smile. She thought of how the boy had grown from the neglected child she first encountered. The boy he was then could hardly speak his mind without trembling. Now, he faced complex magical tasks and the looming threat of Dumbledore with calm resolve. Evening draped the manor in a new hush, with staff lighting the lamps and preparing supper. Harry, freshly showered and changed, retreated to the reading nook near the dining hall, drawn by a crackling fire. He settled onto a plush chair, gazing at the dancing flames. The events of the past month played through his mind. He recalled each step of his new training, each conversation with Marvolo about wizarding politics, each stealth drill with Alucard that left him battered but triumphant. He remembered Christmas morning, the gifts that felt like tokens of genuine care, and the vow he made that day: never again would he be a tool for someone else's grand plan. Every day since, he had labored to make that vow reality. Footsteps signaled Integra's approach. She crossed the carpet and took a seat across from him, her posture as straight as ever. Through the window, the snow continued to fall, gilded by lamplight. Harry regarded her with a tired smile. "Thank you," he said softly, surprising even himself with the simplicity of those words. Integra inclined her head. "For what?" "For everything," he replied, shifting forward in the chair. "For teaching me, for letting me help, for making me feel safe. And for trusting me enough to be part of all this." Her expression softened. "You earned that trust, and you are part of this family now, Harry. We stand by each other." That's what family does. He nodded, a lump forming in his throat. Outside, a gust of wind brushed against the windows, rattling them slightly. The hush that followed felt like the calm before a storm. Yet in that quiet, Harry felt certain that, whatever storm came, he would face it not as a lonely child, but as a member of Hellsing Manor, a place of safety, strategy, and strange, fierce love. Alucard drifted in then, his boots making a muffled thud on the carpet. He looked at Harry, one eyebrow quirked in faint amusement. "How's the new illusions training?" he asked. Harry grinned, some color returning to his cheeks. "I can make a ghost bird. It's not perfect, but I did it." Alucard chuckled softly. "Better than I expected, boy." Then, uncharacteristically, he added in a low voice, "Keep at it. You'll surprise yourself before long." The vampire offered one of his rare, genuine smiles, a small curve of the lips that conveyed proud acknowledgement. Harry beamed, warmed by this approval that he never expected from someone so aloof. Then, with a mock flourish, Alucard bowed lightly to Integra and retreated back into the corridors, presumably to continue his own vigil. The evening supper passed quietly. Walter served a simple meal, ensuring everyone remained well fed after the day's work. Marvolo joined them at the table, sharing small updates on the letters he had sent. Most correspondents remained cautious, but a few had asked for future contact. They might yet gain valuable supporters if Dumbledore's overreach continued. The conversation was measured, each participant aware that every alliance formed could shift the entire wizarding power structure. How that pristine white was a fleeting symbol of peace. Yet the hush felt comforting rather than ominous. He whispered softly, scarcely audible to himself, "I'll never let anyone control me again." The vow carried more conviction than ever. The flicker of hope that had once been a spark had grown into a steady flame. He had found family, purpose, and a path to forging his identity anew. Whatever Dumbledore planned, Harry would not be an ignorant sacrifice. Closing the curtains, he climbed into bed. The day's exertions weighed pleasantly on him, and he drifted toward sleep with ease. In his last waking moments, he pictured the chess set from Marvolo, the gloves from Alucard, the books from Integra, and the wand holster from Walter. Each gift was a tangible reminder that he was cherished, that he had a place where he mattered. Outside, the snow continued its gentle descent, cloaking the manor's defenses in white, offering a serene visage that belied the fierce readiness beneath. And so the month that began on December 7th concluded on January 7th. 1990 in a quiet hush of resolve and solidarity. Hellsing Manor stood as a bastion of defiance against the wizarding world's manipulative maestro, and within its walls, a young boy once destined for slaughter was learning to wield not just magic, but his own agency. The lines were drawn, the household united, and the storms of the future gathered just beyond the horizon. Yet in that stillness, one could sense the unwavering spirit of each person who had chosen to protect Harry. The next chapter of conflict might come soon, but for now, the snow-draped manor knew a rare and beautiful calm, one that nurtured the seeds of a revolution. And more on my Patreon, https:// More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70+ chapters across the 20 fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now, QBE Sun Reborn, Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales, Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia, Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force, Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation, Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn, Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 6 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine, Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn, Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Fragile Hope, Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines, Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected, Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter, up to 6 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 5 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Beyond Boundaries of Time. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9 already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9 are already available on my Patreon. Bow, Owned by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the WOLF. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 8. The Gathering Storm. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Hellsing series. When dawn finally broke on January 8, 1990, the wizarding side of London woke to a crisp, cold wind that rattled the eaves and swirled the ling. Earring residue of street lamp fog across slick cobblestones. At first glance, the wintry sky promised little more than another brisk day in January, yet. Behind drawn shutters and discreet wards, a man known to the world as Albus Dumbledore felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. In his private office at Hogwarts, he closed his eyes against the morning's pale light filtering through the stained glass windows. For a long moment, he simply breathed, forcing his mind to slow. Outside, an owl tapped insistently against the glass, beak clacking on the frosty pane, but the headmaster ignored it. His focus remained on the folded copy of the Daily Prophet in his trembling hands. Long, delicate fingers, too often a symbol of paternal gentleness, now clenched the paper with unmistakable tension. He had read the headline 3 times already. He could practically recite it. Prominent wizard, Marvolo Slytherin, shocks society, a mysterious benefactor or a new player. Every detail on the front-page seared itself into Dumbledore's memory. The blocky print, the flourish of swirling script beneath a glossy photograph, the figure in that photograph wearing an expression both assured and calm. With a weight settling in his chest, Dumbledore trailed one finger across the small, black and white image of the man. The wizard shone was in his early 30s, dark hair carefully combed back, his posture regal, his expression guarded. The lightning in the photograph wasn't flashy, just ordinary wizarding photography with subtle movements, but the slightest tilt of the man's head and the raw arch of a brow sent a jolt of recognition through Dumbledore's gut. This face, handsome yet edged with quiet intensity, mirrored the youthful visage of Tom Riddle before he had claimed the name Lord Voldemort. Dumbledore's lips pressed into a thin line. He breathed carefully, recalling, unbidden, the memory of a bright, promising student half a century prior, a teenager whose ambition glowed behind courteous smiles and mild manners. That ambition had spread like poison in the years that followed, manifesting in bloodshed under the moniker, Voldemort. Yet this photograph, so reminiscent of Riddle's face, displayed a man alive, and apparently untainted by the ravages that had once twisted him into the snake-like figure of the Dark Lord. The dissonance made Dumbledore's scalp prickle with dread. A scratchy crackling accompanied the logs in his fireplace, and he turned, reflexively, scanning the cluttered expanse of his office. Books, silver instruments, whirring contraptions, every corner crowded with the wizard's favored tools. Yet the morning's hush felt oppressive now, as if each device was judging him for his failure to anticipate such a development. He sank into the large, burgundy armchair behind his desk, releasing the breath he had held. The copy of the Daily Prophet fluttered from his hands to rest on a stack of notes, the photograph's occupant continuing to shift subtly in that magical motionless motion. As wizarding pictures do, a single question thundered in Dumbledore's mind. How is Tom Riddle alive in this guise, so youthful, so bold, so visible? The lines at the corners of his eyes deepened. For a moment, he was transported back to a younger time, Tom Riddle standing in a Transfiguration classroom, his posture impeccable, answering questions with the self-assured tone of a genius. A wave of guilt mixed with anger coursed through Dumbledore. Had he nurtured that brilliance only to see it transform into cruelty? Had he allowed something to slip through his vigilance? He swallowed these old pangs. He had more immediate concerns. His role in shaping certain events, arranging for a prophecy, manipulating families, constructing illusions, must never come to light. Not if he was to preserve his reputation and keep controlling the chessboard. If Tom Riddle had truly. Leaning forward, he scanned the Prophet article again. The text praised Marvolo Slit. Herein, as a newly arrived wizard from abroad, philanthropic in his dealings, rumored to be the benefactor of small wizarding orphanages and some half-blood initiatives. Dumbledore scowled, disbelieving. He spotted carefully placed details about Slytherin's supposed lineage, descendant of an ancient line, they said. The more he read, the more he recognized the cunning hand behind the claims. The not ion that Tom Riddle would position himself as a charitable figure smacked of perverse irony, a veneer behind which an old cunning lurked. No, Dumbledore understood precisely how Riddle worked. Riddle never did anything without a plan. He set the paper aside, rose to his feet, and paced across the intricate rug. Each footstep landed with uncharacteristic heaviness. He had to be cautious. No accusations without evidence. The wizarding public would never believe him if he declared, yes, Marvolo Slytherin is actually Lord Voldemort, who is decades older and should be hideous from dark magic. They'd call it senility, or paranoia, especially given the hero's reputation Dumbledore had crafted for himself. No, if he wanted to remove this threat quietly, he needed proof. He needed to confirm beyond doubt that this man was truly Tom Riddle returned. He also needed to ensure that Harry Potter, wherever that elusive boy might be, remained under Dumbledore's ultimate control. His breath turned ragged, but he forced it steady. Summoning a small, enchanted quill from a drawer, he began scratching out coded letters to a select few. The hush of the quill's feather brushing against parchment belied the turbulence in his thoughts. He stamped each missive with an ancient seal, ensuring that only the intended recipient could read it. Old allies, old members of the Order, individuals in the ministry who still owed him favors. He needed them now. If Riddle is back, I must find Harry, he thought, an urgent clangor in his mind. The boy must not slip beyond my reach, or all is lost. Each letter burned with subdued urgency, sealed with a gentle puff of shimmering wax. As he affixed the last envelope, he paused, eyes darting to a silver contraption on a side table, an outdated device that once tracked wards placed on the Dursley home. It had stopped spinning meaningfully long ago, and try as he might, Dumbledore had not managed to recalibrate it. The Dursleys had lost the boy, the wards had collapsed. And now, in a world where a resurrected Tom Riddle might roam free, the thought that Harry could be anywhere made Dumbledore's stomach twist with genuine apprehension. If Riddle reached Potter first, or if Potter was beyond Dumbledore's designs, the entire prophecy might unravel. He mentally weighed the cost of each day that passed without finding the child. He flicked his wand, sending T.H.E.-coded letters away via a specialized courier owl. The office door swung shut behind them, rattling like a final pronouncement. Dumbledore exhaled, turning to stare at the aging portraits of previous headmasters along the walls. Their painted eyes flicked anxiously, but none spoke. In the quiet, he could almost sense them accusing him. You let your control slip, Albus. You let that child vanish. Now see the consequences. He ignored the phantom scolding, focusing instead on the next steps. Stealthily gather intelligence, watch for any sign of Marvolo Slytherin, and above all else, discover Harry Potter's location. If that meant using unorthodox or morally murky spells, so be it. This was war, after all, and the greater good demanded that he remain in control. As the pale morning light rose higher across Hogwarts' spires, Dumbledore withdrew further into his office, swallowing the dread that churned in his gut. He could not show the world his alarm. He would proceed methodically, cloaking each move. The hum of frantic energy in the corridor outside was a reminder that classes continued, that staff and students still looked to him as the wise, unshakable headmaster. He forced himself to present calm. But behind that oak door, he plotted, hands clasped behind his back, eyes narrowed. The name, Marvolo Slytherin, resonated in the silence, a specter from the past come to life. Unbeknownst to him, events in the Muggle world were marching just as swiftly, though in a wholly different direction. Far from the snowy expanse of Hogwarts's grounds, winter draped the manicured lawn of Hellsing Manor in a glittering hush. On the same frosty morning of January 8th, the estate awakened to the sound of quiet footfalls and hushed voices, the kind that spoke to deeply held secrets and intense preparations. Indoors, the warm glow of sconces reflected off polished marble, and staff passed purposefully through corridors, mindful of the new schedules that Integra and Walter had devised in recent weeks. In a large drawing room near the manor's heart, the curtains had been drawn to let in the dull January sunlight. The tang of cold clung to the windows, forming a thin layer of condensation. Flickering candles on a long, oval table chased away the gloom, revealing the silhouettes of a gathering of wizards and witches who had arrived discreetly over the past few days. Their robes varied in style, some wore simple, travel-worn cloaks, while others sported tailored regalia reminiscent of older traditions. At the head of this assembly sat Marvolo, posture straight, arms resting on the table as he surveyed the group with calm intensity. The setting contrasted sharply with the grand, modern look of Hellsing Manor, but the tension in the air mingled the two worlds seamlessly. Rai perched on a smaller chair at the far end, half hidden by the curve of the table. Though he remained quiet, his eyes flicked from face to face, searching for signs of sincerity or duplicity. He wrestled with the complexities of his new life, no longer a downtrodden orphan, but not quite a conventional wizard child either. Next to him stood Integra, her gloved hand occasionally resting on the chair's back. A silent statement of her watchful authority. Alucard loomed in the corner, wearing his habitual crimson coat, an almost lazy posture disguising lethal readiness. The hush deepened as Marvolo began to speak. His voice was steady, each syllable measured. I've asked you here because our world stands at a crossroads. Many of you know me from older times. Some of you have doubted my intentions. Let me be clear. I once bore a name that inspired terror, but it was a name shaped by manipulations and pain I did not fully comprehend. Today, I seek a different path. He paused, letting the echoes of his words settle. A flicker of regret crossed his features, genuine enough to still the faint murmurs from the gathering. In the faint candlelight, one could see a tension in his jaw. As if each admission cost him an ounce of pride. I was Tom Riddle, who later became Lord Voldemort. I was guided, nay, twisted, by Dumbledore's manipulations from early on, steered by a prophecy that led me to commit atrocities. You need not believe all of this, but I show you enough truth to earn your trust. A thin, elderly witch with silver hair and a resolute gaze stood slowly, the tip of her cane clacking against the floor. Her voice, reedy yet unyielding, broke the silence. I recall hearing rumors, stories of your cunning, your madness. Yet none spoke of Dumbledore's role in your fall. Why should we believe this? Her question didn't carry outright hostility, but there was caution in her eyes. Marvolo inclined his head in acknowledgement. Believe me or not, that choice is yours. But, I ask, look at the wizarding Britain we have now. Dumbledore wields influence from Hogwarts to the Ministry, all while maintaining an image of grandfatherly wisdom. Is it truly the paradise you hoped for? Or do you see the quiet strangulation of personal freedoms, the exploitation of orphans, half-bloods, and families that question him? In my past ignorance, I contributed to that system's darker edges. I do not come to you with a clean record but with a fervent desire to unravel his manipulations at last. One or two wizards at the table exchanged glances. In the hush that followed, the pop of burning logs in the fireplace sounded unnaturally loud. The silver-haired witch lowered her cane. I have seen enough of Dumbledore's discreet maneuverings to suspect he's no saint. If we can confirm your sincerity, perhaps we can talk further. Her words seemed to signal cautious acceptance among the others. A younger wizard leaned forward, brushing dark curls from his forehead. His voice trembled just slightly. If we stand against Dumbledore, we risk everything. Our positions, our families. The wizarding world sees him as its moral compass. Marvolo nodded. Precisely why we must proceed carefully. We do not declare open war. We gather allies, we reveal truths, and we keep safe those who are under threat. Dumbledore will not cede his hold willingly. Already, he hunts for a boy, 1H. E intended to sacrifice to fulfill a twisted prophecy. We cannot allow more children, more innocents, to fall prey to his schemes. He made a subtle gesture toward Harry, who remained partially obscured. Behind the table's curve, a ripple of curiosity went through the group, though none voiced it aloud. Integra stiffened, alert to any sign of meddlesome questions. This gathering was dangerous enough, and she wanted no revelation of the boy's true role as a Horcrux. But the quiet hush that followed Marvolo's words suggested that these witches and wizards recognized the gravity of crossing Dumbledore. They understood that innocent lives were at stake. The meeting continued, each attendee pledging subdued but determined support. The old lines: Knights of Walpurgis, disillusioned pureblood families, half-blood advocates, blurred into a tentative alliance forged by mutual resentment of Dumbledore's manipulations. When the gathering ended, one by one, the visitors left through secure flow-chan. Else are side entrances that Walter arranged. Their whispers lingered in the air, echoing off the lofty ceilings. Marvolo's shoulders relaxed fractionally, though a shadow of tension remained. Integra exchanged a guarded nod with him. Relief in her eyes. The alliance was fragile, but it was a start. Harry exhaled softly, crossing his arms as he stood. He wondered, how many more clandestine meetings old shape his fate before all this was done. Later that evening, after the visitors had departed, the hush in Integra's private study felt almost comforting. The faint scratch of quills and the rustle of parchment filled the space, accompanied by the aroma of old leather bindings and fresh ink. Integra sat behind her imposing desk, candlelight dancing across her features. Her gaze flicked from one stack of documents to another, searching for patterns. Ministry records gleaned from wizarding contacts, academic treatises on advanced wards, letters from potential allies. Each page was a piece in a puzzle that might, if assembled correctly, undermine Dumbledore's stronghold. A small lamp glowed on the far corner of the desk, highlighting a splay of archaic runes that Walter and Marvolo had deciphered. Despite her weariness, Integra refused to relent, scribbling notes in her tight, deliberate handwriting. The scratch of her pen matched the quickening beat of her heart whenever she uncovered a detail linking Dumbledore to questionable deals. Unusual property acquisitions near orphanages, hush money to certain Wizengamot members, or irregularities in how some Muggle-born children were funneled into the wizarding world. As the hours passed, she grew more certain of the headmaster's extensive network of cover-ups. Exhaling softly, she placed her quill aside, pausing to roll her shoulders. The study smelled faintly of beeswax polish. A lamp hissed on a side table, spitting sparks. The hush felt oddly intimate. She turned to see a shadow move at the edge of her vision. Alucard, stepping from the gloom near the fireplace. His blood-red coat glimmered in the flickering light, and the faintest smirk curved his lips. Tiring work, master. His voice held that smooth, sardonic note. She shrugged. Vital work. Her eyes flicked back to the documents. If we are to stand against a wizard of Dumbledore's influence, we need to know every crack in his fortress. Alucard tilted his head, observing the swirl of notes and references to wizarding genealogies. He sniffed once, the corners of his mouth lifting. I've faced monstrous foes in my time, but I suspect Dumbledore's brand of cunning is a different beast. Yes, she replied, tapping a finger on a page describing the organizational structure of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He manipulates from within, steering entire institutions with a veneer of benevolence. After a moment of thought, she added, I will not let that stand. Not when Harry's welfare hangs in the balance. Alucard's grin widened fractionally, revealing a hint of fang. Then let us see how he fares when faced with Hellsing's brand of determination. Without another word, he vanished back into the dim edges of the study, leaving Integra to the quiet rustle of parchment and the silent vow that she would not falter. Whenever a pang of uncertainty arose, recollections of the Dursleys cupboard, or the horrifying realization that his entire being had been subject to magical tampering, Harry closed his eyes and breathed. He pictured the unwavering presence of Integra, or the surprisingly patient teachings of Marvolo, or the blunt encouragement from Alucard. He pictured himself forging illusions or practicing defensive spells in the Manor's library. Slowly, a measure of calm replaced the old fear. Freed from being a helpless victim, he now had a voice in his destiny. One frosty dawn, about a week after the clandestine gathering, Harry found himself once again in that alcove, gazing at the subdued winter sun cresting over the horizon. The glass felt cold under his fingertips. His breath fogged the window. Yet he sensed a warmth radiating in his chest, a new sense of belonging. With parted lips, he whispered, "I'm not who I was. I'm more than a pawn." The words emerged quietly, a statement to no one and everything at once. Later that same day, Marvolo guided Harry through rigorous magical lessons. In the snug library annex, air thickened with the musk of old spellbooks. Shafts of watery sunlight spilled from a tall window behind them, illuminating floating dust motes. Marvolo's voice was even, tinged with a gravitas that made each lesson feel vital. They covered illusions that ranged from conjuring fleeting images to warping an enemy's visual field, skills that could confound adversaries. Though the spells were advanced for a child of 9, Harry embraced the challenge. His concentration was unwavering, his gaze flicking from the curling runes on a parchment to the intangible shapes forming under his hands. Whenever he hesitated, feeling the strain of shaping magic, he drew on the encouragement gleaned from Alucard's physical training. The vampire's lessons emphasized harnessing fear and channeling it into power. It manifested in small ways here. Each time he felt panic or self-doubt coil in his belly, he recalled scrambling through dark obstacles in the basement, the voice of Alucard in the gloom, "Get up. Push forward. Fear is the mind's tool." He harnessed that memory to steady his concentration, forging illusions that shimmered like soap bubbles in the air, each more refined than the last. Marvolo offered praise without condescension. "Well done, Harry," he remarked, stepping around the table to inspect the illusions. The wizard's eyes, still haunted by old regrets, shone with a quiet pride. "Your intent is strong. You have more raw magical aptitude than many grown wizards. Focus that will, and few illusions will be beyond you." Marvolo nodded slowly. "That clarity of purpose is powerful. Just remember, illusions can be undone by confusion or a break in will. Keep your mind focused, even when reality tries to intrude." Observing from the library's threshold, Integra felt a flicker of reassurance. Each day, the boy became more sure of himself. Where once he might have cowered under her direct gaze, he now met her eyes with a quiet confidence. She wondered fleetingly about the forced transformations on his identity that still needed more unraveling, but for now, at least, he was forging a self beyond what Dumbledore had once intended. The synergy in the household grew as January bled into February. By unspoken consensus, they dedicated time each week to run, intruder drills, bizarre amalgamations of wizard dueling, vampire stealth, and muggle tactical discipline. Alucard coordinated the staff in near-silent maneuvers, teaching them to slip behind pillars, to coordinate flanking positions, to respond to illusions with signals. Marvolo laid wards that twisted the corridors into labyrinths at a single incantation. Integra oversaw it all, her voice slicing through the tension with crisp orders, testing each scenario's outcome. The staff, initially unsure how to handle magical infiltration, embraced the learning curve, galvanized by the knowledge that they were protecting not just a manor or an organization, but a child who had suffered too long under others' manipulations. Walter, too, played his part, blending old Hellsing knowledge of protective rituals with the new arcane approach. On snowy afternoons, he could be found in the basement storerooms, rummaging tea. Dusty crates of historical relics, silver chalices, relic shards, old diaries of Hellsing ancestors, searching for anything that might augment their defenses. The clink of these objects echoed off stone walls, and he'd hum quietly as he tested each for synergy with Marvolo's wards. Often, Harry joined him, curiosity piqued by the rich tapestry of Hellsing lore. The boy's eyes lit up at the antique swords, the faint inscriptions on their blades, or the musty diaries that recounted hunts for unholy creatures centuries ago. Their pages spoke of valor and cunning, but also heartbreak, lost children, ruined families. In these somber tales, Harry recognized echoes of his own life. The realization that the Hellsing line had always stood between humanity and darkness gave him a small sense of pride that he had found a place here. Winter's hold on Britain gradually softened as February advanced. The snows remained, but the days grew incrementally longer, the sunlight acquiring a slightly warmer hue. On a mid-February morning, Harry was awakened by a flurry of notes from wizarding correspondence that arrived from Arvolo. He had dashed to the entrance hall, rubbing sleep from his eyes, as an exhausted post owl hopped about impatiently. Walter gently collected the letters, scanning the wards for any hidden curses. After an anxious moment, the butler pronounced them safe, handing them to Marvolo, who waited in a doorway with an air of quiet expectancy. Glancing through them, Marvolo nodded, his expression taut. More families have responded, he told Integra later that day in a private discussion. They confirmed Dumbledore's heavy-handed approach in the Wizengamot. Some mention his secret visits to old pureblood estates, as if he's searching for an object or a person. We can assume that's related to Harry. Integra's jaw set, a flicker of anger lighting her eyes. Then we must be faster, more cunning. She scanned the letters, her lips thinning when she saw references to wards around old manors being probed. He's determined, all right. But so are we. Throughout February, that sense of determination tightened like a bowstring ready to be loosed. Marvolo's communications grew bolder, carefully so. But bold in the sense that more wizards recognized his agenda and offered quiet collaboration. Alucard, on the Muggle side, expanded the Manor's security system with advanced sensors, blending them with illusions that would scramble a wizard's typical detection spells. Meetings happened in concealed rooms, or sometimes in hidden corners of wizarding inns that only Integra or Walter visited under glamour, wearing subtle illusions that masked their identities. The swirl of secrecy enveloped the household, forging a bond of trust they all clung to as they braced for a confrontation that felt inevitable. Meanwhile, Harry's personal journey continued. Some nights, when the mansion's corridors lay dark and empty, he would slip from his bed, heart pounding, and wander the quieter wings of the manor, sometimes encountering a patrolling guard who'd offer a respectful nod. In those solitary walks, he allowed his thoughts to roam. He pictured the day he might stand face to face with Dumbledore, the wizard who had shaped him into a tool. In daydreams and nightmares alike, he had glimpsed such a confrontation, a bearded old man with twinkling eyes, stepping forth with paternal kindness that hid lethal cunning. The mental image made Harry's hands clench. He told himself, over and over, that he was no longer that child trembling under other people's designs. In early March, as hints of spring teased the edges of winter, the atmosphere at Hellsing Manor crackled with readiness. The staff's training had progressed. Marvolo had forged alliances with a number of disenchanted wizarding families. Integra possessed enough intelligence on Dumbledore's manipulations to tear holes in his public standing if she could present them properly. Alucard patrolled the grounds by night, a silent wraith among the frosted hedges, eyes glowing with faint amusement at how the wizarding world might soon realize it had underestimated Muggles, and this Muggle household in particular. And Harry, now practiced in illusions, basic defensive spells, and the subtle art of controlling his fear, found himself stepping into a role once denied him, an active participant in shaping his destiny. He noticed how staff he passed in corridors offered him small smiles or encouraging nods, how Walter asked his opinion on how best to store certain magical relics, how Marvolo quietly commended him for mastering a new incantation. He was no longer the passive beneficiary of Helsing's guardianship. He was a part of their defense. That realization set a spark of pride in his chest. On the morning of March 8, 1989, a hush blanketed the manor as heavy clouds rolled overhead. The winter's grip persisted in the form of icy winds that coursed across the estate. Icicles clung to the eaves, and patches of hardened snow crunched underfoot. Yet the faint drip of melting ice hinted that a seasonal shift was near. At the front gates, guards occasionally stamped their feet or blew on chilled fingers, scanning the horizon for any sign of unwanted arrivals. Inside, Harry stirred early. The sconce lights in the hallway flickered as he padded barefoot toward a window at the far end of the corridor. Morning had barely begun to break. A soft illumination painted the horizon, blending with the dull gray of receding night. He pressed a palm to the glass, feeling its cold bite, exhaling a slow breath that misted the surface. The sky beyond looked both ominous and cleansing, a paradox of threatening storms and potential renewal. In his free hand, he clasped the ceremonial dagger Alucard had given him months prior. Not to brandish, but as a symbol of how far he'd come. The blade, with its etched silver designs, glinted faintly in the half-light. He tightened his grip on the hilt, recalling He vow that had crystallized inside him. I will never let anyone control me again. Today, that vow felt as integral to him as breathing. Behind him, the corridor remained silent, his footsteps muffled by a long rug. He allowed himself a moment to simply be, to recognize how drastically his life had changed. 2 years ago, he was an abused child locked in a cupboard, unloved and uncelebrated. Now, within Hellsing Manor, he had found acceptance, training, knowledge, and, most importantly, autonomy. The quiet hum of wards around him, the knowledge that adults here respected his input, the memory of the illusions he created in the library, these were the sum of a life he had fought to claim. He turned from the window, letting the final swirl of his breath fade on the glass. The dagger's weight felt steady in his palm. Though physically small, it symbolized his readiness to defend himself, to carve out a future unshackled by the manipulations of Albus Dumbledore. The hush in the corridor no longer seemed intimidating. It resonated with the latent energy of a fortress prepared for battle. If Dumbledore came, or if some agent tried to drag him back to a forced destiny, Harry would stand with Integra, Alucard, Walter, and Marvolo, unbowed. Spurred by that conviction, he slid the dagger into its sheath, nestled along a belt Integra had adjusted for him, and moved toward the main wing. He suspected the day's preparations were already underway. Soon, he would join Alucard for another training exercise, or meet Marvolo for a session of advanced illusions. Perhaps Integra would rev. Al knew intelligence about the Ministry or the factions that had aligned with them. It all coalesced into a sense of unstoppable momentum. On his way, he paused at a tall window overlooking the courtyard. The snow there had formed drifts around the stonework, but signs of a thaw were creeping in. The edges of cobblestones peeked through, and water droplets glistened where icicles were starting to dissolve. The entire scene felt like a metaphor, winter receding in the face of new growth. He let out a breath, the corners of his mouth lifting in a small, private smile. We're ready, he thought. Whatever comes, we'll stand together. In an echoing corridor beyond, footsteps signaled someone's approach. He recognized Walter's measured tread. The butler appeared, carrying a tray of papers, typical stoicism overshadowed by a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He bowed slightly upon seeing Harry. Master Harry, he said softly, Sir Integra requested we gather in her study soon. It seems we have new developments from Mr. Marvolo's contacts. I believe you'll be needed. Harry nodded, pressing aside the swirl of emotion. I'll be there. He cast one last glance at the silent courtyard, then followed Walter's purposeful stride. His heart pounded with anticipation, a sense that the final alignment of pieces was drawing near. Yet, for all the tension swirling in the winter air, he felt no dread, only a clear, calm readiness. The illusions he had shaped, the wards around the manor, the alliances forming in hushed corners of wizarding society, the unwavering vow shared by this unconventional family at Hellsing Manor, these would be enough. Dumbledore might scheme and brood, but they would not bend to him again. And so the morning of March 8th unfolded with a subdued certainty. The household stirred to life, each occupant stepping into their role with the precision of a well-rehearsed ensemble. Alucard proffered a wry grin when Harry joined him in a corridor, ruffling the boy's hair with an unspoken acknowledgement of how far he had come. Marvolo, glimpsed fleetingly in the library, offered a nod that conveyed both apology for his past deeds and confidence in their shared future. Integra stood at the center of it all, her presence commanding, forging strategies that would steer them through the storms on the horizon. The hush within those walls was a lull before a tempest. Though they continued to refine wards, train, and exchange coded letters, a collective awareness saturated each conversation. Conflict with Dumbledore's forces seemed not just possible, but imminent. Still, none flinched from that prospect. They had prepared for weeks, forging alliances, expanding knowledge, welding trust between them. In that synergy, they found courage to face the uncertain tomorrow. Later that day, as the clouds overhead parted just enough to admit a muted gleam of sunlight, Harry lingered in a small second-floor corridor, gazing at the world outside. The winter's final vestiges gleamed on the trees. Though the promise of spring danced in the breeze, That fleeting moment captured the essence of the entire household's spirit, steadfast in their convictions, forging an unstoppable network of cunning and solidarity. With a quiet, resolute smile, Harry turned from the window, the dagger at his side a reassuring weight. The future beckoned, and he would meet it standing upright, free from the chains of puppet strings. Thus ended that reflective hush, bridging the weeks from early January to early March, a tapestry of alliances built, wards fortified, training expanded, and hearts steeled. Where Dumbledore brooded and plotted in secret, the Hellsing household advanced unwaveringly, weaving threads of loyalty and defiance that set the stage for the battles yet to come. In that final hush of the winter morning, Harry walked away from the window, feet carrying him to the study where his guardians waited. The vow in his heart resonated with every step: I will never be a pawn again. I am my own, and I stand with those who refuse to let the world be ruled by fear or deceit. More on my Patreon, https:// More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70+ chapters across the 20 fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now, QBE Sun Reborn, Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales, Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia, Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force, Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation, Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn, Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 7 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine, Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn, Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Fragile Hope, Harry Potter Tear Saw series crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines, Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected, Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory, Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls, Harry Potter Co. Rowling crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest, Harry Potter, up to 7 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic, Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 981 it is in 2001, up to 7 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist, Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Beyond Boundaries of Time, Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate, Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow, Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows, Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf, Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science, Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 9, Metamorphosis and Machinations. Disclaimer: I don't own Harry Potter or Hellsing. Night settled over Hellsing Manor on March 9, 1990, without fanfare. The world outside held tight in winter's lingering grasp. Few stars pierced the low, clouded sky, and a pale slice of moon cast the gardens in a muted glow. Indoors, however, the manor's corridors hummed with an unspoken tension. Gone was the relative lull that had followed the months of silent preparations. This evening felt charged, as though every flicker of candlelight revealed a deeper purpose. The hush was neither menacing nor calm, but a poised anticipation. Much like a single breath taken just before a plunge into unknown depths. Inside one of the stately sitting rooms, the embers in the fireplace glowed a dull orange, occasional sparks dancing up the chimney. Walter, his usually measured movements even more careful tonight, set a silver tea service on the low table with a quiet clink. The faint aroma of Earl Grey mingled with the crackling of the fire, and each small sound in the manor seemed magnified. Not far away, Integra stood, gaze fixed on the swirling steam that rose from the teapot. Even her customary composure showed a hint of tension, betrayed by the slow, steady tapping of her finger against the back of a leather armchair. In a tall window across the room, a slight reflection revealed the figure of a child, tousled black hair. Slight frame, staring at the frost-laced glass as though it were both a mirror and a barrier. The figure, once called Harry Potter, shifted stance. The name no longer sat comfortably. A relic from an existence shaped by cruelty and deceit. Though still wearing the outward boyish form, a new identity had been growing inside for weeks. Once, a swirl of emotions would have closed the throat, set the heart racing, but now there was a peculiar calm in facing the truth that had unveiled itself during the long winter. Dumbledore's manipulations, the forced illusions about gender, the sense of being locked in a body that was never meant to be. Tonight, all those burdens stood on the brink of being shattered. From the corridor beyond, Alucard's distinctive presence flickered. His footsteps made almost no sound on the polished floors, yet the shift in the room's energy upon his arrival was unmistakable, like a shadow crossing a candle flame. He entered with a slight tilt of his head, his crimson coat stirring around him. He cast a glance at Integra, who met his eyes but said nothing. Their unspoken conversation was as potent as words. The decision had been made, the time had come. Quietly, Integra nodded to the child at the window. "It's ready," she said, her tone subdued but resolute. The figure by the glass turned. When the frosted reflection no longer obscured the face, the flicker of candlelight revealed an intensity that went beyond the lingering features of Harry Potter. The shoulders squared, the eyes, still a murky green, held a determinati on that transcended both name and circumstance. For months, the old identity had been carefully unraveled. For months, the child had studied the legacy of manipulation, come to accept the possibility that the form Dumbledore had forced was never truly real. Now, at last, a reckoning loomed. There was fear, of course, somewhere deep. But overshadowing it was a sense of readiness, even relief, as if stepping onto a narrow bridge above a yawning chasm was better than languishing in an eternal half-life of illusions. Alucard moved to the door leading to a private wing of the manor, paused, and glanced back. His orange-tinted glasses reflected the firelight, making his eyes unreadable. The child followed, feeling the thick carpets swallow each footstep. Integra and Walter fell in behind them, forming a small procession. No words were spoken, for none were needed. Every participant understood their role, and every servant not involved had been sent away under the pretext of nightly errands. The hallway's lamps seemed subdued, their glow flickering across the old wallpaper in spectral patterns. At the far end of the passage, a heavy door awaited, carved oak reinforced with silver inlays, earring archaic runes from a long-ago era of the Hellsing line. The hush intensified here, as though the corridor itself recognized the threshold's importance. Alucard placed one gloved hand on the intricate lock, and faint red sparks danced across his palm, reacting to his presence. The door opened with a resonant click. Beyond lay a chamber rarely used, its walls of thick stone shaped into graceful arches overhead. The floor was polished to a dark sheen, every tile etched with ancient sigils. Candles in wrought iron sconces illuminated the space, revealing faint swirling patterns on the walls that glowed with residual magic. The air smelled of old parchment, of centuries-old power, and something else, perhaps a coppery tang that spoke of blood rituals once conducted here. The child exhaled a short breath, stepping inside. The hush within felt deeper than silence, as though every prior ceremony had left an echo of reverence. In the center of the room stood a table draped with crisp white sheets, flanked by polished metal stands holding small vials, syringes, and arcane instruments. The scene invoked both modern medical procedure and ancient mysticism. To one side, an old wooden trunk lay open, revealing a battered case of silver scalpels, each intricately etched with the Hellsing crest. The child's pulse began to thrum with anticipation, blood pounding in the ears, a sign of the primal fear that accompanies the unknown. Yet behind that fear was a flicker of unwavering resolve. Walter, ever the composed retainer, stepped forward first, gently arranging the sheets, ensuring at each item on the tray was in proper order. He offered a curt nod to Integra, whose gaze swept across the preparations, seeking any sign of imperfection. Satisfied, she nodded back, then turned to Alucard, who had moved to the other side of the table. Alucard's expression shifted. Though he wore the same sharp grin, there was a peculiar gentleness to his movements, an understanding that what was about to occur would reshape a life in ways neither he nor Integra had fully experienced before. He placed his wide-brimmed hat on a side table, revealing his untamed black hair and the faint lines of amusement or old memory etched at the corners of his eyes. Then he cast a long look at the child, and one corner of his mouth curled higher. "I told you once," he said quietly, his voice even more resonant in the stone chamber. "That fear is a tool. Tonight, that lesson might be tested." Walter began the preliminary checks, adjusting the medical apparatus that bridged this world of technology and magic. Carefully, he affixed small lines to the child's arm, monitoring pulse and respiration. The child's heart hammered against the ribcage, but each thump was anchored by a calm acceptance. Integra approached next, silent. From the child's vantage point, looking sideways, she seemed imposing as ever, tall, blonde hair glinting in candlelight, her gloved hands steady at her sides. Without a word, she rolled back the sleeve of her own coat, exposing the pale skin of her forearm. Alucard did likewise, pushing up the sleeve of his crimson coat. Walter carefully prepared 2 syringes, each connected to the same apparatus that would transfuse their blood into the child. The child's breath quickened. This was the moment. There would be no turning back. The contraption linked their veins, ends, urging that as Integra's and Alucard's blood merged, it would flow into the child's body. The final bridging of mortal and vampiric essence with the Hellsing legacy. A swirl of raw power would burn Awa. Why the forced illusions that bound the child's form, at last releasing the true identity that had been suppressed. For an instant, the child's mind flickered with recollections, lying in a cupboard under the stairs. Whipped with shame by the Dursleys, the savage revelation that Harry Potter was meant to be a girl from the start, but forcibly locked in a male form, the relentless manipulations by a headmaster who craved a sacrificial pawn. All these memories burned into an ache of righteous anger, fueling the determination to see this transformation through. Walter inserted the needles with expert precision. A small prick on both Integra's and Alucard's arms, and then the child felt the pinch on their own. A hiss of candle-lit air brushed the stone walls, and the transfusion began. It started subtly, a faint tingling in the child's veins, as though warm water trickled into cold limbs. The first surge was Integra's contribution, a fierce, disciplined magic that felt like liquid flame. Each child's pulse kicked into a higher gear. Vision blurred at the edges, and each breath turned shallow. In that swirl, the child sensed an echo of Integra's unyielding will, the same iron strength that had guided Hellsing for generations. Heat suffused every fiber, drawing tears from the child's eyes, tears of shock, but also of a strange exultation, as if the old walls around the child's soul were being scorched away. Then came Alucard's essence. Where Integra's blood was a controlled blaze, Alucard's was a slow, velvety darkness that lapped at the senses like midnight tides. The child's hearing magnified abruptly, picking up every drip of fluid through the tubes, every exhalation from the watchers. 1,000 nuanced smells assaulted the nostrils, the stone's damp mineral tang, the faint musk of centuries-old wards, the lingering perfume in Integra's hair, and something more primal, like earth and night air. The child's heart hammered, then slowed, as though calibrating to a new rhythm. Alucard's essence was timeless, whispering of secrets older than the castle at Hogwarts, older than the notion of wizarding Britain itself. It promised cunning, resilience, and otherworldly vantage. The child gasped, eyes flying wide, as nerve endings lit with pain that was both excruciating and oddly euphoric. The world seemed to tilt. The ancient sigils on the floor shimmered as though acknowledging the joining of mortal, vampiric, and Hellsing magic. A guttural moan escaped the child's lips, and small arcs of light flickered around the apparatus. Integra's brow creased in concern, but she remained steadfast. Alucard simply observed, posture rigid as if to quell his own impulses. Within the child's mind, the forced illusions that anchored the male form began to quake and crumble. Flickers of memory hammered at the child's consciousness, an avalanche of images. The child's original body, glimpsed in dreamlike reflections, the intangible sense of a self that never existed physically but was always present. The child's bones felt like they were shifting, spine crackling with a jolt of realignment. Muscles quivered. Even the child's hair seemed to stir with a life of its own, as old magic that had locked them into Harry disintegrated. Heat, icy cold, heat again, these sensations warred across the child's flesh. Through it all, the sense of identity grew stronger. She could feel it, a quiet voice that had been drowned out for so long, now speaking in every pulse. This is me, this is me, this is me. She didn't shy away from the transformation. She let it wash over her, let her body reshape at the cellular level under the combined onslaught of Hellsing and vampiric blood. Her vision flickered, swirling spots in the peripheral, then sharpened to a disorienting clarity. She saw the pores on Integra's face, the faint swirl of candle smoke above, the minuscule trembling of Alucard's fingertips as he retracted the syringe from his arm. Then, like a drawn-out chord that suddenly resolves into silence, the wave of sensations ebbed. Her heart thundered in her ears, then steadied. The child, no, the girl, forced her lips to part, drawing in a slow breath. Her chest rose and fell differently. She felt leaner in places once broader, her limbs lighter yet brimming with taut energy, her torso narrower, her hips subtly angled. Something about her center of gravity shifted. She blinked, letting the swirl of new input settle. Gradually, the pain receded into a dull ache. Walter, ever precise, removed the tubes, dabbed the pinpricks with a cloth. Alucard was the first to speak. A hushed murmur almost lost in the chamber's hush. Look at me, child. She turned her head. In her mind, she still anticipated seeing the unruly black hair flopping in front of her eyes, the scrawny arms that had once defined Harry. Instead, she caught a glimpse of her reflection in the polished metal stand. Silken tresses, black but with a faint sheen that seemed to catch the candlelight differently, framed a face that was sharp yet undeniably feminine. Her eyes, they glowed a soft, icy blue that neither belonged to the old green, nor to any typical human shade. An echo of Alucard's predatory glimmer lurked there, combined with an echo of Integra's cool, commanding gaze. She placed a hand against her chest, feeling the slope of new contours. Her pulse quickened, yet it was a steady, thrilling drumbeat of affirmation, not panic. She sat up, finding that the motion was effortless, as though her muscles answered a more fluid command. Curls tumbled around her shoulders in a way that felt simultaneously foreign and eerily right. She swallowed, her throat raw. When she spoke, her voice was higher than Harry's, but tinged with an undercurrent of quiet power. It's done, she repeated softly, barely above a whisper. Integra exhaled a breath she'd been holding. She took a single step forward, gloved hand hovering near the girl's arm as though to offer support. How do you feel? The question bore layers. Physically, emotionally, existentially. The newly reborn girl slid off the table, mindful of the slight dizziness, and tested her balance. To her surprise, she stood without wavering, even though her center of gravity had changed and an undercurrent of vampiric energy thrummed beneath her skin. I feel, she paused, searching for words that could encompass both the liberation and the shock. Like I'm finally breathing the right air, in the right skin. Not bound. Free. Alucard's grin remained subdued but unmistakably proud. Crystal, he said quietly, as though naming her for the first time. The name felt like a bell's toll in the hush, cutting away the final vestiges of the boy known as Harry Potter. She turned to him, eyes shimmering with gratitude. Indeed, that was who she was, Crystal Hellsing. A flicker of relief softened Integra's stern features. Good, she said. With a practiced motion, she retrieved a black robe from a side table, handing it to the girl to cover the shift in her clothing. Crystal accepted it, slipping her arms through the sleeves, the material swishing around her form in a fluid ripple. She felt Alucard's ephemeral darkness dancing along her nerves, and Integra's fiery discipline anchoring her mind. In that merging, a new identity stood, solid and unyielding. Minutes later, the small group exited the ritual chamber, leaving behind the faint traces of blood magic that slowly dissipated into the runes. The corridor felt less tense, as though the walls themselves acknowledged that the transformation had succeeded. Alter busied himself with securing the room, disposing of used materials in a methodical, discreet manner. Integra guided Crystal through a different wing, ensuring she had privacy to adjust. Alucard shadowed them, half a step behind. Silent as a phantom but every inch the protective father. Stepping onto the cold floor, she caught her reflection in a long mirror. A slender, graceful figure gazed back, perhaps a year or two older in appearance than the boy Harry had seemed, though the difference was in subtle angles and a newfound confidence. Her black hair, now softer in texture, cascaded around her shoulders. Running her fingers through it, she felt a twinge of amazement. She tested her vocal cords with a quiet hum, noticing the higher pitch, the warmth that resonated in her chest. It felt right. It felt like a voice that had been waiting to be heard. By midday, she joined Alucard in the courtyard for an unexpected training session. He had always guided Harry's physical regimen, pushing the child to build stamina. Now, with vampiric reflexes lying beneath her Hellsing lineage, each step came faster, each twist more precise. The manor's courtyard, edged by patches of melting snow, looked almost dreamlike in the early spring sunlight. Alucard tossed a wooden practice sword at her without warning. She snatched it from the air, startled at the ease of her reflexes. A grin lit her features. Alucard's laugh in response was low and approving. "Focus," he said, circling her with fluid steps. "Your senses are heightened, but so is your vulnerability to overstimulation. Learn to filter." He lunged, the tip of his own wooden blade whipping toward her shoulder. She sidestepped in a blur, surprising even herself. The world around her slowed, each movement crisp with potential. "Shish." He countered with a slash aimed at his midsection. He parried, boots sliding across the courtyard's paving stones. Her chest heaved as she found a rhythm, each breath fueling the new synergy between her awakened body and mind. She pivoted, deflecting a feint from Alucard. The crack of wood on wood echoed across the silent yard. She caught the mingling scents of old stone, wet earth, Alucard's faint tobacco smell, and the metallic tang of her own adrenaline. The swirl threatened to overwhelm her, but she instinctively latched onto one detail, Alucard's stance, and let the rest fade into background. The maneuver stabilized her focus. When he finally disengaged, stepping back with a grin, she felt her heart pounding, yet not from strain, more from exhilaration. She lowered the wooden sword, noticing her hands no longer trembled. Alucard offered a small nod. "You adapt quickly." Her responding smile spoke volumes. "It feels natural," she admitted. "Like I was always supposed to move like this." He smirked, bearing a hint of fang. "Indeed, Hellsing blood and vampiric grace. A potent combination, if harnessed wisely. Train well, and none will stand against you." She nodded, chest tight with the thrill of possibility. At the back of her mind, she remembered the boy who once cowered in a cupboard, but that memory felt distant now, almost like an echo from a past life that no longer belonged to her. Amid her physical awakening, Crystal also discovered that her magical aptitude had soared. The illusions and defensive spells she once struggled with came more naturally. In the estate's library annex, day after day, she delved into complexities of wandless casting and advanced wards. Marvolo, stationed by a tall window that overlooked the orchard, guided her with quiet intensity. Each lesson revealed a new facet of her potential. She could feel the echo of Alucard's ancient cunning and Integra's discipline weaving together in her magic, granting her a unique signature, direct, formidable, laced with a controlled edge of predatory power. Her senses at times made the world overwhelming. She might flinch at the crunch of footsteps from 3 rooms away or catch the swirl of one's emotional state in the shift of their heartbeat. At night, she found it harder to slip into a doze, her mind attuned to the hush of wind against the walls, the faint clank of a guard's weapon outside. Yet the childlike fear that once plagued her nightmares was gone. In its place, she harnessed the sharpened awareness, channeled it into readiness. Often, she would wake just before dawn and stand at her window, letting the hush of early morning envelop her. She would close her eyes, feeling her chest rise and fall, cherishing the sense of wholeness that flooded every nerve. At Integra's insistence, Walter arranged for legal documents that recognized Crystal Hellsing as the official adoptee and heir, dissolving the spurious identity of Harry Potter in the eyes of Muggle records as well. The wizarding records would take more time to alter, but within Hellsing's sphere, the transformation was accepted as fact. The day she signed those documents, Crystal felt a whisper of final sure. A reaffirmation that not only had her body changed, but her entire place in the world. Integra watched her sign in an old leather-bound ledger, offering a faint smile that spoke of deep pride. Alucard stood behind them both, arms crossed, an imposing sentinel quietly satisfied with the outcome. As March gave way to April, the manor's grounds gradually lost their snow-draped hush. Pale green shoots emerged in the gardens, a rebirth in tandem with Crystal's own. The estate's staff adapted to her presence with minimal fuss. Many had grown fond of her even before the transformation, respecting her perseverance. Now, they treated her with a gentle mixture of awe and unflagging devotion, particularly after seeing her glide across the courtyard in training or witnessing the quiet intensity in her new eyes. She, in turn, responded with courtesy, determined to honor every ounce of faith Hellsing had shown her. Beyond the manor's protective wards, Marvolo's political gambits surged forward. No longer content to merely reach out to disillusioned wizarding families, he actively courted alliances that shook the foundations of the Wizengamot. In late April, he orchestrated a discreet coup of influence, leveraging old genealogical claims that tied him to the lineage of Slytherin, Gaunt, Peverell, even the Potter line. He took pains to ensure that these maneuvers appeared fully legitimate, though only a few key insiders, including Integra, knew how meticulously Marvolo had staged the entire show. Through cunning negotiations, buyouts of old debts, and forging new ties, Marvolo secured controlling interest in an astonishing portion of the Wizengamoth's seats. From the vantage point of wizarding society, he was simply Lord Marvolo Slytherin, a mysterious but charismatic figure who promised reform without the baggage of Dumbledore's paternalistic approach. By May, whispers ran through the wizarding world of Marvolo's proposals to repeal certain archaic laws Dumbledore had quietly allowed to remain. The wizarding newspapers buzzed with speculation. Was this new Lord Slytherin truly an altruistic reformer, or a cunning opportunist? Opinions diverged, but his success was undeniable. Month by month, the wizarding world's political structure tilted in his favor. Dumbledore's carefully curated reputation began to show cracks as more wizards questioned why the revered Admaster had not introduced these reforms himself. Within Hogwarts, Dumbledore fumed in silence, crafting desperate letters to his allies, vainly seeking ways to discredit Marvolo. Each attempt floundered, for Marvolo's public persona was immaculate. The old headmaster's frustration grew sharper as he realized time slipped away. If he could not find Harry Potter soon, if he could not use the boy as the final weapon against Voldemort, his entire plan might collapse. And if Marvolo Slytherin was indeed the Dark Lord reborn, how was he able to enchant so many seats of power so cleanly? At Hellsing Manor, none of these developments came as a surprise. Integra followed every headline with keen interest, storing away details of Dumbledore's defensive maneuvers and the ministry's internal squabbles. She assembled a thick dossier on the headmaster's potential financial improprieties, magical manipulations, and the infiltration of orphanages. Marvolo matched her stride by stride, funneling information from his new allies straight back to the manor. Alucard simply watched with an almost idle amusement, stepping in only when someone tried to meddle with the wards or send magical spies near Hellsing property. Those unfortunate enough to attempt infiltration often left with fractured illusions and scrambled memories, never quite sure what they had encountered within the manor's labyrinth of wards. During this period, Crystal took on a new role, something neither purely combative nor wholly diplomatic. She was the future Hellsing heir, yes, but also an emblem of what could happen when illusions were shattered and truth was embraced. In late May, she requested to accompany Integra on a few carefully chosen visits to wizarding families who sought neutrality. Dressed in the black suit, uniform reminiscent of a Hellsing operative, she walked with a quiet poise that left many wizards momentarily struck. They saw in her the blending of Hellsing fortitude and an intangible vampiric mystique. She spoke little, letting Integra handle negotiations, but her presence alone made it clear that Hellsing was more than an ordinary Muggle estate. The small glimpses of her swift reflexes and erring gaze reminded them that bridging mortal and immortal lines had forged a powerful new champion. Rumors began to swirl. though none truly knew who she was or what had become of the rumored child at Hellsing Manor. June arrived, unveiling a wizarding Britain on the verge of upheaval. Marvolo pressed for legislation that fundamentally altered the ministry's approach to Muggle-born children, banning enforced placements in certain hostile Muggle environments, funneling them into better monitored magical orphanages if needed. He insisted that no child should grow up as Harry Potter had, a pawn used by a headmaster or any other figure to serve a prophecy. The name, Harry Potter, remained absent from public discourse, but the situation was all the more poignant for those who recognized Marvolo's subtle references to a young wizard exploited by unscrupulous hands. Dumbledore scrambled. The headmaster's once friendly alliances frayed. Some old supporters, seeing the momentum shift, began to distance themselves from him to avoid being pulled under by the swirling tide. Each day, fresh rumors of Dumbledore's clandestine manipulations surfaced, how he might have influenced trial outcomes, or orchestrated the fates of certain magical families. Some stories were exaggerated, some painfully accurate, but all contributed to the erosion of Dumbledore's authority. He responded with quiet sabotage attempts, letters to Wizengamot members, veiled threats. But these only stoked more suspicion, revealing the glimmer of desperation. His once untouchable mystique was cracking. Against this backdrop, Crystal's personal arc continued. In private moments at Hellsing Manor, she refined her mastery of illusions, weaving shapes from thin air with an ease that startled even Marvolo. She devoured volumes of arcane texts, occasionally catching fragments of her old self in random spells, memories of when she was forced to remain ignorant. Each time that sense of resentment rose, she channeled it into more rigorous practice. Forging illusions that dazzled with subtle complexity, she allowed herself to dream of a wizarding society untainted by Dumbledore's tyranny. The vow thrummed beneath every beat of her heart. Never again a puppet, never again forced into a shape she did not choose. In early June, after one more round of rigorous training, Alucard confronted Crystal in the Manor's lower chambers. He held a short silver dagger, its blade inscribed with swirling patterns reminiscent of old vampiric script. He extended it to her, an unusual gleam in his crimson eyes. She took it, studying how the runes seemed to shift under the flickering lamplight. Another weapon, she asked softly, recalling the ceremonial blade that had once symbolized her transition from victim to a fledgling warrior. Alucard shook his head, his grin subdued. A symbol, he murmured, of your place as a daywalker, a rarity who straddles humanity and immortality. Hellsing has always battled the darkness. Now, you are that darkness. Tempered by Hellsing discipline, she turned the dagger in her palm, and a subtle hiss of power coursed through the etched runes. A memory of her old self once cowering at any sign of threat flitted across her mind. Overshadowed immediately by her new calm, she raised her gaze to Alucard, offering a nod of gratitude, acknowledging that she stood beyond the bounds of normal wizard or Muggle constraints. He gave a small nod back, fatherly pride lurking behind that irreverent facade. As June bled into July, the wizarding political stage reached a boiling point. Thanks to Marvolo's careful maneuvering, 3/4 of the Wizengamot now leaned to his initiatives, enabling swift passage of reforms that once had been stalled for decades. Dumbledore's condemnation of these actions fell on deaf ears. The press turned on him, mocking the headmaster's refusal to adapt and highlighting the hypocrisy of a man who once preached progress. In hushed corners, some speculate that Lord Marvolo Slytherin might be the best hope for uniting a fractured magical Britain under a more equitable system. At Hellsing Manor, each new day carried an undercurrent of triumph. Integra engaged in late-night strategy sessions with Marvolo, carefully tallying which wizarding families had come to their side. Walter consolidated the estate's records, ensuring that any infiltration attempted by Dumbledore's agents would yield no actionable intelligence. Alucard roamed the perimeter wards, sometimes by dusk, sometimes in the earliest hours, his presence a silent deterrent. Meanwhile, Crystal's growth continued. She soared through her illusions, refined her martial prowess, and attended the occasional wizarding function at Marvolo's side, though always incognito. People gossiped about the mysterious, dark-haired girl who accompanied him, a figure with quiet grace and lethal eyes. By July 9, 1990, a warm breeze graced the manor's lawns, chasing away the last vestiges of the cold season that had lingered unnaturally long. Twilight settled in earlier than usual, an interplay of gold and purple across the horizon. In an upper hallway, Crystal emerged from her suite, wearing the black and silver uniform that Integra had designed for her, a perfect blend of tradition and modern efficiency, discreetly tailored to accommodate her heightened agility. She passed a wide mirror and saw her reflection in the fleeting candlelight, tall for her age, slender, with strong shoulders and a quiet confidence that radiated in every step. A single year's difference from the forced boyish shape of Harry had blossomed into a self-assured young woman. She paused, letting the image sink in, remembering how once she could barely meet her own reflection without flinching at the mismatch. Now, she faced it with a faint smile, a sense of unity between soul and shape. She made her way to a small balcony that overlooked the manor's orchard. The sky beyond was an expanse of deepening dusk, streaked with orange and pink. The orchard rustled with a gentle summer breeze, leaves glistening in the fading daylight. Standing there, arms resting on the stone balustrade, she felt the hush of evening settle around her. Crickets chirped somewhere near the hedges, and the soft murmur of a guard's conversation drifted from below. She inhaled, tasting the summer air, letting her vampiric sense pick up the faint pulse of life that thrived in the orchard. In that tapestry of subtle sound and color, she found a reflection of her own transformation, a melding of contrasts, forging something new and beautiful. Footsteps approached behind her, Integra, stepping onto the balcony, the last rays of sunlight catching the edges of her blonde hair. She halted a short distance away, posture regal, gloved hands at her sides. For a moment, neither spoke, content to share the hush broken only by the whisper of the orchard's leaves. Then Integra inclined her head slightly. "I wanted to see how you were faring. This time last year, you were learning illusions, uncertain about your future. Now, you stand on the cusp of something far greater. Does it still feel right?" Crystal turned, her eyes meeting Integra's unwavering gaze. "It does. I can't express how complete I feel. And I'm eager to do more, to protect the people who gave me this chance. Hellsing has made me, my true self, possible." Integra nodded, her expression touched by a rare hint of affection. "You've earned your place here, Crystal. You stand as proof that we can fight back against manipulations, that old cycles can be broken." She paused, scanning the orchard as though searching for words. "You're no longer that child we found, but you're still you, the you that should have always been. Don't let anyone, Dumbledore or otherwise, convince you otherwise." A swell of emotion rose in Crystal's chest. She set her jaw, exhaling softly. "I won't," she said, letting the vow settle in the quiet. "No one will ever control me again." Below, the guards changed shifts, footsteps echoing across the gravel pathways. Overhead, the sky's pastel hues deepened to a velvety navy. In that twilight hush, Crystal and Integra exchanged a final look of mutual respect. Before Integra departed, her footsteps fading into the corridor's shadows. Left alone, Crystal turned her gaze back to the orchard, feeling the subtle hum in her veins that spoke of boundless possibility. She recalled the battered soul of Harry Potter, a name that no longer carried weight within her. She silently thanked that old self for surviving long enough to see this future. The transformation was complete. She was Crystal Hellsing, Daywalker, child of mortal and immortal blood, a living testament to the fusion of Hellsing discipline and Alucard's ancient lineage. Let Dumbledore brood in the shadows of Hogwarts. Let him plot and scheme. She would stand tall, forging her own path in a wizarding world that was rapidly slipping from his grasp. Night enveloped the orchard fully. The distant city lights flickered on the horizon, faint pinpricks of civilization beyond Helsing's wards. On that high balcony, Crystal listened to her heartbeat in the hush. Felt the currents of magic swirling through her soul. A gentle breeze brushed her cheek, carrying the scents of lavender and grass. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. Each breath affirmed her identity, reminded her of the found family that stood behind her, and of the father and mother who had made this metamorphosis possible, Alucard and Integra, guiding her in ways Dumbledore never would have. She was no longer a helpless victim at the mercy of others' illusions. She was the daughter of Hellsing, and the world would soon learn the depths of her resolve. As the clock in the manor struck 9, She traced a light hand over the stone balustrade, letting the faint vibration reverberate through her heightened senses. Once, she might have flinched at the idea of a new name, a new face. Now, she embraced it, Crystal Hellsing, forging alliances and dismantling the old order that had tried to break her. The hush of the orchard and the soft glow of the half-moon overhead bore silent witness to her vow. Over in Hogwarts, no doubt Dumbledore paced in some lamplit chamber, aware that he had lost the upper hand. The irony drew a small, wry smile to her lips. She turned away from the orchard, stepping inside to rejoin those who had fought beside her, certain of one truth that guided every footstep: she had claimed her destiny, and no puppet master would ever seize it again. In a darker corner of Hogwarts, far away from that quiet manor balcony, Dumbledore sat at his cluttered desk, nose buried in old tomes and scattered notes. A single candle flickered, casting dancing shapes on the ceiling. His eyes, usually bright with paternal warmth, now gleamed with restless intensity. Each line of legislation that Marvolo pushed through the Wizengamot hammered another nail into Dumbledore's crumbling influence. Each rumor of a new Hellsing heir, rumored to be an unearthly figure, ached like a bruise against the old wizard's pride. Every strategy he tried to enact was thwarted by illusions, wards, or sudden revelations that undercut his fragile alliances. He set aside his quill, hands trembling with frustration. If only he could locate Harry Potter. If only he could seize the boy again, reassert control, ensure the prophecy's final iteration. But he found nothing, no trace, just a sprawling rumor of a child at Hellsing, which he could not confirm. So he stewed, feeling powerless, as the flames of rebellion he once believed extinguished began to rage anew. Back at Hellsing Manor, the lamplight inside was warm, stable, and unthreatened by any infiltration. Crystal walked the corridors with easy confidence, the hush of night around her. Footsteps carried her to the stowed in a chest near the foot of the bed. Everything testified to the transformation that had taken root months ago and now reached its fruition. She sat on the edge of the bed, letting out a long breath. Tomorrow would bring more training, more political developments, more cautious forging of alliances. But for now, in the fleeting stillness of midnight, she claimed a moment to relish the calm, to remember how good it felt to exist in the right body. She closed her eyes, feeling the subtle hum of the wards protecting the manor. Tasting the distant tang of magic in the air, listening to the hush of staff finishing their evening duties. The old identity, Harry Potter, felt like a dream from which she had awakened. This new being, Crystal Hellsing, was no temporary illusion. She was as real as the stone underfoot, as the thick night beyond the windows. She had a father in Alucard, a mother in Integra, and a mentor in Marvolo. She was forging a future that no prophecy could overshadow. The tension of the day melted away, replaced by a quiet conviction that no scheme of Dumbledore's would ever prevail. When the final lamp in her room was doused, the darkness wrapped her in an embrace that felt both comforting and thrilling. Like a predator nestling in the secure lair, she let her heightened senses keep watch over the silent hours. She welcomed the hush as a friend, not a threat, drifting into a serene half-sleep. In the last flicker of consciousness, she recalled her vow: the world will never control me again. And though she did not voice it, the echo rang through the hush of Hellsing Manor, seeping into the wards that protected her. She was Crystal Hellsing, Daywalker, princess of the night and child of discipline. Forging a path of her own making. Beyond those walls, forces might gather to challenge her, but she would meet them with unwavering poise, and perhaps the faint, knowing smile of someone who had already vanquished her greatest foe, the lie that was once her forced existence. So the night of July 9th came to a close, with the hush of the orchard stirring in a gentle wind. The city lights flickering in the distance. In that fleeting stillness, a newly forged warrior dreamt not of nightmares, but of the battles yet to come, battles that she approached with unwavering spirit. Dumbledore, Hogwarts, the prophecy, the manipulations, none of them possessed the power to change who she had become. As a final hush embraced the manor, the truth stood unassailable: Crystal Hellsing had seized her destiny. A metamorphosis completed, a vow made in the hush of candlelit corridors. And the entire wizarding world, though it might not yet realize it, was about to feel the tremor of a new order shaped by her very existence. And more on my Patreon, https:// More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70 plus chapters across the 20 fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now, QBE Sun Reborn, Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales, Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia, Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force, Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation, Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn, Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 8 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine, Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn, Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Fragile Hope, Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines, Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected, Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. The Silent Lullab, IEs of Forgotten Factory, Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls, Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Qui, N of Forbidden Forest, Harry Potter, up to 8 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic, Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 8 chapters available now. Mo, On Light and Mist, Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Beyond Boundaries of Time, Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate, Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow, Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows, Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf, Chapter 12 and Chapter 13 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science, Chapter 12 and Chapter 13 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 10, Foundations of a New Order. Disclaimer: I don't own Harry Potter or Hellsing. A hush fell upon Hellsing Manor late on July 9, 1990. When the moon's silver glow draped the estate in pale light. Inside, the corridors breathed a faint sense of relief mingled with anticipation. As though the very stones remembered the whirlwind of events that had culminated mere hours earlier. A door in the east wing clicked shut, and Crystal, her new existence confer, met not long ago, allowed her gaze to settle on the quiet darkness. Beyond the windows, though the manor's wards shimmered, invisible and unyielding, the night still held a promise of change. In the library, a clock chimed a low note, marking a turning point rather than just the passage of time. She exhaled softly, the final echoes of her own transformation still stirring in her bones. She stood in the study, fingertips lightly touching the cool glass of the window. It was the same window she had gazed through as Harry, months prior, though it felt like a memory from another life. The city's distant glow lay across the horizon, muted and unthreatening behind Hellsing's formidable protections. She recalled how just weeks earlier, she had stood on the manor's balcony, forging illusions with an eager spark in her eyes. Now, everything was different. She was different. The wizarding world was also different, caught in the undertow of Marvolo's sweeping reforms. And that difference pulled at her heart like a tide. She could sense it, a restless energy outside the estate's gates. A swirl of hopes, fears, and soon-to-be upheavals. Behind her, faint but steady footfalls announced Integra's arrival. Crystal didn't turn immediately. Instead, she let her heightened hearing pick up the rhythmic rustle of Integra's suit jacket, the controlled inhalations that spoke of a mind always calmly assessing. The subtle aroma of aged paper, old leather, and a trace of tobacco lingered about Integra, who often indulged in a late-night cigar. Tonight, however, the tang of smoke was softer, overshadowed by the hush enveloping the entire household. A low, Warm glow from a nearby lamp carved out the planes of Integra's face, revealing a contemplative air that nearly matched Crystal's own. For a moment, neither spoke. They simply shared the stillness that stretched between them, like an unspoken pact formed in the aftermath of all they had accomplished. On the vast walnut desk, letters and mem.os lay scattered. Evidence of Marvolo's ascendant influence in the Wizengamot, the quiet approval from once neutral wizarding families, the covert communications from those who feared Dumbledore's wrath yet believed in change. Each piece of parchment seemed to bear a heartbeat of its own, a testament to a world on the edge of revolution. It feels like the calm before a storm, Crystal murmured, turning to meet Integra's gaze. Her new, ice-blue eyes glinted in the lamp's half-light, a reflection of the vampiric essence coiled within her, tempered by Hellsing discipline. Though her voice no longer bore Harry's timbre, it carried a quiet resoluteness that felt entirely her own. Marvolo's proposals aren't just theories anymore. They're laws on the brink of passing. And people are afraid. She paused, swallowing an unspoken concern. They'll fight him, won't they? They will, Integra agreed softly, drifting toward the desk where an antique candelabra stood, its thin tapers just beginning to burn low. But then, real progress is never birthed without confrontation. People cling to old orders because it's all they know. She lifted a single letter from the pile, scanning it before placing it aside. I suspect we'll see more than simple resistance. Dumbledore built his empire on manipulative goodwill, unraveling that demands something more forceful than words. A slight stir from the far wall made them both glance up. Alucard emerged from the shadows like a wraith, his fedora in one hand, an almost playful glint in his crimson eyes. The tall vampire exuded a languid grace, yet the tension in his frame implied readiness to spring at any moment. He gave a small half-bow, a faint grin tugging at his lips. You speak of storms, he purred, settling his hat upon a coat rack with an exaggerated flourish. I do love a good storm. Perhaps this is a tempest long overdue. Crystal found herself nodding before she fully realized it. She had come to trust Alucard's instincts, predatory as they were, because they seldom erred in matters of conflict. He studied her face with a mixture of fatherly pride and detached amusement, as though still marveling at the metamorphosis she had undergone. It was a look that made her stand straighter, returning his gaze with calm steadiness. I won't hide any more, she said, echoing a promise she'd made to herself months prior. If they want to come after Marvolo, after us, I'd rather stand in the open than skulk in shadows. We're shaping the wizarding world for the better, and I want to be part of that, fully, not in secret. Integra's eyes flicked between them. A fleeting glimmer of concern crossed her features, but she masked it with unwavering resolve. Then you'll stand, she answered. But understand, stepping out onto that stage means making yourself a target. Dumbledore's supporters might do anything to keep the status quo. Alucard's grin widened. Targets that shoot back are so much more entertaining. Then, in a softer tone, he added, the wizarding world thrives on illusions. Present them with a reality they can't ignore, and watch them fumble. The subtle friction in his voice hinted at an eagerness for confrontation. A vampire's delight in the disruption of stagnant power structures. With that, the hush in the study seemed to solidify. Letters rustled faintly on the desk, as though stirred by an invisible draft. Crystal sank into one of the leather armchairs, letting the soft cushions cradle her newly honed body, half expecting it to feel foreign but instead finding a comforting sense of belonging. She glanced at the scattered documents Integra had been reviewing. Details of the upcoming Wizengamot session, intelligence on Dumbledore's known associates, coded messages from wizarding families who had quietly allied with Marvolo's cause. It dawned on her that each slip of parchment represented a thread in a vast tapestry, one that was about to be tugged from every direction. She lifted her gaze to Integra. What do we do next? We prepare, Integra replied succinctly, folding a letter with careful precision. Marvolo is leading the charge in the Wizengamot, consolidating his power. We'll suppo RT from the shadows until we choose to step out of them. And once we do, we'll do so on our terms. Crystal nodded, the gravity of those words settling in. With that, Alucard eased away from the desk, crossing the study to vanish through the wall, his voice echoing in the quiet. I'll handle the wards tonight, he said softly, just in case our dear headmaster decides to be uncommonly bold. And then he was gone, leaving only a faint swirl of shadow in his wake. Late that night, the estate's hush became a comforting lullaby. Outside, a slight breeze stirred the manor's lawns, rustling the hedgerows. Crystal remained in the study, reading a few of the notes Integra allowed her to see, summaries of new laws Marvolo was championing, accounts of minor wizarding officials who, faced with corruption, now sought redemption in forging alliances with Marvolo's faction. A flicker of pride touched her heart each time she recognized how many had mustered the courage to break from Dumbledore's paternalistic hold. Yet she also felt a pang. Underneath every story of defiance lay the bitterness of betrayal, the sense of illusions shattered. She had known that bitterness firsthand. To break free was never easy. When she finally withdrew to her room, dawn's first glow graced the horizon. The house fell into a brief half-sleep, with staff rotating shifts, Walter methodically checking wards, and Alucard prowling the perimeter like a watchful sentinel. Crystal closed her eyes, letting the hush cradle her. She found herself drifting into a doze, her dreams laced with images of Wizengamot chambers, flickering illusions of Dumbledore's calm, manipulative smile, and the faint, reassuring silhouette of Marvolo standing like a rock in churning waters. Over the next weeks, the wizarding world's poetical climate intensified as July melted into August. Inside the Wizengamot, Marvolo's presence was no longer subtle. His every speech echoed through the vaulted halls, carrying promises of modernization, equality for magical creatures, and an end to institutional manipulations. Opponents who once scoffed now whispered anxiously in the corridors, unsure how to counter this figure who exuded both an ancient lineage and a vision for the future. Even the staid, old families that once aligned themselves with tradition found themselves swayed by the undeniable logic of Marvolo's proposals. Muggle-born witches and wizards, for too long neglected or exploited, watched from the sidelines with cautious hope. Could it be that after centuries, wizarding Britain stood on the brink of real reform? In that luminous hall of debate, the tension crackled. Marble floors reflected the swirl of robes, and candlelit sconces painted dancing shadows on murals depicting wizarding triumphs of ages past. As Marvolo rose to the center dais for one more session, the hush fell so solidly that the scratch of a single quill in the onlookers' stands could be heard. He spoke not with thunderous rhetoric but with a measured calm that carried conviction in every syllable. He outlined the Magical Children Protection Act, detailing the moral imperative of guiding Muggle-borns into the magical community safely and knowledgeably. He explained the need for accountability in sentencing, so tragedies like Azkaban's harshness and the endless cycle of wrongful imprisonment might be reformed. Each law resonated with an undercurrent of unstoppable progress. From the front row of the public gallery, Minerva McGonagall observed silently. She clutched the wooden railing, her heart torn between the loyalty she felt toward Dumbledore and the inescapable fact that Marvolo's points were valid. She had read testimonies from Muggle-borns who suffered under the old system, felt the pang of recognition in her chest at how easily tragedies like Harry Potter's upbringing might have been prevented had the wizarding world not turned a blind eye. Her gaze flicked to a side bench where Alistair Moody hunched, expression guarded, listening to Marvolo with a scowl that might have been worry or grudging admiration. The entire chamber pulsed with the sense that something irreversible was unfolding. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, Dumbledore's calm facade finally began to crack. In late August, he convened a secret meeting in his office, summoning those he deemed his staunchest allies: Severus Snape, Minerva McGonagall, Alistair Moody, and a select few Order members. The headmaster's domain, once a place of whimsical trinkets and comforting eccentricities, now felt oppressive. The silver instruments that dotted the shelves seemed tarnished by tension. The musty scent of old parchment grew stale, overshadowed by the heavy aura of desperation swirling around Dumbledore's presence. The group assembled around his grand desk. Dumbledore sat, hands steepled, glint of steel in his otherwise mild eyes. "We face a crisis," he began, voice low but resonating with a brittle edge. "Lord Marvolo, Slytherin's influence grows unchallenged. He twists the Wizengamot to his will, undoing the safeguards we've established." He paused, scanning each face. Snape's black eyes were unreadable, arms folded across his chest. Moody, grizzled and scowling, gave a grunt that could have meant anything. Minerva's lips pressed tight, a conflict raging in her expression. A few other Order members shuffled uncomfortably, uncertain how to respond. Our priority, Dumbledore continued, is the boy who lived, Harry Potter. We must find him, secure him. He is key to containing Marvolo if, indeed, Marvolo is the threat we suspect he is. The D-Master's tone hardened at the last part, as though spitting out the name, Marvolo Slytherin. Without Harry, we can't ensure this new regime doesn't lead to the darkest era we've known. Minerva sighed. But if Harry were truly out there, would he not have surfaced by now? The boy is no longer a child. We have no leads, no sightings. Snape's lip curled. Perhaps the lack of leads is the lead. If, like some rumors suggest, Harry has been hidden or transformed, we might be chasing a phantom. Even if we do find him, we have no guarantee he'll cooperate. Dumbledore leaned forward, voice dangerously quiet. Then we must persuade him, as we have always planned. For the greater good. A subtle tremor in Snape's posture implied a protest he didn't voice. Moody let out another grunt. The assembled group exchanged glances, each weighed down by the moral gravity of what Dumbledore hinted at, Harry might need shaping, forcibly if necessary. The meeting ended with no clear plan but a growing sense of dread. A crack had formed in the once unshakable unity that bound them, a crack that deepened each time Dumbledore insisted upon controlling a boy who had not even been seen in years. Throughout August and into September, whispers of Dumbledore's desperation filtered into Helsing's network of informants. Integra read the coded messages in her study, her cool eyes narrowing as she gleaned the headmaster's moves. One evening, while the lamplight glimmered on the polished desk, she handed a note to Crystal, who accepted it with a quiet nod. The message succinctly recounted Dumbledore's meeting, the tension among the Order members, the intensifying push to locate Harry Potter. Crystal's hand tightened around the parchment, the faint crinkle reflecting the tension in her knuckles. "He still hunts me," she murmured, voice tinged with a defiance that set her new identity in stone. "He won't accept that I'm gone." Integra tapped a finger on the desk. "No, he won't," she agreed. "But we can use that. So long as he's fixated on a Harry Potter who no longer exists, it distracts him from noticing the new forces gathering against him." Marvolo's arrival interrupted them, his dark robes swirling as he stepped in. A swirl of intangible power preceding him. "We must be careful," he said, depositing a fresh letter from the Wizengamot on the desk. "Dumbledore's illusions run deep. The public might still be swayed if he claims Marvolo is some dark revival. We need more than laws to secure the future. We need a symbol that challenges Dumbledore's narrative, someone to stand beside me openly." His gaze slid meaningfully toward Crystal. She inhaled. This was the moment that had hovered on the horizon for weeks, a choice to step from the shadows, to show the wizarding world that Harry Potter was not the weapon Dumbledore had orchestrated but a living testament to Helsing's cause. The very thought made her pulse quicken. She glanced at Integra, who gave a subtle nod, trusting her decision. Alucard's distant presence lurked beyond the half-open door, a silent watchful figure. She closed her eyes, remembering all the steps that led her here, the manipulations, the transformations. The quiet vow never to be used again. She opened them, meeting Marvolo's intense gaze. "I'll do it," she said, her voice calm, though a tremor of excitement flickered in her veins. "I'm red of letting Dumbledore hold onto a ghost. If we reveal who I really am, we can break his final hold." Thus, September turned to October in a rush of preparations. A plan emerged for Crystal to AR publicly at a grand function, one that Marvolo would host, calling together key members of Wizarding High Society and moderate voices from the Ministry. The letter of invitation was couched in proper courtesy, describing a gathering to discuss the future of magical Britain under new legislation. No one suspecting anything beyond a typical political gala. When the evening arrived, an unmistakable energy pulsed through the air outside the chosen venue, a stately wizarding manor that Marvolo had temporarily acquired. Torches lined the walkway, casting dancing flames on stone arches. Witches and wizards in elegant robes stepped from carriages, greeted by staff with polite bows. Inside, the candlelit hall sparkled with a subdued opulence, string music drifting from an unseen ensemble. Clusters of guests formed, sipping wine from crystal goblets, swirling in pockets of hushed conversation. Some talked of the improbable changes Marvolo had brought to the Wizengamot. Others gossiped about Dumbledore's silence since the last legislative session. The mood was tense but disguised under a veneer of social niceties. Marvolo entered first, his arrival turning heads. He cut a figure of quiet authority in black robes embroidered with subtle silver serpents, an homage to Slytherin's line. At once, the susurrus of conversation hushed, replaced by bows of courtesy or murmured greetings. He responded with a mild smile, as though entirely at ease. Yet the tension in his posture suggested he was braced for possible confrontation or sabotage. He glided across the hall, exchanging pleasantries with old pureblood families and newly influential Muggle-born wizards alike. The entire gala felt like a staging ground for something monumental. Outside, cloaked in the darkness of a side courtyard, Crystal steeled herself. She wore an outfit reminiscent of her Hellsing heritage, black form-fitting garments with silver accents, a subtle crest near her collar. The dagger Alucard had given her, etched with ancient runes, was strapped discreetly at her side. Her heart pounded in her chest, not with fear, but with a thrilling sense of purpose. This moment would define her role in the wizarding world, rewriting the illusions Dumbledore had woven around the name Harry Potter. She glanced at a reflection in a small, watery patch of starlight near the courtyard fountain. The young woman who stared back was neither frightened nor unsure. She was a predator of illusions, ready to tear down the final scraps of Dumbledore's false narrative. Alucard lingered behind her, in the deeper shadows, an amused half-smile on his pale features. "Give them a show," he murmured, voice low. "They've grown stagnant on illusions. A little truth might taste like fire." His tone carried paternal pride, his presence reassuring. She nodded, inhaled, and stepped forward. Entering the hall was surreal. The lavish decorations, the swirl of music, the hushes her presence captured attention, no illusions. She had only to walk, eyes alert, posture confident. In that moment, she felt every stolen piece of identity Dumbledore had tried to suppress flare into clarity. She crossed the threshold, stepping onto the polished marble floor. Guests turned, first noticing her fluid movement, then the slope of her shoulders, the piercing color of her eyes, the faint suggestion of vampiric grace in each stride. A hush IPP led outward from her light concentric rings in still water. Goblets paused midway to lips, conversation died mid-sentence. Beside Marvolo, a flicker of triumph lit his gaze as she approached. He gently tapped his glass, calling for attention that he already had. One or two older wizards in opulent robes frowned, uncertain, while others leaned closer to see. "Good evening," Marvolo began, voice but carrying the weight of a well-anticipated announcement. "I appreciate your attendance tonight, at this gathering meant to unify wizarding Britain under a fairer, more enlightened system." He gestured to Crystal with a measured flourish. "Allow me to introduce you to someone who has every reason to see our society progress beyond old manipulations. This is Crystal Hellsing." The hush deepened. She surveyed the crowd, making eye contact with a few who seemed at a loss. She could sense the swirl of curiosity, could practically smell the adrenaline in the air. Her heartbeat drummed steadily, not from nerves but from a fiery purpose. "Many of you have heard rumors of a certain child. The so-called boy who lived, a prophecy. The entire narrative shaped by one man." Her voice remained steady, her breath even. "I'm not here to discuss prophecies. I'm here to say that I am not the child Dumbledore once arranged to be used. And I will not abide any illusions that keep our world shackled to fear." She paused, letting the weight of those words sink. Whispers broke out among the crowd, some guests stepping forward with alarm or fascination. You're Harry Potter," a trembling voice whispered from the back. The quiet question ricocheted through the hall, echoing, "We thought you were a boy." Crystal offered a tight, knowing smile, letting the hush devour that question. "I was forced into a role. Forced into illusions," she said. "But illusions can break. I stand before you as Crystal Hellsing, heir to the Hellsing line. Shaped by none other than Integra Wingate's Hellsing and her allies. Dumbledore's manipulations can't hold me anymore." A ripple of shock spread across the faces of those assembled. Some flicked their gaze to Marvolo in disbelief, others the handful of Hellsing staff who had accompanied them. The hush was so profound that the faint violin music from a distant corner stuttered into silence. Then, in the breath of that stunned quiet, a wave of whispers and exclamations exploded. People murmured her name, half-formed questions about the forced illusions, about how Dumbledore had hidden truths. The old pureblood lords and ladies who clung to rumor found their stances destabilized in an instant. Meanwhile, wizards at the edges of the crowd, many Muggle-born or half-blood, exchanged glances of wonder or cautious optimism. The léger ND of the boy who lived unraveling so completely was a jolt to their sense of normalcy. At Marvolo's side, no outward expression of gloating betrayed him, though a flicker of satisfaction danced behind his eyes. He raised his goblet again, commanding a fragile silence once more. "Change is upon us," he announced with quiet authority. "Let the illusions fade. We cannot allow the manipulations of he passed, no matter how well-intended they once seemed, to define who we are or how we govern ourselves. We stand on the brink of forging a new wizarding Britain, free from tyranny cloaked in paternal smiles." Crystal heard a low murmur of agreement from a few corners, saw how some older wizards nodded slowly, as though grappling with the enormity of that statement. Her chest felt tight with exhilaration. The last shred of secrecy about her identity had been torn away in a single moment, replaced by the open truth. Dumbledore's narrative cracked like glass under a mallet. She didn't flinch from the weight of the crowd's stares. She was a catalyst. Neither a sacrificial lamb nor a hidden pawn, but someone forging her path with a clarity she had discovered only in the halls of Hellsing Manor. The night wore on with a swirl of questions. Some demanded proof or demanded details about what truly happened to the boy named Harry. Others simply stared, unsure whether to fear her transformation or celebrate the potential liberation from Dumbledore's manipulations. In each conversation, Marvolo, Integra, or Hellsing representatives answered carefully, weaving a story that balanced truth and strategic nuance. They detailed how illusions had locked the child in a false shape, how Hellsing's combined wizarding and vampiric approach had freed her from that captivity, and how the moment demanded an unflinching confrontation with Dumbledore's paternal tyranny. Word spread like wildfire. By midnight, the gala's energy was electric. Owls soared from the estate, carrying hurried messages to all corners of wizarding Britain. The name, Crystal Hellsing, lodged itself in whispered dialogues across the country before dawn. Journalists from wizarding publications, who had arrived expecting a dry political function, now scribbled feverishly, capturing every glimmer of scandal, hope, or suspicion. Meanwhile, under the watchful eye of Alucard, no infiltration or sabotage marred the event. A few suspicious wizards were quietly escorted from the premises when they tried to pry into restricted areas. The aftermath was immediate. Within hours of the gala ending, the revelation reached Hogwarts. Dumbledore, roused from uneasy slumber by a frantic flow call, stood in his office with an expression that spelled pure incredulity. The news battered him like a gale. Harry Potter is not a boy, has allied with Marvolo Slytherin. Claims the name Crystal Hellsing, and decries Dumbledore's manipulations. He crumpled the letter in one trembling hand, swirling in confusion and fury. This was impossible, or so he had believed. The entire foundation of his prophecy-laden plan cracked open like a dry husk. If Harry was truly gone, physically, mentally, spiritually, then his last route to rolling the Horcrux and vanquishing Voldemort might be lost. He felt the edges of a panic creeping up. In the hush of his office, only the soft whir of old silver contraptions accompanied the thick pounding of his heart. In the following weeks, the wizarding press erupted with debate, speculation, and confusion. Some denounced the revelation as a cunning hoax orchestrated by Marvolo and Hellsing. Others lauded it as the long-overdue truth behind Dumbledore's questionable guardianship of the supposed savior. A swirl of public discourse overshadowed even the hotly contested legislative sessions, with many calling on Dumbledore to respond, to clarify, or to refute. But as August gave way to September, the headmaster largely retreated from public statements, focusing instead on rebuilding alliances behind closed doors. He probed every lead, every ally, seeking an angle to discredit Marvolo or brand Crystal as a deluded puppet. Yet for every rumor he tried to spark, Hellsing's intelligence neutralized it in the hush of back-channel negotiations. The wizarding populace, having grown weary of illusions, found themselves unexpectedly receptive to Marvolo's transparency. Caught in that swirling maelstrom, Crystal stepped into her new role with a calm that surprised even herself. She joined Marvolo at smaller gatherings, listening intently as he fielded questions from anxious families. learned to address concerns about her identity with measured honesty, gleaned from hours spent with Integra coaching her on how to handle the press. She refined illusions not for subterfuge but for gentle demonstration, levitating tea sets with a wave of her hand, conjuring protective wards around children at open-air gatherings. Each display chipped away at the fear that the wizarding world might be descending into chaos under Marvolo's leadership. Instead, people saw unity between old and new, mortal and immortal, wizard and Hellsing. In private, she struggled with nightmares about Dumbledore, about the cupboard she once languished in, about the fleeting memory of Lily and James Potter that she could barely recall. Alucard's presence helped quell the dark thoughts, his ancient perspective offering a sense of scale. Men like Dumbledore have risen and fallen across centuries, he told her one late evening, each word dripping with cold assurance. They cling to illusions, because scions grant them a veneer of moral high ground. Shatter that veneer, and watch them scramble. His smirk promised that he would relish seeing Dumbledore's illusions crumble. Her vantage point continued to expand. She sat in on strategic sessions with Integra, Marvolo, and carefully selected wizarding officials. She gleaned how legislative momentum worked, how a single well-timed statement could tip the scales. How forging alliances required empathy, cunning, and an unyielding moral backbone. Each lesson teased out the intellectual curiosity she had never fully explored before, suppressed by Dursleys, cruelty and Dumbledore's manufactured ignorance. Now, free to be herself, she devoured knowledge of wizarding law, drawn maps of the ministry's labyrinthine structure, learned how the old pureblood families maintained influence through marriages and ancient contracts. She found that the illusions she once used as a shield in the library now found new purpose, conjuring visual aids to highlight political complexities or illustrate how Dumbledore's influence twisted certain branches of the ministry. By early October, the impetus for confrontation grew unstoppable. Marvolo's reforms proceeded through the Wizengamot, each successful vote fueling the sense that the old world was being dismantled from within. Dumbledore's allies fought back fiercely, but they lost ground daily as ACH scandal or half-truth came to light. Those who once revered the headmaster began to question whether his paternal oversight had indeed become tyranny. Meanwhile, the name, Crystal Hellsing, sprang up in more and more conversations, not just as a symbol of lost illusions, but as a beacon of a new generation. Her presence at public events, side by side with Marvolo, hammered home the notion that the boy who lived had chosen a path that repudiated Dumbledore's manipulations. Perhaps the prophecy was undone. Perhaps Wizarding Britain's salvation lay not in the old prophecy but in forging a just society through tangible reform. At Hogwarts, a hush enveloped staff meetings. Severus Snape, in particular, found the headmaster's unwavering obsession with finding Harry, now Crystal, utterly disquieting. He kept his expression neutral, but inside he fumed at the length Dumbledore was willing to go. The illusions that once pinned Snape's loyalty wavered, frayed by the sense that Dumbledore had used Lily's memory as well, twisting her son's life. Sometimes, late at night, Snape stared at his quarters, candlelit walls, racked by the guilt that he had aided in these manipulations by omission. He wrote private letters, none of which he dared send, to see if perhaps forging a quiet channel to Marvolo or Integra might help him atone. Eventually, the sense of moral conflict spurred him to a lent conclusion. If the headmaster continued to pursue the child's subjugation, Snape would not stand idly by. Through mid-October, the wizarding public braced for some final blow. Tensions soared. Dumbledore vanished from public debates, rumored to be holed up in Hogwarts, orchestrating a last gambit. The new laws Marvolo championed took form. An upcoming session in early November would see the final vote on some of the most sweeping reforms in living memory: the Magical Children Protection Act, the regulation of Azkaban sentencing, expansions of house elf rights, and restructured ministry oversight boards. The entire wizarding world held its breath. The decisive day arrived on a crisp morning in early November. Frost clung to the windows of the Wizengamot building, gilded in the sun's first golden rays. Wizards and witches flocked to the building in droves, many wearing expressions that mixed awe with anxiety. Journalists jostled for vantage points. Inside, the dais stood draped in solemn colors, reflecting the magnitude of the legislation. Marvolo, calm, stepped up to present the final arguments. Crystal watched from a vantage high in the gallery, wearing an understated but elegant black robe that mirrored Hellsing's style. She sensed the tension in the air like a tangible force. The old guard sought to drown Marvolo's voice in procedural delays or emotional rhetoric. But with each passing minute, it became clear that the majority would vote with him. Then a hush that was almost supernatural fell across the chamber. Doors at the far end flew open. Dumbledore strode in, staff in hand, robes whispering like the hush of a grave. His presence alone demanded attention. Heads turned, some in relief, others in concern. The headmaster cut a dignified figure, but his face wore lines deeper than before. As though carrying the weight of months of frustration, he surveyed the assembly with an air of finality. Time slowed in that breathless moment. Even Marvolo paused, lips parting in a subtle curve that could have been satisfaction or readiness for conflict. No one spoke as Dumbledore advanced to the center dais, the wand at his side, the Elder Wand, though few recognize it for what it was, exuding a faint aura of suppressed magic. "I come," he began, voice trembling with an intensity that belied his usual composure, "to warn you all. This Marvolo Slytherin deceives us. He is no champion of progress, but a cunning manipulator with unspeakable power. And the child you see at his side, this so-called Crystal Hellsing, remains the key, the one fated to stand against darkness. If they have turned from me, the prophecy may fall into the wrong hands." Marvolo's expression hardened. He inclined his head politely, but the set of his jaw suggested he had prepared for this confrontation. He responded with calm condemnation, enumerating Dumbledore's manipulations, revealing evidence of forced illusions placed on a child meant to die for a contrived prophecy. The tension soared. Some wizards gaped, uncertain how to reconcile the two extremes. A revered headmaster claiming a moral crusade versus a charismatic Lord unveiling documented proof of old crimes. Watching from above, Crystal felt her heart pound. The hush in the chamber crackled. She could see how certain pockets of the Wizengamot, those fiercely loyal to Dumbledore, stirred in agitation. Others glanced at each other in grim acknowledgement that they had suspected as much for some time. A few seats down, Minerva McGonagall clutched the edge of her bench, tears shining in her eyes as she witnessed the headmaster's downfall. The silent hope she had harbored that these tensions might resolve peacefully shattered, replaced by the knowledge that any illusions of the old wizarding order had come undone. The final vote commenced in a swirl of rising voices. Dumbledore's attempt to derail it failed under the weight of newly awakened consciences. In near silence, each seat cast a magical vote, glowing ORBS drifting to an enchanted scale that weighed them. The scale tilted, rapidly and decisively, for Marvolo's reforms. The hush afterward spoke volumes. Dumbledore stood in the middle of it, a solitary figure trembling with anger, powerless to reverse the tide. When the scale's glow solidified, confirming the measures would pass, thunderous applause broke out from many corners. The old guard reeled, some sinking into their seats, others walking out in shock. Dumbledore remained momentarily, jaw slack, meeting Marvolo's unflinching gaze. Then, with an abrupt swirl of his robe, he stormed from the chamber, vanishing into the corridors. A beaten king dethroned by unstoppable new forces. The weeks following that watershed moment saw a flurry of legislative confirmations. The wizarding press, once enthralled by Dumbledore's persona, swiftly pivoted to praising Marvolo's leadership. He took care to remain gracious in victory, urging caution, fostering collaborations to ensure these reforms took root effectively. Meanwhile, public curiosity about Crystal soared. Articles debated her identity, her transformation, the Hellsing role in rescuing her from a false destiny. Some greeted her with suspicion, certain she was a creature of vampiric origin or that she might secretly be a puppet of a resurrected Dark Lord. Others revered her as an emblem of personal liberation, writing op-eds about how illusions had long shackled wizarding society. Through mid-November, Hellsing Manor became a hub of dignitaries, journalists, and envoys. Integra expertly managed the chaos, receiving them in carefully staged appointments, ensuring no prying outsiders threatened Crystal's safety or Alucard's temper. Beneath the polished hospitality, a keen vigilance pervaded every corridor. More than once, a cloaked figure tried to infiltrate the estate. Alucard gleefully escorted them out, leaving them dazed and memory-charmed. The overarching sense was that a grand war had been won, but the final battles still loomed, lurking in the corners of what once was Dumbledore's dominion. On November 17, 1990, at twilight, Crystal stood upon the Manor's highest balcony, the vantage offering an unbroken view of a landscape tinted gold by a waning autumn sun. The crisp air carried the faint smell of fallen leaves. The orchard below glowed in warm oranges and browns, a reflection of the shifting season. She leaned on the balustrade, letting the hush of late evening seep into her spirit. She could still recall nights spent as an uncertain child, gazing out, feeling as though the entire world bore down on her destiny. Now, she felt the world had opened up, beckoning her to shape it. The hush was not oppressive but serene, filled with the echo of possibility. Integra appeared at her side, quiet footsteps on the balcony stones. She wore her signature suit, and the wind teased strands of her pale hair free. After a moment, she spoke, her tone low. "Dumbledore has retreated, but he's not done. He'll try something else. People like him don't yield easily." Crystal nodded, turning her head to the horizon. "I know," she said, voice calm. She felt that subtle vampiric hum in her veins, the discipline. Might that was equal parts Hellsing legacy and her own fierce determination. "I'm ready, and I won't flinch when he comes." A quiet pride shone in Integra's eyes. Alucard, wordless, stood in the shadow of the balcony's arch behind them. Arms folded, lips curved into a faint smirk. They formed a silent triad, watchers on the edge of a new era. The sky burned red and violet, a silent testament to how endings and beginnings often blurred. The hush carried the faint echo of wagons or cars in the distance, blending modern and magical realms as Wizarding Britain reeled from the final blow to illusions that once held it captive. Crystal exhaled, the crisp air bracing against her lungs. She thought of Marvolo's unwavering stance in the Wizengamot, of the allied families who overcame fear to dethrone Dumbledore's quiet tyranny, of Minerva McGonagall's conflicted expression, and of the silent acceptance from many in the wizarding press that old illusions had to die. All of it coalesced into a single, simple realization. They had come too far to retreat. The hush of that November evening pressed around them, an unspoken invitation. She felt her heart steadied by the knowledge that no prophecy dictated her path. No illusions masked her figure. She was Crystal Hellsing, shaped by vampiric grace and Hellsing discipline, allied with a wizard once known as Voldemort yet determined to forge a better world. She placed a hand lightly on the hilt of the dagger at her belt, a tangible reminder of her vow. Let them brand her monstrous or miracle, she knew her own truth. A flicker of wind tugged at her hair, carrying a slight tang of winter's approach. A final hush. Integra's gloved hand settled on the balcony's edge, her posture unwavering. Alucard's presence shifted behind them, a silent sentinel. Beyond the Manor's wards, the world moved, uncertain but inexorably changed. Dumbledore would not remain idle. She imagined him in Hogwarts, pacing that cluttered office, scheming in desperation. The metaphorical chessboard was set, pieces arrayed for a concluding match that neither side could avoid. She let a small, confident smile tug at her lips, feeling the echo of Alucard's grin. Her next breath was calm, measured, an oath of readiness. Turning to Integra, she said nothing, but the quiet bond between them spoke volumes. A mother figure's pride, a daughter's gratitude, both acknowledging the fight still to come. With one last glance at the distant horizon, she let the hush envelop them. The orchard rustled softly, leaves dancing in the dying light. Then, in a voice edged with conviction, she spoke the words that had rippled in her thoughts for months, the vow that crystallized all they had fought for. Let them come. And more on my Patreon. https:// More than 20 fanfic. Ion are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70+ chapters across the 20 fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now, QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Rescue. D by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover up to 9 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon F. Orse. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover up to 9 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover up to 9 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG up to 9 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover up to 9 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover up to 8 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover up to 8 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover up to 8 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover up to 8 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover up to 8 chapters available now. Frey. Ads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover up to 8 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 8 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Horror. Why Potter events are 20 years so instead of 1981 it is in 2001 up to 8 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover up to 8 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Beyond Boundaries of Time. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 last chapter already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson End Shadows. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapter 13 and Chapter 14 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapter 13 and Chapter 14 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 11. Storm on the Horizon. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Hellsing. Night deepened across the Hellsing Estate on November 18, 1990. Outside, an icy wind swept leaves across the manor's pristine lawns, scattering them in anxious spirals that hinted at the turmoil gripping the wizarding world. Against the distant glow of city lights, the old walls of Hellsing Manor stood resolute, wards shimmering in imperceptible arcs along the estate's perimeter. Hours earlier, Crystal Hellsing had shattered yet another layer of secrecy before an astonished wizarding public, revealing the end of the illusions tying Harry Potter to Dumbledore's manipulative designs. Now, the future lay wide open, as uncertain as the wind stirring in the cold November sky. In an upper corridor, soft lamplight illuminated the path leading toward the manor's heart. The air smelled faintly of old parchment and floor polish, tinged by the same quiet tensi on that had settled through every corridor. A solitary figure moved along the runner carpet. Crystal, her black cloak rustling softly with each measured step. Days ago, she had stood on a balcony proclaiming her identity and stake in wizarding Britain's transformation. Tonight, the hush in the manor pressed on her senses like a reminder of the weight she now carried. Beyond the stone walls, the wizarding world was in uproar, caught between awe and suspicion of Marvolo's reforms and the sudden revelation of her real self. She'd read the swirling headlines, felt the fear and fascination in the letters delivered to Hellsing's doorstep. And though she knew no illusions bound her anymore, she felt the press of the unknown. War was coming, in some form or another. She paused at a window, gloved fingers resting on the latch, and peered out over the grounds. Frost coated the grass in a pale sheen, stark under the moonlight. The city lay in the distance, distant lights hazy through a swirl of midnight clouds. A sense of transition hung in the cold November air, like the hush of a battlefield awaiting the first shot. Within these walls, she told herself, she was safe, yet a flicker of restless anticipation sparked in her chest. She could sense that things had advanced too far for any peaceful resolution. Dumbledore would not yield quietly. Behind her, footsteps approached, purposeful but unhurried. She recognized Walter's careful stride long before he came into view, his unspoken courtesy in making enough noise to announce himself without intruding. When he reached her side, he dipped his head in greeting. Silver hair catching the lamplight. Sir Integra and Marvolo are convening in the library, he said, voice subdued. They've asked for you to join them. Crystal nodded, exhaling slowly. She brushed a strand of her dark hair behind one ear, feeling the crisp winter chill from the window's glass seep into her fingertips. I'll be right there, she murmured. The hush lingered a moment longer, Walter stepping aside so she could pass. She walked, the corridor's lamps flickering around her, each flame reminiscent of the tension in her mind. Small, bright, unstoppable. She found Integra and Marvolo in the Manor's library, a stately room of carved oak shelves, gold-veined marble floors, and high windows draped with heavy curtains. At this late hour, only a few lamps glowed, casting elongated shadows across the rows of books. A chess set, one of Marvolo's antiques, occupied a low table near the hearth, though neither occupant seemed interested in the half-finished game. Instead, they stood by a wide spread of parchment on a central reading desk, voices hushed and urgent. Integra, arms crossed, lifted her gaze as Crystal entered. Shadows danced over her face, revealing steely composure. Marvolo wore an elegant, dark cloak pinned with a silver serpent clasp, the symbol of his lineage. In the low lighting, he radiated that same cool power he'd used to topple Dumbledore's political influence. But behind his measured stance, Crystal sensed a deeper tension. The swirl of half-coded letters on the desk told the story, notes from wizarding families who were neither entirely sure they could trust Marvolo, nor confident in standing with Dumbledore's fading regime. The wizarding world was caught in a tumult of shifting loyalties, and these letters were the evidence. We're hearing conflicting signals, Integra said quietly, beckoning Crystal closer. A faint line of worry creased her brow. Some in the ministry want to adapt to your father's reforms, seeing them as inevitable. Others whisper that Dumbledore still holds a few last cards. Not to mention the families who stand to lose everything if they publicly renounce him. They're biding their time, trying to see which side emerges stronger. Marvolo inclined his head in agreement, his eyes flicking over the scattered parchments. They fear me more than they fear Dumbledore, and that fear might drive them to extremes. The entire system is so fragile, one spark could set it ablaze. He paused, turning his attention to Crystal, voice gentler. And your announcement has rattled many. They're unsure whether to see you as proof of Dumbledore's tyranny or a sign that dark magic manipulates old bloodlines. She drew in a slow breath, letting the hush absorb her response. So much rode on the illusions she had demolished. From the outside, it must look as though a revered headmaster's savior had gone rogue with an ancient wizard forging a new order. She recalled the determined hush in the eyes of those who had watched her stand by Marvolo, speaking softly yet firmly about the illusions that once bound her. If they see me as a threat, let them, she said, voice calm. I'd rather be real and feared than be a puppet. Integra let out a low hum of approval. Nonetheless, we must be strategic. Dislodging illusions can create new chaos if we're unprepared. Dumbledore has lost ground, but desperate men do desperate things. Her gloved hand tapped a letter sealed with the ministry's emblem. Word is, he's focusing on Hogwarts now, ensuring that if the outside world is beyond his grasp, at least the school remains loyal. And from there, he can rebuild. That matches our intelligence, Marvolo agreed, picking up the letter. He's lost too much face in the Wizengamot. The old guard is fracturing. Hogwarts is his fortress of last resort. Alucard's presence glided in from the library's darker recesses. His sudden appearance didn't startle them. They had grown used to the vampire's silent entries. He folded his arms, an edge of dark amusement hovering around his mouth. The dear headmaster fancies Hogwarts his personal domain. Let him cling to it, he said. It will only make his eventual downfall more dramatic. Integra shot him a brief, indulgent look. We still need to ensure he can't gather a new army of supporters from among those who trust in his fatherly mask, she cautioned. Quote, a cornered man is more dangerous than one who believes he still has many ways out. The hush thickened, each occupant letting the unspoken threat settle. Crystal stepped forward, scanning a note desker, ibbing how even some of Dumbledore's closest allies were growing unsettled by his obsessions. If the rumors were true, he was meeting them in secret, urging them to help locate the lost boy who lived. The irony made her lips press into a thin line. She was right here, no boy at all, free from his meddling. And he refused to accept that. She pictured him at Hogwarts, pacing that grand office with frustration boiling under a paternal facade. Another swirl of vindication and pity coursed through her. She gently set the note aside, meeting Marvolo's eyes. So we push forward. We keep exposing his manipulations. Ensure the families see how he coerced them. If we stall him from regrouping, he won't be able to unify anyone under his banner. Her words hung between them, calm yet resolute. Alucard's grin curled higher. Integra nodded in firm agreement. The hush was broken only by the faint pop of the hearth in the corner. That night, after the meeting concluded, the hush returned to Hellsing Manor, blanketing it in an air of watchful repose. The staff retired, leaving only the quiet footsteps of night guards along the halls, Alucard prowling the perimeter. Crystal found herself gazing out a window again. The moon waning overhead, she felt a stirring in her blood, part vampiric hunger, part restless energy. In the distance, a swirl of clouds promised winter storms, a reflection of the brewing conflict in Wizarding Britain. She closed her eyes, letting the hush soak into her being, steeling her resolve for the days ahead. As late November yielded to December, the Ministry's unrest grew tangible. Word of Dumbledore's faltering alliances trickled through the corridors of that labyrinthine building, where everyday older laws were re-evaluated under Marvolo's watchful oversight. Inside smoky offices, staffers and Aurors whispered about new directives that curbed arbitrary arrests, that reigned in the once vast, unchecked powers of self-styled champions. Some long-standing employees looked disoriented, as though a rug had been yanked from beneath them. Others welcomed the chance to break from old dogmas. The corridors smelled of parchment, stale coffee, and anxiety. Through half-open doors, one might glimpse flustered Wizarding members scanning reams of new statutes, faces drawn in confusion or reluctant acceptance. In a side office, Minerva McGonagall stood facing a large fireplace, fiddling with a note from an unnamed contact. The note mentioned a shift in Hogwarts staff loyalty, hinting that some professors questioned the headmaster's single-minded pursuit of Harry Potter. Minerva's hands trembled slightly, that single detail revealing the turmoil she refused to let show on her face. She had stood by Dumbledore for decades, trusting his moral compass. Now, each day, she found herself forced to re-evaluate that trust. She recalled glimpsing the transformation in wizarding politics, the quiet relief in some of her colleagues' expressions when they saw Dumbledore cornered in the Wizengamot. The hush that followed his failed attempts to shut down Marvolo's reforms. The future felt uncertain, and in that swirling uncertainty, she felt adrift. A sudden pop from the fireplace startled her. Alistair Moody stepped through, scanning the room with his magical eye. The old Auror's scowl deepened when he noticed her discomposure. Strange times, Minerva, he growled softly, tapping the brim of his hat. Dumbledore's hold is slipping faster than I'd ever have believed. She inhaled. It is, she admitted, folding the note into her robes. I used to think him infallible. But I can't ignore what's happening. She cast a sidelong glance out the window, where thick winter clouds gathered over London's skyline. If the rumors about the child are true, if she really stands with Marvolo, then the old pillars of our world might crumble. Moody's magical eye swiveled, scanning the corridor beyond. So they might. But we have to watch Dumbledore carefully. The man's desperate. That can push him to measures we can't predict. He stepped closer, voice lowering, keep your eyes open. Don't let loyalty blind you to what he might do. Minerva nodded slowly, heart heavy. As Moody departed, she realized how lonely she felt. Hogwarts itself seemed lonely, its once hallowed halls overshadowed by an uneasy hush as students overheard rumors from home or from older siblings who had direct contact with the Ministry's shifting tides. She recalled the rumor that Harry Potter had vanished or had been taken, the myriad speculations swirling among the common rooms. Some insisted he would return to save them, others claimed he was lost to darkness. In her private moments, Minerva found herself confronted by a piercing question: had they all been complicit in letting Dumbledore shape a child's fate? Deep in the castle, Dumbledore summoned private councils. The headmaster had grown gaunter, lines etched deeply around his eyes. His once Presence in the staff lounge was replaced by a gloom-laden aura that unsettled those he encountered. On one such evening, he sat with Snape and a handful of steadfast loyalists in the flickering half-dark of his office. The spindly silver contraptions on the shelves whirred softly, but they no longer displayed the calming illusions of before. Instead, they seemed to reflect the tension in the air, spinning in erratic patterns. Dumbledore's voice, once mild, cut with an edge. "We are losing ground. Marvolo's influence seeps further each day. The illusions he coughed, rephrasing. The illusions that guarded certain secrets can't hold. The public sides with him, and we can't locate the child. They call her Crystal Hellsing." The phrase twisted in his mouth, a reluctant confession of defeat. "We must reassert ourselves if we hope to guide Wizarding Britain's future." Snape, standing near the door with arms folded, watched his old mentor in stony silence. The phrase, "if we hope to guide Wizarding Britain," jarred him in ways he never expected. He recalled the day Lily's child was sealed into a twisted shape, how rumors of manipulation circulated, how he had turned a blind eye out of guilt and fear. Now, those manipulations were exposed, leaving him complicit in a grand betrayal. He forced his voice to remain level. "How do you propose we proceed, Headmaster?" he asked. He could hear the dryness in his tone, realized it betrayed his misgivings. Dumbledore grimaced, knuckles whitening around the arms of his chair. "We must turn public sentiment. Remind them that Marvolo is dangerous. That crystal is the product of dark magic. If we can produce evidence that they tampered with the child's mind," he trailed off, frustration flickering in his eyes. "We must prove we remain the guardians of the greater good." Moody, also in attendance, rumbled a discontented noise. "You speak of illusions, Albus, but your illusions have cracked. Might be the people won't swallow more of the same. Perhaps better to find a new angle." Dumbledore glowered, wave of anger suppressed behind a fragile veneer. "Then find one," he said tersely. The hush that followed felt accusatory, each participant too wary to voice the full extent of their doubts. December gave way to a frigid January, the Wizarding realm half buried in snowdrifts. Each passing day saw the Ministry press forward WITH legislation that earlier generations would have deemed impossible. The Magical Children Protection Act advanced swiftly, overshadowing Dumbledore's attempts at sabotage. In the Wizengame's meeting chamber, Marvolo moved with surety, every vote hammering the coffin nails on the old order. The hush of those sessions often spoke more loudly than any speech. Where once Dumbledore's name had evoked reverence, it now drew cautious looks. Between these sessions, Marvolo joined Crystal and Integra at Hellsing Manor, discussing their next moves in the library-turned-war room. Maps of Wizarding Ankle, Avs and lines of genealogical data lay pinned to boards are spread across tables. Flickering torches cast dancing shadows, an atmosphere reminiscent of strategies for a medieval campaign, albeit one aged in the labyrinth of wizarding politics. One snowy afternoon in mid-January, Crystal stood with them by a large map of Britain, enumerating pockets of influence, families once loyal to Dumbledore, regions swayed by Marvolo's rhetoric, communities that withheld judgment. She felt an odd sense of empowerment, helping to shape the wizarding world's future. The hush in the war room felt anticipatory. Each page-turn or quiet footstep a testament to how carefully they approached the next phase. Integra eyed a note pinned to the corner of the map, details about rumored pockets of Dumbledore's supporters in rural magical hamlets. "We can't let him rally them," she mused, tapping a gloved finger on the parchment. "If he secures these outliers, we could see a guerrilla-style resistance to the new laws." Marvolo's gaze flicked to her, expression thoughtful. "You suggest we approach them first, offer them a seat at the table?" "Yes," Crystal inserted quietly. She remembered her own experiences. How illusions collapsed once confronted with genuine dialogue. They might be suspicious, but if we approach openly, it robs Dumbledore of a secret foothold. We show them we aren't the monstrous force he claims. Alucard, leaning against a bookcase, gave a low chuckle. "And if they refuse, we do have other methods." Crystal frowned, resisting the pull of Alucard's more lethal inclinations. "We handle them carefully. I'm not out for slaughter." Her voice held a quiet authority that earned her a faint nod from Marvolo. Over January, letters of outreach went out, inviting the holdouts to speak with Marvolo's representatives. Many responded with guarded courtesy. A few scorned the invitation, claiming unwavering loyalty to the headmaster. But the seeds had been planted, further constricting Dumbledore's domain. Each acceptance chipped away at his ability to spin illusions about Marvolo's tyranny. The hush that followed such negotiations felt like a slow-moving avalanche, unstoppable once set in motion. Inside Hogwarts, that hush reverberated in stone corridors. Students swapped rumors, some defiantly praising Marvolo's changes, others stubbornly insisting that the headmaster had only strayed temporarily. The staff lounge grew uneasy. Professors found themselves dividing into subtle factions. Minerva watched with a sense of heartbreak and quiet purpose. She had begun discreetly contacting old friends at the ministry, verifying that the reforms, though radical, might truly mend some of Wizarding Society's oldest wounds. The more she heard, the more she questioned her illusions about Dumbledore's moral infallibility. Her own loyalty wavered dangerously. On a day in early February, she found herself alone in the staff lounge with Snape. The silence between them felt like an unspoken confession. The potions master stood near the window, black robes half lost in shadow, face sallow with an intensity she'd rarely seen. "I no longer trust him," Snape said abruptly, voice low. "This crusade to find the child, to maintain illusions, my conscience can't abide it." His dark eyes flicked to Minerva, seeking some sign of condemnation or agreement. She pressed her lips into a thin line. "Albus Dumbledore saved us from war once. But perhaps he's forgotten the boundaries he once set. Some days, I hardly recognize him." The hush was fraught with admission. She realized had both of them questioned whether the path they trod was a dead end. If Dumbledore truly had manipulated the entire story of Harry Potter, if the new crystal was proof of that manipulation undone, how much else had the headmaster lied about or contrived? They parted ways without resolution, only a silent vow to remain watchful. But the hush lingered, as though the castle itself disapproved of the secrets corroding its heart. While Hogwarts sank into introspection, warlike tension coalesced around Dumbledore at the ministry. Allies dwindled, each day bringing more evidence of underhanded tactics to keep wizard-kind reliant on his paternal figurehead role. Old convictions began to fracture as Marvolo methodically exposed historical cases where Dumbledore had intervened, often harming more than helping. The hush in the corridors spoke of imminent storms, a sense that something big was about to break. Back at Hellsing Manor, the final days of January bled into early February with a crisp, biting cold. The orchard lay under a sparkling layer of rime, and each dawn arrived with a pink-tinged sky that gave hope for a thaw. Indoors, wards hummed quietly, each occupant aware that an incursion from Dumbledore's forces was possible, if not likely. Alucard teased that he ached for a direct confrontation, his grin revealing the predatory glint that never faded. Yet they all knew a direct assault from Dumbledore was improbable. He thrived on illusions and cunning, not open battles. Crystal spent her mornings practicing illusions in a small courtyard adapted for training. Each swirl of magic danced at her fingertips with a fluid grace, the synergy of vampiric reflexes and wizarding power. Yet no matter how engrossed she became in these exercises, she couldn't escape the sense of a clock ticking down. She felt it in the hush that settled over the estate each twilight, the unspoken knowledge that the time for illusions had ended, and raw conflict might soon erupt. Her gaze often drifted to the horizon, where winter's gloom pressed down, as if anticipating a storm that would finalize the wizarding world's new shape. By February 10th, a hush deeper than usual fell across the wizarding enclaves. Streets lay subdued in the gray morning light, the ministry building ringed by uneasy aurors who sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Within the grand atrium, bored receptionists cast wary glances at each newcomer, half expecting trouble to break out. The walls felt suffocating, as though the building itself sensed that illusions had disintegrated, leaving raw reality behind. In a musty side corridor, a lower-level ministry clerk gingerly carried an official parchment envelope, the Wizengamot seal glinting in bright red. She approached a locked office door marked with Dumbledore's name. He had once kept a private workspace here, seldom used, but recognized by all. She placed the envelope on a table inside, swallowing nerves. The hush that followed her retreat seemed almost condemning, as though the parchment bore the final shape of things to come. Late that night, Dumbledore returned to this small office. He parted wards with a flick of his wand, stepping into the stale air. Candlelight flared, revealing a space dominated by old files and dusty legislative documents. Vestiges of an era when he had greater sway. The hush felt different here, heavy with foreboding. On the center table, the sealed envelope waited. He reached for it, trembling. The official crest suggested it was from the Wizengamot. He recognized the sigil used for formal notifications. With forced composure, he slit the envelope open. His eyes darted across the text, each line twisting his expression from disbelief to cold fury. By the second paragraph, his knuckles had gone white around the parchment. They were investigating him, investigating his use of unsanctioned illusions, manipulations of laws, tampering with the fates of orphaned children. The hush wrapped around him like a noose, each silent heartbeat a condemnation. For a long moment, he stood rigid, the letter shaking in his grip. Then he let out a ragged breath, eyes blazing in the dimness. He crushed the parchment in his fist, ink smearing against his palm. If the Wizengamot was turning on him, if they dared question his legacy, it meant Marvolo had won a broader victory than he had feared. The illusions Dumbledore once commanded had eroded, leaving him truly cornered. A swirl of bitterness and desperation coalesced in his mind. He had shaped the narrative for decades, groomed a child to fulfill a sacrificial prophecy. Guided wizard kind from behind the scenes, and now, they threatened him with an official inquiry, spurred by the same child's betrayal. He slammed the parchment onto the table, chest tight with outrage. The hush refused to let him escape its final, damning pronouncement. For the first time in his long life, Albus Dumbledore realized he was truly losing. More on my Patreon. https:// More than 2.0 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70+ chapters across the 20 fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now, QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Harry Potter A.N.D. Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry P. Otter Lit RPG, up to 9 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Despy. Ars Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 9 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. M. Odin Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 9 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Beyond Boundaries of Time. Chapter 12, last chapter, already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapter 12 and Chapter 13 already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapter 12 and Chapter 16 already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shad. OWS. Chapter 12 and Chapter 13 already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapter 14 and Chapter 15 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapter 14 and C. Chapter 15 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 12. The Forging of a New Dawn. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Hellsing. A year to the day after the Wizengamot delivered its quiet rebuke to Albus Dumbledore. A February wind howled around the dark spires of Hellsing Manor. It was the 10th of the month in 1991, and though the moon lit the snow-dusted grounds with a pale brilliance, Manor itself seemed to brood in silence, windows shuttered against the gusts like half-lidded eyes. Within those walls, candles burned low in lamp sconces, their flames a soft glow against old stone. These corridors had witnessed so much in recent months: deliberations, alliances, private confessions, and still the hush clung to them, as if wary of disturbing the unstoppable momentum of events. At the far end of a corridor, beyond a pair of imposing doors, Crystal sat cross-legged on the plush carpet of her private study. Flickers of magic still crackled in the air around her, signs of recent spellwork that left the room feeling faintly charged, as though thunderclouds had rolled past mere moments ago. She exhaled, aware of the quiet that enveloped her. The hush was neither menacing nor calm, simply the aftermath of high-level spellcasting. She had been pushing her boundaries again, testing illusions that wove her vampiric grace together with an extraordinary magical affinity. A swirl of faintly glowing runes drifted a foot above the carpet, their edges rippling with each slow breath she took. They vanished when her concentration wavered, leaving behind a faint tingle of heat in the air. Her arms felt heavy from the repeated incantations, each muscle quivering with that addictive blend of fatigue and exhilaration. Her hair, black and shining in the lamplight, clung to her damp forehead where sweat beaded. Testimony to the strain of conjuring advanced illusions for hours on end. She lifted her gaze to the grimoire laid open before her, studying how the inked diagrams on parchment still pulsed with leftover energies. No illusion stunted her power now, no subtle wards from Dumbledore disguised or hobbled her. Every incantation sizzled with an honest intensity that matched her desire to master it. This was what it felt like to wield magic unchained, with purpose and a sense of identity. No longer that boy locked in illusions, but a being who had stepped into her rightful self. She was Crystal Hellsing, and with each successful spell, each new threshold crossed, she owned that name more firmly. She felt a presence behind her, Integra, standing at the threshold of the study. Arms folded as she leaned against the doorframe. The faint whiff of gunpowder and old cigars clung to Integra's clothing, along with the subtler fragrance of library dust and polished oak. When Crystal turned to look, she noticed the flicker of pride in Integra's eyes, tempered by concern in the rigid set of her jaw. "You're pushing yourself hard," Integra said, her voice carrying at calm authority Crystal had come to respect. She didn't move from her vantage, but the faint tap of her index finger against her upper arm betrayed her quiet disapproval. Even a gifted witcher wizard paces themselves before a confrontation, and you've been at this for hours. Drawing in a careful breath, Crystal rose to her feet. Her knees threatened to wobble, and she locked them, determined not to reveal the exhaustion that prickled in her muscles. She pressed her arms across her chest, trying not to grin too widely. "I know," she said, "but it's intoxicating. It's like the spells listen to me more easily than they ever did before. I can push illusions further, shape them more intricately. I can feel the raw power swirling in me, almost like it's been waiting for me all my life." Integra nodded. Her gaze lingered on the dissipating motes of conjured light that still flickered near the corner of the room. "And you'll need every ounce of that skill if we're right about what's coming," she said softly. "Still, your father would caution you about overextending too soon." A curling shadow near the far wall shifted, and from it emerged Alucard in that smooth, disconcerting manner he favored. He let out a low, rumbling chuckle. "Do not invoke me as a voice of caution, Integra," he teased, the corners of his mouth curling in a lazy grin. "But she's correct in one thing, Flegiel. Potential alone is meaningless if you tear yourself apart chasing it. War demands more than raw magic." Crystal snorted softly, pivoting to face him. The residual tension in the study seemed to ripple in response to his presence. The air turning fractionally colder. She felt her heightened senses react. He always did that to her, stirring an instinctive awareness that was half vampiric, half respectful wariness. She half smiled. "I almost believed you actually cared if I overexerted myself," she said. Alucard's grin widened, eyes glinting red in the low light. "I hate wasted potential," he replied, voice carrying an amused undertone. "You burn out now, and the next months will be terribly dull." He gave a mocking bow, acknowledging the quiet laugh Integra stifled. Crystal ran a hand through her hair, picking up the faint tang of ozone from where magical arcs had crackled. The hush in the study bore a new sense of reflection. She let her gaze travel across the shelves of books bound in leather, grimoires, theoretical texts, treatises on vampiric synergy with wizarding magic. They had all become her daily companions. "I'm fine," she said at last. "Just hungry and tired. But it's a good tired." Integra gestured with a tilt of her head toward the door. "We'll talk in the morning about next steps. Rest, eat, clear your mind. Then we decide how to handle the next wave of political shifts. The world isn't stopping because we're exhausted." That final remark lingered. Crystal nodded and flicked her wrist, banishing the last of the intangible runes that glowed over the carpet. The colorless motes winked out with a sound like distant chimes, leaving behind the faint scent of scorched linen. She closed her grimoire with a careful press of her hand on its embossed cover, feeling the hum of stored magic within the pages. Then she followed Integra out, Alucard drifting behind them like a living shadow. The manor's corridors felt cold underfoot, the stone floors radiating the chill of a February night. But she relished the clarity it gave her thoughts. She passed a tall window on the way to her quarters. The glass revealed the courtyard below, cloaked in silent snow, frost shimmering in the moonlight. The hush pressed against the walls like a living thing. A year ago, that hush might have unnerved her, bringing memories of uncertain nights in a cupboard or the quiet manipulations of a bearded headmaster. Now, the hush felt protective, like a shield about to be tested. She inhaled and pressed a palm to the cold window, letting the stillness reassure her. When the morning arrived, bright but icy, Crystal awoke with mild aches in her shoulders, a reminder of her late-night practice. She sat up in bed, blinking at the sunlight that streamed through the parted curtains. The interior of her room was warm enough, thanks to the wards, but outside, the manor grounds glowed white with fresh snowfall. She could smell coffee from somewhere in the corridor, likely Walter ensuring everyone rose to a calm, orderly routine. She swung her legs out, letting her feet touch the thick rug, and stretched her arms overhead, savoring the small twinges of muscle that signaled real progress. Another day of training, strategy, and quiet anticipation awaited her. War might not have erupted openly, but each piece on the board advanced daily, inch by inch. The household had changed in the past year. The staff's routine carried a subdued seriousness. Each meal was a moment to exchange coded news from the wizarding realm, each night watch a demonstration of heightened vigilance. Alucard prowled the halls in the late hours, ensuring no infiltration risk, while Walter directed a near-military discipline among the guards. Integra juggled an endless stream of letters, alliances, and scheduling for Marvolo's political maneuvers. The hush of the corridors concealed a hum of readiness. They all expected something to snap soon, likely from Dumbledore. Over that breakfast, in a small dining room off the main hall, Crystal sipped black tea and listened as Integra summarized the latest intelligence from wizarding contacts. The air smelled faintly of the eggs and toast on her plate. But her appetite was overshadowed by the conversation. Marvolo had sent word that major families in the wizarding aristocracy were nearing a tipping point, uncertain whether to align with him LLY or cling to the vestiges of Dumbledore's moral authority. Some families who had once sworn never to trust Dark Lord ambitions, now found themselves attracted to the stable social reforms Marvolo offered. Meanwhile, Dumbledore's presence at Hogwarts seemed to teeter on desperation, with rumors swirling that entire sections of the staff questioned him behind closed doors. "When the illusions shatter, there's no going back," Integra observed, swirling her tea absently. "We've come this far. Dumbledore's illusions about the prophecy, about you, are in tatters. He's losing his foothold, but I suspect he's not the type to accept that gracefully." Crystal pushed her half-eaten toast aside, meeting Integra's gaze. "He'll lash out, won't he? Perhaps attempt something drastic to recapture the narrative." She paused, remembering the old man's relentless search for Harry Potter, how he refused to see the child as anything but an instrument. He might try forcibly to retake me, or orchestrate chaos to blame on Marvolo. Integra inclined her head, eyes cool with the same steely resolve that had guided Hellsing for generations. "Precisely. That's why we remain vigilant. The political side has advanced well. But the personal side, Dumbledore's fixation on you poses the greatest threat. If we're unprepared, he might exploit an opening. Alucard, seated at the far end of the table, his gloved fingers on the table's surface. Let him come, he said lightly. We have wards, cunning, and enough firepower to reduce him to cinders. It might even be entertaining. His grin showed a faint flash of fang, but the lethal sincerity behind it was unmistakable. Walter cleared his throat discreetly, stepping forward to top off Integra's tea. We also have to consider the rest of Wizarding Britain, he said. Killing Dumbledore outright, while effective, could spark unpredictable backlash. Many still see him as a benevolent figure, even if they doubt him now. Crystal nodded slowly. She felt a pang of sympathy for those who still believed Dumbledore's benevolence to be absolute. It wasn't easy to unlearn illusions, especially illusions that had comforted entire generations. But illusions had to fall eventually. So we keep building our alliances, keep exposing his manipulations, until no one can claim ignorance, she murmured, almost to herself. The hush that followed her words told her they agreed. Time rolled forward, day by day. Reports from wizarding enclaves filtered in, small notes of families disclaiming old loyalties, individuals stepping out of their comfort zone. To sign on to new laws championed by Marvolo. The Wizengamot sessions throughout late February and early March continued codifying the reforms, whittling away at the power structures that once upheld Dumbledore's quiet reign. Each vote hammered home the sense that the headmaster's moral high ground was gone. Hogwarts itself churned in an undercurrent of student rumors. Harry Potter, some insisted, had been enslaved by dark forces, while others argued he never existed in the form they knew. A rumor that Harry was now a girl named Crystal, allied with some new order, circulated among upper years, but few believed it wholeheartedly. Most only sensed that some fundamental shift loomed, leaving them uneasy and uncertain. Professors like Flitwick and Sprout taught their classes with a veneer of normalcy, but behind closed doors. They shared perplexed conversations. Minerva found herself drawn into hush-voiced talks with a few staff about the future of Hogwarts. The old illusions that Dumbledore's leadership was unassailable grew increasingly frail, and Dumbledore, in turn, withdrew further into his tower office. Some nights, he roamed the corridors, Whitebeard brushing his robes, hand clutched tight around the elder wand. Students who encountered him in the gloom reported the flicker of something haunted in his blue eyes. If he saw them, he offered no kindly greeting, only a tight-lipped nod. Mind evidently spinning with strategies no one else could grasp. The hush in that ancient castle's halls told a story of a man nearing the end of a rope he had woven himself. Around mid-March, Marvolo visited Hellsing Manor in person, arriving in the early evening. The sun sank behind the orchard trees as he passed through the wrought iron gates, accompanied by half a dozen confidants. Crystal and Integra met them in the grand foyer, the hush of the manor overshadowed by the swirl of cloaks and the crisp steps of Marvolo's entourage. They brought news, some of it sobering, some hopeful. A cluster of old families had broken ties with Dumbledore, siding openly with Marvolo. Meanwhile, an ill-advised infiltration attempt by one of Dumbledore's last loyal Aurors had been thwarted near a wizarding hamlet. No bloodshed, but it signaled the headmaster's desperation. They settled in the manor's library, a hush enveloping them as letters were read, intelligence cross-checked, wards updated. Candlelight danced on polished tabletops, revealing the set lines of Marvolo's face, the tension in every glance Integra cast around the room. Crystal listened with unwavering focus, gleaning the shifts in wizarding society. A year earlier, Marvolo's influence had been an unstoppable tide. Now, the tide had nearly swept the old order away. All that remained was the final confrontation. Marvolo paused while reading a letter from a minor official in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He set it aside, folding his hands on the desk. His dark eyes flicked to Crystal. "We're close, in on the last pockets of Dumbledore's authority," he said softly. "But cornered men sometimes bite hardest. I suspect we'll see him attempt something drastic soon, some final measure to discredit us or force a direct clash." Crystal's heart pounded, but she kept her expression composed, ignoring the coil of tension in her gut. "I'm ready," she replied. "If he tries to reclaim me, I won't be a passive target. And if he tries to call for a final confrontation, we'll meet him on our terms." Alucard offered a predatory grin from where he lounged near the fireplace. "I do hope he chooses the direct route," he murmured, voice tinged with anticipation. "All these illusions taste stale. It's time for a real conflict." Integra shot him a brief, cool glare. "We don't want a slaughter. We want an end to illusions." "Yes, but the wizarding world has seen enough blood. We do this precisely and systematically. Dumbledore must be removed in a way that leaves no room for him to be martyred." "Of course," Alucard drawled, feigning disappointment. He turned, swirling a wine glass in one hand, the liquid inside dark as ink. "Precision can be quite entertaining too, I suppose." Late that night, Marvolo and his confidants departed, the hush returning to the manor as though exhaling after a flurry of activity. Crystal found herself alone in the corridor outside the library, leaning against a pillar. Eyes closed to the flicker of a single wall sconce. The quiet roared in her ears, letting her mind replay Marvolo's words. She recalled the swirl of illusions she had once conjured to defend herself. Now, illusions were the last thing she sought. Everything needed clarity. A final confrontation with Dumbledore, a stripping away of the manipulations that had defined so many lives, a forging of a new dawn. Days bled into weeks, and the hush of preparation across Wizarding Britain grew more pronounced. By late March, the final legislative measures that had once been unimaginable were nearing official ratification. Even some who opposed the new order recognized it as unstoppable. Dumbledore's name cropped up in fewer official discussions. He had receded too far, forced into the background by the unstoppable momentum of the Wizengame's new majority. But among the general public, a question lingered. Where was the wise, paternal figure so many had revered? Had he lost faith, or had the world turned traitor to him? No illusions could fully explain his withdrawal, leaving rumor to fester. Inside Hogwarts, the hush of 1,000 small tensions remained. Students felt it in each quiet meal at the Great Hall, each guarded expression from faculty. Some whispered that the headmaster had gone mad. Others insisted he was on the brink of unveiling a grand plan to restore Harry Potter and quell the chaos. But each day that passed without action made those illusions harder to sustain. On April 4, 1991, an early spring sun rose over Hellsing Manor, melting the last patches of snow into rivulets that trickled through the orchard. The morning light warmed the old stones, revealing flecks of quartz in the mortar, as though the manor itself glimmered with cautious optimism. From the orchard's vantage, one might have mistaken the day for any other. Birds singing in budding branches, sunlight dancing across dew-laden lawns. But the hush in the corridors inside told a different story, a new undercurrent of readiness that vibrated through the staff and the household. Crystal woke with a jolt, sensing the ward's flare. She sat up in bed, heart thudding, scanning the room for any sign of intrusion. Nothing, just a subtle pulse of alarm that quickly ebbed. She exhaled, wiping sleep from her eyes, and rose to investigate. Her door opened onto the corridor, where Walter already strode with purposeful steps. Black uniform immaculate, he carried a silver tray with sealed letters, the official kind used for high-level wizarding communications. Integra waited in the entrance hall, footsteps echoing as she paced in front of a tall window that overlooked the orchard. Alucard stood near the shadows of a marble column, arms folded, expression unreadable. The hush felt thick as Crystal approached. She could almost taste the tension. Walter handed Integra one of the sealed envelopes. "From the ministry, delivered by special courier," he said softly. "Moments ago." Integra nodded, brow furrowed, and broke the seal with a swift motion. Her eyes skimmed the contents, lips set in a grim line. Then she extended the parchment so Crystal could see. It bore the stamp of the Wizengame's official crest. A few lines in crisp script indicated that a formal hearing and confrontation had been scheduled, one last attempt by certain old guard members to challenge Marvolo's authority. The date was set alarmingly close. Crystal read the words, her chest clenching. She recognized the subtext. A carefully orchestrated meeting, possibly a trap. A hush hung over them. She tilted her head, meeting Integra's gaze. They're cornering him, trying to push for a final stand before everything is irrevocably altered. The dryness in her mouth felt like the prelude to a battlefield's hush. Integra folded the parchment, sliding it into her jacket pocket. Yes, and from the tone, Dumbledore's supporters had a hand in arranging this. They're calling it a hearing, but it's really a challenge. A test of Marvolo's legitimacy. They want to force the matter, either break his hold on the Wizengamot or break themselves in the process. Alucard shifted, the corners of his mouth lifting in that signature half-grin. A final gambit, then. This could be interesting. Crystal's mind whirled. She recalled the quiet vow she had made, to stand openly with Marvolo, to see illusions destroyed once and for all. This hearing might be the moment. The hush around them carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken implications. If Dumbledore or his proxies truly intended to spring a final trap, they would do it here. And if Marvolo succeeded, the old order's illusions would crumble beyond repair. The entire wizarding world would witness it. A short time later, they gathered in Integra's office, a place that smelled faintly of old books, gun oil, and the unstoppable discipline she exuded. She paced behind her desk, while Alucard lounged in an armchair, tapping his gloved fingers against the leather armrest. Walter stood by the door, shoulders squared, ready for instructions. Crystal remained near a tall window that overlooked the orchard's new green shoots. In that hush, she felt each of them preparing for a final shift. Marvolo must respond carefully, Integra said, flipping through the official text of the hearing notice. If he acts with brute force, he risks proving Dumbledore's narrative that he's a tyrant. If he's too lenient, Dumbledore might slip away to conjure new illusions. Crystal nodded, shoulders tight. Then precision. We use the hearing to let him dismantle their illusions with facts. With the unstoppable momentum of the laws already in place. And if Dumbledore tries something, we neutralize it. Cleanly. A hint of steel laced her tone, a reflection of how far she had come from that uncertain child. She was prepared to stand in the open, side by side with Marvolo, ensuring no illusions overshadowed them again. Alucard's voice came low. No illusions left for him to hide behind, no child to puppet. No prophecy he can brandish to force compliance. He's lost his story. He's dangerous in the corners, where illusions are easiest to spin. The hush that followed said they all agreed. War might come in a swirl of illusions or a burst of hexes. One way or another, the conflict that had simmered for over a year approached a decisive juncture. A knock at the door broke the silence. Another letter from the ministry, delivered by one of Marvolo's personal messengers, confirming the hearing date. Time, the letter implied, was short. April 4th. Today was a pivot, the final countdown. By midday, additional correspondences arrived from wizarding families, each referencing the swirl of rumors that one final confrontation was at hand. Hellsing Manor felt like the calm center of a storm. Wards thrumming with quiet energy, staff methodically checking security. Late that afternoon, Crystal retreated to her private training space, a rectangular courtyard ringed with old S-tone buttresses that lent a cloistered air. Over the past year, Alucard had helped her refine illusions for tactical usage, defensive wards, illusions that could mislead an attacker, advanced conjurati-ons that wove vampiric reflexes with spellcraft. Now, as dusk tinted the sky in pale oranges, she summoned illusions that flickered around the courtyard's perimeter, shimmering shapes designed to disorient. Illusions of the orchard creeping closer, illusions of archways rising from the ground. She felt the magic course through her veins, responding to her will like a well-trained hound. Alucard, standing to one side, gave a slight nod of approval. She let the illusions fade, chest heaving with exertion. I want to be certain that if Dumbledore tries anything at that hearing, I can neutralize it, she said softly. The hush of the courtyard amplifying her voice. I might be the reason he calls for a final confrontation, after all. He still believes I'm, his missing pawn. Alucard's grin was lazy, yet his eyes held that predatory glint. He'll likely attempt one last manipulation. Perhaps illusions are curses designed to make you seem unstable. Or a direct strike. We can't predict. But you'll be ready, fledgling. His tone made it half praise, half challenge. She breathed in, letting the crisp air fill her lungs. The hush around them, broken only by a slight breeze rustling through the buttresses, resonated with the sense of fateful events looming. She nodded, steeling herself. Yes, I'll be ready. When the sun dipped beyond the orchard, painting the sky in bruised purples, the hush of evening settled over the manor once more. Integra convened a final meeting. The library's lamps glowed with a subdued warmth. Marvolo had returned from a last-minute session at the Wizengamot, bringing fresh confirmations. The old guard insisted on a formal hearing, scheduled to happen in days. They couched it in legalese, but it was plainly a trap. Dumbledore's loyalists wanted one chance to humiliate Marvolo, to cast doubt on his entire new order, or, at the very least, to create a spectacle that might rally pockets of resistance. Hellsing's small group crowded around the library's main table, scanning updated documents and scrying reports. The hush thickened with determination. Marvolo's voice was calm but steely as he addressed them. They aim to undermine the unstoppable wave of laws we've enacted by challenging the moral underpinnings. They'll claim I manipulated, used illusions, coerced the Wizengamot. They'll brand you, Crystal, as a victim or a puppet. His dark eyes shifted to her, something like fatherly concern mingling with unwavering purpose. They can't claim you as Harry Potter, if you stand unwaveringly as Crystal, revealing what they did, how they locked you in illusions. But be prepared. Illusions cut both ways. If they conjure a narrative fast enough, they might sow confusion. She dipped her head in acknowledgement, remembering the nightmare where Dumbledore recast her entire existence as a falsehood. I won't let them spin illusions about me again, she said, voice quiet but resonant. The more direct they are, the easier it is to show what they did. Integra chimed in, posture rigid. We'll attend the hearing. I've arranged measures so the press and a broad audience can witness, guaranteeing any illusions or manipulations are swiftly countered by evidence. Walter will handle security. If Dumbledore tries anything reckless, we'll have reinforcements in position. Her knuckles widened on the table's edge. We must avoid lethal force if possible. We can't have him die in a blaze of perceived martyrdom. Alucard laughed softly. You do love restraining me. Then, with a more serious tone, he added, but so be it. If the old man tries to conjure illusions or curses in that hearing, I'll simply disrupt them. No kill, just break the illusions. It might be even more fun that way. Walter, standing with a note in hand, cleared his throat. We have a time frame. The hearing is set for exactly 1 week from now. That puts the date near the end of March. We must be in place the night before to handle any sabotage attempts. The official location is the old council hall adjacent to the Wizengamot chamber, traditionally used for disputes between major houses. Marvolo let out a small exhale, as though weary from the endless tug of war with an obstinate past. It fits. Dumbledore's allies are clinging to old traditions while trying to break the new order. We'll show them how illusions crumble under the weight of truth. Crystal felt a thrill of resolve course through her. Then we do it. Let them brandish illusions. I'll stand up to them openly. If they still insist on calling me Harry Potter, or some puppet, I'll prove otherwise. And if they try to retake me forcibly. She paused, inhaling. They'll find out how far I've come. A hush greeted her words. Integra offered a subtle, approving nod. Alucard flashed that dangerous smile, and Walter bowed. Marvolo's expression reflected a similar conviction. Time to forge the final blow. The hush that ended the meeting spoke volumes about the quiet strength each occupant carried, and the intense changes that had shaped them all since illusions fell away. The following days leading to April 4th soared by in a blur of final planning. Crystal refined her illusions daily in that courtyard, repeatedly pushing her magic synergy with vampiric reflexes. Alucard hovered, occasionally offering pointers or a sardonic tease. Integra hammered out logistical details with Walter. How best to position watchers at the council hall, how to ensure no infiltration compromised Marvolo's approach. Intelligence from wizarding enclaves trickled in, each snippet fueling the hush of readiness at Hellsing Manor. On April 3rd, the hush that settled over the estate was almost tangible, as though the wards themselves inhaled in anticipation. Crystal found herself in the manor's orchard at twilight, pacing between rows of budding apple trees. The ground was firm beneath her boots, the crisp air carrying the scent of damp earth. She paused to look back at the estate's silhouette, old stones bathed in moonlight. A gentle breeze sent a swirl of blossoming petals into the air, dancing around her. The hush felt full of unspoken vows. Tomorrow, the final piece of the puzzle would slide into place, and illusions would either be dispelled forever or coalesce into one last attempt to control her fate. She closed her eyes, remembering the boy she once was, the illusions that had smothered her from infancy. That boy was a memory, overshadowed by the truth of who she had become. She felt no regret, only a fierce gratitude for the path that led her here. And she remembered the vow. Never again would illusions define her, never again would an old man's prophecy chain her to a life not her own. If war was the cost, she stood ready to pay. Night deepened, the orchard's hush turning reverent. She returned indoors, greeted by Walter, who informed her that everything was set for the next day's hearing. She nodded, exchanging no more words, letting the hush speak for them both. She understood. By this time tomorrow, the wizarding world might be altered irreversibly. Finally, the dawn of April 4th broke crisp and golden over the orchard. Walter and several staff busied themselves with last-minute checks of travel arrangements. Integra, dressed in her immaculate suit, stood in the main hall, quietly directing security. Alucard appeared from behind a swirl of shadows, coat trailing. Marvolo arrived by flow not long after, expression resolute. The hush was electric with final readiness. Crystal emerged last, wearing a black ensemble that balanced the line between Muggle efficiency and wizarding formality. The Hellsing crest on one shoulder. She carried no illusions about the day's gravity. Her illusions now served her will, not others. She exhaled as Marvolo turned to address them all. Voice calm yet thrumming with the intensity of a general on the eve of battle. Today, he said, we prove that illusions no longer bind wizard kind. Let Dumbledore attempt his final gambit. Let him conjure whatever narratives he wishes. We stand united. The hush that answered him was a silent promise of unwavering support. Integra offered a curt, confident nod. Alucard's grin gleamed. Walter bowed slightly. And Crystal, her heart beating with a steadiness that belied the tension in her limbs, simply said, it's time. And more on my Patreon. https:// More than 20 fanfic. Ion are currently active on my Patreon, up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now, QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Res. Queued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Harry Potter and 2. On Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Pot. Lit RPG, up to 10 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Day. Pairs Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 10 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Ma. GIC. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 10 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapter 13 and Chapter 14 already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapter 13 and Chapter 14 already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapter 13 and Chapter 14 already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapter 15 and Chapter 16 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapter 15 and Chapter 16 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 13. Tempered by Fire. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Hellsing. A light drizzle veiled Hellsing Manor on the evening of April 4, 1991. The raindrops tapped gently on windows and slithered across stone ledges, a mute, deep percussion against the backdrop of a world in flux. Beyond the manor's protective wards, the wizarding realm murmured with news of the day's hearing, whispers of Marvolo's decisive stand, of Dumbledore's dwindling influence, and of Crystal Helsing's unwavering presence by her uncle's side. Yet inside these ancient walls, only a subdued hush greeted the returning figures who stepped through the tall front doors. Crystal crossed the threshold first, her formal shoes clicking softly on the polished marble. Though the hearing had drained her, leaving tension coiled in her shoulders and temples, her posture remained firmly upright. Each step betrayed a trace of lingering adrenaline, an echo of the confrontation that had played out under the Wizengame's watchful eyes. Integra followed apace. Behind, silent, her gaze distant as if replaying every word that had been spoken in that echoing chamber. A faint scuff of movement at the edge of vision hinted at Alucard trailing them, his presence more felt than seen in the moment. The hush of the manor's entrance hall seemed almost reverential, absorbing their tired yet resolute energy. A pair of servants glimpsed Crystal's arrival, hurriedly stepped aside, and bowed. She acknowledged them with a nod, noticing how their eyes traced her new formal attire. At the far end of the hall, Walter stood in quiet readiness, his hands clasped behind his back. His customary composure told her all she needed to know. The staff had expected them at this hour, and the house had been prepared for any news, good or ill. She paused for a fleeting moment before one of the tall, gold-framed mirrors that lined the hallway. The reflection showed a young woman whose eyes shone with tempered resolve. Only a hint of exhaustion rimmed them, a pale echo of the political battle she had just endured. The illusions that once haunted her features, illusions forced by Dumbledore's meddling, were long gone. All that remained was Crystal Helsing, wearing not so much as a flicker of self-doubt. Integra stepped close, laying a reassuring hand on her shoulder. It was such a small, natural gesture, yet it spoke volumes. Approval, pride, an unspoken reminder that the entire house stood behind her. Without speaking, Crystal brushed a stray lock of hair back, offering Integra a faint smile in the mirror's reflection. Then she moved past, ascending the wide staircase that curved to the manor's upper floors. Behind them, Alucard's low chuckle echoed in the stillness. He followed at a measured distance, shadows clinging to him as though reluctant to let him pass. In her private quarters, Crystal eased off the formal attire she'd worn all day, a fitted black robe with the subtle, embroidered Hellsing crest near the left breast. Each garment shed represent the pressure she had borne in that Wizengamot hearing, sharp exchanges, unwavering stares, the final. She gently traced a fingertip over the embroidered Hellsing crest on her discarded sleeve, letting the hush of the room carry her memories. Her thoughts drifted to how differently she might have felt a year ago, timid, uncertain, grappling with the remnants of a forced identity. Now, she was free, integrated into the House of Hellsing, forging her own path in wizarding politics. The soft lamp in the corner shimmered against the high ceiling, framing her reflection in the window as if capturing the final metamorphosis of the child once known as Harry. Soon, the manor's hush gave way to the quiet routine of the night. Downstairs, staff locked doors and snuffed out unneeded lamps. Outside, the drizzle persisted, turning the courtyard into a reflective sheen of pale lamplight. Crystal let the rhythmic patter lull her into a shallow rest. Her mind still reeled from the hearing's heated exchanges. The cunning smile on Marvolo's face as he tore down Dumbledore's last illusions, the flicker of desperation behind Dumbledore's measured speeches. Eventually, her exhaustion claimed her, and she drifted into a dreamless sleep. But by dawn, she rose early, alert despite the previous day's strain. The hush of morning felt crisp as she descended to a small breakfast room. Integra was already there, sifting through letters delivered overnight. A faint swirl of dust motes danced in the slanted sunlight streaming through tall windows. The sense of calm belied the swirling politics beyond the manor's wards. Integra acknowledged Crystal's entrance with a short nod. "We've received some follow-up from the hearing," she said, picking up a parchment. The regret in her voice was subtle but present. "Your uncle's display rattled many illusions last night. Some in the Wizengamot appear to be rallying behind him firmly, while others scrabble for Dumbledore's salvage attempts." Crystal lowered herself into a chair, ignoring the mild ache in her shoulders. "So it's not over," she said softly, though her tone carried no complaint. She had suspected as much. "We still have more to do." Integra's eyes hardened. "It's an ongoing war. We must keep building alliances, ensure that Dumbledore's manipulations remain exposed. He'll try to shift the narrative, possibly sow confusion about your presence." She paused, searching Crystal's face. "But you've proved you can handle that." The small flicker in Integra's eyes, some blend of admiration and maternal concern, prompted Crystal to smile. "I will keep proving it," she said. And in that hush between them, they understood each other perfectly. As days slipped into the broader month of April, the hush of post-hearing tension rippled through Wizarding Britain. Some faction leaders who once hovered on neutrality now slid toward Marvolo's camp, having seen the direct unraveling of Dumbledore's illusions. Others clung to the old Headmaster I.N.A. last-ditch hope that he might resurrect a moral crusade. Crystal plunged headlong into the complexities of this political realm, her daily routine shaped by intense lessons under Integra's guidance. Each morning, the wide windows of Integra's study let in beams of golden light across a sturdy mahogany desk. Papers, letters, meticulously organized references to wizarding legal statutes, genealogical records, and notes on influential families covered its surface. Crystal sat opposite Integra, posture straight, quill in hand. The dryness of legal phrases might have numbed her in an earlier life. But now she found them thrilling, puzzle pieces that could define entire fates. As Integra coached her in reading subtle cues in a politician's letter or drafting replies that concealed her advantage while promising dialogue, Crystal realized she loved the mental sparring. A year ago, her only experience with such complexity had been outmaneuvering the Dursleys for scraps of normalcy. Now, the stakes soared immeasurably higher. She discovered she adored the quiet ripple of satisfaction whenever Integra nodded in recognition of a shrewd point in Crystal's arguments. She took to the role-playing exercises where she'd be tasked with diffusing hypothetical crises. If a prominent pureblood family threatened to withdraw support unless a certain portion of Marvolo's reforms were softened, how might she compromise without losing face? She'd weigh moral imperatives against political practicality, at times countering with a fresh angle that left even Integra momentarily impressed. Each success heightened her confidence, each hour forging her into a refined strategist. Only in late afternoons would they break for tea, and in those moments, she felt the hush of the study transform into something warm and personal. She would nurse a delicate cup, eyes lingering on Integra, who might share a rare anecdote about her own uncle's leadership style, terse stories from the old Hellsing diaries, how she'd faced down entire conspiracies in her youth. Crystal drank in every detail, forging a bond that transcended the mere roles of mentor and student. She called Integra Mother, now without hesitation, and the small quirk at Integra's lips each time reassured her it was correct. In the second week of April, she expanded her physical training. Walter took the lead in the crisp, pale mornings, ushering Crystal to the estate's training grounds while dew still clung to grass like fragile crystals. The hush that settled around them felt purposeful, the estate's quiet a backdrop to the slice of wires. The subtle flick of blades through straw dummies. Walter demonstrated advanced wire combat, an art of lethal precision that looked almost like choreography when done well. She watched, riveted, as he manipulated impossibly thin lines to disarm illusions, entangle limbs, and subdue a target without a sound. The first time she tried, she entangled her own wrist, nearly slicing a shallow cut across her forearm. But Walter's calm voice guided her, step by step, his seasoned eyes flicking from her posture to her uncertain grip. Alucard occasionally lingered like a bored cat nearby, leaning against a tree, observing. At times, he mocked Walter's old-fashioned fussiness. At others, he gave sly commentary that actually helped Crystal refine her technique. Though she rolled her eyes at his jabs, she also appreciated his perspective. No illusions overshadowed Alucard's cunning. He was ironically the most direct being she had ever encountered, unashamed in his predatory nature. More than once, she found that turning his sarcasm against him in small retorts earned her genuine approval. She even started to suspect that was how he doled out praise, by mocking her until she pushed back. The hush of sunrise sessions soon gave way to late-morning duels with Alucard. In these, He tested everything from her illusions to her reflexes. He'd throw illusions of his own, warping the orchard into corridors of nightmarish shapes, forcing Crystal to respond with calm logic. She'd parry illusions with illusions, craft wards under pressure, or physically spring out of a lunge that threatened to rattle her bones. His laughter would echo, sometimes taunting her, sometimes delighting in her improvement. There was a twisted sense of pride in his eyes each time she surprised him with a new trick. He never said so plainly, but she felt it in the hush that followed a well-placed strike, this unspoken acknowledgement that she had grown beyond any illusions of fragility. One bright morning in early May, she managed to catch Alucard off guard. They'd been sparring with illusions and conjured weapons, swirling around the orchard's edge. She feinted with a flicker of illusions that made it appear she stood a yard to the left. But the real her moved in a silent blur, pressing a dagger to his chest. Alucard paused, eyebrows raised in genuine astonishment, before bursting into laughter. He hushed that followed contained a note of respect. "You're no helpless fledgling," he admitted, voice carrying reluctant fondness. She smirked, breath heaving. "Took you long enough to notice." The hush shifted to acceptance. Their dynamic, once shaped by sarcasm, now glowed with a tempered trust. The orchard's hush captured that fleeting victory, that sense of unstoppable momentum in her training. During those weeks, tension also grew among some older members of the Hellsing staff. A few had served under Integra's father and still remembered simpler times, times when the battles were more clearly defined: vampires, ghouls, abominations of the night. Now, the lines blurred, with Marvolo forging alliances that upended wizarding society, and a young vampiric witch prowling the corridors with lethal skill. The hush in the staff quarters whispered rumor and unease. Some quietly avoided Crystal's gaze, uncertain how to handle her unstoppable rise in power. She could sense their fear, a faint tang in the air that pricked her heightened senses. A minor incident in late May illustrated this tension. One of the junior maids stumbled upon Alucard and Crystal in the midst of discussing advanced illusions in the library. She froze in the doorway, hearing them speak in hushed tones about harnessing vampiric reflexes to anchor illusions, using blood wards for infiltration. The maid's eyes widened, and she bolted, nearly dropping the stack of clean linens she carried. By next morning, rumors churned among the household that Crystal planned to unleash dark magic on anyone who disagreed with her uncle's politics. The hush in corridors manifested in sidelong glances, half-muffled gasps whenever she passed. Integra caught wind of these rumors swiftly. She summoned the staff to the Manor's grand hall that same afternoon. Standing atop a small dais, her arms crossed and face set with controlled displeasure, she scanned the assembled servants and guards. The hush pressed in, magnifying her low, clear voice. "If anyone doubts that our mission remains the same, protecting humanity from supernatural threats, forging alliances for a stable future, speak now," she said. Her eyes flicked in steely arcs across the hall. "Crystal stands among us not as a monster, but as a Hellsing. Let no illusions twist that truth." Some staff shifted uncomfortably, but none spoke aloud. Crystal, near the dais, felt a pang of sadness for their unease. She stepped forward, letting the hush envelop her. "I'm aware many of you are wary," she said gently, voice carrying across the chamber. "You've seen me train with magic that might seem perilous. But I assure you, everything I do is in concert with Hellsing's cause. My abilities protect this house and everyone in it, not the opposite." She raised a hand, conjuring a delicate web of illusions that formed a shimmering canopy above the audience, soft lights shaped like protective glyphs. The hush turned into a subdued awe as they watched the illusions sparkle, harmless yet mesmerizing. "I have no desire to harm anyone under this roof." Some staff gave uncertain, thoughtful nods. Others held quiet acceptance. When the illusions faded, the hush felt less burdened. Integra concluded with a cool reaffirmation of their joint purpose, and the tension eased. Later, as the crowd dispersed, she patted Crystal's shoulder. The hush that followed brimmed with unspoken praise. Alucard smirked from a distant corner, clearly approving of how she'd handled the situation. Amid the hush of these day-to-day tasks, Crystal also found pockets of solitude to reflect on her personal journey. She strolled through the Manor's gardens at twilight, brushing fingertips against the petals of blooming flowers. She recalled the illusions that once bound her, feeling again that flood of relief at being freed, no illusion stunting her magic or identity. Sometimes, a fleeting echo of old trauma teased the back of her mind, a half-memory of a cupboard, or the high, disappointed voice of a bearded wizard. But each time, she banished such memories by grounding herself in the present, the weight of her dagger at her hip, the swirl of wards that recognized her as a rightful occupant of Hellsing Manor, and the presence of Marvolo forging a new world with her involvement. In late May, she discovered fresh notes of closeness with Integra. They would often spend last hours of evening in the Manor's library, going over political news or reading side by side. Sometimes, Integra shared stories from her uncle's era, the struggles, the cunning necessary to lead a world that scorned or exploited the Hellsing line. Other times, they spoke of the moral lines drawn in leadership, the difference between cunning and cruelty. It was in these hushed moments, the library illuminated only by a few table lamps, that they forged a mother-daughter bond unbreakable by illusions or prophecy. The hush felt almost sacred, two minds conversing in quiet synergy, preparing for a future that demanded clarity and unwavering purpose. Every so often, Alucard would appear at the edges of their small circle, flicking out a sardonic quip or offering an observation about mortal politics. During these quieter intervals, Crystal saw a glimpse of depth beneath his mocking veneer. He had lived centuries, witnessed illusions and tyrants rise and fall. Something akin to paternal fondness lurked behind that crimson glare, especially when he gave her uncharacteristic advice about harnessing fear or controlling her vampiric instincts. She would see the flicker of respect in his eyes when she replied with equal parts banter and thoughtful queries. The hush that followed would no longer be tense but surprisingly warm, bridging the gap between a near-immortal vampire and a young woman forging her destiny. As June arrived, a sense of mounting anticipation surged through the manor. By then, Crystal had become adept at reading the unspoken signals of staff movements, the coded language of certain correspondences. The hush in the corridors carried the weight of an approaching crescendo. Wizarding Britain was on the brink of deeper change. Marvolo's laws had mostly passed, but the final consolidation of power required more than legislation. There would be a reckoning with those who resisted or carried illusions about the old ways. Dumbledore might have been cornered, but a cornered figure could lash out with surprising ferocity. Crystal spent hours daily in Integra's study, drafting letters to powerful families, forging alliances, answering demands for her presence at carefully arranged gatherings. The hush in her mind allowed her to focus on nuance, how certain phrases might reassure or intimidate. She wrote with a refined hand, guided by months of Integra's tutoring. Each flourish of ink signifying a bridging of new alliances or the preemptive diffusing of a potential conflict. When Walter reviewed her final copies, he would quietly nod, and she recognize. That is a high compliment from a man of few words. On June 10th, she and Integra hosted a small gathering at the Manor, an unprecedented step to show certain wizarding families that the Hellsing Estate welcomed honest dialogue. The hush that welcomed them to the gates was not silence but respectful curiosity. Though the attendees were cautious, many left in mild awe of Crystal's measured words, Alucard's silent guardianship, and the old but formidable presence of Hellsing's power. That night, she felt a subtle shift, as if a new acceptance had germinated among once skeptical witches and wizards. Integra looked upon her with subdued pride, and Alucard's silence afterward felt like a testament to a well-played move. In the final weeks of June, the hush between her training sessions grew more purposeful. Each morning, Walter and Alucard escalated her regimen, layering the orchard with illusions to test her multi-target spells. She responded with illusions that dazzled the senses, then wards swiftly to trap illusions and watchers alike. Over time, the orchard's hush erupted with the crack and snap of conjurations. She soared through the tests, fueled by an underlying sense that next confrontation would demand everything she'd learned. Alucard's mocking commentary turned gradually to a deeper satisfaction. "You adapt like a predator," he told her one morning, as they finished a mock duel. "I expected no less from the fledgling who bested illusions meant to shape her entire life." She found a new calm in that hush that followed, letting the orchard's rustling leaves subside around them. As Walter stepped forward, offering a slight bow, she felt the hush of success. they recognized her progress had reached a threshold. She was no longer merely an apprentice. She was forging her own path, with skill to match her vampiric grace. Integra, from an upper balcony, watched with folded arms. At times, Crystal could almost taste her quiet approval drifting on the breeze. Come the last days of June. In the hush of a late afternoon, Integra called her to a more advanced meeting of the political circle. This time, no illusions were needed to understand the stakes. Rumor s. Augusted Dumbledore might be plotting one last manipulative stroke. Or perhaps he had found a new angle to discredit Marvolo's entire new order. The hush of that conference in Integra's study was deep, each participant aware that a final wave of illusions might come crashing down if not deftly repelled. They reviewed intelligence from wizarding enclaves, read coded messages from uncertain families teetering on neutrality. Each line told the same story. Illusions about Dumbledore's moral supremacy were losing ground, but pockets of reactionary forces might still rally him. The hush bore a subdued vigilance. On June 26, Alucard challenged Crystal to a final test in the orchard. He wore an eager smirk, his coat trailing behind him as they met under a dawn sky tinted with pink. This test, he declared, would push her illusions and combat instincts to their limit, perhaps surpassing anything they had done before. She offered no protest, only a slight grin that reflected her confidence. The orchard's hush deepened as she invoked illusions that twisted perspective, turning rows of trees into shifting pillars, while Alucard conjured illusions of his own brand, warping the colors of the ENV. Ironment and layering half-real phantoms that lunged at her from the corners of her vision. She spun, evading the illusions through a mixture of heightened. He froze, blinking in raw surprise. The hush of the orchard accentuated the moment, as though even the birds paused in astonishment. Then he laughed with genuine amusement, raising his hands in a mock gesture of surrender. You were full of surprises, fledgling. I suppose I can't call you that anymore, he said, voice throbbing with grudging respect. She exhaled, her illusions shimmering one last time before dissolving. With sweat beading on her brow, she offered a tight smile. Was that enough to satisfy you? His grin lingered. For now. In that hush that followed, she saw the reflection of paternal pride shimmering behind his irreverent expression. The orchard's hush remained, carrying the final chords of an unspoken triumph. That evening, Integra, having watched from an upper window, summoned Crystal to the library. The hush in the corridors signaled something private, something significant. She found Integra waiting near the fireplace, arms at her sides. The subtle warmth of the crackling logs cast flickering shadows across the old shelves. She turned, a rare softness in her eyes. You've grown so much, she murmured. I see that you're ready. It shows in your control, in how you handle illusions, in how you diffuse conflicts within these walls. The forging of your identity is complete. I'm proud of you. Crystal felt warmth surge through her chest. The hush that enveloped them was no longer charged with tension or the promise of conflict, but with a quiet bond that soared beyond the illusions she'd once endured. She inclined her head, words momentarily failing, overwhelmed by gratitude. The hush lasted a few heartbeats longer, each second etching the moment into her memory. Eventually, Integra's expression returned to its measured calm, and she quietly changed the subject to other pressing affairs. Yet the hush left behind a resonant note that told Crystal everything she needed to hear. June 30th dawned with the manor perched at the edge of a new season. The orchard shimmered in the morning sun, leaves a vibrant green under the clearing skies. By midday, the staff whispered of rumors that Dumbledore might attempt a bold stroke soon, possibly a final push to reclaim illusions. Walter scurried about, reinforcing wards near the gates. Alucard checked vantage points from the roof, his posture bored but eyes intent. Integra busied herself with diplomatic correspondences, and Crystal aided her, ensuring every missive was precise in tone. The hush that pressed upon them bristled with expectation. As dusk arrived, coloring the horizon in streaks of gold and pink, Crystal took the manor's highest balcony for a moment of solitude. The hush here opened onto a view of orchard, lawn, and distant city lights. The mild breeze carried the scent of fresh grass and lingering honeysuckle. She rested her hands on the stone balustrade, letting her eyes drift over the quiet domain. She recalled how different she felt from the uncertain child who once looked out these same heights, afraid illusions might yank her back into a contrived destiny. Now, illusions lay shattered. She stood as an equal among those who shaped the future, her place assured. Light footsteps approached behind her, and she glanced back to see Integra. The hush paused between them, allowing for a moment of unspoken recognition. She turned to face the older woman, reading the mutual understanding in her eyes. Integra spoke quietly, voice almost swallowed by the hush of evening. The next steps rest on your shoulders as much as ours. No illusions remain about that. Crystal's heartbeat felt steady as she looked out over the orchard again. I understand, she answered, a small, resolute smile curving her lips. She could sense Alucard lurking in the shadows near the balcony's edge, presence intangible but supportive. The hush encompassed them all. A warm glow lingered over the horizon, the last vestiges of June's final sunset. The hush in the manor pressed close, carrying the echoes of forging that had been done. She was tempered by conflict. Illusions stripped away, her abilities refined by training, her mind sharpened by political instruction, and her bond with Integra and Alucard ironclad. She had become the unstoppable force that no illusions could contain. Softly, under her breath, she whispered, whatever comes next, we're ready. The hush caught her words, carrying them into the summer dusk. Far below, the orchard leaves rustled in gentle accord, as though the land itself approved. That hush lingered, a promise that the illusions of the past would never again define her or the shape of Wizarding Britain. And so the final day of June slipped into twilight, sealing the vow that she had become something new and unassailable. And more on my Patreon. https:// More than 20 fanfiction are currently active. On my Patreon up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now, QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover up to 11 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter. Sonic the Hedgehog crossover up to 11 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover up to 11 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter L. Uni Toons crossover up to 11 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover up to 11 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG up to 11 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover up to 11 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover up to 11 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover up to 11 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover up to 11 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected Savior. Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover up to 11 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Threads Woven. Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 10 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter. Events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 10 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover up to 10 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapters 14 and 15 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and So. Row. Chapters 14 and 15 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapters 14 and 15 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapters 16 and 17 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapters 16 and 17 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 14. The Shattering of Illusions. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or the Hellsing series. When the last day of June faded into July, a hush of anticipation settled over Hellsing Manor, its ancient walls standing firm amid the swirl of quiet rumors whispering through the wizarding realm. Crystal had felt that hush the moment she stepped off the Manor's highest balcony at dusk on June 30th, the sense of a final calm before a more personal tide of change swept her away. She never anticipated how swiftly that tide would rush in. On the morning of July 15, 1991, bright sunlight streamed into the breakfast room, sliding across the polished floors and plush carpets, briefly illuminating drifting motes of dust. Crystal sat at a neatly arranged table laden with tea, fresh toast, and a small vase of wildflowers that Walter had placed there with his usual understated care. Yet, despite the gentle ambiance, her posture was coiled with the subtle energy that had defined her these past weeks, a readiness that came from balancing multiple roles: witch, vampire, Hellsing. She turned a page in one of the wizarding newspapers, letting her eyes drift over the columns discussing reform measures and hushed speculation about Dumbledore's next move. Her expression remained impassive, betraying only a faint amusement at the swirl of gossip. She became aware of Walter's approach by the precise rhythm of his footsteps, light yet unmistakably measured. He paused at her elbow, bowing with formal courtesy, though a flicker of a wry smile touched his lips as he extended a single envelope. The parchment looked old, edges faintly yellowed, the ink for the address written in an almost archaic style of emerald green. It bore the embossed Hogwarts seal, a stylized crest in deep red wax. But what arrested her attention the most was the script on the front: Mr. H. Potter, Hellsing Manor. She let her gaze shift from the envelope to Walter's eyes. A quiver of bemusement passed between them, though he kept his features schooled in composure. Crystal inhaled once, deliberately, reading the name that no longer held any real claim to her. They addressed it to Mr. H. Potter. Here, of all places, she noted, allowing a small, incredulous smirk to curve her lips. Their illusions run so deep they can't even see past them to correct a simple address. Walter inclined his head fractionally, as though validating her observation. Before Crystal could do more than turn the envelope over, the flickering shadows in the corridor behind him warped. A swirl of living darkness peeled away from the wall, resolving into Alucard's tall figure. He appeared in that casual, theatrical manner he enjoyed, gliding across the threshold with a wide grin that bared a hint of fang. For an instant, the hush of the breakfast room magnified the dryness in his laugh, rich, mocking amusement at the wizarding world's stubborn ignorance. He peeked over Crystal's shoulder at the calligraphy scrawled on the envelope. Ah, the so-called wise wizards, delivering letters to the wrong name, the wrong person, in the wrong era, he said, shaking with mirth. If this doesn't prove their incompetence, it at least showcases their comedic brilliance. She snorted softly, flipping the parchment so the address faced him. Which do you think it is, Alucard? Ineptitude, or simply a refusal to accept the truth? He cackled, leaning against the back of her chair. Both, I'd wager. They're too lost in illusions about a savior boy to realize the world moved on long ago. The hush in his voice hovered between mirth and a predatory edge. Before either of them could continue, a subtle shift. Tea in the room's temperature signaled Integra's approach. She stepped into the breakfast room, cutting a crisp figure in her tailored suit. The measured clip of her polished shoes on the marble floor underlined her calm authority. She caught sight of Alucard's. Without preamble, she took the envelope from Crystal, turning it over in her hand, her gaze narrowing. Their refusal to acknowledge facts is either stubbornness or brazen ignorance, she noted. Her voice carried a slight bite, as though unimpressed by Hogwarts' well-meaning but misguided illusions. We'll enlighten them, possibly with sharper methods if gentler ones fail. The hush that followed bore an anticipatory note. Crystal placed her half-finished tea aside. She seldom actually drank more than a few sips, and rose from her seat. She felt a slight tension in her limbs that betrayed her frustration with wizarding traditions. Mother, if they're ignoring every public revelation about me, it won't be enough to just return the envelope, will it? Integra let out a soft hum, slipping the letter into a manila folder she'd brought. No, we must craft a response they can't dismiss. Something that hammers home the reality of who you are, and who you are not. Alucard nodded at her side, mischief dancing behind his eyes. Yes, Crystal agreed, letting the hush settle a moment longer. She exhaled, scanning the newspapers for me. NTION of Dumbledore's continuing illusions. We'll show them we have no illusions left to spare. Let's answer them thoroughly, in a way that leaves no cracks in their illusions. Within an hour, they convened in Integra's study. Morning light poured through tall windows, dust motes glimmering in the beams. The hush carried a sense of impending confrontation, less dire than a physical battle, but street. Ill a skirmish on the battlefield of illusions. Integra and Crystal sat across from one another at the large desk, a quill and parchment ready. Alucard prowled behind them, occasionally offering UNASK. Ed for quips that Integra either edited out or found oddly helpful once refined. Crystal set aside a short draft of scathing remarks, her lips curving in a sardonic smile. We need to mock them politely, but thoroughly, she murmured. Voice laced with wry amusement. She read from the top of her scrawled notes. Dear Hogwarts staff, I regret to inform you that your illusions remain as stubbornly is guided as the day you first perpetuated them, but do keep trying. That's too subtle, Alucard teased, leaning over the back of her chair, letting a soft laugh rumble in his throat. Add a line about how your uncle, Marvolo, found this comedic. Twist the knife of reality a bit further. Integra inclined her head in grudging agreement, scanning the draft. Remind them also that they're addressing the wrong name, as plainly as possible. Let them see how foolishly they're clinging to illusions. And sign it with your rightful identity. With swift strokes, Crystal refined the letter, weaving scorn with a veneer of courtesy. She wrote about her established position within Hellsing, her true lineage, and the repeated announcements that Harry Potter no longer existed in that form. She kept it pointed, ensuring no illusions might remain unchallenged. Alucard grinned dangerously at her side, offering flamboyant ad-libs that Integra removed if they seemed too provocative. The hush between them crackled with creative energy. Once done, Crystal selected a small photograph that Walter had taken recently. It depicted her standing in a crisp black ensemble, arms folded, eyes carrying a steady confidence that had come from rigorous training and unbridled acceptance of her nature. She tucked it into the envelope, certain that no illusions would remain about who answered the letter. She Saint smirked, imagining the staff's reaction at the sight. Alucard insisted on sealing it with the Hellsing wax stamp, pressing the swirling insignia of the house into deep red sealing wax. The hush felt almost ceremonial as he completed the seal, his grin never faltering. With the letter ready, they instructed a special courier to deliver it to Hogwarts by day's end. It was a small gesture in the grand scheme, yet a personal victory. Defying illusions one envelope at a time. At Hogwarts, the following morning, tension unraveled once more as Minerva McGonagall received the response. In the hush of her office, she carefully broke the crimson wax, dreading what she might read. The smell of fresh parchment drifted up, but the words on the page overwhelmed her calm. She read with mounting horror, taking in each sharp phrase that shredded illusions about Harry. The attached photograph, a poised young woman with a half-smile that practically dripped with irreverence, confirmed how far the illusions had misled them. Unable to contain her reaction, McGonagall shoved her chair back, nearly toppling a neat stack of first-year acceptance letters. She pressed a palm to her chest, inhaling shakily. Albus Dumbledore was away again. Ironically enough, at an ICW gathering in France. She had no immediate recourse but to handle the fiasco alone. Guilt fluttered in her stomach. How had it come to this? The illusions spun around. The boy who lived had always seemed so paternal, so protective. Now they reflected half-truths that had warped beyond recognition. Pacing, she tried to calm her frayed nerves, but found only the hush of her office mocking her. She realized, with a pang, that the illusions she'd once believed were unraveling faster than she could salvage them. Meanwhile, at Hellsing Manor, no illusions clouded that day. For Crystal, July 31st was her official 11th birthday. Yet even that tradition felt overlaid with irony, as her true age might have been debated once illusions were accounted for. The hush of the morning found her in the Manor's drawing room, perched on a sofa, listlessly examining a small tower of gifts. Walter had arranged a fresh cake, a swirl of sugar and elegant icing reminiscent of a typical birthday treat. Alucard lounged with feigned boredom in an armchair, rolling his eyes at the fuss. Integra leaned against the mantel, arms folded but eyes soft. The hush carried a mild sense of celebration, though subdued by the knowledge that illusions once associated with Harry's birthdays were shattered. She forced a grin at Walter, who gave a polite bow. "It's lovely," she said of the cake, aware that a vampire's appetite for sweets was minimal. Even so, the gesture touched her. She carefully sliced a piece, letting it rest on a porcelain plate. "Thank you, Walter." He inclined his head gravely. "You're welcome, Miss Crystal." He sometimes hesitated, still adjusting to a new form of address, but sincerity shone in his eyes. The hush in the room warmed slightly. Any pretense of a quiet, typical birthday shattered when a firm knock echoed from the manor door. The hush that followed was instantly charged. Unusual visitors were never common here. Crystal exchanged a glance with Integra, who offered a subtle nod to Alucard. The vampire smirked, then disappeared in a swirl of shadow, presumably to assess who dared intrude on a day meant for private reflection. Moments later, the door's latch clicked, and the hush parted as a staff member escorted a familiar, frazzled figure into the drawing room. Minerva McGonagall stepped in, her posture tense, robes slightly disheveled from apparent travel. She looked exhausted, face pinched with worry. Her gaze flicked to the carefully laid tea table, the small cluster of presents, then to Cries. Tall, who stood in black slacks and a tailored blouse, exuding a composure that seemed beyond her years. The hush thickened, as the professor took a moment to gather her thoughts. Alucard drifted behind her, arms folded, an indulgent smirk on his lips as though anticipating a show. Crystal set her cake aside, raising an eyebrow. "Professor McGonagall," she greeted, letting a slight dryness color her tone. "I'd say it's a surprise to see you, but part of me expected something like this." McGonagall swallowed. Apologies for interrupting." She cast a wary glance at Alucard, whose grin revealed slightly parted fangs. "But Hogwarts. Hogwarts insisted on ensuring that the wizard we once knew as Harry Potter had all the necessary knowledge about returning to the magical community." Crystal's mouth twitched in a faint, almost bored smile. She flicked her eyes to Integra, who observed from near the mantel. "We are quite familiar with your magical community. My uncle, Marvolo, made sure of that. Not to mention I have read the laws thoroughly, with Integra's guidance." McGonagall's face paled further. She fiddled with her glasses, exhaling a tremulous breath. "Be that as it may, Hogwarts remains the foremost institution for magical education, and the headmaster," she broke off, noticing Integra's stony gaze. "I simply came to clarify any misunderstandings, to deliver official school materials, in case if you choose to attend classes. The staff is deeply." Alucard coughed loudly, feigning a comedic gag. "Staff deeply incompetent, you mean?" he interjected, leaning in with a grin. "Apologies. Do continue, Professor. You amuse me." The hush that followed bristled with tension. Minerva tried to stand taller, struggling to maintain dignity under Alucard's mocking presence. She fished out a battered envelope from her robes, brandishing it with forced composure. "Miss Hellsing." She paused, as though testing the name. "The Hogwarts board hopes you'll reconsider. Hogwarts welcomes all magical children, even if illusions or changes have occurred." Crystal nearly laughed at the mention of illusions, exchanging a knowing look with Integra. "You talk as if I'm ignorant of wizarding ways," she said softly. "I assure you, I'm not. Nor do I appreciate the assumption that I remain some lost boy waiting to be saved by your headmaster's illusions." She tapped her foot lightly on the rug, the hush in the room amplifying the authority in her voice. "So, you want me to come to Hogwarts? You want me to enroll in first-year classes, as though the last decade of manipulations never happened?" A flicker of frustration showed in McGonagall's eyes, her lips thinning. "Hogwarts can adapt. We'd ensure your particular needs are met. We only want to see you find a place among your peers." Alucard gave a low, mocking bow. "Such heartfelt generosity," he murmured. Integra cleared her throat, stepping forward with quiet authority. The hush parted for her words. "We do not doubt Hogwarts' tradition. But let's be clear. If you're here to strong-arm or guilt her into enrolling on Dumbledore's terms, you waste your breath." Her gaze pinned McGonagall, unwavering. Crystal is a free agent, educated well beyond the illusions that shaped her early life. She'll decide her path on her own. Not a day sooner. McGonagall's composure cracked. She fumbled, handing over a Hogwarts Express ticket as if it might sway them. Our methods, our illusions, as you call them, were meant for the child's safety. If you truly trust us, you'd let her attend. Crystal gently took the offered ticket, scanning it as though it were a curious relic. She set it aside on the coffee table, face impassive. Your illusions are your illusions, Professor, she said softly. I appreciate the concern, but times have changed. I'll let you know if I decide to board that train. The hush after her words emphasized the finality of her statement. Perhaps sensing her own defeat, McGonagall's frustration showed through. She offered a stiff nod, voice trembling with forced dignity. Very well. The term starts September 1st, if you choose. Good day. She turned sharply, retreating from the drawing room in a swirl of robe hems. The hush that remained felt charged with the professor's leftover tension. Integra's eyes followed the older witch's departure. Alucard exhaled a sigh that might have been laughter. Charming woman, he drawled. So certain her illusions would hold sway. He shifted his gaze to Crystal. How thoroughly you deflated her. A quiet satisfaction buoyed Crystal's heart. Though she merely shrugged, it was no challenge. They keep trying to shoehorn me into illusions that no longer exist. She eyed the train ticket left behind. Its colorfully printed text seemed mocking. A relic of a storyline she had stepped out of long ago. But I suppose we'll see how the wizarding world reacts if I ever do choose to appear at Hogwarts under my real name. Integra's lips curved in a small smile. Now that might be a spectacle worth seeing. The hush that followed cradled their mild amusement and unwavering resolve. July 31st dawned. The hush tea had morning tinted with a mild sense of occasion. It was, in a sense, the recognized date of her birth, though illusions once attached to the name, Harry. She found herself at a table in a smaller parlor. Half chuckling at the elaborate cake Walter insisted on bringing in, iced in deep blues and silver. Alucard hovered, arms crossed, wearing an aloof expression, but the corners of his mouth quirked at the comedic nature of it all. Crystal flicked her eyes over to Integra, who observed from a short distance, arms folded, posture as steady as an oak. Crystal parted her lips to thank them, a swirl of conflicting emotions in her chest. She felt grateful for the gestures, touched that the household recognized her day in a manner that fit her new identity. The hush in the parlor felt warm, the hush of family rather than illusions. Alucard, catching her eye, made a playful remark about her lack of sweet tooth, and how a vampire's taste might differ, but she only rolled her eyes, brandishing a small fork anyway. She would humor them if it brought the staff any joy. They had barely settled into a light-hearted conversation about which illusions were more ridiculous, wizards expecting every magical child to want Hogwarts, or muggles ignoring the supernatural in plain sight, when an abrupt knock sounded at the manor's main door. Again, that hush of tension flared, and Crystal exchanged a sidelong glance with Integra. Alucard vanished in a swirl of shadows, presumably to see who intruded. Moments later, the staff announced that Minerva McGonagall had come once more, evidently with renewed determination. The hush deepened. Crystal felt a swirl of exasperated amusement. The woman was relentless, no illusions about that. When they escorted McGonagall in, she appeared somewhat more collected this time. But her expression betrayed internal conflict. A faint sheen of perspiration lined her brow, as though she had rushed here. She took in the sight of the half-unwrapped gifts on a side table. The gleaming iced cake on the centerpiece. Her gaze flicked from Alucard's smirk to Integra's neutral calm, finally resting on Crystal, who was draped in neat, dark casual clothing. Nothing resembling the boyish illusions Hogwarts staff had once peddled. I see you're celebrating, McGonagall said, voice tight. I wished to speak with you about a few urgent matters. Hogwarts. Crystal held up a hand gently. I can guess. Another attempt to persuade me that illusions are reality. Her tone was quiet, not unkind, but firm enough to remind the professor they had parted ways on this subject. I've read up on Hogwarts extensively. If I wish to attend, I'll do so under terms that reflect who I am, not who illusions claim me to be. That made McGonagall bristle. She struggled to maintain composure. For a moment, it seemed she might lash out. Instead, she exhaled a weary sigh. Fine, she said, producing a Hogwarts letter and a set of recommended texts for first-year students. I see no illusions remain for you, Miss Hellsing. You, truly are something else. Her eyes darted to the unlit corner where Alucard hovered, picking up faint shapes in the gloom. She almost shuddered, as though the hush draped over her was stifling. I only came to ensure you at least had the courtesy of an official invitation. Standing with a slight tilt of her head, Crystal accepted the new set of documents, glancing over the crest with mild amusement. I appreciate the official notice, albeit tardy. Thank you, Professor. Her gaze flicked to Integra, who gave a curt nod. If I do come, I'll be sure it's on my own terms. McGonagall swallowed. She watched the hush settle, seeing no illusions in the calm surety that emanated from the entire household. Yes, well, good day. She offered an awkward bow, retreated with robe hems swishing. This time, she didn't bother with parting attempts to persuade. The hush that replaced her departure felt final. When the door closed, Alucard's soft chuckle broke the quiet. She'll be reporting to Dumbledore, no doubt. Let them chase illusions. We remain ourselves. He sank into a seat near the cake, swirling a stolen piece onto his plate with comedic disinterest. Crystal rubbed the back of her neck, half laughing. Their illusions remain thick, though they see them unraveling bit by bit. She let out a breath, wandering to a tall window tea. Oh, watch the midday sun light the orchard. That's enough for today. Let's enjoy the hush of the house for my so-called birthday, shall we? Integra's lips curved in a small, proud smile. She poured tea into a fresh cup and extended it to Crystal, letting the hush of familial affection saturate the moment. Alucard pretended disinterest but watched them with quiet amusement, savoring the subdued warmth. On August 3rd, a new piece of the puzzle fell into place. At sunrise, Crystal, Integra, and Alucard arrived at Diagon Alley's outskirts to visit Gringotts. The hush outside the bank was thick with tension. Goblins never appreciated unannounced or unusual visitors, and with Marvolo's swirl of influence, the last illusions about who controlled wizarding finances had begun to shift. Yet Crystal found it all intriguing. She stepped through the enormous bronze doors with a measured pace, ignoring the suspicious glares from armed goblins who sensed her vampiric aura. The hush inside the marble hall was broken only by the scrape of quills on ledger books, the clink of gold in distant counting rooms, and the low hiss of goblin business. A clerk at a tall desk barely hid his sneer at their approach. Identification, he demanded, in a reedy voice that carried more contempt than caution. We require verification of your claims before any vault access. Integra's composure never wavered. She gestured for Crystal to come forward. The hush tensed. The clerk read her introduction with a curled lip, then snatched a thin blade used for magical signature verification. She pricked her thumb with steady calm, letting a drop of blood fall onto a parchment that glowed faintly under complex runic lines. The hush deepened, every goblin watching with interest or hidden fear as the runes flared. Text. She scrolled across the parchment in shimmering letters. Crystal Hellsing, formerly Harry James Potter. Paternal lines. James Potter deceased, Vlad 3 Teps Alucard. Maternal lines. Lily Potter deceased. Integra Fairbrook Wingetts Hellsing. Recorded manipulations. Magical blocks, memory obliviations, illusions inflicted by Albus Dumbledore. Shock rippled through the watching goblins. Some shuffled, glancing warily at Alucard. Others gulped audibly, eyes flicking to the mention of Dumbledore's manipulations. A hush so profound smothered the hall that the scratch of a single quill in the distance seemed thunderous. Alucard stood behind Crystal, grin wide, savoring the unsettled hush. Integra's lips tightened at the references to repeated injuries and illusions. The hush was an indictment of Dumbledore's concealed crimes. The lead clerk's face lost all color. We see you are the rightful heir to multiple lines. The vaults, the accounts, everything in the Potter name, and more, are at your disposal. He paused, clearing his throat. We also see mention of certain forced illusions by, you know who, I mean, Dumbledore. Gringotts stands ready to rectify any wrongdoing that affects your financial holdings. His voice trembled with forced politeness. Crystal lifted her chin, eyes cold. No illusions left to shield Dumbledore's meddling. Good. She exhaled quietly, letting the hush intensify around them. I want copies of every record referencing these manipulations. Full transparency. Yes, yes, of course, the clerk stammered. He retreated behind his desk, scribbling furiously, while subordinate goblins dashed off to retrieve the requested documents. As they stood waiting in that hush, Alucard's presence exuded a dark amusement, while Integra scanned the faces of the staff, each registering varying levels of fear or awe. Before the illusions of Dumbledore's moral supremacy, even the goblins had complied. Now, illusions shattered, replaced by raw truth spelled out in the shimmering lines of blood magic. The hush of the bank's main hall felt like a stage on which the final unveiling of a year's worth of illusions played out. They left the bank with sheaves of parchment detailing Dumbledore's repeated wards, memory charms, and illusions. The hush of the afternoon sun outside felt liberating, as though each step away from Gringotts was one step away from illusions about Dumbledore's paternal good intentions. Alucard smirked, scanning some of the text, while Integra radiated quiet fury at the extent of the headmaster's manipulations. Crystal felt her chest tighten with anger and resolve. Illusions had cost her entire years, an identity, even a relationship with her birth parents' memory. Now, she had the evidence to prove it beyond question. Over the next few days, they wove in and out of Diagon Alley. The hush among the wizarding shops was a swirl of murmurs as rumors spread of Crystal Hellsing and her uncle's unstoppable political wave. Interactions with shopkeepers varied. Some recognized her, read the hush in her posture, and tried to stay out of trouble. Others openly asked about her lineage, receiving polite but firm answers at left them no illusions about her stance. In Ollivanders, a comedic fiasco ensued when Alucard feigned ignorance about wand lore, poking wands in display stands and unsettling the spindly old wandmaker. Crystal suppressed laughter, focusing on selecting a wand that resonated with her vampiric-laced magic. She eventually found one, a slender, dark wood core, that practically hummed in her palm. He hush when she flicked it in a test spark was conclusive. Illusions aside, it was a perfect fit. A similar hush lingered in Madame Malkin's robe shop, where Crystal tested various custom robes, often adding pointed commentary on wizarding fashion sense. Integra stepped in with subtle guidance whenever the seamstress' illusions about how a proper student should dress clashed with Crystal's preference for practical, elegantly dark attire. In the hush that followed each sizing session, the store staff recognized that illusions of a meek Harry Potter were gone. Instead, a poised figure insisted on clothing that complemented her new identity: sleek lines, dark hues, practical pockets for concealed wands or weaponry. The hush after her final fitting glowed with grudging respect from the seamstress. As August rolled in, those hush-laden visits concluded, leaving the manor stacked with the gear needed for Hogwarts. But the greatest illusions about a boy savior had now found no ground to stand upon. Crystal, between training sessions with Alucard and final political lessons with Integra, found time to reflect. Late nights in her room, she carefully packed each item in a new trunk: the wand from Ollivanders, advanced potions ingredients, illusions reference tomes, elegantly tailored robes, custom gloves. The hush of that night wrapping around her felt like the calm of forging final weapons. She was not naive. Illusions still existed in the hearts of some, but she had armed herself with knowledge, skill, and unwavering selfhood. On August 29th, as a final check, Integra summoned her to the study. Candlelight flickered across old shelves crammed with reference tomes. The hush in the room carried warmth, like a mother calling her daughter for a quiet talk. She gestured for Crystal to sit near the desk, brushing aside a stack of fresh documents. Then she placed a slender silver pendant on the table. It bore the Hellsing crest engraved in miniature, the chain fine but strong. "I want you to have this," Integra said simply, her voice a murmur that cut through the hush. "If you go to Hogwarts or anywhere else, it'll be a reminder of your name, your place, your independence from illusions. A charm for your sake, not a chain to bind you." Crystal's heart clenched. She picked up the pendant, running her thumb over the detailed crest. "Thank you, Mother," she whispered, voice thick with gratitude. She could sense the hush enveloping them, each second forging a deeper bond. In that hush, she recognized how illusions had once separated them. Fate could have left her under the Dursleys, half lost. Now she had a mother who believed in her, a uncle who shaped the wizarding world, and a destiny free from Dumbledore's scripts. On August 30th, the hush before dusk in the orchard was almost tangible. The sky awash in pink and gold as the sun prepared to dip. Crystal stepped out onto the orchard's path, trunk and supplies neatly ready for departure if she chose. She felt the hush in the swirl of warm air. She inhaled deeply, letting the orchard's quiet fill her senses. So much had transpired, no illusions. She was a vampire witch, a Hellsing heir, a figure who had confronted Dumbledore's illusions and burned them away. Balanced meticulously. For those dull days at Hogwarts, if you ever see fit to attend, he teased, voice a sardonic purr. Or for removing illusions from stubborn wizard throats. She snorted. You're incorrigible, she answered, but her eyes gleamed with thanks. She fastened the box shut, smiling. The hush stretched, carrying unspoken acceptance that she was forging her own arsenal. Physical and magical. Shortly thereafter, Integra found them, her stance typically poised. She gently placed a hand on Crystal's shoulder in a rare public show of affection. The next step is yours, she said quietly. Whatever illusions or hostility you face at Hogwarts, should you choose to go, you'll face them armed with knowledge, power, and your own unbreakable identity. The hush that followed her words was thick with unspoken love. Crystal's gaze slid from Integra's composed features to Alucard's amused readiness. She clutched the silver pendant at her throat, feeling a calm coil of determined energy. She had spent so long forging her path away from illusions that the idea of stepping into a castle of illusions, Hogwarts, no longer frightened her. She almost welcomed the challenge, curious to see how Dumbledore might attempt to salvage illusions in the face of her unassailable truth. As the final golden light of August's last day clung to the orchard, they walked back toward the manor in companionable quiet. The hush between them crackled with synergy, each step forging a silent vow that illusions no longer ruled any aspect of her life. If the wizarding world had once believed in a forced destiny, it was time for them to see how illusions crumbled before the unstoppable force of a soul reclaimed. She felt Alucard's eyes on her, Integra's thoughtful presence at her side, Walter's steady watch from the door. The hush was not an emptiness, but a fullness, of acceptance, readiness, and a fierce devotion to truth. Night fell softly. Above, stars pricked the sky with quiet brilliance. From an upper balcony once again, Crystal gazed out over the orchard, letting a mild breeze rustle her hair. She rested a hand on the balcony's cold stone ledge, pondering the unstoppable tide that had carried her from illusions to self-mastery. Down below, Staff quietly closed shutters, while in the shadows, Alucard's crimson eyes glowed like twin embers. She could sense his silent approval, the hush of a father's contentment. Through a window, she glimpsed Integra in the study, penning a final letter, her posture unyielding as steel, her expression tinted with that subtle pride. The hush in the air enveloped them, an intangible bond that spoke of unwavering loyalty. She exhaled, letting her eyes slide shut. So much lay on the horizon. A possible arrival at Hogwarts, the final disintegration of illusions around, the boy who lived, and the forging of a new era under Marvolo's cunning leadership. The hush around her now seemed to vibrate with potential, alive with the knowledge that illusions no longer held her captive. She pressed her fingers against the Hellsing pendant, a cold silver weight against her collarbone. In the hush of starlight, she spoke softly, voice steady as a vow. Let them underestimate me, they'll quickly learn their mistake. In the orchard below, Alucard stirred, fangs glinting in the moonlight. A low laugh escaped him, echoing the sentiment. The hush that followed felt triumphant. Past illusions had shattered, and in their fragments, she had built a future defined by her own terms. As the final day of August waned, she turned from the balcony, stepping back into the manor with quiet certainty. No illusions remained, only the unbreakable truth of who she was. The hush ushered her onward, carrying her foe, Otfalls along the corridor with the promise that the wizarding world would soon know the full extent of that truth, unbound and unafraid. And more on my Patreon, https:// more than 20 fanfiction or c. Currently active on my Patreon, up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now, QBE Sun Reborn, Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Rescued by T. Ailes, Harry Potter, Sonic the Hedgehog crossover up to 12 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter, Monster Masumi crossover up to 12 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter, Looney Tunes crossover up to 12 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto, Bleach crossover up to 12 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter, Lit RPG up to 12 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter, One Piece crossover up to 12 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter, Pokemon crossover up to 11 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter, Saw series crossover up to 11 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter, Fania crossover up to 11 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter, Danganronpa crossover up to 11 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter, Poppy Playtime crossover up to 11 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter, Coraline crossover up to 11 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 11 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Mode. RN Harry Potter, events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 11 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter, Percy Jackson crossover up to 11 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapters 15 and 16 are already available on my Patreon. Bound B. Why Shadows and Sorrow. Chapters 15 and 16 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapters 15 and 16 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapters 1, 7 and 18 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapters 17 and 18 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 15. Unveiling the Unexpected. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Hellsing. The final day of August arrived with a quiet undercurrent of anticipation threading through Hellsing Manor. Late summer sunlight slanted through the high windows, gilding corridors and reflecting off polished floors in wide, golden patches. It was August 30, 1991, a day that would mark the end of Crystal's preparations for Hogwarts. She stood at a narrow window on the second-floor landing, running her fingertips idly along the silver pendant Integra had gifted her. The hush in the house carried a heightened awareness. Trunks and supplies were ready, last-minute TTERS and instructions carefully tucked away. Across the yard, the orchard gleamed. Under a rich afternoon light, branches laden with fruit that signaled the turning season. She closed her eyes a moment, recalling how she'd come to stand in this place, freed from illusions, taught by Integra in politics and discipline, honed by Alucard's relentless sparring into a fearsome combatant, and buttressed by Walter's unspoken but unwavering support. Her lips curved in a small, private smile. Soon she'd be at Hogwarts, stepping openly into a world that expected Harry Potter, but would find only Crystal Hellsing. The hush around her felt pregnant with possibility. Alucard watched her from a distance, lurking halfway down the corridor. A flicker of amusement danced in his red eyes when she turned and caught him. For a moment, neither spoke. Then he offered a lazy, dramatic bow, as though mocking the tension that gripped the house. He chuckled low, the sound echoing off the stone. Immensely. Wizarding Realm conjures illusions of a returning boy savior, only to meet you in your full glory. They won't know what to do. She glanced past him, gaze drifting toward the main hall where staff moved with brisk purpose, preparing the manor for her imminent departure. Let them see, she murmured. If illusions are all that hold their old order together, I'm happy to shatter them. He gave a playful smirk. So long as you leave me a morsel of chaos to enjoy. She shook her head, half exasperated, half fond. You'll get your chaos eventually, Alucard. The hush that followed brimmed with an odd camaraderie, a paternal warmth hidden in his irreverent grin. She descended the staircase, each footstep echoing across the empty hall. By the entrance, Walter stood, affixing the final straps on. her trunk to ensure no tampering could occur en route. He inclined his head in greeting, adjusting his spotless gloves. All items accounted for. Miss Crystal. The faint hesitatio in his voice betrayed he was still adjusting to the shift in how they addressed her, but his respect shone through. She offered him a small, genuine smile. Thank you, Walter. The hush between them felt like mutual gratitude. Unspoken but tangible. Outside, the August sun bathed the Manor's facade in bright gold. Evening would see her traveling to King's Cross Station for the next morning's departure. She caught a glimpse of Integra near the gates, addressing a final flurry of ministry correspondences with a faintly impatient air. When she finished, she strode up to Crystal, face impassive, but eyes radiating a fierce maternal concern. Last letters confirm no immediate threat from Dumbledore's watchers, Integra said quietly. He's still reeling from your uncle's legislative victories. But that doesn't mean he won't attempt to intercept you once you're at Hogwarts. Crystal nodded, a calm acceptance in her posture. Let him try. I'm prepared. She fingered the silver pendant, a symbolic anchor of everything she'd gained at Hellsing: clarity, discipline, unwavering identity. Integra's gaze softened for a heartbeat. Yes, you are, but never forget you have family if you need it. Use the contacts we've compiled. You're not alone. Her hand briefly touched Crystal's shoulder, then withdrew. The hush that settled between them pulsed with shared resolve. That night, moonlight painted Hellsing Manor in silver strokes. Alucard roamed the exterior, ensuring no intruders skulked among the orchard's shadows. Integra remained closeted in her study, finalizing documents that would keep the estate stable in Crystal's absence. Walter methodically checked wards and gates. And in her room, Crystal stood at her window, letting the hush of midnight carry her final reflections. She recalled Alucard's mocking confidence, Walter's silent loyalty, Integra's unwavering presence. No illusions, just a family bound by will and purpose. She rose early on August 31st, traveling with Integra and Alucard to London. They lodged at a discreet wizarding-friendly hotel near King's Cross, avoiding unwanted attention from the Muggle crowds. The hush in their suite that evening felt like a calm before stepping onto a public stage. Crystal meticulously laid out her traveling outfit: tasteful black slacks, a fitted jacket over a dark blouse, her trunk's label reading, Crystal Hellsing, in bold letters. She listened to the faint city noise outside, overshadowed by her own quiet determination. Dawn broke on September 1st, painting the sky in pale rose. They arrived at King's Cross soon after, weaving through early bird travelers. The station bustled with Muggle families, none suspecting that illusions parted near the barrier to platform 9 3/4. Integra's formal posture and Alucard's imposing form drew curious glances. But no one dared approach. Crystal felt the hush around them shift. Many wizarding families recognized something unusual about the tall man with red eyes, the regal blonde woman, and the poised young girl. But no illusions misled them from the fact that these three exuded an aura of formidable power. Finally, they reached the barrier. Alucard smirked at its brick surface, mocking a sarcastic remark about Muggle illusions. Integra merely stood by, expression patiently amused. Crystal read the intangible swirl of wards, then stepped forward, pushing the trolley with her trunk. She walked through the illusion without hesitation, glancing over her shoulder at Alucard's theatrics and Integra's faint grin. On the other side, the swirl of steam, the iconic scarlet engine of the Hogwarts Express. And a crowd of wizarding families greeted her. Whispers and stares erupted almost immediately. No illusions disguised Alucard's presence as he emerged behind her, trailing along with a grin that dared anyone to comment. Integra, stepping through last, offered a nod of silent reassurance. They found an unoccupied corner of the platform where the hush of the steam engine merged with a swirl of voices. Crystal briefly scanned the crowd, noticing children hurriedly hugging parents, trunks hefted onto the train. She then heard a bright voice exclaim, "No, Tracy, we can't bring an entire potions kit that size," and turned to see two girls about her age. One possessed a poised composure with a refined tilt to her chin. The other was talkative and open-faced, rummaging through a bulging satchel. Crystal approached them, curiosity stirring. The hush of new possibilities beckoned. Integra and Alucard held back, letting her handle the introduction. She offered a polite nod. Excuse me, you seem to know quite a bit about potion supplies. Mind if I ask for a second opinion on a brand recommended by my father? The girls paused, turning to look at her. The taller one, with pale blonde hair arranged neatly, studied Crystal with level gray eyes. Her calm aura suggested a background of old wizarding lineage. The other, shorter, with a wide grin and curly brown hair, lifted a potions manual from her bag. Smiling widely, "I suppose we do," said the blonde, measured and polite. "Though only from reading. My mother's quite strict about me understanding the basics." She flicked her gaze over Crystal's stance. "Daphne Greengrass," she introduced, extending a brief handshake. "This is Tracy Davis." Tracy Davis, bursting with irrepressible energy, chimed in. "We're first years, are you too?" Her curious gaze roamed over Crystal's attire and the quiet confidence she radiated. Crystal nodded, ignoring the few onlookers who hovered to see if illusions about the boy who lived might appear. "Crystal Hellsing. My uncle is, well, influential in wizarding politics. I'm new to Hogwarts but definitely not new to magic." She offered a wry smile, glancing over her shoulder at Alucard, who winked extravagantly. Crystal allowed a subdued laugh. "That it is. That's Alucard. My mother is Integra Hellsing. She's more directly recognized in wizarding affairs these days." She paused, scanning their expressions. "We focus less on purity of blood and more on ensuring illusions don't overshadow truths." Tracy's eyes lit with interest, though she seemed uncertain. "I guess that's refreshing. Are you excited to see Hogwarts? Or do you already know everything about it from your uncle? You do sound, well, older than 11. She shrugged lightly. "I've had advanced tutoring." Her words carried a gentle amusement that left little doubt she was indeed far beyond illusions of innocence. "But meeting new people is something I look forward to." Daphne offered the faintest smile, inclining her head in acceptance. "Then perhaps we'll see you around. We're certain to be in Slytherin, given our families. Where do you suspect you'll be placed?" Crystal lifted a shoulder. "I'll find out soon enough." She left it at that, letting the hush of the bustling platform fill the silence. Soon, the last boarding call resonated, and students hastened onto the train. Crystal exchanged a final glance with Integra, who extended a gloved hand to squeeze her shoulder. "Remember, you stand as your own. Hogwarts. Illusions can't overshadow the truth you carry." Alucard added a sardonic wave, mock tears in his eyes for comedic effect. She laughed, stepping onto the train, trunk in tow, ignoring the hush of stares. A few compartments were already crowded, so she settled in O.N.A. that had only a scattering of seats filled, joined by a few Ravenclaws who eyed her with polite curiosity. Daphne and Tracy popped by to wave a quick goodbye before finding seats in Slytherin-likely compartments. The hush of the steam engine overshadowed initial conversation, then faded to the normal chatter of a long train ride. She responded to questions politely but revealed little about her background beyond the name Hellsing. The glimpses of Alucard and Integra on the platform had clearly stirred rumors among the other first years, some leaning in with hushed speculation about a vampire father, or old pureblood mother. She found it quietly amusing, not bothering to correct them. Hours later, the train screeched to a halt near Hogsmeade Station. The hush of the night and swirling lamplights replaced the day's chatter. She stepped off with the other first years, forming lines and following a booming voice that introduced himself as Hagrid. The half-giant offered a smile that bordered on paternal warmth, though he paused with puzzlement at her presence. She politely nodded, ignoring how illusions about the boy who lived might swirl in his mind. The hush among the first years was thick with tension, overshadowed by the looming silhouette of Hogwarts across the lake. Crossing the dark water in small boats, she noted the reflection of castle turrets shimmering. The hush among her boat's occupants told a story of excitement and nerves. Daphne and Tracy were in a different boat, but she caught their glances and offered a confident nod. She felt no illusions about the sorting or the significance of stepping foot into Hogwarts. Her father and mother had prepared her thoroughly. At the castle gates, staff guided them into the great hall, 4 long tables lined with older students. She felt countless eyes fix on her. Rumors had obviously preceded her arrival. The hush that gripped the hall when she walked in was reminiscent of the silence that fell whenever illusions shattered. She returned the looks with steady composure, ignoring the flicker of shock or speculation among older students. She glimpsed the staff table, her gaze lingering on a bearded wizard in half-moon spectacles, Dumbledore. His face seemed calm, but she detected a hardened edge in his posture. The hush in the hall thickened as if it recognized an impending conflict. One by one, the first years queued, hearing names called by a stern Professor Crystal identified as Professor McGonagall. Daphne Greengrass was sorted into Slytherin with a polite round of applause from the Slytherin table. Tracy Davis soon after, beaming happily at her friend's side. The hush soared with expectation as the line thinned. Students craned their necks, checking if the rumored Potter name would appear. But it never did. Eventually, McGonagall adjusted her glasses, checking her list with hesitation. She cleared her throat, voice echoing. Crystal Hellsing. The hush turned nearly absolute. Even OL. Students caught their breath at the foreign name. She stepped forward calmly, noticing how Dumbledore sat straighter at the staff table. A flicker of tension marred his kindly features. She ascended the dais, sinking onto the stool where the sorting hat lay. A hush consumed the hall as the hat descended over her hair. She felt the hat's presence in her mind, whispery, curious. Oh, you have secrets, illusions. Or rather, illusions once forced upon you. Interesting. So much cunning, but also a thirst for knowledge, a rebellious streak against illusions. You'd do well in Slytherin or Ravenclaw. Though your uncle's blood might fit better in. It paused, as if rummaging deeper. She sensed it recoil slightly from the vampiric echo in her thoughts. A hush within her mind replaced the hat's prying, as though her mental defenses or Alucard's old teachings repelled it. It gave a startled mental exclamation, then resumed more cautiously. Yes, you defend yourself fiercely. No illusions can breach your mind. Intriguing. But you thirst for reason, logic, the unraveling of illusions. That's the hallmark of Ravenclaw. She exhaled mentally, letting the corners of her lips twitch in faint amusement. She'd half expected Slytherin, given her uncle's lineage, but this felt right. The hush that followed in her thoughts bristled with contentment. Then the hat bellowed. Ravenclaw. The great hall erupted in mild applause. The Ravenclaw table clapped politely, though many wore expressions of puzzlement. She slid off the stool, glancing briefly at Dumbledore's seat. He wore a carefully neutral smile, but she detected a tautness in his jaw. She inclined her head with mock civility, letting the hush of final understanding pass between them. No illusions could place her under his narrative. At the Ravenclaw table, a few second and third years murmured greetings. She settled near the end of the bench, ignoring the anxious curiosity radiating from her new housemates. The hush, her sorting felt like an unspoken challenge to the illusions of the staff table. She noted that Snape, a gaunt man with greasy hair, shot her a strangely predatory look, though he masked it under a bored exterior. The feast commenced with Dumbledore's speech, though she barely tasted the sumptuous spread. Her senses remained heightened, watching everyone's reaction to her presence. After the feast, exhausted first years were led to their dormitories. She lingered behind the group for a moment, letting the hush of the entrance hall fill her ears. Dumbledore stepped away from the staff to approach, wearing a kindly expression that didn't fool her. She squared her shoulders. Miss Hellsing, is it? He said in that gentle voice revered by so many. I trust you'll find everything you need here at Hogwarts. If you require. She offered a curt nod, cutting him off. Thank you, Headmaster. I'm certain I will. Her voice was quiet but had an edge that spoke volumes. The hush that followed. Ed told him no illusions would draw her under his wing. She swept off, robes brushing the floor, ignoring the flicker of frustration that darkened his eyes. That night, in Ravenclaw Tower, she settled into a corner bed. The hush of new surroundings enveloped her, an odd mixture of intrigue from her dorm mates and uncertain respect. She lay awake for a time, letting the flicker of starlight wash over her thoughts. Replaying the sorting's hush and the quake of illusions that once pinned her as Harry. She felt a spark of triumph. If illusions had once defined her, now they were undone. The RST days of September unrolled with a swirl of classes, new faces, and the hush of curiosity that trailed her every move. She navigated Ravenclaw's tradition of intellectual riddles with a faint smirk. Far more advanced than typical first-year illusions about spells. She found the older Ravenclaws polite but cautious. They asked few direct questions about her father or her mother, though the hush of their unspoken curiosity hovered. She occasionally glimpsed Daphne and Tracy across the great hall, exchanging small waves or shared, conspiratorial smiles. They clearly found her presence refreshing, unbound by illusions of pureblood supremacy. In that swirl, the hush of Snape's classroom became a stage for a confrontation none expected. One morning in early September, she slipped into the dungeon for potions, joining a combined class with some Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws. The hush in the dimly lit space was thick with the pungent smell of dragon liver, musty tomes, and newly washed cauldrons. Snape, perched at his desk, scanning the rows with an oily sneer. Slytherins had potions separately this time, so she spotted only a few acquaintances from Ravenclaw. She chose a seat near the middle, posture composed. Ignoring the hush of her classmates' uncertain glances, Snape launched into a curt introduction about the subtle science of potions, letting his voice drip with condescension. He prowled between desks, snapping at jittery Hufflepuffs, praising no one. At one point, he paused near Crystal, regarding her with an impenetrable expression. The hush felt laced with tension. Gasps echoed through the dungeon. Classmates half rose from their stools, shock freezing them. The hush that followed crackled with utter disbelief. Crystal blinked, unsettled by the swift break in illusions. She realized at once that Snape had tried to read her mind but slammed into her mental wards, likely courtesy of Alucard's unique vampiric aura reinforcing them. For a moment, Snape lay sprawled on the floor, wand clattering away. He groaned, dazed, eyes fluttering. Crystal pressed her lips together, rising slowly from her seat, the hush in the dungeon intensifying as every student watched. She stepped forward, brandishing no illusions of fear. "It appears class is over," she said quietly, voice steady. She bent, retrieved her quill and notebook, glancing at the stunned faces around her. "He'll likely need to recover." She let a small, wry smile touch her lips. No one dared contradict her. The hush shattered in a flurry of scraping stools, students hastening to gather their bags. A few cast uncertain looks at Snape, still prone, but made no move to help him. They filed out, leaving the dungeon echoing with the hush of aftermath. Crystal paused at the threshold to glance back. Shish. E felt a momentary flicker of concern. She hadn't intended for illusions or wards to physically harm him, but he'd forced the intrusion. With a mild sigh, she left, the hush swallowing her footsteps. Word raced through Hogwarts like wildfire. By the next morning, students across houses whispered of how the new Ravenclaw girl had bested Snape without lifting her wand. Some claimed she was a vampire. Others insisted she had terrifying illusions at her disposal. The hush in corridors parted whenever she approached, parted not with fear exactly but with wariness and a begrudging respect. Dumbledore, for his part, stayed curiously silent, though his watchful eye returned. She often sensed his presence at mealtimes, gaze flicking toward her from the staff table. The illusions he once used to Moss K. His paternal frustration cracked irreparably. For her part, Crystal found humor in retelling the incident to Daphne and Tracy, who cornered her one evening near the library. In quiet but excited voices, they demanded details. She obliged with a measured retelling, letting a sardonic note creep in when describing Snape's ill-fated mental probe. Daphne's eyes narrowed in thoughtful approval. "He's always so condescending. Perhaps it's good someone gave him a taste of his own potions." Tracy giggled, impressed and a bit awed. The hush that followed their hushed conversation in the library was laced with a sense of growing camaraderie. As the days rolled by to mid-September, the hush of daily classes soothed into routine. Each morning, Ravenclaw's common room found Crystal calmly reading advanced texts before breakfast. Her presence drew a few older students who recognized her intellect, offering new illusions of acceptance. She balanced her time between forging new alliances, exploring the castle's illusions of shifting staircases, and meeting with Daphne and Tracy in odd corners of Hogwarts. Their banter formed the bedrock of a genuine friendship. Sometimes, at night, she roamed the corridors alone, letting the hush after curfew sharpen her senses. If illusions remained in Hogwarts, moving staircases, hidden doors, she sought them out, methodically unraveling them with the wand that glowed in her grip. She gleaned the castle's secrets, piece by piece, weaving them into a mental map. Often, she recalled Alucard's parting jibe. "Hogwarts isn't ready for you." She smirked to herself, acknowledging how illusions might once have shaped this place to revolve around a child hero. Now, the child was grown, illusions broken. By September 15th, her routine thrummed with confident ease. Ravenclaw's academic environment suited her thirst for knowledge. Professors recognized her skill, some intrigued by her unusual background, others too overshadowed by illusions to question her heritage. But each day revealed that illusions about the boy who lived were losing ground to the truth of Crystal Hellsing. The hush in the great hall at mealtimes, whenever Dumbledore caught sight of her, signaled that a reckoning still loomed. In the hush of a late evening near the library's enchanted windows, she conferred with Daphne and Tracy about upcoming subjects, exchanging notes on potions theory. Daphne's measured calm balanced Tracy's energetic chatter, while Crystal provided wry commentary. They teased her about her father's rumored vampire court, which she shrugged off with good humor. She teased Daphne about Slytherin politics. The hush that cloaked their conversation exuded the warmth of genuine camaraderie. 2 days later, on September 18th, the hush of a star-filled night in Ravenclaw Tower found Crystal perched by a wide window seat, finishing a letter to Integra about her first few weeks. She described how illusions crumbled around her step by step, from a gled Hogwarts invitation to a humiliating fiasco for Snape. She recounted her forging of friendships with Slytherin girls who had never known illusions of blind bigotry or loyalty. The hush in her mind as she wrote exuded satisfaction. With each swirl of her quill, she realized that illusions truly had no place in her life. Sealing the letter, she rose to stand by the window, letting the gentle moonlight wash over her face. Across the grounds, the lake shimmered like a sheet of black glass. She found comfort in that hush, reminiscent of Hellsing Manor's orchard at twilight. She recalled Alucard's words, how illusions amuse him, and Integra's quiet vow that no illusions could stand against her. She recalled the small wave from Daphne earlier that day, the note from Tracy inviting her to a casual library meetup. The hush told her she had carved a place for herself in Hogwarts, illusions or not. She murmured softly, gazing at the star-studded sky. They've only just begun to realize, illusions never survive truth. The hush seemed to echo with the same resolution that guided her steps since leaving Hellsing Manor. Tomorrow would bring more classes, more subdued illusions about what Potter might have been. But she faced it all with confidence. As the night deepened, she slipped away from the window, the hush of the tower hall, carrying her footfalls, a testament to the unstoppable path she walked. And so illusions shattered around her, unveiling a future far beyond anyone's expectations. And more on my Patreon, https:// More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon. Up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover up to 12 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover up to 12 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover up to 12 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover up to 12 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover up to 12 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG up to 12 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover up to 12 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover up to 12 chapters available now. Fra. Guile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover up to 12 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover up to 12 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Poe. TTER Danganronpa crossover up to 12 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover up to 12 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Woe Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover up to 12 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 12 chapters available now. World's Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events re 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 12 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapters 16 and 17 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chaw. PTERS 16 and 17 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapters 16 and 17 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapters 18 and 19 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapters 18 and 19 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 16. Defiance and Discovery. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Hellsing. Night still lingered in the Ravenclaw common room when Crystal finally lifted her gaze from the pages of a slim volume on obscure illusions. The soft glow of the enchanted ceiling overhead cast faint patterns across her features. And from outside the tall windows came the gentle hush of wind brushing the castle's towers. She read the last few lines of the text, feeling a subtle flutter of satisfaction. The final words sank in, and a quiet smile curved her lips as she closed the book. It was September 18, 1991, and the hush inside her mind carried a sense of resolution. She'd stepped into Hogwarts only weeks ago, but in that time, she had already begun unraveling illusions and forging alliances that the school's old guard had not anticipated. She stretched, rolling her shoulders to work out stiffness of hours spent hunched in a chair, and let her gaze wander across the near-empty common room. A few Ravenclaws still lingered around the tables or by the fire, scribbling homework or reading with half-lidded eyes. She recalled the day's events, her sorting into Ravenclaw less than a fortnight ago, her unexpected forging of friendly ties with Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis from Slytherin. The incident with Professor Snape in potions that left him unconscious and the entire school abuzz with rumors. Now she found herself here, at ease among a house known for intellect and curiosity. A fitting place for someone who refused illusions about who she was. Letting out a light breath, she rose from her seat, a faint swirl of her robes following the movement. She took a moment to gather her books, mind drifting back to how she had parted from the staff table earlier that evening. Dumbledore's watchful eyes, Snape's veiled hostility, McGonagall's uncertain concern, none of it fazed her. That old sense of illusions built around Harry Potter seemed laughable, replaced by the calm, unassailable identity of Crystal Hellsing, occupant of Ravenclaw Tower. As she made for the spiral stairs leading to her dormitory, her fingers brushed the silver pendant at her throat, a small reminder that outside Hogwarts, the Hellsing Manor remained her anchor, and Alucard's watchful presence still lingered in her memory. She smiled faintly, remembering his parting words, spoken just after the fiasco with Professor Snape. Hogwarts isn't ready for you, fledgling. So far, his observations seemed painfully accurate. She let the hush of the tower cradle her thoughts, a hush threaded with subdued confidence. When morning arrived, bringing the glimmer of early sunlight over the enchanted windows, she dressed swiftly, eager to seize the day's classes. The first weeks at Hogwarts had revealed routines she found surprisingly enjoyable, astronomy classes that opened cosmic vistas at midnight, herbology sessions alive with the scent of earth and living magic, charms and transfiguration that tested her precision. Even defense against the dark arts, taught by the stammering Professor Quirrell, managed to intrigue her. Despite his quirks, she sensed illusions around him, something about the tension in his eyes, the stutter that felt forced, but for now, she let it rest. What she did not enjoy was potions with Snape. The thought of it stirred mild distaste as she left the Ravenclaw dorm. That man's illusions about dominance and intimidation grated on her. She recalled the hush in the dungeon, on when her mental wards had thrown him across the room. Though no official reprimand had followed, she felt his simmering anger each time they passed in corridors, saw it in the set line of his mouth or the flicker in his dark eyes. She suspected he nursed illusions of revenge but found herself oddly unconcerned. She had faced illusions far worse. She strolled down the hallway toward the Great Hall for breakfast. Along the way, a few Ravenclaw housemates nodded politely, some offering timid smiles. Gossip had spun around her since the troll fiasco, or rather, the early weeks at Hogwarts where she had defied Dumbledore's instructions about house dorm safety. She had garnered a quiet respect for the calm readiness with which she navigated any crisis. Her name, Hellsing, no longer caused blank stares but an undercurrent of awe or confusion. She recognized that illusions about Harry Potter were slowly crumbling, though a few older students still whispered about how she might be related, or some rumored sister. She ignored those rumors, letting reality stand unopposed. She found a seat at the Ravenclaw table, noticing a subdued hush. Nearby, a few first-year Ravenclaws argued over their Transfiguration essays. Down the row, older students read crisp copies of the Daily Prophet. She reached for a cup of tea, sipping it slowly as she scanned the hall. She spotted two familiar faces. At the Slytherin table, Daphne Greengrass sat with her usual poised composure, hair neatly pinned. Tracy Davis hovered at her side, talking animatedly, hands gesturing. Crystal smiled. She appreciated how easily the three of them had bonded, bridging a gap that illusions about house rivalry might have otherwise enforced. Halfway through her light breakfast, she sensed movement behind her. Leaning in, she glimpsed a soft face framed by bushy hair, Hermione Granger, from Gryffindor, approaching with tentative caution. They had grown closer after the troll fiasco on Halloween. The memory flickered in Crystal's mind. The troll's stench, the chaos of the Great Hall, Dumbledore's poor instruction that nearly endangered half the first years. The hush of that moment had ended with her stepping in, forcibly reminding the headmaster that illusions about the safe dungeons were pure recklessness. Hermione's eyes, brimming with gratitude that day, still looked at her with cautious admiration. "Good morning," Hermione said shyly. Standing behind the bench, she clutched a heavy textbook under one arm, a bright shine in her gaze. "Do you mind if I sit?" Crystal shook her head, gesturing for Hermione to take a seat. "Not at all." She poured Hermione a cup of tea, observing how the Gryffindor's shoulders relaxed. The hush between them felt comforting. "How are you?" Hermione set her textbook on the table and exhaled. "I'm well, except I'm not looking forward to History of Magic again." She wrinkled her nose. "Professor Binns droned for an hour last time about the Goblin Wars, but all I recall is dozing off around the 3rd century mention." She whispered conspiratorially, "He'd put even a vampire to sleep." A soft laugh escaped Crystal. "I concur. He speaks in a monotone that could level entire armies. Maybe we'll need illusions of excitement to keep the class awake." Hermione smiled, then flicked her eyes toward the staff table. Her gaze lingered on Dumbledore, who wore his typical serene expression. Though Crystal sensed the tension in his posture whenever she crossed his line of sight. Hermione parted her lips, unsure if she should mention the headmaster's rumored dissatisfaction with Crystal's outspokenness. But the hush of the hall intervened as the conversation around them grew louder. Instead, she changed the subject. "We have double potions with Slytherin soon, don't we?" Crystal's lips quirked in a half-smile. "Lucky us. More illusions from Snape." Hermione let out a rueful laugh. "Right. Well, at least I can rely on you not to let him bully me." She nodded lightly. The hush that followed was comfortable, laced with camaraderie. Then Hermione excused herself to collect some notes from the library, promising to join Crystal in class. The hush parted, leaving Crystal to finish her tea, thoughtful about how quickly new connections formed, like with Hermione or the easy banter with Daphne and Tracy. Hogwarts might be shaped by illusions about house divides, but she found ways around them. She parted ways with Hermione outside the Great Hall, wandering through the labyrinth of corridors to reach the potions classroom in the dungeons. The hush in the damp corridor thickened. The air cooler here. She recalled the lingering smell of spilled potions from previous fiascos. A handful of Ravenclaws walked ahead, discussing the day's assignments. Behind them, a few Slytherins strolled with mild interest in Crystal's presence, though she gave them only a nod. Upon entering the dungeon, she spied Snape behind his desk, his black eyes scanning the room with a hawk-like glare. He didn't speak, but the hush in the classroom was soaked in tension. She selected a seat with a measured calm, noticing a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth as she passed. He offered no illusions of civility, and she returned none, simply ignoring him as she laid out her potion supplies. A part of her braced for confrontation, but he remained silent, as though unwilling to provoke a second mental clash. The hush was a bitter standstill. Class began with Snape reading from a slim potions manual, voice clipped and distant. He assigned them to brew a basic cure for boils. The hush deepened as cauldrons were lit, with Ravenclaws and Slytherins measuring ingredients. She worked methodically, ensuring each step was performed with the same precision Integra had instilled in her. She felt Snape's gaze flicker her way multiple times, but he said nothing, illusions of normalcy overshadowing his resentful hush. Daphne, seated at the table across the aisle with her Slytherin partner, caught Crystal's eye once or twice, offering a brief wave or a discreet smile. Tracy, next to Daphne, mouthed something like, bored, and Crystal nodded in subtle agreement, quirking a faint grin. The hush in the dungeon felt less oppressive thanks to these quiet signals of friendship bridging house lines, illusions about rivalries be damned. After class, she walked with them to the corridor. Tracy rolled her eyes comically, complaining about Snape's surly mood, while Daphne pursed her lips with mild annoyance. At least he didn't try mental intrusions again, she commented, arching a brow at Crystal. Crystal shrugged. He learned the hard way. Let illusions remain with him if he likes. Her words carried a low calm, reminding them of how illusions had fared last time. They parted ways near the main stairs, the hush replaced by the bustle of students heading to lunch. Crystal lingered a moment, letting the swirl of chatter wash over her. She caught sight of Hermione crossing the hall, arms loaded with books. With a half smile, she jogged over to lighten Hermione's load. The hush that fell around them signaled that some onlookers found it strange to see a Ravenclaw so chummy with a Gryffindor. But illusions about house separations held no sway here. Hermione thanked her breathlessly, and they continued to the great hall side by side, exchanging half-laughs about the thick tomes from the library. Days melted into weeks. September approached its end, sliding seamlessly into October. The hush of Hogwarts routine grew comfortable, illusions about a certain missing boy overshadowed by the presence of a formidable, poised girl with the Hellsing name. Students occasionally tried to question her about Potter, but she calmly deflected, or responded with pointed remarks that no illusions of Harry remained. Meanwhile, she deepened her studies, shining in astronomy, where she found a quiet, almost spiritual fascination with the cosmic tapestry. High on the astronomy tower late at night, she often lost herself in the hush of starry vistas, the crisp air chilling her cheeks as she scrawled notes on star patterns. The hush felt calming, a reminder of the broad universe beyond illusions. She also immersed herself wholeheartedly in herbology. The greenhouses, warm and alive with fragrant soils and enchanting plants, offered a sense of anchoring. She marveled at the hush of sunlight filtering through glass, at the swirl of pollinating insects. Professor Sprout praised her care with even the most delicate species, noting that her empathy for living magic was striking. It reminded her of quiet days at Hellsing Manor's orchard, where illusions parted to reveal the raw pulse of nature. Occasionally, Daphne joined her for extra credit tasks, exchanging mild banter while carefully potting infant mandrakes. The hush that ensued had a gentle camaraderie that further cemented their friendship. When mid-October arrived, the hush of routine was disrupted by the swirl of the upcoming Halloween feast. The corridors buzzed with talk of lavish decorations, dancing pumpkins, and an atmosphere of planned revelry. Yet, in the back of her mind, Crystal recalled how illusions once centered around that date, Dumbledore's orchestrations of events that shaped the boy who lived. She wondered if illusions might surface again this Halloween. On the evening of October 31st, she found herself in the Great Hall, awash in orange flickers from floating jack-o'-lanterns. The hush of excitement rattled in conversation and laughter. She took a seat near the end of Ravenclaw's table, Hermione plopping down close by, excitedly describing the decorative charms used overhead. Daphne and Tracy waved from the Slytherin table, a subtle grin shared in acknowledgement of their cross-house bond. The hush was bright and celebratory, illusions of house feuds overshadowed by the communal festivities. But as the feast reached its peak, the hush burst. Professor Quirrell, all comedic stutters and overblown gestures, rushed into the hall shrieking of a troll in the dungeon. Instantly, Students erupted in confusion, illusions of safety shattered. Dumbledore soared to his feet, ordering the houses to return to their dormitories, a measure that struck Crystal as dangerously misguided. Didn't Hufflepuffs and Slytherins dwell in the dungeons? She felt a flash of anger at the illusions of paternal wisdom overshadowing reason. Rising from her seat, she projected her voice over the tumult, calling out that the dungeons housed half the school, effectively accusing Dumbledore of negligence. The hush that fell was thunderous. Students gaped, some older ones nodding in stunned agreement, others recoiling at her brazen disrespect. She saw Dumbledore's face darken, illusions of grandfatherly calm fracturing. That hush of confrontation was brief but potent, painting her as an unflinching challenger to the headmaster's illusions. In the end, professors corrected course, guiding Slytherins and Hufflepuffs to the upper floors while the troll was subdued by staff. She heard later that Snape prowled suspiciously near a locked corridor, illusions swirling about his motives. But the immediate crisis passed without serious harm, illusions undone by simple logic. The hush after the event carried a hum of talk about Crystal's outburst, how she'd scorned Dumbledore in public. Some older students, particularly from Slytherin, praised her audacity. Others found it unnerving. Through early November, her days at Hogwarts took on a new dimension. Classes continued, illusions wavered, and a swirl of rumor built around her. She noticed an intensifying hostility from Snape, though he seldom risked direct confrontation after the mental fiasco. Dumbledore too kept an uncanny watch on her movements. Illusions of warm smiles masking what she sensed was a cold calculation. Yet she found solace in unexpected corners. Quiet library study sessions with Hermione, corridors full of easy banter with Daphne and Tracy, or late-night contemplation near the astronomy tower. Students whispered about her apparent defiance of Dumbledore's authority, contrasting it with the OLD illusions of a boy who lived, raised to be docile. To her amusement, some older Ravenclaws discreetly revered her stance, acknowledging that illusions had no place in logical, open-minded debate. She appreciated their acceptance, though she maintained a measured distance. She was too independent to hinge her identity on illusions of popularity. By mid-November, she found herself forging a new closeness with Hermione, culminating in them occasionally meeting in the library with Daphne and Tracy. The hush of the library's high shelves formed an intimate space for studying. Hermione's enthusiastic thirst for knowledge meshed well with Crystal's calm mastery, while Daphne watched their dynamic with a cool but appreciative gaze, and Tracy injected moments of humor. The hush in these gatherings was warm, overshadowing illusions of separate houses or competition. They swapped notes, debated magical theory, laughed at silly rumored secrets about the staff. At times, they teased Hermione over her reverent approach to rules, prompting her to shoot them exasperated looks that soon softened into giggles. Even the often snippy Madame Pants seemed reluctant to interrupt their hush, seeing how productively they studied. November advanced, the castle's exterior turning chill under a pale sky. Hogwarts, illusions about an unbroken hierarchy kept cracking in subtle ways. Students from different houses mingled more openly, curiosity sparked by Crystal's example. She remained, as always, a quiet figure at the center of some intangible shift, an unraveling of illusions that had reigned for decades. That hush carried them to November 25th, the start of the castle's descent into winter. Snow dusted the courtyards, and the enchanted sky in the great hall displayed swirling gray clouds. After dinner, Crystal ascended the winding stone steps to the astronomy tower, seeking a moment's respite. The hush at the top of the tower was profound. Stars glimmered overhead, though the swirl of real snow outside made them faint. She stepped to the parapet, letting the crisp wind ruffle her hair, the silver pendant cold against her neck. She stood quietly, eyes sweeping the horizon of the forbidden forest beyond. A subtle creak of footsteps made her turn. Daphne, Tracy, and Hermione. Daphne, ever composed, broke the hush first, offering a mild, "We might freeze up here if we linger too long." But her tone was half jesting. Tracy laughed softly, hooking an arm around Hermione's shoulder. The hush that followed was one of camaraderie. Hermione nodded, meeting Crystal's eyes with quiet gratitude. They had formed a bond after that troll fiasco, illusions about house differences cast aside. "We've come far, haven't we?" Hermione said, voice low, the hush amplifying her sincerity. I mean, just weeks ago, we hardly spoke. Crystal folded her arms, letting a content smirk curve her lips. Illusions about house rivalries or blood status are easy to ignore if you have enough sense, she replied lightly. You three proved it, Tracy snorted. Actually, I blame you. You corrupted me and Daphne from the first day, showing us we can have fun outside Slytherin's stifling politics. Daphne gave a soft huff. Though her eyes gleamed, I remain Slytherin, and proud of it, but yes, my perspective has broadened. She laid a gloved hand on the tower's cold stone ledge. Crystal, you're a direct reason for that. Crystal looked away momentarily, feeling the hush intensify around them, as if the wind hushed to let them speak. She remembered Alucard's mocking grin about illusions, the paternal warmth from Integra. The vow she'd made to shape her life free of others' illusions. A quiet satisfaction filled her chest. Well, she said simply, letting her eyes roam over the snow-dusted grounds. They can underestimate us if they like. They'll see soon enough. Hermione's breath misted in the cold, and she nodded. Yes, we should keep forging friendships, knowledge, all of it. There's so much more we can do together. Daphne smiled, and even in the gloom, her refined composure softened. Tracy gave a short laugh. All right, enough sentiment. We'll freeze if we keep standing here. Let's go warm up in the library, maybe cause illusions of laughter around the dusty old shelves. They chuckled at that, turning from the parapet. Before stepping away, Crystal let her eyes wander the starlit horizon one last time. The hush of the tower parted, replaced by the hush of deeper unity. She whispered, half to herself, half to the frigid air, we're stronger together, let them underestimate us. Daphne shot her an inquisitive look but said nothing, leading the descent. Down the narrow steps, the hush of starlight trailed behind them, enveloping the tower's top. As they vanished into the corridor's torchlight, so too did the illusions that once kept them isolated. In that departing hush, the foundations of a new alliance stood firmly, defying any illusions that threatened to overshadow them. And more on my Patreon, https:// More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now, QBE Sun Reborn, Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales, Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia, Harry Potter Monster Masumi C. Crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force, Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation, Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn, Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 13 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine, Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn, Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Fragile Hope, Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines, Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected, Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory, Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls, Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest, RRY Potter, up to 13 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic, Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 13 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist, Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows O.F. Fate, chapters 17 and 18 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow, chapters 17 and 18 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows, chapters 17 and 18 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapters 19 and 20 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapters 19 and 20 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 17. Shadows of Manipulation. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Hellsing. A hush of winter night still clung to the corridors of Hogwarts on November 25, 1991, when Crystal bid her friends goodnight. The astronomy tower's quiet majesty gave way to the gentle, muted hum of common rooms and dormitories settling in for the evening. Yet as she descended the final steps from the tower, she caught the echo of Daphne's soft laugh, Hermione's whispered thoughts about future study plans, and Tracy's playful protest that they should all just forget homework for once. Each note of conversation lingered in her mind, warming the hush around her. She replayed that day's events, small triumphs in class, glimpses of Dumbledore's cautious watch, and felt a sense of calm assurance that she was forging a new path with unwavering friends at her side. She reached Ravenclaw Tower, giving the marble eagle knocker a measured answer to its riddle. Inside the common room, soft lamplight glowed over rich carpets and tables scattered with parchment. A few older students studied late, heads bent over advanced texts. She offered them a polite nod, passing quickly to her dorm. Upstairs, a cozy bed awaited, her trunk neatly arranged at the foot, courtesy of a tidy spree she'd indulged in earlier. The hush in that dorm room, lit only by the faint moonbeams filtering through the window, felt like an invitation to reflect. She exhaled, curling on the bed's edge and letting the day slip away in memory. November 25th slipped into the realm of the past, carrying a quiet promise that illusions around Hogwarts would not stand unchallenged for long. December arrived with a flourish of snow and a hush of swirling white that draped Hogwarts in a pristine cloak. The first days of the month found Crystal up at dawn, leaning out from Ravenclaw Tower's narrow window, transfixed by the shimmer of frost on turrets and the silent blanket that extended across the grounds. She savored the crisp tang of winter air, exhaling a faint puff of breath that turned to mist. In the hush of that early morning, she whispered a silent thanks to the calm comfort of routine. Classes had grown more manageable, friendships more robust, even as illusions from the headmaster's manipulative glances lurked in the background. Later that same day, Tracy pounced on her just before lunch, tugging her excitedly by the arm with a wide grin. "Come on," Tracy insisted, breath puffing from the short dash through the corridor. "Daphne's already outside. The snow's perfect, you can't keep sitting in the library ignoring it." Her eyes danced with mischief. Crystal offered a resigned half-smile, ignoring the mild dryness in her throat at the memory of Walter's caution that she avoid extended cold unless fully prepared. Vampiric constitution or not, she was hardly impervious to the weather, just more resilient than illusions might suggest. She let herself be dragged outside. In the courtyard near the lake, she spotted Daphne and, to her mild surprise, Hermione, both busy forming large snowballs behind the partial shelter of a broad oak trunk. The hush of swirling flakes and the squeals of younger students set the scene for a winter tableau. "You're late," Daphne teased, a rare, playful glint in her usually poised eyes. "We've given you the prime target. Ravenclaw's pride demands you join our side." Hermione giggled, adjusting her scarf. "We're taking on that group of older Hufflepuffs. They've barricaded themselves behind the greenhouse. Someone said they built a fortress. Let's see if Illusions O.F. safety can protect them from a Slytherin-Gryffindor-Ravenclaw alliance." Crystal laughed lightly, feeling the crisp air tinge her cheeks pink. "Well, if illusions amuse them, I guess it's only fair we shatter them with snowballs." She stooped to gather a handful of snow, shaping it swiftly. The hush turned playful and bright, dissolving into raucous laughter as they launched their first volley. The older Hufflepuffs yelped, illusions of an impenetrable fortress undone by a barrage from an unlikely alliance. An hour later, half frozen but exuberant, the quartet fled back inside, stamping shish from their shoes and giggling breathlessly. Hermione tugged on the ends of her scarf, cheeks glowing with excitement. "That was," she paused, words lost in another laugh, "the best time I've had in weeks." "Thank you," Daphne exhaled, smoothing her hair with a faint huff. "Yes, well, let's never speak of how undignified we looked diving into snow piles, shall we?" Her eyes sparkled in contradiction to her aloof words. Tracy cackled. Speak for yourself, Miss Proper. I saw you belly flop behind that hedge to dodge the final volley. They parted ways near the entrance hall, each hurrying to tea. Air common rooms to warm up for afternoon classes. The hush left in their wake felt bright, charged with the new closeness that overcame illusions of house separation. Crystal, strolling back to Ravenclaw Tower, recognized with a gentle ache how these small joys chipped away at Hogwarts, illusions about inter-house animosity. The hush of the corridors around her seemed to carry a promise that these friendships would keep blossoming, no matter what illusions might remain. By the second week of December, the swirling snows outside cast a soft, muffled hush over the castle's exterior. Inside, Dumbledore paced in his office, ignoring the cozy crackle of the fire. The hush in that chamber, overshadowed by the whir of odd silver instruments, bristled with tension. He had spent hours reading letters from Wizengamot members, each detailing Marvolo Slytherin's persistent legislative moves. He sensed the cunning behind them, recognized the style of Tom Riddle's old genius, only now polished by the illusions of philanthropic reform. He muttered to himself, eyes flaring with a tired mania. She is at Hogwarts, he hissed under his breath, illusions of paternal serenity crumbling. My weapon, W. Asked it in that oh-so-precious Ravenclaw Tower. If only she would speak with me, if only illusions about her father's identity would cease. The entire fate of our war depends on my control of the child. He flung a letter aside, scowling at the knowledge that no official condemnation of Marvolo had stuck. The hush in the room turned suffocating, and he realized with a bolt of rage how few illusions remained that painted him as an all-powerful figure. Snape's fiasco with Crystal had further undermined his stance, fueling rumors that he no longer controlled Hogwarts' narrative. I must do something, he murmured, voice tight, before illusions of my benevolence vanish entirely, or the world falls to the darkest path. But illusions of paternalism had always been his greatest weapon, faced with a defiant child. He discovered how tenuous that weapon was. His first attempt to lure Crystal into a private conversation came soon after. He left a kind note with McGonagall, politely requesting a short tea meeting in his office. On a crisp morning, McGonagall dutifully approached Crystal between classes, corners of her mouth drawn in a worried line. Professor Dumbledore wonders if you'd spare a moment this afternoon, dear, she said quietly, handing over the folded parchment. Crystal read it, arching an eyebrow. The hush of the corridor thickened around them, a handful of students eavesdropping with subdued curiosity. She met McGonagall's eyes. Please tell the headmaster I'm quite busy with my studies. I'll let him know if I find a gap in my schedule. Her polite refusal left McGonagall taken aback, but the professor recognized the unwavering edge in her voice. No illusions about compliance from the ex-Potter child. As the professor left, looking conflicted, Crystal exhaled. He felt a mild frustration at how illusions of Dumbledore's kindly authority had enthralled much of the school staff. She continued to her next class, ignoring the hush of students' stares. Days after, Dumbledore himself approached her outside charms class, wearing a serene expression that reeked of illusions. She braced herself as he said, in that calm, fatherly tone, Miss Hellsing, my dear child. Might I have a word about your progress? I believe we could help each other. She locked her jaw, feeling the hush around them as a few passing students slowed to watch. I appreciate the concern, headmaster, but I prefer to handle my progress with the help of my guardians. Her eyes flicked meaningfully at the mention of guardians, Integra, Alucard, and the entire Hellsing approach. She parted with a small bow, leaving behind the hush of Dumbledore's mounting frustration. She heard from a distance how he attempted a gentle follow-up, but illusions of a paternal conversation had no effect if she refused to engage. She left him standing in the corridor, illusions cracking in the silent stares of onlookers. Her circle of friends watched with admiration and concern. In the Slytherin common room, late one night, Daphne confided to Tracy that she worried for Crystal's safety should Dumbledore's illusions lead him to more drastic measures. He's determined to see her alone, as if forcibly shaping her into some role. She murmured. Tracy, braiding her own hair absent-mindedly, nodded vigorously. I hate that old man. He's losing it. They planned discreet support, ensuring one of them Or Hermione always accompanied Crystal outside class. The hush of secrecy turned their mild vigilance into a playful but earnest watch. While illusions of paternal leadership frayed around the headmaster, Crystal discovered a small personal victory that further unraveled illusions about magic interfering with technology. Late one evening in early December, she rummaged in her trunk, retrieving a slender Muggle cell phone Integra had once provided. Wizarding tradition claimed electronics faltered under Hogwarts wards, illusions that further separated Muggle-born students from their old lives. With a wry half-smile, she powered it on, expecting nothing. But to her amazement, it lit up smoothly, showing full battery and a faint signal bar. She pressed Integra's number. A beep, a ring, then a click, Integra's calm, low voice. "Hello, Mother," Crystal said, mouth dry with shock. "You can hear me." Integra paused, laughter in her tone. "Crystal, I'm here. The phone works. So the illusions about Hogwarts wards are false." Crystal felt a rush of delight. "Yes, it's working. Perfectly. Another wizarding myth undone. Wait until Father hears about this." Integra gave a low hum of satisfaction. "Excellent. Keep me informed. And do be careful of illusions, dear. We trust your instincts." Their conversation ended with warmth that lingered in Crystal's chest for hours, illusions about technology thwarted by a single call. Yet that same call sparked intense protective fury back at Hellsing Manor. Once Alucard caught wind that Dumbledore had repeatedly cornered Crystal, pressuring her with illusions of kindly paternalism. He exploded in anger. The hush in Integra's office that night, as told by Walter's memories, was thick with tension. Alucard's snarls shook the room, shadows thrashing along the walls, while Walter calmly tried to soothe him, cautioning that open violence would solve little. Integra, quiet and deadly, demanded details from Crystal. Over the phone, her gloved hand gripping the receiver so hard it almost cracked. The hush of her voice brimmed with maternal protectiveness that no illusions could conceal. "No one touches my child," Integra murmured, steel in every syllable. "Walter, Alucard, time for us to ensure Dumbledore regrets crossing lines. Subtle but lethal. We can't have the headmaster turning Hogwarts into a personal puppet stage." Walter bowed, erring about unraveling illusions through strategic leaks. Alucard half snarled, then broke into a cold grin, dark delight in the promise of cornering Dumbledore publicly. No illusions of gentle mercy remained in Helsing's corridors. They plodded quietly through the night, forging a plan to highlight the old wizard's manipulative past. The hush that followed set the stage for a slow, methodical unveiling of Dumbledore's secrets. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, the calendar flipped to Christmas. Despite the storm of tension swirling overhead, the Great Hall shimmered with festive cheer. Holly and tinsel draped the walls, illusions of holiday unity, overshadowing the cracks in the school's leadership. Students chattered about returning home or staying for the holidays. Crystal, after a private phone call with Integra, decided she would remain at Hogwarts for the break, aiming to keep watch on Dumbledore's illusions. A letter from Alucard teased that he might drop by unannounced, but she suspected that was just his sense of humor. December 25th dawned cold and white, the snow reflecting a bright winter sun. In the Great Hall, fewer students remained, and a hush of warmth replaced the usual bustling. Crystal exchanged small gifts with Daphne, Tracy, and Hermione, the closeness of their group well beyond illusions of superficial house divides. With a subtle flush, she handed them each a slim black box. Inside lay a miniature version of the Hellsing crest on a short chain. "For your safety," she joked, "since I won't always be around to break illusions for you." Tracy squealed happily, hugging Crystal, while Daphne's smile was subdued but genuine. Hermione, unaccustomed to such heartfelt gestures, blinked back tears, whispering gratitude. That hush, thick with warmth, felt like a protective shield around them. The illusions that once shaped a fractious Hogwarts had no place in their circle. Midway through Christmas breakfast, an owl swooped into the hall, depositing a dramatic black-wrapped package at Crystal's place. She recognized Alucard's flamboyant scrawl on the tag. A hush of curiosity enveloped the table as she unwrapped it, revealing a deep crimson cloak lined with protective runes, plus a brief mocking note. "For avoiding meddling old men." She almost snorted with laughter, imagining Alucard penning the note while Walter hovered in exasperation. Her friends giggled at the note's unsubtle jibe. She resolved to try the cloak soon, suspecting it offered illusions of stealth for her midnight wandering. January arrived, carrying the hush of a new year yet over. Shadowed by Dumbledore's mounting desperation, students returned from break, illusions of Dumbledore's absolute control continuing to unravel. Whispers circulated of new legislation Marvolo had pushed through the Wizengamot during the holiday, further undermining Dumbledore's alliances. Memos soared across the castle about deepening wizard-creature dialogues, presumably referencing Hellsing's older treaties with supernatural groups. And Dumbledore, forced into corners, looked older, more haunted. One freezing night early in January, Dumbledore sat alone in his office. The hush around him pre-SSED heavily against the shelves of whirring silver instruments. Flames flickered in the fireplace, but their warmth seemed not to reach him. He read the updated Wizengamot transcripts, illusions of unstoppable paternal brilliance stinging as his name rarely featured in alignment with any success. His beloved illusions of moral leadership had shattered under the child's refusal, Alucard's overshadowing presence, and the unstoppable cunning of a wizard calling himself Marvolo. He clenched his fists, knuckles white. "I will reclaim what's mine," he hissed. "Harry, or Crystal, or whatever Illusi ons she wields, I must restore the prophecies path." No illusions masked the mania creeping into his voice. Meanwhile, in the Ravenclaw common room, Crystal leaned over a large desk with Hermione, citing advanced charms theory with half her mind. The other half reeled with the knowledge that Dumbledore might soon attempt something risky. Hermione finished summarizing a complicated incantation, then paused, concern edging her features. "You still think he'll press you, don't you?" she asked quietly, a hush enveloping them as older students studied a short distance away. Crystal tapped her quill on the parchment, eyes distant. "I'm certain of it. He's losing the illusions that kept him revered. But a cornered man can be dangerous." She cast Hermione a reassuring glance. "Don't fret, though. I've faced illusions more terrifying than him. My mother and father stand behind me, plus you, Daphne, Tracy. I'm not alone." Hermione gave a small smile, confidence shining in her brown eyes. "We'd never let him corner you." Her quiet sincerity offered more solace than illusions of security ever could. Throughout mid-January, the hush around the castle thrummed with rumors about Dumbledore's mental state. Some staff loyal to him bristled at insinuations that he'd neglected students' well-being. Others, particularly younger professors, quietly questioned his decisions. That hush of doubt fueled Dumbledore's frustration, illusions slipping through his grasp like sand. He tried stepping into Crystal's path once more on a Sunday afternoon, but she quickly engaged in a bustling conversation with Hermione. Ignoring his approach, foiled illusions of paternal conversation left him scowling in the corridor, staff and students noticing. At Hellsing Manor, Integra pursued a more direct approach. Through carefully orchestrated leaks to wizarding media, she drew attention to old incidents where Dumbledore's illusions had overshadowed child welfare. She pressed subtle points about how a certain, orphaned wizard, might have been manipulated, each phrase carefully avoiding direct mention of Harry Potter, yet enough to ring alarm bells. Alucard, bristling for direct confrontation, suggested publicly humiliating Dumbledore in a personal duel, but Integra overrode him, citing the need for a thorough, methodical dismantling of illusions. Walter, in the hush of Integra's office, TLY assisted with forging connections to sympathetic reporters. Each letter, each snippet of data, chipped at illusions of Dumbledore's moral fortress. On January 15th, Crystal felt a shifting energy in the air. The final illusions around Dumbledore's paternal facade threatened to break beneath a wave of suspicion. She spent the morning in a somewhat edgy mood, scribbling out notes for defense against the dark arts. While glancing out of windows as a light snow fell, she recalled Integra's last phone call, how her mother calmly assured her they were on the verge of publicly revealing more evidence about Dumbledore's manipulations, ensuring no illusions would remain if he persisted in harassing her. That afternoon, as she stepped out of Charm's class, a hush of expectancy followed. Daphne, Tracy, and Hermione hovered in the corridor, sharing quiet banter about weekend plans. Spotting Crystal, they waved her over. The hush that enclosed them carried a sense of unity, each friend ready to heal or stand with her if illusions turned threatening. They decided spontaneously to climb to the astronomy tower, savoring the crisp, snowy view. Moments later, as they stepped onto the highest parapet, the hush of the open sky welcomed them. Snow-laden clouds drifted overhead, sunbeams breaking through in patches of glittering brilliance. Crystal breathed in deeply, letting the cold air fill her lungs. Her phone vibrated faintly against her side, yet another testament to illusions about Muggle technology failing at Hogwarts. With a discreet move, she checked the message. It came from Integra. "We are finishing the job. Expect changes soon. Be careful." She smiled faintly, knowledge of her mother's unstoppable approach warming her from within. She turned to find Hermione gazing at the TCK blanket of snow that coated the tower's stone edges. "It's cold," Hermione murmured, hugging her cloak closer, "but I love how quiet and pristine it looks." Daphne nodded, a subdued agreement overshadowing her usual composure. "Yes, it's refreshing. The hush here puts all illusions into perspective. No politics, just the raw landscape." Tracy lightly hopped over a small drift of snow, arms wrapping around her in the chill. She eyed Crystal. "So, any new illusions from the headmaster?" Her tone was half joke, half genuine concern. Crystal responded with a softly sardonic laugh. "He tries. But illusions rarely hold if the subject knows the truth. I trust my family, and I trust you all. That's enough to tear illusions down, no matter how he persists." Tracy nodded emphatically, while Hermione and Daphne offered quiet smiles. The hush in that moment radiated a warmth that defied the frost-laden wind. Finally, inhaling the crisp air, Crystal withdrew her phone. She dialed home, letting the hush cradle her words as she updated Integra on the day's subtle developments. The call connected smoothly, just more proof illusions of magical wards were incomplete at best. Integra's voice came through, low and gentle. "How are you, dear?" Crystal glanced at her three friends, who busied themselves playing with patches of snow. She lowered her voice. "We're fine. Dumbledore keeps trying, but no illusions catch me off guard. Classes are well, and my circle of friends stands with me." "That's good," Integra said softly, an edge of maternal pride lacing her tone. "We've made progress. Walter's infiltration of the media narrative ensures Dumbledore's illusions will be tested soon. And Alucard, well, he remains restless but under control." She paused, a slight chuckle underscoring her meaning. "The next few weeks might see bigger shifts. Continue being cautious." Crystal nodded, letting the hush of the tower breeze swirl around her words. "I always am, Mother. Tell Father I appreciate his dramatic cloak. By the way," a short laugh carried over the line. "He'll be delighted to hear that. Stay safe." With a final hush, the call ended. Slipping the phone away, she rejoined her friends, who cast curious glances. Hermione gave a shy grin, holding a handful of snow. "Your parents?" she asked, voice tinted with admiration. Crystal nodded, and the hush that followed was warm, underpinned by the knowledge that illusions did not hamper her connection to home. She peered at the horizon, letting the conversation from Integra settle in her mind. Dumbledore's illusions were nearing collapse, she could sense it. Like a tension in the wind. Soon, revelations would surface that might shake Hogwarts to its core. She glanced at her friends again, each wearing expressions that mingled contentment with readiness for whatever might come. Yes, illusions might persist, but in the hush of friendship, she understood the unstoppable power of truth. As January 15th approached its twilight, the four of them lingered on the tower, the hush of drifting snow enveloping them in a quiet stillness that transcended illusions of differences. Standing side by side, they watched the day's final light fade behind the far mountain peaks. In that fleeting, magic-laced hush, each girl silently affirmed the loyalty they shared, bracing for the shadows of manipulation that threatened to overshadow Hogwarts. The illusions of Dumbledore and the old ways might loom, but their bond shone all the brighter, a testament to the unstoppable synergy of trust, cunning, and unyielding hearts. When the last rays died, they stepped back from the parapet, descending the spiral stairs into the tower's dim corridor, footsteps echoing in an unspoken harmony. A new hush fell, one of expectancy, brimming The promise that illusions soon to be shattered would reveal the path forward. At the bottom, they emerged into the bustle of Hogwarts' evening routine, blending seamlessly among classmates. But in each glance they exchanged, a silent vow glowed. They would stand against illusions, defend one another, and greet the shifting shadows of manipulation with courage and unity, no matter the cost. And more on my Patreon. https:// More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now, QBE Sun Reborn, Harry Potter Nar. Yuto crossover, up to 14 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 14 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 14 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover completed, 14 chapters. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 13 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Place. Time crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 13 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 13 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson. Crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapters 18 and D19 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapters 18 and 19 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapters 18 and 19 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapters 20 and 21 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapters 20 and 21 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 18. The Grace of Defiance. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Hellsing. The hush of night still lingered in the astronomy tower long after Crystal and her friends had departed. January 15, 1992, had NDED in a flurry of quiet laughs and shared resolve. Each step they took down the winding staircase carried the breath of winter from the tower's open parapets, clinging to their robes in the form of gentle chill and a faint smell of star-strewn sky. Crystal, feeling the phone tucked safely against her side, let the night's calm settle into her bones as she parted ways with Daphne, Tracy, and Hermione. Their last exchange of amused goodnights echoed through the corridors, overshadowing the memory of the conversation she had just shared with Integra. From her conversation, she knew that something bigger loomed on the horizon. The lines of battle had long been drawn. Dumbledore's illusions would soon break. She entered the Ravenclaw common room to find a few older students still bent over advanced essays. Their quills scratching softly in the lamplight. Nodding a polite greeting, she slipped quietly past, every footstep a reminder of how seamlessly she had integrated into life here, not by illusions of belonging, but by forging a place no illusions could deny. Her trunk beckoned in her dorm, but she stood at the window a moment longer, gazing at the star-dotted darkness over the castle grounds. She could almost sense Alucard's presence in her memory, half expecting him to step from the shadows with some sardonic comment about how Hogwarts wasn't ready for her. The thought brought a small, genuine smile, and she closed her eyes, letting the hush of the night envelop her. In the morning, the hush of dawn over Hogwarts transitioned into a bright winter day. Over the next week, Crystal penned a series of letters to Hellsing Manor, describing in scathing detail how Dumbledore tried once more to corner her with paternal illusions, how she systematically refused, and how the wizarding public, under Marvolo's cunning leadership, had begun openly questioning the headmaster's moral high ground. She included exact quotes in her letters, all delivered with her trademark sarcasm and a cutting wit that left nothing to the imagination. The last line of one such letter read, P.S. Tell father not to kill anyone. Yet, she sealed it with a playful flourish, sending it off via owl to the manor. The hush in the corridor following the owl's flight was filled with her quiet amusement, imagining Alucard's probable reaction. Days later, Integra read that same letter in her study at Hellsing Manor. A corner lamp casting warm light on polished wood, she sipped her tea with a restrained smile, eyes occasionally flicking upward in mild exasperation at Alucard's uncontrollable snickering. When she finished, Walter cleared his throat. Her style grows sharper by the day, sir, he remarked, faint pride lacing his calm tone. Integra inclined her head, a small curve at her lips. I knew she'd start running that school by Easter, she said lightly, tapping a finger on the letter's margin. Walter offered a rare grin. If they're lucky. Indeed. Not far away, Alucard roared with mirth in a separate wing, the echoes of his laughter reverberating through the manor's halls. She's dominating that place already, he declared to no one in particular, dramatic scorn dripping from every syllable. My daughter has that old fool dancing on her strings, and he can't even see them. The hush afterward bristled with the same paternal pride he had long shown, disguised behind comedic flair. Marvolo, miles away in the Wizengame's chamber, felt the faintest pulse from a coded message delivered discreetly by a contact from Integra. He read it quickly, a summary of Crystal's recent success resisting Dumbledore, and folded the parchment into his robes. In the hush before he rose to address the assembly, he permitted himself a private smirk. She was learning faster than he had in his youth, combining cunning, discipline, and personal warmth. When he spoke to the Wizengamot about a minor but symbolic law that day, it was with the confidence of one who knew illusions only endured when people failed to see the truth. He was ensuring that more saw it every day. Back at Hogwarts, the last 2 weeks of January glided by in a steady routine. Crystal attended her classes diligently, shining especially in astronomy, where on a midnight practical she stood atop the tower, adjusting telescope lenses with sure, graceful motions. The hush of starlight swathed her in a sense of cosmic wonder, each breath forming a soft cloud in the frigid air. She loved how the illusions of daily politics fell away up here, replaced by the silent grandeur of the universe. After astronomy, she often hurried to the greenhouses for herbology. There, under the faint warmth of morning sun filtered through glass, she knelt among strange magical plants. With gloved hands, she gently patted soil around fledgling mandrakes or weirdly shaped spiky pufferweeds. Professor Sprout always hovered near, praising her attentiveness. The hush in the greenhouse turned tranquil, tinted with the warmth of living magic. It reminded her of the orchard at Hellsing Manor, illusions parted to reveal pure nature. Sometimes, Daphne joined her for extra credit tasks, and they exchanged quiet banter, an unlikely pair, bridging Slytherin pragmatism and Ravenclaw curiosity in the hush of rustling leaves. Not all classes offered the same peaceful hush. Potions with Snape remained a source of sarcastic undercurrents. He prowled the dungeon with perpetual scorn, illusions of intimidation overshadowing every lesson. She learned to respond with clipped politeness, laced with surgical barbs whenever his insults crossed lines. That hush in the dungeon thickened whenever he approached her cauldron, as though the air itself braced for confrontation. Yet after the mental fiasco weeks back, he no longer tried legilimency. Instead, he contented himself with petty remarks that only fueled the quiet amusement of her peers. She saw older students nudge each other, smirking behind their books each time she fired back a retort that subverted illusions of teacherly infallibility. In charms, Professor Flitwick welcomed her meticulous casting, eyes sparkling each time she demonstrated a new flourish. Students whispered that she was already beyond second-year illusions, though she shrugged off such praise. McGonagall, in Transfiguration, offered a more reserved nod each time Crystal approached perfection in complex spells. Hermione, sitting beside her, watched with admiration and sometimes teased that she'd soon run out of illusions to unearth about the higher-level curriculum. Crystal teased back, calling Hermie the unstoppable knowledge engine who devoured textbooks like sweets. Despite the swirl of classes, letters remained a thread connecting Hogwarts to Hellsing Manor. Weekly, Crystal wrote crisp updates. In one, she scrawled a cartoonish caricature of Snape's greasy hair and sour expression, labeling it dungeon art. Alucard responded with a short note, apparently penned in red ink that looked suspiciously like blood. I shall preserve this masterpiece, dear child. She burst into laughter reading it, much to the confusion of the Ravenclaws around her in the common room. With each letter, Integra and Walter gleaned more insight into how illusions around Dumbledore's paternal image were collapsing, thanks to both Crystal's direct defiance and Marvolo's legislative cunning. They responded with encouragement, layered with subtle strategic suggestions. Integra occasionally forwarded older arcane texts, fueling Crystal's library research into illusions, wards, and infiltration spells. He discovered it was not so difficult to reconcile Muggle technology with wizarding wards. The hush in her dorm late at night found her poring over hidden instructions for advanced illusions that harnessed a mixture of vampiric senses and pure wizarding power. She kept everything carefully compiled in an encrypted journal that only she could unlock with a short incantation. The hush of her desk's lamp-lit circle at midnight pulsed with quiet excitement. By mid-February, the hush of winter started loosening under warming breezes. Students ventured outside to see small patches of mud thawing in the courtyards, discussing Quidditch matches or upcoming Hogsmeade weekends for older years. All the while, the tension beneath illusions of normalcy gnawed at Dumbledore's patience. In small glimpses, Crystal noticed him scowling after her in the Great Hall, illusions of paternal indulgence replaced by a simmering frustration he could barely disguise. On occasion, she caught McGonagall's gaze flicking from Dumbledore to her, as though the professor recognized the fraught lines being drawn. She couldn't fix illusions, but at times, McGonagall's expression carried pity that it had come to this. Crystal sometimes relayed these observations to her friends in hushed corners. Daphne, typically reserved, clenched her jaw at mention of Dumbledore's intrusions, quietly vowing that he wouldn't isolate Crystal unchallenged. Tracy, less discreet, openly joked about how they should track the headmaster's movements, forming some comedic defense squad. They rarely parted from Crystal outside of classes, ensuring illusions of paternal conversation rarely had space to form. Even Hermione, initially uncertain about defying the revered headmaster, found an unexpected steel in herself as she saw Dumbledore's repeated attempts. She confessed to Crystal one evening, in a quiet nook near the library's charmed windows, "I used to revere him, you know. All the books said he was the greatest wizard. But if he's so great, why does he keep stooping to manipulations?" The hush that followed spoke volumes. Meanwhile, deeper illusions about Muggle technology crumbled when Crystal discovered her phone indeed worked anywhere in Hogwarts. She tested it in random corners, the library basement, the herbology greenhouses, and each time marveled at the crisp signal. She found it comedic that the mini-Stry's illusions about Muggle tech failing at Hogwarts was a half-truth at best. In a snug corner behind the Ravenclaw common room, she'd call Integra, exchanging quick status updates. Her mother once answered mid-laugh, revealing that Alucard had nearly destroyed a table in frustration at not being able to come along. The hush after the call left Crystal's heart lighter, illusions of isolation banished by these direct links to her family. Integra and Alucard's responses at Hellsing Manor escalated. Alucard raged about Dumbledore, railing that if illusions guided him so strongly, a public duel would cure him. Integra's approach was more lethal in a subtle sense. With Walter's help, she coordinated a media infiltration that revealed pieces of Dumbledore's manipulative history, from questionable decisions during the war with Grindelwald to neglected orphans set on dangerous paths. The hush in certain wizarding editorial offices signaled the unstoppable wave of revelations. With each small article, illusions of Dumbledore's saintly record cracked further. By late February, his once unassailable reputation had begun to show hairline fractures among the public, illusions replaced by cautious scrutiny. A hush of wariness hovered in corners of the wizarding society that once revered him blindly. As March swept in, The castle's outer walls dripped with melting icicles, and corridors filled with the hum of returning life. Students teased each other about Quidditch rivalries. In common rooms, illusions of house superiority softened under the real connections forged in clubs or group projects. Crystal could see new friendships crossing lines that Dumbledore had once used illusions to maintain. Her father's name, Marvolo, carried weight among older students who recognized the unstoppable current of his reforms. Some Slytherins admired her lineage. Some Gryffindors shrugged off illusions about house differences to greet her with genuine interest. The hush of a new Hogwarts culture stirred in small pockets, an undercurrent only illusions of the old order might try to stifle. She studied illusions of infiltration, illusions of social manipulation, illusions of personal transformation. She tested them discreetly, conjuring illusions of ephemeral images in the astronomy tower for practice. On a crisp night, she had conjured a swirl of illusions that gave the star-laced SK. Why the impression of swirling nebulae overhead? Daphne, visiting for a quiet stargazing session, stared in mesmerized silence. "You truly are beyond illusions," she murmured, half in awe. Crystal smiled, eyes shining with the hush of cosmic secrets. "There's always more to discover." But as March wound toward the end, she noted Dumbledore's illusions had turned suspiciously quiet. He hovered near the staff table at meals, seldom speaking but watching her circle of friends with an unsettling calm. She confided in Hermione that it worried her more than when he attempted illusions of paternal warmth daily. "A silent Dumbledore is a planning Dumbledore," she said dryly over a library table piled with books. Hermione pursed her lips, nodding. "Stay vigilant. We all will." Late at night, she sometimes dreamt of Alucard's voice drifting through darkness, murmuring cryptic warnings about illusions concealed in the castle's walls. She woke each time with a sense that something fundamental within Hogwarts needed unmasking. She glimpsed flickers of corridors Filch guarded, overhearing references to it being opened again, as though illusions of some secret chamber or hidden threat lay dormant. But more pressing was the hush of the staff's attitudes. A tension that spoke of an approaching apex, illusions poised to unravel dramatically. By early April, hints of spring tinted the edges of the forest green. A gentle breeze replaced the biting chill. Students flocked outside, discussing Easter holiday arrangements. Crystal arranged no trip away from Hogwarts, choosing to remain vigilant. Her father's messages came with more direct references to upcoming revelations, Walter confirming that the plan is in motion, while Integra wrote, "We are finishing the job. Expect changes soon. Be careful." She read that note, heart pounding with quiet excitement, illusions of safety overshadowed by the sure knowledge that Dumbledore's final illusions would soon be tested publicly. One mild afternoon, she found herself perched on a low stone seat by the greenhouse, reading a letter from Integra with half her attention while Daphne, Tracy, and Hermione laughed nearby about some comedic fiasco with Peeves the poltergeist. The hush that fell whenever she read her mother's words felt bittersweet, reminding her that illusions of distance meant nothing in the face of modern technology and cunning. She slid the letter away, gazing at her friends, letting a pang of warmth wash over her. They had grown so supportive, bridging house lines with a normalcy that baffled illusions about Hogwarts divides. She wrote that evening in her journal, "I'm not just enduring Hogwarts. I'm subtly shaping it. They don't even see it." April 4th arrived, the day bright with sunshine that glinted off the newly green lawns. A faint hush tinted the corridors, as though students sensed an undercurrent of potential upheaval. Crystal ate breakfast with Hermione at the Ravenclaw table, smiling at small talk about today's classes. She noticed, from the corner of her eye, Dumbledore's gaze flick her way, illusions of paternal disinterest ironically betraying his obsessive watchfulness. She sipped her tea, ignoring him with graceful nonchalance. Illusions of care set aside, Hermione said quietly, "He's looking extra intense. Are you sure everything's fine?" Crystal nodded, lightly placing her teacup down. "Yes, I trust my mother's judgment," she said soon, "and I'm prepared for anything." The hush that followed carried a shared sense of readiness. That afternoon, she found a patch of grass near the lake, sunlight warming her face. Daphne, Tracy, and Hermione joined her, each lying or sitting in comfortable quiet. Tracy rummaged in her bag for sweets, offering them around. They chatted about house gossip. gently teasing each other with illusions of rivalry. Slytherin might have judged them traitors for fraternizing, but illusions of petty feuds found no hold in their laughter. Hermione mentioned new rumors about cursed corridors, and they debated the plausibility while soaking in the calm. The hush of fresh spring air made everything feel bright with possibility. At day's end, she returned to her dorm with an odd sense of finality. The hush in the Ravenclaw corridors whispered that a shift was near. She brushed it off, focusing on a late-night letter to Integra, detailing how illusions had lulled the staff into complacency. Even as Dumbledore's frustration grew, she explained that the students around her, her friends, new admirers, some neutral older years, watched the illusions unravel daily, the headmaster's paternal facade now just an unconvincing shell. When morning broke on April 5th, the hush across Hogwarts carried a subtle tension. Crystal rose, rummaged for her wand, phone, and that day's notes, and stepped into the corridor. She overheard scattered talk of a breaking story in the Daily Prophet, illusions about new scandal rumored to be printed. She paused, heart fluttering. Could this be Integra's final stroke? She hurried to the great hall for breakfast, ignoring the mild dryness in her throat that signaled anxious curiosity. The hush in the hall crackled as students devoured their morning meal. She spotted older Ravenclaws passing around a folded prophet with wide eyes. Slytherin table likewise bristled with quiet exclamations. She made a line for Hermione, who was flipping through the paper, face pale with excitement. "What's happening?" Crystal asked, leaning over. Hermione held the paper up. The front page brandished a bold headline about alleged manipulations by a prominent wizard. The hush in the hall magnified every rustle of parchment. Reading further, Crystal found references to questionable decisions from decades past, the forced illusions that had shaped an orphan's childhood, and allegations that Dumbledore, far from being the wise caretaker, had orchestrated events for personal or political gain. Her chest tightened. Integra, Walter, and Marvolo had done it, weaving illusions of paternal guardianship into a public scandal. Crystal's mouth parted in quiet awe. Dumbledore himself was conspicuously absent from the head table. McGonagall sat stiffly, illusions of calm overshadowed by the worry in her eyes. A hush so heavy pressed over the students that even Draco Malfoy across the way spoke in subdued mutters. Everyone recognized that illusions of the headmaster's pure morality had reached a moment of reckoning. An unstoppable hush spread as pockets of conversation erupted, scanning lines that implicated the headmaster in alleged exploitation of certain orphans, breaches of trust, possible mental manipulations. The date references aligned suspiciously with Crystal's own timeline. Hermione turned to her, voice barely above a whisper. "Crystal, this is about you, isn't it?" She drew in a breath, meeting Hermione's concerned gaze. "Likely," she said softly. "And likely more than me. Dumbledore's illusions shaped many lives. Now the world sees the cracks." The hush in the great hall thrummed, and from the corner of her eye, she saw Daphne and Tracy slip free from Slytherin's table, quietly edging closer to her vantage. She nodded at them, the hush letting them confirm what the paper said with a single glance. A half-hour later, students scattered to classes. The hush parted for a tumult of whispers in corridors. Some glared at illusions that had shaped their hero worship, others looked thoughtful or uncertain. Crystal drifted to her first class, Charms, with Hermione. Flitwick tried to keep illusions of normalcy, but the buzz overshadowed the lesson, illusions of calm overshadowed by curiosity about the headmaster's alleged wrongdoing. Her wand movements felt mechanical, her mind reeling with the magnitude of the final blow Integra had orchestrated. After Charms, she found a quiet corner near an empty classroom with Daphne, Tracy, and Hermione. The hush of that nook pulsed with adrenaline as they locked eyes. Tracy was wide-eyed. That article practically called Dumbledore a manipulative tyrant. Are they insane, or is it real? She shot a meaningful glance at Crystal. Daphne pressed her lips together. If half of it is true, illusions of his grandfatherly facade are done. She turned to Crystal. What do you think? Crystal inhaled slowly. She recalled the letters, Alucard's dramatic rage, Integra's cold cunning, Marvolo's unstoppable push in the Wizengamot. It's real, she stated, voice firm. No illusions remain. This is the truth they've built for him. My family simply forced it into the light. Hermione swallowed. Then, We wait and see how Hogwarts responds. Or how he reacts. The hush that followed revealed they all recognized how illusions of paternal authority could turn dangerous when threatened. They parted with subdued tension, illusions of daily life overshadowed by the creeping sense that a confrontation loomed. Classes that afternoon held an odd hush, shadowed by what the prophet had revealed. Students hung in small groups, muttering about Dumbledore's potential downfall, illusions they had grown up with now fraying into uncertainty. By dinner, the headmaster was still absent. McGonagall presided with a forced expression of normalcy, illusions of calm. Overshadowing the staff table, Crystal sat with her friends, making quiet conversation that masked the swirl in her mind. When she rose to head back to Ravenclaw Tower, the hush parted for a flash of resolution. If illusions shaped the old order, tonight might prove how illusions fell under unrelenting truth. She climbed the tower steps, phone in hand, heart thudding. She dialed Integra one more time, seeking final confirmation. The ring sounded, and then her mother's voice, low and confident, "Crystal." She spoke softly, the hush of the empty corridor cradling her words. The article landed. The entire school is in chaos. Dumbledore hasn't shown his face all day. She exhaled. "I suspect illusions here are done, Mother." Integra's faint chuckle. "Excellent. We've more in store if needed. But perhaps this is enough to hamper him for now. Are you safe?" Crystal smiled. "Yes. Surrounded by friends. He can't isolate me easily." Integra's tone glowed with maternal pride. "Good. We'll keep the pressure on. Don't let illusions lure you. And if he tries anything reckless, you know what to do." Ending the call, she slipped the phone away. Her gaze drifted to a nearby window, the hush of a starry night again welcoming her. She felt the swirl of relief, tension, and exhilaration. Tomorrow, illusions might crumble further. She took a moment to steady her breath, recalling Alucard's flamboyant vow. He's itching for the day illusions vanish entirely. She let a small laugh escape, stepping onward into the dorm with a lifted chin. Her heart pounded with quiet excitement, illusions undone, a new dawn near. Later that evening, around a table in the Ravenclaw common room, Hermione softly recounted bits of the article for a small group of first-year Ravenclaws. Some reeled in disbelief that Dumbledore's illusions had concealed such manipulative history. Others listened, uncertain but open to the possibility. Crystal read their reactions with measured calm, offering a few understated remarks that illusions had always existed to preserve certain power structures. A hush of understanding seemed to pass between them. Illusions no longer felt safe or comforting. Far off in the castle's recesses, in an office once brimming with illusions of paternal cheer, Dumbledore sat in darkness. Quiet but for the heavy rasp of his breathing. The hush that surrounded him was thick with fury and betrayal. He read the prophet's article over and over, illusions of controlling the narrative shattered. Anger gnawed at him. Anger at Tom Riddle, at that child who refused to bend, at the Hellsing meddling that undermined his carefully spun illusions. His mind hammered with possible ways to retaliate, to reclaim illusions of moral authority. But even he sensed the tide had turned, illusions of the public's unwavering trust receding like a broken wave. The hush of the night weighed heavily, and he realized with a surge of bitterness that this was only the beginning. Yet for Crystal, stepping out onto a quiet balcony after midnight, that hush brought no dread. She gazed at the star-speckled sky, exhaling a soft, steeled breath. The illusions that had once overshadowed her life, her identity, her freedom, her relationships, were undone by unwavering truth. She recalled the words Skur. A.W. led in her journal. "This isn't just a school. It's a battlefield, and I am ready." The hush in the starry air echoed that vow, revealing how each step had led her here, to the edge of something far bigger than illusions. A faint whisper on the wind, or maybe her imagination, seemed to breathe Alucard's amused approval, stirring her cloak in a gentle swirl. Come what may. Dumbledore's illusions, the rumor-laden halls, even the surging tide of transformation Marvolo championed, she would stand, unbroken, guided by cunning, knowledge, and the bonds of loyalty she had forged. Dawn was only hours away, and with it, the new day's hush. She turned from the balcony, footsteps confident, illusions powerless in her wake. More on my Patreon, https:// More than 20 fanfiction are currently active. And my Patreon up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter R. Sonic the Hedgehog crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Lu. Nay Toons crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover completed 14 chapters. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG up to 14 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Fraggy. La Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover up to 14 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 14 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 2.0 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 14 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover up to 14 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapters 19 and 20 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapt. 19 rupees and 20 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapters 19 and 20 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapters 21 and 22 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapters 21 and 22 are already available on my Patreon. Man who had walked a path shaped by fear and cunning.